In the world of Douluo, the ancient being Gu Chen is reborn as the Golden Dragon King. During the Divine Dragon War, he escapes through the fabric of time and space with the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yue Na, arriving in the Star-Do forest of Do-Yi. Thanks to Gu Chen, he and Gu Yue Na emerge unscathed, in pursuit of developing the Spirit Beast faction within Douluo continent. The two seal their powers and assume human forms, delving into the realm of humanity. Joining Shrek Academy alongside Gu Yue Na and Tang San, Gu Chen inadvertently reveals his extraordinary talent, prompting an aggressive recruitment by the Spirit Hall. Could you enlighten me as to why you wish to take me away from Shrek? Gu Yue Na inquires, her crystalline purple eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Gu Chen grins, observing the reluctant gazes of Tang San and the others, as well as the presence of Gu Yue Na. He responds, only by mastering the Spirit Hall can Spirit Beasts hope for a resurgence. Thus, witness how Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na navigate the world of Do-Yi, leading the Spirit Beasts to unify the continent and reclaim their divine realm. Chapter 1. The Divine Dragon War. In the ancient era of Douluo continent, the Dragon Clan held dominion over the land. The ancestor of the dragons, the Dragon God, cultivated his innate gifts to ascend to divinity, entering the divine realm and directly establishing a position among the deities. Due to the overwhelming power of the Dragon God, the Divine Realm Council sought to constrain him under divine law. However, the Dragon God, possessing a rebellious spirit, refused to submit. Under relentless pressure from the Divine Realm Council, the Dragon God allied with other divine beasts to wage war against the gods. The conflict engulfed the entire divine realm, with the five enforcers of the Divine Realm Council: the God of Goodness, the God of Evil, the God of Slaughter, the God of Destruction, and the Goddess of Life uniting to battle him. That we have cultivated ourselves to such heights through our own efforts. Yet you gods, due to your race, seek to oppress us. Today, we shall overthrow the Divine Realm Council, declared the Dragon God, adorned in resplendent nine-colored dragon scales, his eyes shimmering with ethereal light, and his claws radiating a piercing cold gleam. With a furious roar, the Dragon God led the divine beasts into the fray against the Pantheon. Despite not reaching the status of a divine king, his prowess surpassed that of a first-tier deity, granting him the ability to contend with divine kings. He moved with astonishing speed amidst the gods, his massive form failing to hinder his agility. The five divine kings simultaneously launched an assault, their powers of life, destruction, slaughter, goodness, and evil striking fiercely at the Dragon God. Though the Dragon God was above the first-tier deity level, he had yet to attain the divine king's rank. Thus, he was severely wounded by their combined might. Nonetheless, he unleashed a retaliatory strike, a beam of nine-colored light piercing through the bodies of four elemental gods, obliterating their very souls in an instant. Slash! The God of Slaughter bellowed, wielding the Shura sword to cleave at the Dragon God. A crimson blade of light erupted from the sword, appearing in the blink of an eye 100 meters away, casting a vast crimson glow towards the Dragon God. In the distance, the God of Emotion locked eyes with the Dragon God, and the sheer intensity of his spiritual force momentarily dazed the Dragon God. In that fleeting instant, he lost the opportunity to evade the crimson sword light. The Dragon God's form split in twain, yet a frenzied intensity remained in his gaze. His divine power surged uncontrollably, and his soul, under his coercive will, also bifurcated. In the next moment, the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings materialized before the assembly of gods, a manifestation of the Dragon God's formidable prowess, forcibly dividing himself into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Soon as the Silver Dragon King opened his eyes, he immediately summoned 7 elemental forces that swirled around him. However, the Golden Dragon King, unnoticed by all, was struck by a streak of white light that darted from the void, rendering him momentarily dazed. Have I traversed dimensions? Have I truly become the Golden Dragon King? Gu Chen blinked open his eyes, only to find that everything had transformed, his mind reeling in disbelief. In his previous life, he had met his end due to a prolonged idle session in a game, which resulted in a teammate's wrath that culminated in a fatal encounter with a kitchen knife. At his own home, to his astonishment, he found himself unexpectedly blessed, having crossed into the formidable existence of the Golden Dragon King, a being of unparalleled physical might. Wait, where am I? Gu Chen opened his eyes again, bewildered. Good heavens! Is this the Dragon God War? Does that mean I am destined to suffer the same fate as depicted in the original tale, my soul shattered, leaving behind only residual divine power, ultimately benefiting Tang? Wulin! Ding! The Dragon God selection system has been bound. A melodious female voice suddenly resonated within Gu Chen's mind, igniting a rush of excitement. Is this the system that all traversers possess? Dragon God Selection System. Pray tell, what are your capabilities? With the assistance of this system, Gu Chen might just evade the fate of the Golden Dragon King's soul fragmentation as narrated in the original story and escape the realm of the gods. Ding! This system is a selection system, designated as number 0413. This system has activated three distinct functions. 1. Plot selection function. Point 2. Task selection function. 3. Daily selection function. The plot selection allows the host to determine their developmental trajectory, offering certain rewards as assistance. The task selection provides the host with missions at necessary junctures, rewarding abundant benefits upon completion, with the option to decline. The daily selection function offers suggestions for ongoing activities, with no rewards, and the host may refuse the selection. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. This system was splendid. Unlike some repugnant systems from his previous lives online literature that often impose severe penalties, his system granted the freedom to decline tasks. The level of autonomy was exceedingly high. Ding! Upon detecting the host's current predicament, the narrative choices have been activated. A. Engage in a life-and-death battle against the deities, resulting in mutual destruction. Assistance. Shadow clone technique. Clones possessing 50% of the original's power, with the ability to create 50 clones. Dragon God Power Experience card valid for 10 hours to be. Accept fate and await death with resignation. Assistance. Self-detonation effect enhanced 1,000-fold. C. Forcefully break through, escaping the divine realm with the Silver Dragon King. Assistance. 1 hour of the God King Experience card. Temporal turbulence navigation device valid for 1 year. Gu Chen swiftly reviewed all options, dismissing option A without hesitation and bypassing option B as the assistance seemed intended for him to obliterate Tang Wuling. I choose C. Gu Chen silently affirmed. Ding! Selection successful. God King Experience card and Temporal Turbulence Navigation device have been stored in the system backpack. Activate the God King Experience card. Gu Chen intoned mentally in the next instant. A warm energy erupted within Gu Chen, transforming into an inexhaustible divine power that coursed throughout his being. Clenching his golden dragon claws, Gu Chen beheld the scene before him. Gu Yue Na was under siege by the remaining 3 elemental gods, her scales shattered and blood streaming, clearly suffering considerable injury. The golden dragon roared. The innate divine technique, stemming from the depths of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, required no recollection. It was unleashed with a mere thought. A golden sound wave swept past the sides of the Silver Dragon King, striking the 3 elemental gods with resounding force. With their mere first-level divine strength, they stood no chance against a God King-level technique. The elemental gods fell, one after another, under Gu Chen's strike. Silver Dragon King, let us depart. Gu Chen bellowed, seizing the Silver Dragon King's right arm and pulling her toward the periphery of the divine realm. The Silver Dragon King gazed at Gu Chen in astonishment, her violet eyes reflecting a mix of confusion. She could not comprehend how Gu Chen, whose power was supposed to be on par with hers, possessed strength surpassing even that of a dragon god. How could this Golden Dragon King possess God King-level power? It's inconceivable. The dragon god has concealed his depths too well. The 5 God Kings watched in shock as Gu Chen retreated into the distance, stammering in disbelief. At that moment, a blue figure flickered into the path before Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King, wielding a trident and emanating piercing light from his eyes. It was none other than Poseidon, the god of the sea. Where do you think you're going? Tempestuous winds. Poseidon roared, brandishing his trident as rings of light surged toward Gu Chen. An insignificant first-level deity dares to obstruct me. Gu Chen retorted with a laugh, sidestepping to unleash a powerful sweep of his golden dragon tail. Poseidon was abruptly struck by the sweeping tail of the golden dragon, his form sent flying over 1,000 miles, blood gushing from his mouth, and even his divine armor was left somewhat tattered. Setting aside Poseidon, Gu Chen, accompanied by the Silver Dragon King, successfully approached the fringes of the divine realm. Bang! Bang! With 2 swift strikes, Gu Chen unleashed the power of the deity, causing several cracks to appear in the protective barrier of the divine realm. Stay back. Rakshasa slash. Unbeknownst to him, a violet-green figure materialized behind Gu Chen. The malevolent visage of the Rakshasa god bore a triumphant grin as the sinister scythe swung down forcefully towards the neck of the Golden Dragon King. Chapter 2. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. As the Rakshasa demon scythe struck the nape of the Golden Dragon King's neck, it failed to pierce the impenetrable scales, producing only a deafening clang. The Rakshasa god, a deity of the first rank, could sense Gu Chen's power surpassing her own. Yet she never anticipated that he possessed the strength of a god king. Otherwise, she would never have dared to launch a solo ambush against him. Upon realizing that the Rakshasa god's attack posed no threat, Gu Chen retaliated with a swift claw, shattering her soul and extinguishing her existence. He shook his head, pondering the apparent lack of intellect among the deities of this realm. Unbeknownst to him, only the 5 great god kings and the Silver Dragon King were aware of Gu Chen's god king prowess. The former sensed it through their own divine power, while the latter detected it through bloodline intuition. With a brutal flurry of 4 golden dragon claws, Gu Chen smashed open a breach in the divine barrier. Though it was less than 1,000th of the entire shield size, it was sufficient for both him and the Silver Dragon King to pass through. They swiftly slipped through the gap, fleeing the divine realm. At that moment, Gu Chen's God King experience card had expired, should the 5 great god kings pursue. Both he and the Silver Dragon King would undoubtedly perish on the spot. With this thought, Gu Chen plunged headfirst into a turbulent stream of time and space. The Silver Dragon King followed closely behind him. In the Divine Realm Committee, a furious outburst erupted. Damn it! How did the Golden Dragon King attain such God King strength? We must eradicate the roots, lest he return and endanger us all. The god of destruction slammed his palm on the table, nearly shattering the divine wood. The god of Azura, leaning on his Azura sword, contemplated gravely, we must enhance our surveillance of the lower realms. We cannot allow the Golden Dragon King to grow stronger. However, following the Dragon God War, our divine forces have suffered significant losses. We may lack the personnel. The goddess of life expressed her concern. Let us permit those lesser priests to ascend to the upper echelons of the divine realm, granting them certain privileges to ensure they diligently monitor the various lower realms. Especially Douluo continent, as it is the birthplace of the dragon god, declared the god of kindness with conviction, thanks to the navigational device of the turbulent time-space. Equipped with system rewards, Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King were spared from being torn asunder. The two fled through the chaotic stream for a year, finally emerging into a lower realm. Time flowed differently. A day in the divine realm equated to a year in the mortal world. And after an entire year in the turbulent stream, the outside world had undergone an indeterminate passage of time. Upon landing, Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King surveyed their surroundings. The only certainty for Gu Chen was that they had arrived in a relatively primitive forest devoid of human footprints. Star Do Great Forest, the Silver Dragon King whispered. Gu Chen was taken aback. Although he had traversed into the body of the Golden Dragon King, he had not inherited the memories of the Dragon God. It was only upon hearing the Silver Dragon King's words that he realized this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the Star Do Great Forest described in the original text. Roar. The Silver Dragon King let out a thunderous roar, compelling all soul beasts within 1,000 miles to kneel in reverence. At the heart of the forest, a colossal ape-like soul beast and a bull-headed serpent soul beast approached, having paid their respects. These were none other than the legendary Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Master. The two beasts bowed once more. The Silver Dragon King nodded and inquired. Where's Detion? Detion, the beast god and the Black Dragon King with golden eyes, was once a subordinate of the Dragon God before his ascension. The beast god is in the core area, absorbing the energy of a million-year-old soul beast, the Azure Bull Python spoke. Master, do you wish me to summon the beast god to meet you? At that moment, a black dragon silhouette ascended from the core of the Star Do Forest, soaring towards Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King. No need, I have arrived. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Detion, spotted Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King and immediately bellowed, Master, you accursed human deities. Gu Chen pondered, realizing he could not merely observe. With a gentle press of his golden claw, Detion promptly fell silent, awaiting Gu Chen's command. Witnessing the once formidable Detion kneeling obediently before him, Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Clearing his throat, Gu Chen spoke in a solemn tone. Let us set aside the past for now. Since we are here, we shall lead the soul beasts to dominate the continent. One day, we shall return to the divine realm to avenge the grievances of the past. Detion was instantly stirred, declaring earnestly, Master, please give the order, and we shall obey without question. Should there be any disobedience, our souls shall shatter. The Silver Dragon King glanced at Gu Chen and suggested, in that case, let us initiate a beast tidal wave to sweep across the continent, swiftly unifying Douluo continent. We shall then cultivate our strength in anticipation of the day we return to the divine realm. Just as Gu Chen was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding. Detecting the current situation of the host, activating plot selection. Initiate the beast tidal wave to unify Douluo continent. Assistance. All soul beasts will increase by 10,000 years, and their cultivation speed will rise by 10%. To annihilate humanity, one must first understand it. Seal your power. Assume human form and infiltrate the human world. Assistance. Completely conceal your and the Silver Dragon King's aura, evading the surveillance of the divine realm. Though the options presented were enticing, Gu Chen quickly regained his clarity upon seeing the assistance provided. Indeed, even if he unified the continent, a mere high-ranking deity could possess the power to obliterate it. What meaning would such unification hold? Moreover, while he was once human in his past life and did not require an understanding of humanity, the assistance offered was undeniably advantageous for his current situation. Noticing Gu Chen lost in thought, the Silver Dragon King curiously waved a claw before him. As Gu Chen regained his senses, he remarked, "This is unwise. Any deity from the divine realm could easily obliterate the continent. Our swift unification of the land bears no significance. To annihilate humanity, we must first comprehend them. Join me in sealing our powers, transforming into human forms, and delving deep into the realm of mankind. In due time, the continent will undoubtedly belong to the soul beasts." The Silver Dragon King nodded in agreement, saying, "Your reasoning is sound. However, even if we seal our powers, the divine realm can still detect our presence." Gu Chen smiled mysteriously, silently selecting an option in his mind, then addressed the Silver Dragon King. "Feel within. Do you sense something additional in your body? With this, we can completely evade the divine realm's surveillance." The Silver Dragon King felt a warm, vibrant energy coursing through her being, an energy unmistakably her own, yet beyond her control. At that moment, Gu Chen had placed an 18-layer seal on his own strength, akin to the sea god Tang San from the original tale. Simultaneously, Gu Chen transformed into a human figure, appearing as a 6-year-old child. He quickly assessed his form, exclaiming, "Ah, just as handsome as in my past life." Turning to the Silver Dragon King, he observed 9 shimmering silver lights. She had established 9 seals for herself. Her grand silver dragon form gradually faded into a shadow, within which stood a breathtaking girl, waving at him, with cascading silver hair that reached the ground. The 6-year-old Silver Dragon King possessed amethyst-like eyes and softly tinted lips that radiated an enchanting hue. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Yue Na." The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yue Na, smiled sweetly, leaving Gu Chen momentarily entranced. Indeed, apart from Gu Yue Na, no other girl could capture his attention. Regaining his composure, he replied with a smile, "I am Gu Chen." Chapter 3, Nodding Academy. Gu Chen meticulously observed Gu Yue Na, noting her delicate eyelashes fluttering as she winked at him. The Gu Yue Na before him exuded not only the ethereal beauty of a comic character, but also a palpable sense of reality. "Let us convert the remaining divine power into soul power for this world, and transform one of my ribs into a weapon," Gu Chen declared. As he spoke, golden light swirled around him. After some time, the golden radiance gradually receded into his body, converting into soul power and consolidating within his dantian. Meanwhile, the power of the Golden Dragon King, after sealing, transformed into his martial soul. "Martial soul manifest," Gu Chen exclaimed, and the ethereal image of the Golden Dragon King appeared behind him, bringing forth waves of soul power and a faint aura of draconic might. With a flash, a beam of golden light surged forth, centering around his palm and extending outward, morphing into a long spear. The spear, sharpened at both ends and radiating a brilliant golden hue, emitted a strong golden glow, echoing with a subtle sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Thus, Gu Chen had forged the golden dragon spear from a rib of the Golden Dragon King. Beside Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na also completed the transformation of her divine power, manifesting a silver dragon apparition behind her while wielding her silver dragon spear. "Upon entering the outside world, I shall declare my martial soul as the Golden Dragon, and you shall refer to yours as the Rainbow Dragon," Gu Chen declared. Gu Yue Na nodded, understanding that if she referred to her true form as her martial soul, even if she could evade the surveillance of the divine realm, the indigenous people of Douluo continent could not. Once they gained renown on Douluo continent, these natives would undoubtedly spread the name of their martial souls. Should this attract the attention of the divine realm, it would greatly jeopardize their plans. "My lord, as you venture into the human realm, do you require my accompaniment?" The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian, remained kneeling, yet his form shifted into that of a human. Gu Chen chuckled softly. "There is no need. With Gu Yue Na and myself, are we not capable of safeguarding ourselves? Remain here to protect the Star Do Great Forest, and be ready to await my summons." As his words faded, a medallion of gold and silver soul power was cast forth, landing before Di Tian, memorizing its appearance. Before he could utter a word, the medallion dissipated on its own. "Remember the likeness of this token. Should you encounter a human bearing it, transform into your human form and seek us in the human world," Gu Chen instructed. "I shall heed your command, my lord," Di Tian bowed his head in compliance. My lord, I know of a shortcut that leads swiftly to the outside world. I have a companion, a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit who has transformed into a human. Named Xiao Wu. She departed through this shortcut a few days ago and should have reached the outside world by now. At this moment, the sky-blue bull python lowered its dragon head, proposing to Gu Chen. Naturally, Gu Chen understood his intent and smiled. Rest assured, should we cross paths with her, we will certainly look after her. Thank you, my lord. The sky-blue bull python gazed at Gu Chen with gratitude. Once all matters were settled, Gu Chen beckoned to Gu Yuena. Let us proceed. Gu Yuena nodded and followed closely behind. 5 days later, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, in the province of Fasnuo, in the city of Nodding, exiting the starred Do Great Forest, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena exchanged their garments for a new set at an inn before arriving in Nodding City. Do not inquire about the source of their funds for staying at the inn, along the shortcut indicated by the sky blue bull python. They had discovered numerous corpses of soul masters. After scavenging for several days, Gu Chen's system backpack now contained nearly 10,000 gold soul coins. After all, it is well known that soul masters are affluent in Douluo continent. Initially, Gu Chen intended to head directly to Heavendo City, but having promised to care for Xiao Wu, he would not break his word. Moreover, to immerse himself in the original narrative was certainly an amusing pursuit. Their first stop upon reaching Nodding City was not Nodding Academy, but the Spirit Hall's branch. To apply for Nodding Academy, a certificate issued by the Spirit Hall was indispensable. Stop. Children, this is the Spirit Hall. You must not wander in recklessly. As Gu Chen and Gu Yuena arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, they were halted by a guard clad in armor. Greetings, I am Gu Chen, and this is my sister, Gu Yuena. We have come to obtain our spirit certification, Gu Chen politely stated, mindful of his still developing stature, ensuring he did not appear overly arrogant. The sibling relationship mentioned by Gu Chen was established prior to their departure from the Stardo Forest, facilitating their endeavors together. Oh, I see. You may enter. Proceed to the reception hall on the first floor and seek Master Masayuno. He will assist you, the guard replied. Stepping aside and nodding at Gu Chen, the two successfully entered the Spirit Hall, underwent the spirit assessment, and acquired their spirit certifications. However, due to their exceptional talents, both Gu Chen and Gu Yuena received an invitation from Master Masayuno. Not at this moment. I wish to cultivate at the Nodding Academy for 6 years. After that, I shall consider joining the Spirit Hall. Thank you for the invitation, Gu Chen graciously declined, intending to join the Spirit Hall, but not at this time. Slightly disappointed, Master Masayuno turned his attention to Gu Yuena. I will listen to my brother, Gu Yuena softly replied. Very well. The doors of the Spirit Hall shall always remain open for you. Should you change your minds, feel free to seek me out, Master Masayuno sighed, expressing his sentiments. Gu Chen then took Gu Yuena and left the Spirit Hall. The Nodding Academy was in close proximity, and they arrived at its entrance in just a few steps. Although they were not wearing the Academy's uniform, Gu Chen's gold soul coin landed squarely on the face of the bullying gatekeeper, allowing them to enter the Academy without further issue. Though the enrollment period had passed, Gu Chen's wealth proved persuasive. With a bag of gold soul coins, he swiftly secured 2 work-study positions from the headmaster. The work-study students were housed in the 7th dormitory, as their numbers were few, necessitating a single dormitory for all. Upon opening the dormitory door, they beheld a boy and a girl engaged in combat. The girl had her legs wrapped around the boy's neck, her hands planted firmly on the ground, and with a powerful motion, she threw the boy onto his back. This boy was likely the protagonist Tang San from the original tale, Gu Chen mused, his eyes widening as golden light flickered within them. As for the girl, she appeared magnified in his gaze, and around her, the faint shadow of the soft-bone rabbit emerged. This girl was none other than Xiao Wu, the transformed 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit whom Gu Chen had promised to look after. I lost. Could you please tell me the technique you just used? Tang San asked softly, accepting his defeat. Xiao Wu, resembling a triumphant general, replied with a smile. I call this the soft technique, a skill that utilizes the flexibility and resilience of my body. Consequently, Tang San relinquished his position as leader to Xiao Wu, as if discarding a hot potato. Leader? That sounds fun. All right, from now on, I shall be your leader. As the work-study student appeared quite impressive, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a boy from the inner dormitory, whom Gu Chen could identify as Wang Sheng from the previous conversations, lowered his voice and said to Xiao Wu, Boss, 2 newcomers have arrived. Let us show them who is in charge. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, the others in the dormitory finally noticed Gu Chen and his companion. They were initially taken aback by Gu Chen's striking handsomeness. However, when their eyes fell upon Gu Yuena, they were utterly captivated, lost in reverie, including Xiao Wu's future husband, Tang San. Seeing this, Xiao Wu pouted and indignantly declared, What is the big deal? Hey, Newcomers, let us spar a bit. It's the rule of the dorm. Gu Chen shook his head and effortlessly sidestepped Xiao Wu, disregarding her fiery gaze. Boring. Xiao Wu instantly erupted. Hey, you're incredibly rude. Take this. With that, she summoned her martial spirit, and a pair of pristine rabbit ears sprouted from her head. With a stamp of her foot, she launched herself towards Gu Chen like a dart. Sensing the commotion behind him, Gu Chen turned his head, his eyes gleaming with golden light. And a formidable dragon might descended upon Xiao Wu in an instant. Under the weight of the dragon's presence, Xiao Wu lost her footing, collapsing to her knees. Her legs trembling, and her rabbit ears drooping. She dared not move an inch beneath the overwhelming aura of Gu Chen. Chapter 4. Gu Chen from Zhuan has logged in. Gu Chen stepped forward, grasping Xiao Wu's rabbit ears to lift her up. Realizing the identities of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, Xiao Wu shivered in silence. Her pink eyes reflecting a plea. Gu Chen, however, had no intention of engaging with her and casually tossed her onto a bed adorned with a pink bag. Wang Sheng and the others stood dumbfounded, and after a moment, Wang Sheng stepped forward and said, "From now on, you shall be our leader." The work-study students behind him echoed in unison, "Boss." "May I ask your name, boss?" Wang Sheng inquired. "Gu Chen, and this is my sister, Gu Yuena." Gu Chen indicated toward Gu Yuena, speaking in a detached manner, clearly uninterested in such factional endeavors. Wang Sheng recoiled slightly, having just contemplated challenging Gu Chen to intimidate Gu Yuena. Fortunately, he had refrained from voicing it, lest he face retribution. "Big brother Gu, this bed is quite nice. You may rest here," Wang Sheng offered, clearing his bed by the window in an attempt to ingratiate himself. Gu Chen nodded, expressionless. As he approached the bed to arrange the bedding, also preparing the adjacent bed for Gu Yuena, Wang Sheng scratched his head, finding Gu Chen's stoic demeanor inscrutable. Meanwhile, Gu Yuena smiled gently at Wang Sheng before settling down on the bed that Gu Chen had prepared for her, arranging her belongings. "Greetings, I am Tang San, a work-study student here. Might I inquire about the method you employed to defeat Xiao Wu?" At that moment, Tang San approached Gu Chen, seeking guidance. Ding. The system has detected the current situation of the host and has activated the storyline options. 1. Befriend Tang San. Having an additional ally is preferable to acquiring another foe. Assistance. Martial Arts Manual, Xian Yu Hand, from a level 2 low martial realm, Earth. 2. Form enmity with Tang San. Should you wish to join the Spirit Hall, you will inevitably oppose him. Assistance. 1 Slavery Talisman, capable of enslaving beings not exceeding 2 major realms above oneself, ineffective against Tang San. 3. Respond with indifference, from henceforth. He shall be a mere passerby. Assistance. A Desert Eagle, from a level 2 technological realm, with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. After reviewing the options, Gu Chen did not make an immediate choice but instead inquired, "Shouldn't this be a daily decision? Why is it a storyline selection?" Ding. Host, in truth, storyline choices bear a resemblance to daily selections. However, the distinction lies in the fact that your choices will impact the world line. Gu Chen nodded, somewhat understanding, and asked, "What does the term level 2 realm signify?" Ding. Within the myriad worlds, this system categorizes them into levels 1 through 5. Based on the average strength of the most formidable civilized beings within those realms. For instance, a level 1 realm corresponds to the primitive societal epoch of your previous existence, while the realm level prior to your demise was a level 2 technological realm. As for level 5 realms, the powerful beings therein possess the capability to annihilate planets at will, even tearing the fabric of the universe itself. Gu Chen was taken aback. The might of a level 5 realm likely surpassed that of the divine realm. He felt as though he was gazing at the world from the confines of a well. "What is the realm rating of Douluo continent?" Gu Chen inquired once more. Ding. Based on the average strength of soul masters in Douluo continent, it is classified as a level 3 fantasy realm. Upon receiving the system's response, Gu Chen turned his attention back to the 3 options. Although the latter 2 options presented enticing rewards, as the system indicated, having 1 more friend is certainly preferable to having 1 more enemy. "I choose," Gu Chen silently declared. "My victory over Xiao Wu was not the result of any particular skill. It was merely the overwhelming bloodline pressure of a superior beast martial soul over that of an inferior one," Gu Chen explained to Tang San. Tang San nodded, then inquired, "What is your martial soul?" Rising to his feet, Gu Chen manifested his martial soul, the spectral image of the golden dragon imposing such weight that all present, save for Gu Yuena and Tang San, who had cultivated the Xian Tian Gong, found it difficult to breathe. "My martial soul is the golden dragon," Gu Chen stated. Tang San, recovering from his astonishment, extended his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Gu Chen reciprocated the gesture, offering a slight smile. "Likewise." Ding. "The rewards have been dispensed. Do you wish to automatically learn Xian Yu Hand?" Gu Chen was taken aback, pondering the concept of learning. In the next moment, It seemed as though something had materialized in his mind. Indeed, it was the cultivation method of the Xianyu hand. With a wry smile, he realized that mastering the Xianyu hand required personal dedication rather than instantaneous perfection. Ding. The host has completed 3 narrative choices. System function. Character panel unlocked. Gu Chen was momentarily stunned and commanded the system. Display character panel. Ding. System character panel. Character. Gu Chen age. 6 years. Actual age. 200,000. 000 years and 9 million. Strength. 10,000. A typical level 10 soul master possesses 100. Mental power. 100. A typical level 10 soul master possesses 100. Bloodline. Golden Dragon King Bloodline 99. Dragon God Bloodline 1. Level 10 soul master. Seal has been unbound at 0 layers. Overall evaluation. A formidable figure masquerading as a novice, adeptly feigning innocence. The initial details posed no issues, yet the overall evaluation left Gu Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed. What did it mean to be a formidable figure pretending to be a novice? He was merely trying to evade the surveillance of the divine realm, after all. At that moment, Wang Sheng rose from his bed and announced, "It's time for lunch. Gu Lao, Gu Yuena, Xiao Wu, Tang San. Shall we go together?" Gu Chen and the others nodded slightly, while Xiao Wu jumped up as if rejuvenated, excitedly inquiring, "What are we having?" Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances. Chuckling wryly, "What delicacies can we work-study students afford? We'll just grab some inexpensive meals from the cafeteria." Tang San shook his head, saying, "You all go ahead. I'll pass." Xiao Wu, seemingly understanding, momentarily froze in her excitement. Does eating require spending money? Is it that soul coin thing? Observing this, Gu Chen pretended to wipe his waist with his right hand, discreetly retrieving a bag of soul coins from the system backpack, and tossed it forward. As the soul coins struck the ground, they produced a melodious clinking sound, scattering several coins that glimmered under the sunlight, casting golden reflections into everyone's eyes. Wang Sheng stared at Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen grinned and declared, "This meal is on me." Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight, "Hooray, long live the boss." After learning of Gu Chen and the others' identities, Gu Chen had whispered to Xiao Wu to keep their secret and simply refer to him as boss. Otherwise, in front of the Soul Beast Sovereign, Xiao Wu would hardly dare to be so audacious. Under Wang Sheng's guidance, Gu Chen took Gu Yuena's hand and left the dormitory. Xiao Wu, understanding the hierarchy, obediently walked alongside Tang San, trailing behind Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. To reach the cafeteria, they had to traverse the entire playground. At this moment, Gu Chen and his companions observed numerous students clad in uniforms heading toward the teaching building, evidently on their way to lunch. Isn't that the group of impoverished individuals led by Wang Sheng? Truly, their poverty is remarkable. As soon as I entered the cafeteria, an unpleasant voice echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of laughter. Gu Chen looked up to see a cluster of upperclassmen stationed on the staircase between the first and second floors, disdainfully gesturing at Wang Sheng. The extraordinarily poor fellow will likely never ascend to the second floor for a meal. At that moment, one of the upperclassmen caught sight of Gu Yuena and was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, his eyes lit up with interest as he remarked to Gu Yuena, "What a lovely young lady. Would you care to join me?" Upon hearing the upperclassman express interest in Gu Yuena, Gu Chen could no longer contain himself. How dare he not recognize that Gu Yuena was under his protection? With a darkening expression, Gu Chen stepped forward, drawing the curious gazes of those around him. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his soul force at his throat. "I sense that your words are mere fabrications, conjured from thin air, devoid of any substance, and utterly absurd. You are trapped in a cycle of ignorance, unable to acquire even the simplest remedy for your ailments, your mind muddled, your speech laced with venom, and your thoughts a plague upon the innocent. Ding dong. Your friend, Zhuan Gu Chen, is now online." Chapter 5, Tang San's Teacher. As Gu Chen focused his soul force, his voice magnified, resonating throughout the entire cafeteria, ensuring that everyone could hear his scathing retort. "You." The upperclassman was momentarily speechless, rendered unable to respond. Truly terrifying. The lack of education. Gu Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he continued his verbal onslaught. "I have no desire to diagnose your afflictions, but do refrain from advertising them so blatantly, would you? Has your brain been flooded, leaving you unhinged? Even mosquitoes would seek their demise upon landing on your face." Those behind Gu Chen, including Wang Sheng, were astonished. They had not anticipated this fierce side of the previously formidable and stoic Gu Chen. Gu Yuena was equally surprised, having only witnessed Gu Chen's composed demeanor since his rescue from the divine realm. Were it not for Gu Chen's presence, she would never have believed he possessed such a fiery spirit. Little did Gu Chen know their thoughts, otherwise he would have laughed heartily. "You have no idea how I met my end in my past life. The upperclassman's composure shattered, and in a fit of rage, he summoned a slender wooden staff into his hand, undoubtedly his martial spirit. Be cautious, Gu Chen. This fellow possesses 9th-level soul power. Wang Sheng warned urgently as he noticed the upperclassman preparing to strike. Not a problem. Gu Chen merely nodded at Wang Sheng. Seeing Gu Chen dismiss him so casually incensed the upperclassman, who bellowed, "Fighting is prohibited in the cafeteria. If you dare, let us take this outside." With that, he stormed out of the cafeteria, casting a menacing glare back at Gu Chen. Gu Chen felt a twinge of restlessness. Ever since he vanquished the Rakshasa god, he had yet to unleash his prowess again. Of course, the previous instance of defeating Xiao Wu with sheer pressure did not count. Just as Gu Chen exited the dining hall, an upperclassman strode forward, swinging a wooden staff towards his neck. Gu Chen neither dodged nor flinched, merely watching as the staff approached. The upperclassman, taken aback by Gu Chen's lack of evasion, hesitated, not wishing to cause harm. Thus, he tempered his strength, altering the trajectory of the strike downward. Gu Chen, observing the upperclassman's restraint, smiled. The upperclassman was not saving Gu Chen, but rather himself. For if the staff had struck Gu Chen with full force, the recoil would have shattered it upon impact, with the disastrous consequences for the weapon's spirit being all too evident. The staff struck Gu Chen as if it were colliding with impenetrable steel, rebounding forcefully and striking the upperclassman in the face. In an instant, the upperclassman was caught off guard, blood gushing from his nose. With a casual motion, Gu Chen delivered a light palm strike to the upperclassman's abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards several meters to land heavily on the ground. This was merely a display of Gu Chen's restraint. Had he invoked the Golden Dragon King's power, even with his strength sealed, the upperclassman would have been reduced to a mere mist of blood. Bored, Gu Chen shook his head and turned back to the dining hall, retrieving a bag filled with gold soul coins. Addressing Gu Yue Na and the others, he said, "Let us ascend to the 2nd floor for our meal." Amidst the cheers of the work-study students, Gu Chen led them upstairs. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar figure and hurried over. "Teacher, have you come for a meal as well?" The master nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Have you gathered everything?" Tang San replied respectfully, "Thank you for the betting, teacher." The master, having already witnessed the events unfold, understood that Gu Chen would take Tang San and the others to the 2nd floor, so he did not extend another invitation, proceeding directly upstairs. At this juncture, Wang Sheng approached Tang San. "Do you know the master?" Tang San nodded, affirming, "He is my teacher." Wang Sheng responded with a tone laced with sarcasm, "Really? You are apprenticed to the master? His abilities are rather unimpressive. In our academy, he is merely a guest lecturer, rumored to be here due to his good relationship with the principal. To put it bluntly, he is just living off the academy's resources, approaching 50 years of age. And yet his soul power has not surpassed the rank of Great Soul Master, with a martial spirit only at level 29. It seems unlikely he will ever break through." Tang San raised his head, gazing sternly at Wang Sheng. "I will not permit you to disparage my teacher. This is the first and last time. Otherwise, we shall have no need for this camaraderie. While the master may lack in strength, his theoretical knowledge is commendable. Look at how Tang San's abilities shine. What he requires is a solid foundation in theory. Everyone has different needs, and they merely take what they require." At this moment, Gu Chen languidly remarked. Although Gu Chen similarly belittled the master's strength, he still acknowledged the theories that the master took pride in. Observing this, Tang San gave a slight nod to Gu Chen, developing a modicum of fondness for him. When they reached the 2nd floor dining window, Gu Chen handed a bag of gold soul coins to the cafeteria lady and ordered an extravagant feast for 2 large tables. The entire bag of coins was sufficient to sustain an ordinary soul master family for 3 years. After the group of students had their fill, they returned to the dormitory, thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, Gu Chen's standing in their eyes had even surpassed that of the school teachers, for the teachers would never treat them to a meal. After leaving the cafeteria, Tang San set off alone in search of the master, returning to the dormitory after quite some time. He apologized to Gu Chen and Xiao Wu, saying, "Gu Lao, Xiao Wu, I may need to venture out tomorrow. I'm uncertain how long I will be away, so I wanted to inform you in advance." Gu Chen understood that Tang San was preparing to accompany the master to acquire his first soul ring, responding with a simple acknowledgement. Xiao Wu, curious, inquired out, "Where to?" Tang San did not conceal the truth. "The teacher mentioned that my soul power is now full, and that I should promptly obtain my first soul ring to continue my cultivation. He intends to take me to find a suitable one. You haven't even started school yet, and you must leave. Is the soul ring truly that significant?" Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, while Gu Yue Na beside Gu Chen also appeared slightly unsettled. Gu Chen gently patted Gu Yue Na's small head, speaking softly in a tone only she and Xiao Wu could hear. "Survival of the fittest is the very law of existence in this world, is it not? To alter it, one must first possess the strength to completely transform it. Both Gu Yuena and Xiao Wu shivered slightly, nodding imperceptibly. Go if you must. However, what about our work as students? If you leave, that means the responsibilities will fall upon me. Gu Lao and Sister Na, Xiao Wu retorted, a frown on her face as she gazed at Tang San. Tang San scratched his head, resigned, and replied, I apologize for the inconvenience these days. When I return, I will take on the responsibilities for this semester, and you will still receive your share of the remuneration. How about that? Gu Chen and the others nodded. And thus the matter was settled. In the dead of night, as expected, Tang San and Xiao Wu stealthily slipped out of the dormitory, off to indulge in their romantic escapades, or rather, to practice. At this moment, Gu Chen opened his eyes, sat up, and turned to the equally awake Gu Yuena, softly inquiring, shall we go take a look? Gu Yuena turned her head to gaze at Gu Chen, whose chiseled features appeared strikingly handsome under the moonlight. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. The Gathering of the First Soul Ring. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena silently trailed behind, or rather, discreetly safeguarded Tang San and Xiao Wu. They observed as Tang San and Xiao Wu paused not far away. Xiao San, look. There are so many stars in the sky. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Tang San felt a sense of helplessness. He had to acquire his first spirit ring the following day and certainly could not face it with dark circles under his eyes. You brought me out here just to gaze at the stars. Xiao Wu glanced around to ensure they were alone and stepped closer to Tang San. Of course not. I sought you out for. As she approached him, Tang San's face flushed slightly. Suddenly, a scorpion braid transformed into a shadow, lashing towards Tang San's neck. I came to spar with you, Xiao Wu declared, lifting her hand and braid towards him. Her hand was soft and smooth, akin to a bundle of cotton. However, Tang San was in no mood to appreciate such beauty. He was horrified to discover that Xiao Wu's arm had twisted unnaturally, not only ensnaring his hand, but also extending instantly to wrap around his arm. Meanwhile, her scorpion braid coiled around his neck like a third hand. Tang San abruptly tilted his head back, leaning away to evade her grasp, while simultaneously activating his Xian Tian Gong to empower his arms. But to his surprise, Xiao Wu's grip suddenly loosened, and an immense force struck his waist, causing him to lose balance and fall backward. Xiao Wu then pinned his shoulders down, straddling him. So, what do you say? Do you concede? A round of applause suddenly echoed, drawing the attention of both. TSK, 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 out late at night and showing off your affection. Such young ones, not learning properly, girl over boy? It was Gu Chen, who approached with a teasing smile. The two sprang apart as if shocked. Xiao Wu instantly lowering her head, her face as red as an apple. Tang San's cheeks were equally flushed, but he pointed at Gu Chen's companion, Gu Yuena. In retort, and what about you and Sister Na out here at night? Is it to flaunt your love? At this, Gu Yuena's face turned crimson, and she indignantly replied, Tang San, you're asking for a beating. Come, let us spar. Tang San was unaware of Gu Yuena's true strength, as she had been well protected by Gu Chen and had not engaged in a fight since entering the dormitory. Thus, it was no wonder he accepted her challenge. Gu Chen chuckled to himself, noting that Tang San was like a young calf unaware of the tiger's ferocity. Even he could not confidently claim he could defeat Gu Yuena. This would be an interesting spectacle. Gu Yuena was the first to strike, sending forth a palm that manifested as a fiery hand, hurtling towards Tang San. He was taken aback. A fire element spirit? A hint of purple flashed in Tang San's eyes as he instinctively activated his purple extreme magic eye, causing the fiery hand's speed to noticeably diminish. He employed the ghost shadow phantom step, darting swiftly to the side. Just then, the ground beneath him transformed into a mire, ensnaring his feet as if it were a potent adhesive, pulling him downward. In an instant, Tang San's calves were ensnared within the ground, rendering him unable to evade the fiery palm strike. However, it was evident that Gu Yuena possessed exceptional control over her soul power. The fiery palm struck Tang San directly, merely scorching his garments, while his body remained uninjured, aside from the sensation of heat. I concede, Tang San lamented, feeling helpless with his legs immobilized. A faint smile finally graced Gu Yuena's lips as she returned to stand behind Gu Chen, her silver hair billowing in the night breeze, exuding a unique beauty. Having employed both fire and earth elemental abilities, was she a dual-element martial soul? Or perhaps, like him, she possessed twin martial souls. Tang San was filled with perplexity, but refrained from inquiring further, feeling too bashful to approach her. The following day, Tang San rose early, setting out with his master to acquire his first soul ring. Shortly after his departure, Gu Chen awoke and proceeded to rouse the slumbering Gu Yuena and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you have yet to solidify your first soul ring, correct? Let us gather our first soul rings together, he proposed. Xiao Wu nodded softly, inquiring, Master, are we returning to the Stardow Forest? Gu Chen shook his head, responding, "The Stardow Forest is too distant from here. We shall head directly to the Soul Hunting Forest. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the origin of our soul rings." Thus, Gu Chen entrusted the student tasks for the coming days to Wang Sheng and the others. Having treated them to a lavish meal the previous day at the expense of several gold soul coins, they readily accepted the responsibility. Gu Chen made another trip to the Spirit Hall's branch, applying for a basic access token. With Xiao Wu and Gu Yuena in tow, he rented a horse-drawn carriage and set off for the Soul Hunting Forest. The market outside the Soul Hunting Forest buzzed with activity. Yet as the trio was merely there to solidify their soul rings and not to hunt soul beasts, they required minimal supplies. Consequently, they disembarked from the carriage and approached the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest, presenting their token to the captain of the guards for verification. Gu Chen and his companions were granted entry. Once inside the Soul Hunting Forest, they felt at ease, as no soul beast dared approach within 100 meters of them without permission. The group swiftly made their way to the center of the forest, temporarily borrowing the habitat of the millennium-old soul beast, the Millennium Intelligent Ape, that had evaded capture. "Xiao Wu, you shall solidify your soul ring first. Gu Yuena and I will provide you with protection," Gu Chen instructed. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master." Gu Chen gently shook his head, replying, "It is no trouble. I promised the sky blue bull python I would watch over you." Realizing it was the mighty Ming, Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement and sat cross-legged, gradually channeling her soul power into a circular formation. Behind her, the silhouette of a pure white rabbit emerged, her true form, the 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit. Behind her, the soul ring gradually transformed from transparent to a milky white hue, indicative of a decade-long soul ring. An hour later, it shifted to a deep yellow. After a considerable time, the color of the soul ring ceased to change, and the fluctuations of soul power began to wane. The yellow first soul ring then drew into Xiao Wu's being, and she opened her pink eyes, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Xiao Wu's first soul ring has successfully coalesced. Gu Chen nodded gently and remarked, "Next, Gu Yuena and I shall condense our soul rings. You will serve as our guardian and ensure that no one approaches this place." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Gu Yuena gracefully seated herself, and a spectral image of a 7-colored silver dragon emerged behind her, causing Xiao Wu, who was stationed nearby to safeguard them, to tremble slightly. 7 luminous orbs appeared in Gu Yuena's palm, each representing one of the 7 elements: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. Chapter 7. Are you teaching me to act? The 7 luminous orbs began to swirl upwards, gradually coalescing into a vibrant halo above Gu Yuena's head. After a considerable time, the colors of the halo slowly transformed into transparency, subsequently repeating the sequence of changes observed in Xiao Wu's previous soul ring. Gu Chen also settled into a meditative position, preparing to condense his own soul ring. Suddenly, a chime resonated, detecting the current circumstances of the host, activating task selection. Task: halt the soul ring condensation and assist Tang San in hunting the century-old soul beast, the mandala snake, located 500 meters to the southeast. Reward: increase mental power by 1,000 points and receive a trident. Task: unseal the first seal and condense a soul ring of over 1,000 years. Reward: increase mental power by 900 points and receive a soul power enhancement card, which unconditionally elevates soul power by 1 level for soul kings and below. Not applicable for personal use. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. Accept the task, Gu Chen silently affirmed, setting aside the improbability of assisting in the hunt for the soul beast, given that even if he were willing, the distance would render his efforts futile by the time he arrived. Tang San would likely have already dispatched the mandala snake. The second task, however, was one he could easily accomplish. Although the increase in mental power was 100 points less than the first task, the reward of 900 points was still substantial. Gu Chen closed his eyes, and the spectral image of the Golden Dragon King gradually ascended from behind him, its formidable claws glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. With a crack, the first seal shattered under Gu Chen's mental command. The overwhelming energy derived from the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King surged through his very core. Simultaneously, a golden light emanated from his palm, transforming into a golden halo. After some time, the golden halo became transparent, mirroring the process of Xiao Wu's soul ring condensation. However, at the stage of the century soul ring, it did not immediately retract into Gu Chen's body. Thus, the soul ring continued to siphon energy from Gu Chen, exerting pressure upon his form. Nonetheless, the physique of the Golden Dragon King was far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. Even after enduring numerous seals, Gu Chen's physique was remarkably more powerful than that of an ordinary soul master. The deep yellow soul ring gradually transformed into a light purple hue. After another hour had passed, the color stabilized to a deep purple, signifying 8,000 years of existence. As the soul ring converged, Gu Chen opened his eyes. Not far away, Gu Yuena had already condensed her first soul ring, which was of a light purple shade. Although Gu Yuena possessed the formidable physique characteristic of the dragon lineage, her mastery over elemental control, coupled with an exceptionally strong mental force, rendered her physically less robust than Gu Chen. Gu Chen sensed the seals within his body. The only advantage of the self-imposed seal over the externally enforced ones was that he could unseal it at will without suffering any backlash. However, Gu Chen was not foolish enough to release the seal hastily. His power, rooted in the Golden Dragon King, was derived from the Dragon God. Without a gradual and methodical approach to cultivation, he would never truly surpass the Dragon God. Now that we have completed the condensation of our soul rings, let us hasten our return to the Nodding Academy, Gu Yuena suggested softly. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. The trio captured 3 flying soul beasts within the soul hunting forest and swiftly returned to the entrance. A glance back revealed that the 3 flying soul beasts continued to bow in reverence before Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. With a smile, Gu Chen exited the soul hunting forest. After leaving the soul hunting forest, Xiao Wu parted ways with the two. She ventured alone to the spirit hall to register her identity as a soul master, while Gu Chen and Gu Yuena returned directly to the academy. The reason for their decision not to register was twofold. Firstly, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena had no intention of joining the spirit hall at this time, as their 1,000-year soul rings would undoubtedly attract recruitment from the hall, and Gu Chen wished to avoid complications. Secondly, Gu Chen's golden soul coins were more than sufficient, negating any need for the meager subsidies. Upon returning to their dormitory, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena began their cultivation on the bed until the boisterous return of Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng disrupted the tranquility. Gu Chen, those upperclassmen are utterly outrageous. They bullied me. That scoundrel named Xiao even demanded I become his pet rabbit. If I endure this, I shall no longer be called Xiao Wu. Gu Chen opened his eyes to find Xiao Wu pouting before him, lamenting her plight. Recalling this sequence of events, Gu Chen ceased his training, rose, and clapped his hands. All right, let us go. Those upperclassmen are too arrogant. They must be taught a lesson. Do not disrupt Gu Yuena's cultivation. I shall handle this alone. Xiao Wu nodded, signaling Wang Sheng and the others to be quiet. And thus the group stealthily exited the dormitory. They're currently in the woods behind the academy. Let us hurry. Wang Sheng encouraged. Gu Chen shot him a sidelong glance. Are you instructing me on what to do? Not at all. Not at all. Wang Sheng quickly replied, backtracking. Upon reaching the back mountain, a group of senior students came into view, among them a tall figure exuding an air of youthful exuberance, though the contempt and disdain etched upon his face marred the harmony of his countenance. This individual was none other than the leader of the senior students at Nodding Academy, known as Big Brother Xiao. Little girl, you still have time to regret your choices. Of course, I wouldn't mind having an additional pet rabbit. Your martial spirit is indeed a rabbit, isn't it? Big Brother Xiao mocked upon spotting Xiao Wu. At that moment, Gu Chen stepped forward. Ding dong. Your friend Zhu and Gu Chen has logged in. Kid, I truly envy your skin. It's remarkably well preserved. Almost as thick as your mother's ashes. Gu Chen began, unleashing a torrent of sharp words. Since verbal sparring precedes physical confrontation, why not amplify the fire? Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to speak? Big Brother Xiao roared in response. Truly, a man lacking in culture, so easily provoked. Oh, I'm merely a fortune teller. May I ask what you are? Gu Chen retorted without resorting to foul language. I am nothing of consequence. No, you are the one who is worthless. Big Brother Xiao stammered incoherently. Unfazed, Gu Chen continued. You are indeed a draft of God's creation. Your appearance is quite imaginative. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and the others observed with expressions of learned admiration. Are we still going to fight, or what? I want to bully you. You have 11 people here, so we will also send out 11. We will take turns. The one who wins can continue to face the next opponent until all of one side is defeated. Big Brother Xiao's composure shattered as he delineated the rules of engagement. Seeing that Big Brother Xiao had abandoned his verbal jabs, Gu Chen chuckled softly. Stepping forward to declare, there's no need for such complications. You can all come at me together. If anyone manages to defeat me, you win. He then turned to Wang Sheng and the others, saying, just hold back. Dealing with these insignificant ants is more than sufficient for me alone. Big Brother, you should stop Gu Chen. Wang Sheng urged. Wang Sheng, you must have faith in him. Big Brother is incredibly strong. Xiao Wu shook her head, reassured. What brand of trash bag are you? You can hold so much. Big Brother Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his wits, he seemed apprehensive about Gu Chen retracting his words. Then it settled. Lulong, you go first. A senior student stepped forward. Lulong. with a radiant yellow light emanating from his hand as a staff over 2 meters in length materialized. This martial spirit bore a resemblance to the one Gu Chen had previously vanquished outside the cafeteria. Kid, with such a silver tongue. If I don't knock you down for a few days, I'll no longer be called Lu. Lu Long declared. Then if you lose, you shall be known as the withered flower and defeated willow. Xiao Wu interjected before Gu Chen could respond. It seemed Xiao Wu had learned quite a bit from Gu Chen over the past few days. Lu Long's expression turned cold, and without uttering a word, he swiftly advanced, bringing his staff crashing down upon Gu Chen's head. Gu Chen did not unleash his martial soul. Instead, he lightly struck a palm towards Lu Long's chest. Lu Long, perceiving Gu Chen's lack of martial soul as a sign of contempt, felt a surge of anger. He disregarded Gu Chen's seemingly effortless palm strike and increased the force on his long staff. However, Xiao Wu and the others had witnessed Gu Chen's prowess outside the cafeteria, and upon seeing Lu Long completely ignore the attack, they silently mourned for him for a few seconds. With a resounding slap, Gu Chen's palm made contact with Lu Long's chest, causing it to cave in slightly. Lu Long was propelled backward nearly 10 meters, crashing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, unconscious. The onlookers, including Xiaoda, were left speechless. In the 8th chapter, is Xiao Wu going to meet the parents? Xiaoda waved his hand, summoning a junior to inspect Lu Long. The report came back. Lu Long was fine, merely unconscious due to his spirit power being sealed. Xiaoda nodded, his expression darkening. I merely sealed his spirit power. It will automatically unseal in one day, Gu Chen remarked with a smile. Ling Feng, it's your turn, Xiaoda commanded, as a slender, small-nosed senior stepped forward. Ling Feng was a speed-type spirit master. Believing Gu Chen to be a power-type spirit master based on the strength demonstrated in his previous strike, Xiaoda sent Ling Feng into battle. Knowing that speed-type masters countered power types, you'd better unleash your martial soul, otherwise, you cannot defeat me, Ling Feng declared. Gu Chen simply shook his head, replying, there's no need. Ling Feng, feeling slighted just like Lu Long, grew cold and charged at Gu Chen. His movements were exceptionally agile, and as he approached Gu Chen, he suddenly flipped around to strike from behind, swinging both arms towards Gu Chen's neck. However, at that very moment, Gu Chen elbowed backward, delivering a powerful blow to Ling Feng's nose, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. The 900 points of mental power Gu Chen had received upon completing a system task were not to be trifled with. He had detected Ling Feng's position the instant he appeared behind him. With a swift side kick, Ling Feng soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the ranks of senior students. Xiaoda murmured, damn it, is there going to be a change in the tides? Are the lower grade students this formidable now? Next, Gu Chen declared coldly, though there was an air of arrogance about him. Wang Sheng, who had endured countless beatings from Xiaoda, seized the moment to gloat. What do you think, Xiaoda? Aren't you impressed? Our Gu Chen hasn't even used his spirit power. I suggest you concede to avoid further suffering. Xiaoda, his face grim, stepped forward. Having suffered 2 defeats, it was time for him to take action. He pondered that apart from himself, there was no one stronger than Ling Feng on his side. If the dwindling morale could not be restored promptly, there would be no need to continue the remaining duels. Only by defeating this young man before him with fierce methods, and subsequently overcoming Xiao Wu, could he restore his reputation as the leader of the academy. Xiao Laoda coldly regarded Gu Chen. The disdain and contempt that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by a solemn gravity. Xiao Chenyu, a 6th grade student, possessed the martial soul of a wolf and was an 11th level, one-ring battle soul master. Announcing one's martial soul and rank is a sign of respect towards one's opponent. Unless one is unafraid of making a lifelong enemy, it is customary to reciprocate the declaration of martial souls, signifying mutual respect and a desire to hone one's skills. This, Gu Chen had gleaned from the original text. At this moment, Gu Chen summoned the Golden Dragon King, layers of golden dragon scales enveloping his body, leaving only his face exposed to the air. The immense phantom of the Golden Dragon radiated a heavy draconic majesty, overwhelming Xiao Chenyu, a wielder of a lesser beast martial soul, to the point of breathlessness. Concurrently, a circle of deep purple 1,000-year soul rings slowly ascended from beneath Gu Chen's feet, hovering above his head. Gu Chen, a first-year student, wielded the martial soul of the Golden Dragon and was a 13th level, one-ring battle soul master. A 1,000-year soul ring. Not only Xiao Chenyu, but even Wang Sheng and the others, aside from Xiao Wu, were taken aback. Not far away, Tang San, who had been observing from a branch, could no longer contain himself. He leapt down and hurried to Gu Chen, inquiring, Big Brother Gu, how did you acquire a 1,000-year soul ring? This surpasses the limits described by our teacher. Even I nearly failed when merging a 100-year soul ring. The agony Tang San endured while trying to absorb a 100-year mandala snake soul ring was unimaginable. He could hardly fathom how Gu Chen withstood the torment of integrating a 1,000-year soul ring. This is a matter for another time. Gu Chen nodded at Tang San, then turned to Xiao Qinyu and asked, "Are we still fighting?" At this moment, Xiao Qinyu realized the extraordinary nature of Gu Chen's abilities and immediately conceded, "No more fighting. From now on, you are the leader of Nodding Academy." With that, Xiao Qinyu turned to his peers, "Come greet Big Brother Gu." A group of senior students bowed deeply to Gu Chen, who, indifferent to their homage, waved them away dismissively. Then, Gu Chen addressed Tang San. What Master spoke of regarding the limits of soul rings is indeed true for ordinary soul masters. However, have you considered that the maximum age limit for soul rings absorbed by a soul master is related to the physical constitution of the soul master themselves? The words spoken by Gu Chen seemed to open a new door for Tang San, who was profoundly shaken by the implications. If you diligently cultivate your body during this period, and with the aid of herbs or heavenly materials, perhaps when you reach level 20, you might absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, Gu Chen encouraged, patting Tang San's shoulder. And what about you? At merely 6 years of age, you surely did not begin your physical cultivation from the womb, did you? How is it that you can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? I see your soul ring is deep purple. It must be approaching 8,000 years, I fear. Surely, only a soul master can absorb such a soul ring. Tang San retorted. Gu Chen merely chuckled, stating, "My martial spirit is the progenitor of strength, the golden dragon. Since the awakening of my spirit, I have possessed a physical resilience that is unparalleled. In contrast, your martial spirit is the plant-based blue-silver grass." Although Gu Chen was aware that Tang San's true martial spirit was the blue-silver emperor, he refrained from stating it outright. Tang San, suddenly enlightened, took a step back and clasped his fists in gratitude, bowing slightly, "Thank you." Though Gu Chen was not his mentor, he had imparted knowledge of immense significance. At a loss for how to reciprocate, Tang San could think of no better way than to show his respect. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, "It's nothing. Go back and cultivate." Instead of returning to the dormitory with Gu Chen and the others, Tang San chose to register his identity as a soul master at the Martial Spirit Hall. After Gu Chen became the leader of Nodding Academy, he delegated the tasks of the work-study students to Xiao Qinyu and others. His days were largely spent attending theoretical classes at the academy and cultivating in the dormitory, which suited him just fine. The only source of amusement for him was the occasional playful banter with Gu Yuena. Her smiles never failed to leave him mesmerized. Even having read the original text, the theoretical knowledge from the academy proved to be profoundly beneficial. As a year passed, Gu Chen's cultivation reached level 19, while Gu Yuena attained level 18. "Xiao Wu, Big Brother Gu, Sister Na, tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. Are you returning home?" Tang San inquired while packing his belongings. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "No, the three of us will likely remain at the academy." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "It's been a year. Aren't you all going home to visit?" "Home?" Gu Chen was momentarily lost in thought, wondering how his family was faring in this lifetime and if they mourned his absence. At that moment, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. "Tang San, isn't your home close to the academy? How about I accompany you back for a visit? Is this a meeting of the parents?" Tang San smiled gently. Understanding Xiao Wu well, "My family is rather impoverished. There's not much to entertain you with." Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, her big eyes glaring at Tang San. "You're frugal with your monthly allowance, yet you worry about hosting me?" Tang San merely chuckled. "Speaking of allowances, you seem to owe Sister Na 6 silver soul coins, don't you?" He glanced over at Gu Yuena, who was casually eating bread not far away. "Is it just 6 silver soul coins?" "You still haven't answered whether you're willing to let me accompany you," Xiao Wu insisted. Tang San smiled. "If you wish to go, then go ahead. However, my father can be quite temperamental." Turning to Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, he invited, "Big Brother Gu, Sister Na, why not join us? Staying in the dormitory can feel rather lonely." Though Gu Chen longed to express that with Gu Yuena as company, he felt anything but lonely. However, faced with Tang San's invitation, he found it difficult to decline, merely nodding in agreement and saying, "Sure." Gu Yuena took a bite of bread, quickly chewing and swallowing, adding, "I will go with my brother." Chapter 9. Ascending the mountain together. Early the next morning, as Tang San set out, a lively young girl accompanied him, with a pair of handsome youths following closely behind. "How much farther is it?" Xiao Wu inquired, glancing around curiously. "We are nearly there. Do you see that mountain over there? Our holy soul village lies at its foot." "We are almost home," Tang San replied, his excitement palpable. "Home? Is it truly so wonderful?" Gu Yuena questioned, observing Tang San's enthusiasm with intrigue. Tang San, taken aback, looked at Gu Yuena and explained, "Home is a harbor for the soul, a refuge after enduring the tribulations of the world. Each return journey is a joy, and every homecoming is a delightful surprise. Have you never returned home? A surprise? I fear that what may initially be a surprise could soon turn into a fright, Ancient Chen thought to himself. Well aware of the unfolding narrative, taking Gu Yuena's hand, Ancient Chen apologetically addressed Tang San. I apologize for dampening your spirits. Gu Yuena and I have been orphans since childhood and have never experienced the feeling of home, which is why she asked you that. Ancient Chen fabricated a backstory, which held a kernel of truth, as they were indeed born from the division of the dragon god. It was not entirely inaccurate to refer to themselves as orphans. Tang San, hearing this, expressed his regret. I am truly sorry for touching upon a painful subject. Ancient Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. Before long, the group had entered Holy Soul Village, with Tang San's home situated at the village's entrance. He raised his hand, pointing to a dilapidated sign atop a roof, and said to Ancient Chen and the others, Look, that is my home. With home now in sight, Tang San's emotions surged with excitement, his pace quickening as he hurried to the door. Due to Tanghao's habit, the door to their abode, much like his departure, remained ajar. After all, there was little of value to steal from the modest blacksmith shop. Dad, I'm back, Tang San shouted with enthusiasm. Xiao Wu had never seen him so animated and stood behind him, curious. Oh, Xiao San, you have returned, a gentle voice resonated, as an elderly figure emerged from within. The person appeared aged, yet their eyes still held vigor. Upon seeing him, Tang San paused momentarily, exclaiming, Grandpa Jack, you are here. Where's my father? Noticing the renowned village chief, Old Jack, Ancient Chen paid him closer attention. Old Jack responded with a wry smile. Look for yourself, this is what your father left behind. I came to find him this morning, intending to have him accompany me to welcome you, only to discover you had already returned. Tang San's initial excitement had transformed into tension as he silently accepted the paper and began to read. Behold, the surprise has swiftly morphed into a fright. Ancient Chen held on to Gu Yuena's hand, choosing not to interrupt him. After perusing the letter, Tang San found himself engulfed in a wave of melancholy, even issuing an eviction order to the venerable Old Jack, whom he deeply respected. With Old Jack's departure, the forge was left in silence, occupied solely by Tang San and Gu Chen. Tang San remained reticent, silently tidying the disheveled space. Ding! The system detected the host's current predicament and initiated a daily choice. 1. Assist Tang San in organizing the room. 2. Remain aloof and indifferent. 3. Engage in sarcastic jibes to exacerbate the situation. I choose. Gu Chen mused quietly, joining forces with Gu Yuena to help Tang San restore order to the scattered belongings. Just then, Xiao Wu entered from outside, carrying fresh water to wipe down the furniture within. As the sun began its descent, four small figures sat side by side before the forge. The girl with scorpion braids on the far left turned her head to gaze at the unremarkable boy in the middle, resting her chin on her hands, yearning to speak, yet ultimately restraining herself. Xiao Wu, Gu de Gu, Na Jia. Thank you. It was the plain-looking boy who broke the silence. I appreciate your unwavering companionship. Tang San lowered his gaze to the ground, his eyes clouded with a hint of wistfulness. Do not fret. Your father has merely stepped away temporarily. Everyone has their own aspirations, and once he has fulfilled his duties, he will certainly return to you. After all, you are his only son, Gu Chen reassured, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Tang San winced in pain, feeling as though his shoulder might shatter under Gu Chen's formidable strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu tossed her long scorpion braid in front of her and chimed in. Without your father, you still have us as your friends. If you seek a relative, I wouldn't mind being your sister. Come on, call me Xiao Wu Jia and let me hear it. Gazing at Xiao Wu's playful demeanor and her cheeks aglow with the sunset's warmth, Tang San couldn't help but smile. If you wish to be my sister, I have no objections. If memory serves me right, although we are of the same age, you seem to be a few months younger than I. Not a chance. I shall only be your sister, not your younger sibling. Xiao Wu playfully smacked Tang San's head. Romantic relationships often blossom from sibling-like bonds, Gu Chen silently quipped, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Gu Yuena. At that moment, Gu Yuena sat with her knees drawn to her chest, her amethyst-like eyes gazing dreamily at the setting sun, seemingly lost in thought. Her long silver hair cascaded down, with several strands dancing in the wind, softly landing in Gu Chen's palm. Suddenly, Tang San sprang to his feet, standing 3 meters ahead of Gu Chen and the others. His expression was grave, as if he had made a momentous decision. Xiao Wu, Gu de Gu, Na Jia. Let us ascend the mountain. I wish to show you something. Climb? Ascend the mountain. Gu Chen's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, pondering whether this was a prelude to something sinister. Xiao Wu did not ponder much and simply followed suit. Gu Chen, however, was aware of what was about to unfold, though he was surprised that Tang San had called upon both him and Gu Yuena. grasping Gu Yuena's delicate hand. Gu Chen trailed behind Tang San up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Tang San stood against the backdrop of the setting sun. His eyes already veiled in shades of purple. Xiao Wu, this is where I once practiced my skills. I have a serious question for you, and I hope you will answer it earnestly. Xiao Wu instinctively shot back. Were you a towel in your past life? Why so twisted? In the next moment, she quickly realized her error. I apologize, Xiao San. After learning quite a bit from old Gu, I reacted impulsively. Please, ask your question. She failed to notice Gu Chen nearby, wearing a look of exasperation. The once perfect atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Nonetheless, Tang San pressed on. Xiao Wu, I truly wish I could have a sister like you. Although I cannot provide you with the luxuries of nobility, I can offer you a promise. I will always protect my sister and ensure she suffers no harm. As Xiao Wu gazed into Tang San's eyes, her own began to glisten with unshed tears. What if one day, many people wish to kill me, and those are foes you cannot defeat? What then? A subtle smile broke across Tang San's face. Then let them first step over my corpse. Chapter 10, The Rose Hotel. Brother. Xiao Wu's simple exclamation shattered the tranquility between the two. Thank you, sister. Tang San trembled as he clasped Xiao Wu's hand. He then turned to Gu Chen. Old Gu, would you be willing to be my brother? Ding. The system detected the current situation of the host and initiated a plot choice. 1. Acknowledge Tang San as a brother and establish a fraternal bond. Bonus. Autumn Water's Clarity Elixir. Soul Power Enhancement Card X1. Unconditionally raises soul power by 1 level for soul kings and below. Cannot be used on oneself. 2. Maintain a platonic friendship with Tang San. Bonus. Celestial Grade Rare Herb. Heavenly Chrysanthemum X1. Spirit Power Enhancement of 100 points. I choose, Gu Chen silently declared. Ding. Autumn Water's Clarity Elixir. Soul Power Enhancement card has been stored in the system backpack. Please check. Gu Chen smiled at Tang San and said, From now on, you shall call me Brother Chen. Tang San suddenly inquired. Then, Brother Chen, if one day many people wish to kill us, and you find yourself unable to defeat them, what will you do? Gu Chen's eyes flashed with fierce determination. If that day should come, I would fight to the death, biting off a piece of them to render them incapable of pursuing you. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming down his face. Brother Chen. Gu Chen took Gu Yuena's hand and said, Gu Yuena has always been my sister. Since I am now your elder brother, you must also refer to her as sister. Just like before, you can call her Na-Er-Jia. In unison, Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed, Na-Er-Jia. Little Dance had completely forgotten the distinction between primary and secondary. In her eyes, the once exalted Gu Chen and Gu Yuena had now become her elder brother and sister. Tang San, I must pose a question to you, Gu Chen said, his eyes narrowing slightly. If in the future, due to our differing stances, we find ourselves on opposing sides, what will you do? Tang San was momentarily taken aback and replied, Do not worry, Brother Chen. If we must be adversaries, I shall certainly spare your life. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Gu Chen broke into a smile. I feel the same way. 5 years later, the Balik Kingdom lay to the south of the Heaven Do Empire, bordering the Fasnuo province. Though termed a kingdom, its area is merely 3/4 that of Fasnuo province. It is one of the 4 principal kingdoms within the Heaven Do Empire. The southern border of the Balik Kingdom directly adjoins the Star Luo Empire, making it the most formidable in military strength among the 4 kingdoms of the Heaven Do Empire, effectively serving as the empire's gateway. Soto City, situated in the lush heart of the Balik Kingdom's Lima Plain, is renowned as the granary of Balik. At this moment, just past noon, the sun blazed fiercely as 4 young individuals, 2 boys and 2 girls, entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appeared to be mere teenagers, carrying no luggage. The leading boy was simply dressed and rather unremarkable in appearance, almost indistinguishable in a crowd. He wore a belt adorned with 24 jade stones, a gift from the master to Tang San as a token of apprenticeship. Beside him stood a girl with neatly braided hair that cascaded down to her calves. 5 years later, Little Dance had grown slightly taller than Tang San, donning a pink outer garment that hugged her form closely. Behind them was a striking young man, with glossy, straight hair and sharply defined features, including elegant eyebrows, penetrating black eyes, and a thin, slightly pursed mouth. His tall and slender physique resembled that of an eagle in the night, exuding an air of aloofness and authority, radiating a formidable presence that commanded respect. This young man was Gu Chen, who, upon reaching the rank of Soul Master, had completely subdued the domineering and ferocious aura of the Golden Dragon King, now emanating an air of inviolable chill. Yet, to those he knew, Gu Chen remained warm and approachable, akin to a friendly older brother. In his hand, he held the transformed Gu Yuena, whose figure had matured splendidly over the past 5 years. Her beauty now strikingly pronounced in a light purple dress that showcased her alluring figure. Her delicate brows occasionally arched, and her amethyst-like large eyes were now curiously surveying the sights of Soto City. At last, we have arrived at the Soto City. I truly do not understand what Master was thinking. Several mid-level Soul Master Academies had openly expressed their willingness to accept us unconditionally. Yet he insists on having you take an entrance exam at this dilapidated institution that lacks even a proper ranking. Little Dance exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow in frustration. Tang San smiled faintly. The teacher asked me to take the exam, but did not request your presence. Why must you insist on tagging along? Fortunately, the Balak Kingdom borders the Fasno province. Otherwise, your complaints would be even more pronounced. Xiao Wu cast an exasperated glance at Tang San, truly heartless. Did I not come here for you, alongside Gu and Nok? Regardless, as we do not begin classes until the day after tomorrow, I demand you accompany me for a couple of days of amusement in this city of Soto, to compensate for the emotional wounds of my tender heart. Wouldn't you agree, Gu? Gu Chen chuckled silently, merely nodding in agreement. Beside him, Gu Yue Na was also amused by Xiao Wu's antics, covering her mouth with a smile. Upon witnessing Gu Yue Na's smile, Gu Chen wished time would halt, preserving that moment forever. The group first indulged in a modest meal before embarking on a search for accommodation. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu spotted a uniquely charming hotel. Without a doubt, it was the Rose Hotel. Xiao San, Gu Na, let us reside here, Xiao Wu declared, pointing at the hotel's sign. Gu Chen responded with a smile, fully aware of the Rose Hotel's reputation, yet he felt no aversion to it. As they entered the Rose Hotel, Tang San approached the front desk. Could you please provide us with 4 rooms? The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up. Glancing between Tang San and the trio of Xiao Wu, Gu Chen, and Gu Yue Na, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Sir, are you certain you wish to book 4 rooms? Tang San nodded. Is there something amiss? The attendant's eyes gleamed with ambiguity. I apologize, but we only have 1 room available. Gu Chen stepped forward and retrieved a bag of gold soul coins from his system backpack, placing it heavily on the counter. Are you certain there is only 1? The attendant, caught in a dilemma and feeling somewhat awkward, had no choice but to concede. We actually have 2 rooms left. Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Sharing a room with Tang San would suffice, while Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu could occupy the other, which seemed reasonable enough. The attendant, sensing Gu Chen's dissatisfaction, hastily added, rest assured, sir, our rooms are quite spacious and well-equipped, easily accommodating 2 individuals. Very well, Gu Chen replied, handing over the bag filled with gold soul coins. Despite possessing nearly 10,000 coins, it was still insufficient for 5 years of expenses. Like Tang San, Gu Chen had sought part-time work, albeit in a different manner. He had joined a bounty hunter organization and, over 5 years, had completed fewer than 10 assignments, amassing a fortune in gold soul coins. Moreover, during one mission, he had successfully evaded an ambush by 10 soul masters and eliminated 8 of them, thus receiving a system reward of 10 gold soul coins. Hence, he was far from financially constrained. I trust that the last available room is rightfully mine? A sudden voice interrupted the attendant's actions. Chapter 11. Gu Yuena's fierce confrontation with Dai Mubai. Upon hearing that familiar line, Gu Chen did not even need to turn his head. He instantly recognized that the newcomer was the malevolent-eyed Dai Mubai. Tang San and the others glanced back to see 3 figures appearing behind them, advancing towards the counter. 2 girls, adorned with vibrant attire and strikingly similar in appearance, were clearly a pair of twins. In the center stood a broad-shouldered man with flowing golden hair, cascading down to his waist. His eyes possessed an eerie quality, with dual pupils radiating a chilling light from their deep blue depths. Dai Mubai approached the counter, gazing at the attendant, and inquired, "You must be new here, correct? Are you not aware that a room must always be reserved for me?" The attendant hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "May I ask who you are?" Dai Mubai, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, "Fetch your manager." Tang San impulsively retorted, "What brand of trash bag are you, so capable of containing so much?" Immediately regretting his words, he inwardly lamented that he had been tainted by Gu Chen's influence. Mocking someone without knowledge of their strength was an unwise move. Dai Mubai's cold, sinister gaze fell upon Tang San, and he nodded, saying, "Very well. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You possess fluctuations of soul power. You must be soul masters, correct? Then let us see you all come at me together. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall leave at once. Otherwise, I suggest you vacate the premises." Only then did Gu Chen turn around. Realizing that among those whom Dai Mubai referred to as needing to leave was Gu Yue Na, she was his forbidden area. Just as Gu Chen was about to take action, Gu Yue Na grasped his hand, saying, "For the past 5 years, you have protected us. This time, let me take the lead. Rest assured, I have assessed his strength with my mental power. He is far inferior to me." The pride of the Silver Dragon King would not allow her to be treated as a mere ornament in need of protection. Gu Chen hesitated momentarily, then nodded and released her hand. He was well aware of the terrifying extent of Gu Yuena's mental prowess. Over the past 5 years, he had completed over 100 daily selections through the system. It was during the 50th selection that he unlocked the treasure appraisal function, and by the 100th, he gained the ability to view others' attributes. He had seen that Gu Yuena's mental power attributes exceeded his by more than 5-fold. It is worth noting that after consuming the system's reward, the Autumn Insight Elixir, and with the rise in his level, his mental power had reached an impressive 5,000 points, comparable to that of an ordinary Soul King. Meanwhile, 5 times the mental power of a Soul King would require at least the strength of a Soul Sage, wouldn't it? Upon noticing the stunning girl stepping forward from the fore, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had been insulted. What is the meaning of this? You want a defenseless girl to challenge me? Upon beholding Gu Yuena's exquisite visage, he could not bring himself to harm her and suggested with a hint of reluctance. Why not join me instead? I will protect you, unlike them who would merely use you as a shield. Gritting his fists tightly, Gu Chen struggled to suppress the urge to unleash his fury. He understood that if he were to intervene in Gu Yuena's battle, she would undoubtedly resent him. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Gu Yuena's expression hardened, and with a swift motion, 3 blades of wind erupted forth. Without even manifesting her martial soul, she wielded her formidable mental prowess to command the elements. Such a stealthy assault rendered her attack all the more formidable. Dai Mubai was utterly unprepared for the magnitude of her onslaught, unleashed without the aid of her martial spirit, and hastily retreated a few steps. His evil white tiger martial soul instantly taking form to deflect the wind blades. Let us speak civilly, let us speak civilly. Please, do not resort to violence. At that moment, the waiter from earlier emerged from behind, accompanied by a middle-aged man, his face etched with urgency. Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "Manager Wang, your business acumen seems to have sharpened remarkably." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a contrite smile. "Young Master Dai, please do not say that. It is entirely my subordinate's fault. This lad just arrived yesterday, unfamiliar with the rules. I sincerely apologize. I will arrange a room for you immediately." He then turned to Gu Chen and the others, his face a mask of regret. "My apologies, esteemed guests. The last available room is reserved for young Master Dai. If one room is insufficient, I kindly suggest you seek accommodations elsewhere." Gu Yuena's expression darkened. The interruption of her battle by Manager Wang left her decidedly displeased. With her Silver Dragon King martial soul manifesting, 3 soul rings, purple, black, and black, rose sequentially from beneath her feet. The second purple ring boasting a staggering age of at least 9,000 years. The overwhelming pressure rendered Manager Wang immobile as Gu Yuena turned her gaze to Dai Mubai. "If you wish to fight, then let us proceed." 10,000-year soul rings. How could your soul ring's age be so extraordinary? Under the imposing aura of the Silver Dragon King, Dai Mubai felt his evil white tiger martial soul's power diminish drastically, extinguishing any desire for combat. Gu Yuena, martial soul, colorful dragon, 39th level. 3-ring battle soul master. She proclaimed coldly. Dai Mubai broke into a cold sweat. It appeared that evasion was no longer an option. First soul skill, elemental tide. Gu Yuena exclaimed, her light purple soul ring illuminating as radiant colors enveloped her. With a stomp of her foot, the ground beneath her instantaneously froze, spreading towards Dai Mubai like a creeping frost, the ice crystals reaching him in an instant. Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. Daring not to underestimate her, and simultaneously unleashed his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, along with his 1st soul skill, White Tiger Shield. However, how could Gu Yuena's ice be mere ordinary ice? The frigid aura penetrated his energy barrier, assailing Dai Mubai's body with biting cold. Swish! The spatial elements shimmered. And in the next moment, Gu Yuena appeared behind Dai Mubai, a sphere of searing flame manifesting in her palm. She thrust her hand toward his back. Sizzle! The sound of searing echoed, and Dai Mubai let out a wretched cry, crashing to the ground, a waft of savory meat filling the air. Gu Yuena showed no mercy. She leapt and delivered a kick that sent Dai Mubai flying several meters, tracing an arc through the air, akin to a lifeless dog as he landed on the ground, sprawled beneath Gu Chen and the others. At that moment, a luminous sword materialized in Gu Yuena's hand, a manifestation of the light element condensed to its utmost. Just as she was about to plunge the sword into Dai Mubai's throat, Gu Chen hastily intervened, urging, "Nar, hold your hand. We harbor no deep-seated hatred towards him. A lesson suffices." Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Gu Yuena obediently withdrew the sword, halting just a centimeter from Dai Mubai's throat, and stepped to Gu Chen's side. Dai Mubai, as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, bore a visage of sheer terror, coupled with gratitude for Gu Chen's intervention. He could hardly fathom that such a beautiful girl could be so fearsome in combat. Each move lethal. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he managed to rise, the fiery agony causing him to gasp. You must be here to enroll in Shrek Academy, right? If anyone troubles you there, invoke my name, Dai Mubai of the evil-eyed white tiger. Consider this loss on my account, he said to Manager Wang, before limping out of the hotel. Chapter 12, The Purple Rose. This person certainly revels in pretense. Even after such a beating, he still carries himself with airs. Once we reach Shrek Academy, let us avoid any dealings with him. Xiao Wu huffed indignantly. Tang San smiled faintly. Why so? I find him rather agreeable. Despite his condition, he accepts defeat graciously and bears no animosity towards us. Moreover, from his parting words, he seems inclined to look out for us at the academy. Look out for us. With Brother Chun and Sister Nara around, do we require his assistance? Xiao Wu promptly countered. Tang San remained silent. Meanwhile, Gu Chen approached the front desk. Manager Wang, peeking out from behind the counter, was quick to don a cheerful demeanor as Gu Chen approached. Your companion is truly formidable. Even young Master Dai has yielded his room to you. Thankfully, that young lady emerged unscathed. Otherwise, we would have been in a difficult position to explain. Tang San surveyed the disheveled lobby and offered a wry smile. Manager, how much will it cost to repair this place? Manager Wang hastily shook his head. No. It is of no concern to you. Young Master Dai specified that all of this is on him. He is our esteemed guest, and it is merely a matter of account. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and for nearly causing harm to you four. I have decided to waive 3 days of your room charges. Should you stay with us for no more than 3 days, you need not pay. As he spoke, he handed 2 golden keys to Gu Chen, his face beaming with a smile. Gu Chen accepted the keys, somewhat astonished by Manager Wang's tact. Tang San was about to utter something further when Gu Chen interjected, Very well, we shall accept this. With that, he led Tang San and the others inside. I will share a room with Xiao San, and Nar, you can room with Xiao Wu. How does that sound? Gu Chen proposed. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Yet Gu Yue Na expressed her dissent. No, I wish to share a room with you. Our martial spirits complement each other, and if we are too far apart, the effectiveness of our training will be compromised. Seeing Gu Yue Na's assertiveness, Gu Chen scratched his nose and conceded to Tang San. All right then, it seems we shall inconvenience you and Xiao Wu. Tang San furrowed his brow, aware of the propriety regarding mixed gender accommodations. However, out of respect for Gu Chen, he refrained from objecting. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was indifferent, having shared a bed with Tang San at Nuoding Academy for so long that she felt no embarrassment about the arrangement. The room designated for Tang San and his companions was called the Red Ocean. After handing the key to Tang San, Gu Chen took the remaining key and proceeded inside. Not far ahead stood a deep violet door, adorned with purple roses. A string of dark purple crystal roses hung from the door, accompanied by a row of vertically arranged small purple roses. Upon seeing the inscription, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Gu Yue Na blinked, took the key from Gu Chen's hand, and directly opened the grand door to enter. Gu Chen snapped back to reality and followed her inside. The room was spacious, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. Within the hall, all the furnishings were silver, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The deep purple carpet was strewn with freshly picked deep purple roses, while in the center of the hall, the roses formed a large heart shape. This heart, nearly 2 square meters in size, required at least thousands of purple roses to create. Gu Chen hesitated and asked, Nar, if you dislike these roses, I could have the staff remove them. Hearing this, Gu Yue Na turned to Gu Chen, her eyes, so reminiscent of the purple roses, sparkling with curiosity. Is there something wrong with the roses? The blossoming rose signifies humanity's yearning and reverence for love. It is not merely a fleeting dream, but a tangible representation of happiness. Each hue of rose conveys distinct meanings and sentiments, while purple roses symbolize a love that is restrained. This rose hotel, it is that kind of establishment, Gu Chen explained. Gu Yue Na blinked her large eyes, then chuckled softly, her gaze suffused with warmth. Is there any girl who does not appreciate flowers? This place is beautiful. I see no issue with it. Although Gu Chen had witnessed Gu Yue Na smile countless times over the past 5 years, her smile at that moment rendered him momentarily spellbound once again. Surely, no other smile could rival hers, he mused. Gu Yue Na entered the bedroom and sat on the bed to cultivate, while Gu Chen opened the system's character interface in the living room. Ding! The system character interface appeared. Character, Gu Chen. Age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,000,006 years. Strength, 500,000. Normal 39th level soul respect is 1,000. Spiritual power, 5,010. Normal 39th level soul respect is 900. Bloodline, Golden Dragon King Bloodline 99, Dragon God Bloodline 1. Level, 39th level Soul Respect. 3 layers of seal have been unlocked. Soul Rings, purple, black, black. Comprehensive Evaluation. A master who feigns ignorance while concealing great strength, beginning to reveal his true prowess. System Backpack, 100, 860 gold soul coins. Soul Power Enhancement Cards 2. With 3 layers of the seal unlocked, his strength alone surpasses that of his peers by 500 times. Once the 4th layer of the seal is released, his strength is expected to double. He contemplated checking Gu Yuena's attributes. Gu Chen silently recited. Ding. System Character Panel. Character, Gu Yuena. Age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,000,006 years. Strength, 20,000. Normal 39th level Soul Respect is 1,000. Spiritual Power, 30,000. Normal 39th level Soul Respect is 900. Bloodline, Silver Dragon King Bloodline 99, Dragon God Bloodline 1. Level, 39th level Soul Respect. 3 layers of seal have been unlocked. Soul Rings, purple, purple, black. Comprehensive Evaluation. Beneath her exquisite beauty lies unparalleled strength. Gu Chen smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he and Gu Yuena could attain formidable power through their own cultivation. Coupled with the innate bloodline strength of the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings, surpassing the Dragon God may merely be a matter of time. Brother Chen, came Gu Yuena's voice from within the room. Gu Chen responded. Why don't you come in? Let us cultivate together, Gu Yuena gently suggested. Gu Chen's face brightened, and he entered the room. Inside, Gu Yuena sat upright on a large purple bed, spacious enough to accommodate 3 people lying side by side. Gu Chen carefully climbed onto the bed, refraining from any inappropriate actions, as a golden orb of light appeared in his palm. In response, a multicolored orb of light manifested in Gu Yuena's hand, merging with his to form a silver orb. The confluence of golden and silver soul power complemented each other, and in this manner of cultivation, Gu Chen's speed was doubled. This is why Gu Chen and Gu Yuena could reach the 39th level Soul Respect in just 5 years, without the aid of rare materials. A quiet night passed. At dawn, a knock echoed on the door of the Purple Rose Room. Thinking it was a servant, Gu Chen, interrupted in his training, impatiently opened the door, only to find Xiao Wu and Tang San standing there, the latter wearing an expression of helplessness. Brother Chen, will you accompany us for an outing? Don't you and Sister Na feel bored staying in the room all the time? Complained Xiao Wu. Bored? I would gladly meditate with Gu Yuena for an entire year. As soon as Gu Yuena's voice echoed through the room, Gu Chen realized that an unfortunate day was about to unfold. No girl could resist the allure of shopping. Even Gu Yuena was no exception. Chapter 13. The Misfortunate Merchant, Flinder. Upon exiting the Rose Hotel, the group made their way to the bustling commercial street within the city. The pace of life here was notably swifter than the leisurely ambience of Nodding City, with passers-by appearing hurried and preoccupied. The myriad of shops dazzled the senses, and after being dragged through several clothing stores by Gu Yuena, Tang San and Gu Chen felt somewhat lightheaded. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, adhered to her spirit of frugality, merely observing without purchasing, thus sparing Tang San's wallet from depletion. However, Gu Yuena was aware of Gu Chen's wealth. She bought whatever caught her eye, and even assisted Xiao Wu in acquiring several garments. Had it not been for Gu Chen's storage ring, carrying these items would have left him in a state of despair. Brother Chen, look over there. That place seems to be related to Soul Masters, exclaimed Xiao Wu, pointing at a shop with a sign resembling the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chen recognized it as Flinder's establishment. The door was ajar, revealing a dimly lit interior. As they stepped inside, a peculiar energy wave immediately captured their attention, reminiscent of that found in the Spirit Hall, albeit somewhat diminished. These are indeed soul-guiding devices. At that moment, Tang San spotted a piece of bored crystal in Flinder's shop and excitedly approached it. Gu Chen continued to survey the various items on display. Belt Space Soul Guiding Device. Storage capacity, 2 cubic meters. Damage level, 40. Value, 2,000 gold soul coins. Origin, from the tomb of a soul emperor. Bracelet Space Soul Guiding Device. Storage capacity, 3 cubic meters. Damage level, 20. Value, 6,000 gold soul coins. Origin, from the tomb of a soul Douluo. Titanium Black Blade. Combat type, level 1 soul guiding device. Effect, doubles the effects of blade type soul skills. Damage level, 80. Value, 4,000 gold soul coins. Origin, from the tomb of a soul Douluo. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed Flinder was nothing more than a grave robber, brazenly selling stolen artifacts without fear of retribution from the descendants of the deceased. At that moment, Gu Chen noticed a dusty claw set, appearing plain and devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Dragon Soul Claw Set, Combat Type Level 4 Soul Guiding Device. Effect, Amplifies claw-type soul skills by 5-fold. Artifact Spirit, 10,000, year, old black-scaled wyvern. Status, sealed, dragon blood can unlock it. Damage level, 9. Value, 100, 860 gold soul coins. Origin, the tomb of a titled Douluo from the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect a century ago. Gu Chen was astounded. A damage level of 9 was the least he had encountered in any soul guide here. Moreover, as a level 4 soul guide, the dragon-type artifact spirit was what truly captivated him. Grasping the dragon's soul claw gauntlet, Gu Chen made his way towards Flender. All right, 500 gold soul coins, no negotiations. Hand over the money and take it, otherwise, please leave. If you're short on cash, I can accept 200 gold soul coins now. And you can pay the rest gradually, 10 per month, with an interest rate of 10%. The shrewd merchant, Flender, was clearly discomforted by Xiao Wu's retorts. Deal. By the way, where did you get that belt? Flender inquired. This was gifted to me by my teacher. Do you recognize it? You are indeed his disciple. Take this crystal with you. I will send you 10 gold soul coins monthly from now on. No need. The crystal is yours, as it was never of great value. Now, please leave me be. I wish to sleep. As their conversation concluded, Gu Chen arrived before Flender, tossing the dragon's soul claw gauntlet to the ground with feigned disdain. What is the price for this? For a merchant who could be so shamelessly brazen, the best strategy was to act as if he held no interest. Flender frowned as he glanced at the dusty, rust-covered dragon soul claw gauntlet lying on the ground. Not expensive, just 10 gold soul coins. Gu Chen nearly burst into laughter. Flender was indeed oblivious. This dragon soul claw gauntlet, valued at 100,000 gold soul coins, was being sold for a mere 10. Did he truly believe he was profiting? Feigning hesitation, Gu Chen pulled out 10 gold soul coins. Fine, I'll buy it. However, Flender, with his keen eyes, noticed the ecstatic glint in Gu Chen's gaze. You don't have enough money, Flender remarked, smirking. Gu Chen was taken aback, cursing the merchant inwardly. What do you mean I'm short? Flender chuckled maliciously. I've changed my mind. This item is now 1,000 gold soul coins. The price skyrocketed 100-fold. Although it still fell short of the true value of the dragon's soul claw gauntlet, Gu Chen was incensed. Don't think that just because you have a feather in your cap, you're an angel. You know where this came from. Should I expose that a merchant desecrated the tomb of a titled Douluo from the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect? Gu Chen confronted him head-on. As he had yet to finish his words, Flender abruptly emerged, covering Gu Chen's mouth. Oh dear, my little ancestor, where did you acquire this information? I have gifted you this item, but please do not speak of it to others. Gu Chen pried Flander's hand away and took the dragon's soul gauntlet, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing Gu Chen and the others depart, Flander lamented, Alas, I have suffered a significant loss this time. Brother Chen, what do you intend to do with this worthless scrap? Xiao Wu inquired, having entirely forgotten about Tang San's previous incident. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously and led several of them into the bedroom of the Purple Rose. With a swift motion, he conjured a golden dragon claw with his left hand, gently slicing it across his right arm, causing blood to flow and drip onto the dragon's soul gauntlet. The system's appraisal function indicated that the gauntlet required dragon blood for its unsealing. Typically, a soul master would have to hunt dragon soul beasts to procure the necessary blood. However, as Gu Chen's true form was that of the Golden Dragon King, a lineage second only to the dragon god among dragons, his blood was among the purest of dragon blood. As the golden blood fell upon the gauntlet, it erupted in brilliance, the previously rusted surface shattering to reveal its titanium-colored core. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and the ethereal form of the black-scaled dragon's spirit danced within the room. This black-scaled dragon, having absorbed a drop of Gu Chen's Golden Dragon King blood, had undergone a transformation, now rightfully named the Black-Scaled Golden Dragon. The creature obediently prostrated itself before Gu Chen, and upon receiving his approval, returned to the confines of the dragon's soul gauntlet. With the astonished gazes of Tang San and the others upon him, Gu Chen donned the gauntlet, seamlessly merging it with his being. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Upon opening it, Gu Chen found it to be none other than the startled attendant, shaken from the earlier dragon's roar. Esteemed guest, I apologize for the intrusion. May I inquire about the cause of the strange sound? Gu Chen replied nonchalantly, That was merely the sound of my cultivation. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. Yes, of course. The attendant, taken aback, hastily retreated. Soul masters despise being disturbed during their training. Had Gu Chen chosen to eliminate the attendant, no one would have sought to avenge her. Now, let me handle this crystal here as well, Tang San said, retrieving the crystal from the 24 Bridges moonlit night. Chapter 14, Shrek Academy. After placing the crystal on the ground, Tang San took out his forging hammer from the 24 Bridges moonlit night. His hammer was 2 sizes larger than those typically used by ordinary blacksmiths. Since he first employed such a large hammer at the Stone 3 blacksmith shop, he had not made any changes. Xiao Wu, Brother Chun, Sister Na, please stand back. Tang San commanded sharply. Seeing Tang San's serious expression, Gu Chen initially thought he had discovered a level 3 helmet and was concerned about his teammates snatching it away. A faint surge of soul power flowed forth, infusing the forging hammer from Tang San's hands. In an instant, the inner strength of the Xiantian Gong was elevated to its zenith. Tang San's calves exerted force as he turned his body halfway, executing the first strike of the chaotic cloak hammer method, a blow infused with all his inner strength. The hammer radiated a brilliant white light, and a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air as the massive hammer descended heavily upon the plate crystal. Gu Chen and the others instinctively covered their ears. With a resounding bang, the plate crystal was shattered into fine powder. Countless golden specks erupted from within the crystal, scattering throughout the bedroom adorned with a violet rose bed, as if the entire room had been enveloped in a golden sheen. Gu Chen recognized the nature of these golden specks and called upon Gu Yue Na to assist Tang San in collecting them. Brother, what exactly are these things that have you so anxious? Xiao Wu inquired, gazing at Tang San, as Tang San began to explain the function of the dragon beard needle. Gu Chen promptly intervened to prevent Tang San from damaging his bed as depicted in the original narrative. After all, if the bed were ruined, how could he share it with Gu Yue Na? Perhaps Gu Chen had intimidated the attendant earlier, for despite the noise generated this time being greater than before, no one came to disturb them. The following morning, the group departed for the Shrek Academy as indicated by the master. It had been 6 years since he promised the sky blue bull python to protect Xiao Wu, and he felt it was nearly time for him to depart. Gu Chen pondered as they soon arrived outside the Shrek Academy. Due to Xiao Wu's insistence on having Tang San carry her, Gu Yue Na, not to be outdone, requested Gu Chen to carry her as well. The sensation of 2 soft figures against his back was immensely pleasurable for Gu Chen. Although referred to as an academy, Shrek Academy was essentially situated within a small village. At the village entrance stood a table with an elderly man, over 60 years of age, seated behind it. Brother, did the master make a mistake? This hardly resembles an academy, Xiao Wu remarked. Even Gu Yue Na, who was being carried by Gu Chen, displayed a look of skepticism. Tang San chuckled wryly. We've come this far. Let us take a look first. Gu Chen gently set Gu Yue Na down, and the group joined the queue. At that moment, there were over 100 applicants ahead of them, many wearing furrowed brows, evidently sharing Xiao Wu's sentiments. Is this really the so-called Soul Master Academy? The one that supposedly grants noble titles upon graduation? A boy's mother questioned. The boy's father replied uncertainly. This is what the people from the spirit hall said. It must be correct, right? But this place does seem rather shabby. The youth exclaimed, Father, I do not wish to attend school here. It is utterly humiliating. I would rather enroll in the Soto City Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a prodigy back at the junior academy. The boy's father furrowed his brow and replied, Since we have already arrived, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps this is a test. The true academy may not be in this place. Such exchanges were not uncommon among the group, with disappointment evident in the expressions of most participants. Tang San's gaze did not linger on the other registrants for long. Instead, he focused on the front of the line, where the registration took place. Enhanced by the effects of the Xiantian skill, his vision and hearing sharpened, allowing him to faintly discern the conversations occurring there. The elderly man seated behind the desk appeared lethargic. His attire, if one were to be generous, could be described as simple, resembling that of an ordinary old man. Even less spirited than old Jack from Holy Soul Village. At that moment, a young lad approached the desk to register. The old man, still in his languid demeanor, stated, The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box. The boy's father quickly retrieved 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into a box constructed of wooden planks nearby. The boy extended his hand as instructed. The old man pinched the lad's hand twice and shook his head, saying, Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave. The boy was momentarily taken aback and turned to his father. It was rare for a child in their teenage years to exhibit the maturity of Tang San, Gu Chen, or Gu Yue Na. His father quickly smiled and said, Sir, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Surely, you could make an exception? The old man, displaying signs of impatience, retorted, Do not disrupt those behind you. Are you not aware of the academy's rules? We only accept children under the age of 13. Anyone exceeding that age is not permitted to enroll. You may leave now. The boy's father protested, What about our registration fee? The old man curtly replied, Once registered, it is non-refundable. His demeanor was as unyielding as a bandit. Unable to contain his anger, the boy's father exclaimed, You are clearly trying to swindle us. Refund our registration fee, or we will not leave. Had we known this so-called Shrek Academy was so dismal, we would never have come. The old man glanced at him and coolly remarked, Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. You handle it. At that moment, Dai Mubai's figure sprang up from the ground. If you want a refund, you must defeat me first. Without further ado, Dai Mubai summoned his soul power, manifesting 3 soul rings of yellow, yellow, and purple. The overwhelming energy produced an invisible pressure in the air, and his piercing gaze fell upon the father and son. The father's complexion shifted dramatically as he muttered, "Consider it our misfortune," and hurriedly took his son away. Just then, Dai Mubai caught a glimpse of Gu Yuena's gaze. He felt a twinge of pain in his back, awkwardly smiled, and returned to his seat. At this moment, the number of applicants had dwindled by 1/3. After yet another youth was turned away, the elder impatiently rose from behind the desk. If you wish to enroll in Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. Coming here without comprehension of the regulations is merely a waste of your registration fee. You still have time to reconsider. Do you know the significance of Shrek within our institution? Shrek represents a type of monster, an exceedingly peculiar entity even among spirit beasts. Thus, Shrek Academy is synonymous with Monster Academy, meaning we exclusively accept those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or lacking spirit power of at least level 21 should not waste their time here. The elder spoke coldly, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanating from him. A vibrant crimson light burst forth, and a long staff adorned with numerous intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifying of all, 6 spirit rings rose up from beneath his feet. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, which did not even meet the optimal spirit ring ratio. Were it not for his possession of Spirit Emperor strength, he would hold no intimidation factor. Gu Chen regarded this with a hint of disdain. The originally lengthy queue of over 100 applicants had swiftly dwindled to a mere handful. Suddenly, a look of uncertainty crossed the elder's face as a young girl stood before him. She was unaccompanied by any guardians, standing alone, clad in a simple white dress. She exuded an aura of cleanliness, her short hair neatly framing her face. She was approximately half a head shorter than Xiao Wu, and since her back was turned to Gu Chen and the others, her features remained obscured. However, the skin visible at her neck revealed a remarkably fair complexion. Yet, compared to Gu Yuena, she had little to boast about. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary examination?" asked the little witch Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, slightly lacking in boldness yet pleasant to the ear. The elder hesitated for a moment before gesturing to Dai Mubai to escort her inside. The next group of applicants swiftly passed the preliminary examination, and it was soon Gu Chen and his companion's turn. "We shall register together." Gu Chen placed the prepared 40 gold spirit coins into the wooden box and extended his hand. The elder pinched Gu Chen's palm, nodded, and said, "Your age is appropriate. Now, please release your spirit rings." Gu Chen nodded in response, and in an instant, the ethereal image of a golden dragon materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming dragon's might that even the elder could sense as a pressure emanating from a high-level spirit beast. Purple, black, black. 3 astonishing spirit rings aligned sequentially behind him, radiating waves of terrifying energy. Chapter 15. I have a great sausage. How is this possible? The elder exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet. This exceeds the age limit for spirit ring ratios. How did you achieve this? This is a secret for now. Gu Chen replied with a mysterious smile, harboring doubts about the elder of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression momentarily froze. However, he understood that Gu Chen did not trust him, so he refrained from saying anything further. Next, the elder announced. Gu Yue Na stepped forward, and the elder gently squeezed her hand, nodding as he remarked, "Your age is suitable. Release your spirit ring." Gu Yue Na nodded softly, and a phantom of a silver dragon materialized behind her. 3 terrifying spirit rings, purple, purple, and black, rose from her feet, encircling her. At that moment, Dai Mubai quickly approached and whispered in the elder's ear, "Teacher, she is the girl I mentioned earlier. I did not expect Gu Chen to be equally formidable." The elder's smile broadened unabashedly. "Excellent, excellent. This year, we shall have 2 more powerful little prodigies at Shrek Academy. No, they should be referred to as monsters among monsters." Subsequently, the elder assessed Tang San and Xiao Wu's ages and spirit rings, and both passed smoothly. However, with Gu Chen and Gu Yuena setting the bar so high, they did not stand out significantly. The elder's smile grew even more radiant. "Indeed, we have an abundance of little prodigies this year. Mubai, lead them inside." Under Dai Mubai's guidance, the group successfully entered Shrek Academy, situated within this village. Dai Mubai remarked, "Given your talents, I knew you would pass effortlessly. The upcoming examinations will surely pose no issue." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance back toward the academy entrance. "What are you looking at? Are you planning to cause trouble for the girls again?" Xiao Wu chided, recalling the sight of Dai Mubai being surrounded by admirers at the Rose Hotel. Dai Mubai frowned. What do you know? I sensed a resonance in the aura of that girl, one that closely mirrors my own, not only similar, but complementary as well. In the realm of martial souls, encountering a complementary spirit is exceedingly rare. Should one find such a match, the potency of their respective martial souls would multiply, leading to what is known as a martial soul fusion technique. Gu Chen merely observed coldly from the side. Dai Mubai might make a decent brother, but he certainly was not a suitable husband, especially since he did not even recognize his own fiancée. Frankly, the current Dai Mubai was unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. After walking a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses. This clearing spanned approximately 500 square meters, perfectly situated at the heart of Shrek Academy. After instructing Gu Chen and the others to conduct their second examination here, he hurriedly left to find Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, a soft, melodic voice rang out. Sausages for sale. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages are deliciously sweet, affordably priced, and generously portioned, only 5 copper spirit coins each. Eating an Oscar sausage guarantees you a greater chance of passing the entrance exam. Gu Chen recognized the source of the voice to be none other than Uncle Oscar, the sausage vendor. There are still a few people ahead. You didn't have much for breakfast. How about grabbing a sausage? Tang San suggested to Xiao Wu. Gu Chen harbored no prejudice against Oscar's sausages. Although the soul curse was somewhat repugnant, its efficacy was undeniably commendable. Furthermore, Gu Chen held a degree of admiration for Oscar's character. While he may have had his shortcomings in the past, he certainly fared better than Dai Mubai and exhibited a commendable loyalty after encountering Ning Rongrong. Shall I procure one for you as well? Tang San inquired of Gu Yue Na and Gu Chen. Both nodded in agreement. Upon noticing their approach, Oscar greeted them with enthusiasm. Would you care for a sausage? Oscar's sausages are trustworthy, and their flavor is guaranteed. Tang San smiled and requested. Good sir, may I trouble you for 4? Oscar's expression abruptly stiffened. You referred to me as what? Tang San was taken aback. I called you good sir. Is there a problem? Oscar replied with a wry smile. Indeed, there is a significant issue. My good brother, I am merely 14 years of age, and you dare to call me good sir. Ah, you are merely 14? Tang San gazed in astonishment at the individual before him. Oscar affirmed, precisely. I am Oscar, 14 years old, a novice at Shrek Academy. You cannot label me as good sir simply because of my abundant hair. Tang San was left speechless, contemplating Oscar's thick beard and inwardly remarking, abundant hair is an understatement. Tang San, what are you doing? At the school gate, having previously introduced himself, Tang San was recognized by Dai Mubai, who was now accompanied by the last new student, Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Lauda, would you care for a sausage? Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar's countenance transformed into one of distress. Go away. Dai Mubai glared at him disapprovingly. You are bringing disgrace to the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the academy. Do you wish to make everyone wretch? Tang San, Gu Chen, you must not consume this sausage. Tang San queried, why not? Dai Mubai's expression turned peculiar. Little Oscar, produce a new sausage. Reluctantly, under Dai Mubai's insistence, Oscar conjured a fresh sausage. A yellow radiance coalesced within his palm, and 2 yellow rings ascended from beneath his feet, swiftly materializing a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's grasp. I possess a grand sausage. This was Oscar's soul curse, and Tang San found himself momentarily frozen. The phrase was rather peculiar. Regardless of the sausage's quality and edibility, simply hearing Oscar utter those words rendered him hesitant to partake. Oscar hurriedly clarified, I assure you, I had no choice. When utilizing a food-type martial soul, one must employ different soul curses to induce changes in the food. That was merely the incantation, not a phrase I intended to utter. Moreover, the quality of my sausage is beyond reproach. Rapidly, Tang San returned the sausage in his hand to the cart, politely declining Oscar's offering. Gu Chen appeared nonchalant as he accepted the sausage and, much to the astonishment of Tang San and the others, promptly placed it in his mouth. The sausage instantly transformed into a surge of energy, meandering within his dantian, radiating warmth. Gu Chen marveled at the wondrous nature of food-type martial souls. When one finds themselves at the brink of starvation, not only this sausage, but perhaps even something as peculiar as Ali Gu would become palatable. Although the sausage bore a somewhat off-putting soul curse, its flavor was rather delightful, and it possessed the ability to replenish soul power, Gu Chen remarked. Dai Mubai and the others, though unfamiliar with Ali Gu, instinctively sensed it was not something desirable. Brother, Oscar exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes as he lunged forward, only for Gu Chen to deftly sidestep his advance, causing Oscar to tumble to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Observing Gu Chen's actions, Tang San felt a twinge of guilt regarding his previous disdain for Oscar's sausage and decided to take one for himself from the cart, nodding in Oscar's direction. Oscar responded with a look of heartfelt gratitude. After indulging in the sausages, Dai Mubai declared, "Let us proceed. I will escort you to the examination, and there shall be no need to queue." Following a brief display of bravado that left some dissatisfied students in their wake, Gu Chen and the others made their way directly to the examination site for the fourth round. "Teacher Zhao, I have brought participants for the fourth assessment," Dai Mubai announced. So, there are indeed 6 candidates for the fourth round this year?" A middle-aged man, who had been dozing in his chair, opened his bleary eyes in surprise at the sight of the 6 young individuals, as if he had stumbled upon something quite extraordinary. Indeed, not only had they arrived at the fourth round, but they had also been exempted from the second and third round tests, as Dai Mubai confirmed. Thus, reminiscent of the original tale, Zhao Wujia's eyes gleamed with interest, prompting him to rise from his seat and personally test Gu Chen and the others. Ding. The system detected the host's current situation and activated task selection. Task: the 6 unite to overpower Zhao Wujia. Reward: secret technique voice as a thread and skill compressing space. Task: apply for staggered testing, collaborating with Gu Yue Na to overpower Zhao Wujia. Reward: secret technique voice across miles and skill divine ruler's descent. Chapter 16, The Enraged Gu Yue Na. "I shall accept the task," Gu Chen sighed. Though the rewards were indeed far more appealing, and he was confident in his ability to achieve them, one must uphold integrity. He had promised the Tianqing Neo Python to protect Xiao Wu, and he could not allow her to come to harm. In the original narrative, Xiao Wu sustained injuries during the battle when Tang San's group was formed. To prevent this scenario from unfolding once more, the only course of action was to join Tang San's team and mount a united effort against Zhao Wujia, thus ensuring Xiao Wu's safety. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's gaze swept across the 6 of them, and with a gentle demeanor, he addressed them. "I am Zhao Wujia. Since all 6 of you have been exempted from the second and third tests, I shall personally engage with you. I will now give you an incense stick's worth of time to familiarize yourselves and discuss amongst one another. The test will commence after the incense burns out. The essence of the test is for the 6 of you to collectively withstand my assault for the duration of a single incense stick. If even one among you can endure until the end, you shall pass. I implore you to comprehend that cunning tactics will serve you no purpose. Furthermore, I must remind you that it is impossible to withstand my onslaught alone. Collaboration is your sole opportunity for success." Upon uttering these words, he inexplicably produced an incense stick, igniting it with a mere pinch of his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the stick was firmly planted in the ground, unwavering in its stance. After completing this, Zhao Wujia returned to his chair, closing his eyes to resume his slumber. At that moment, Dai Mubai, with a grave expression, beckoned the 6 individuals closer. They approached him, and Dai Mubai, his demeanor serious, remarked, "I cannot assist you this time. I did not anticipate that Teacher Zhao would personally intervene." Xiao Wu chuckled. "Surely this Teacher Zhao is not akin to the instructor at the entrance, a formidable soul emperor, is he?" "No, he is a soul sage," came the reply. Xiao Wu's smile faltered. "Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the powerful golden bear, a robust beast martial soul, completely devoid of vulnerabilities, possessing terrifying defensive capabilities. Even soul masters of equal rank find it exceedingly challenging to penetrate his defenses and inflict harm upon him. Although speed is not Zhao's forte, your soul power disparity renders it impossible for you to outpace him. His might lies in both his offensive and defensive prowess. He is known in the academy as the unyielding king. Not only you 6, but even I may struggle to withstand his onslaught for the duration of an incense stick. My only hope is that Teacher Zhao does not approach his assault with utmost seriousness. Gu Chen, you are the strongest among us. Therefore, the strategy for this battle shall be devised by you," declared Zhu Zhuqing, a person who reveres strength and places unwavering trust in Gu Chen. Thus, the gazes of Tang San and the others turned toward Gu Chen. "I am Gu Chen, with a beast martial soul, the Golden Dragon." In a rank of 39 in the offensive system, he introduced himself. Gu Yue Na, with a beast martial soul, the Colorful Dragon. Also a rank 39 in the control system, she softly added. Tang San, weapon martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, a rank 29 control system soul master. Xiao Wu, beast martial soul, Rabbit, a rank 29 offensive system soul master. Ning Rongrong, weapon martial soul, 7 treasures glazed tower, a rank 26 auxiliary soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, beast martial soul, Nether Spirit Cat, a rank 27 agility offensive soul master. After each had introduced themselves, all eyes, including Dai Mubai's, converged upon Gu Chen. "I shall take on the role of the primary attacker, while Gu Yue Na and Tang San will manage control from the flanks. Zhuqing will seek opportunities for ambush, and Ning Rongrong will provide us with support. Xiao Wu, you will coordinate your attacks with Tang San," Gu Chen articulated. "If this proves insufficient, Gu Yuena and I can utilize our martial soul fusion technique. Withstanding the assault of a soul sage for the duration of an incense stick should pose no significant challenge. The martial soul fusion technique of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena is, of course, the Dragon God transformation. They have now mastered the first form, the awakening of the Dragon God. Do you also possess a martial soul fusion technique? Ning Rongrong inquired with a hint of surprise. Gu Chen nodded affirmatively. Teacher, we may begin, Dai Mubai said to Zhao Wuji, swiftly stepping aside to observe the battle. Despite the apparent disparity in strength, witnessing Zhao Wuji in action was an invaluable opportunity for a soul master of similar might, and he would not let it slip away. However, whether he would learn more from Zhao Wuji or Gu Chen remained an open question. Zhao Wuji stood tall once more, clasping his hands together and loosening his wrists. A series of alarming cracking sounds emanating from his bones, instantly intensifying the invisible pressure surrounding them. He conjured another incense stick, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already sprung into action. 7 treasures turned to glazed. She spun gracefully in place, and a dazzling spectrum of colors erupted from her being. At the center of this radiant display, a magnificent 7-colored treasure pagoda materialized in the palm of her right hand, shimmering with an opulent glow. With a serene smile, Ning Rongrong appeared ethereal, as 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from her feet, gracefully spiraling around her. The 7 treasures are renowned, and she proclaimed, First, power. The initial soul ring ascended, enveloping the 7-colored pagoda. At her command, 5 beams of colorful light simultaneously surged forth, each enveloping Gu Chen and his companions. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong's soul power diminished by half in an instant, and it continued to decline. Given that her first soul skill enhances strength, the consumption of soul power correlates directly with the might of the recipient. Gu Chen's immense power necessitated a proportional expenditure of soul power that far exceeded that of an ordinary soul master. With a powerful stomp, Gu Chen propelled himself towards Zhao Wuji, the air crackling beneath his feet. Cloaked in the aura of the Golden Dragon King, he was adorned with golden scales, and his dragon claw extended towards Zhao Wuji's chest. Aware of Gu Chen's formidable soul ring configuration due to the Golden Dragon King's manifestation, Zhao Wuji still underestimated his opponent, merely concentrating his soul power at his chest to counter the attack. When Gu Chen's dragon claw made contact with Zhao Wuji's chest, the latter's expression shifted dramatically, and the powerful King Kong bear martial soul instantly manifested. Simultaneously, a yellow soul ring illuminated behind him, activating his first soul skill, the unmoving King of Light. Yet, despite the significant defensive boost provided by his first soul skill, Gu Chen's dragon claw effortlessly penetrated this layer of energy defense, landing a fierce strike upon Zhao Wuji's chest. It is worth noting that after Gu Chen released the first layer of his seal, he gained the piercing power of the Golden Dragon Claw in his right hand. This enabled him to utterly dominate all defensive soul skills. Unless one were a titled Douluo, no defensive soul skill could withstand the penetrating force of his Golden Dragon Claw. The second layer of the seal he released granted his right hand's Golden Dragon Claw a tearing attribute. At this moment, the combination of his penetrating and tearing attributes manifested as the Golden Dragon Claw struck heavily against Zhao Wuji's chest. Zhao Wuji's 7th soul ring illuminated, and he, known as the Immutable King, astonishingly unleashed his martial soul's true form in the face of a mere soul master. Yet, even so, his chest was left a gruesome mess. Had he not swiftly released his martial soul's true form, that single claw would have grievously injured him. The sheer irony of an 80-year-old mother's demise at the hands of her own child was not lost on him. It seemed that he could no longer afford to take these adversaries lightly. Pain etched across his visage. Zhao Wuji glared fiercely at Gu Chen. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, gravity compression. The agony ignited Zhao Wuji's nerves, and without a moment's contemplation, he activated the technique. However, regret washed over him instantly. His 5th soul skill had once crushed a soul master into mere pulp. Yet, upon gazing at Gu Chen, Zhao Wuji rubbed his eyes in disbelief. For Gu Chen appeared utterly unaffected by his gravity compression. Remarkable. Such physical prowess. Zhao Wuji marveled. In the next instant, Zhao Wuji's form erupted forth, appearing several dozen meters away. Standing where he once was Gu Yue Na, wielding a luminous sword. Had Zhao Wuji not evaded in time, that sword would have pierced his throat. You siblings are simply monstrous, Zhao Wuji exclaimed. Though Gu Chen had not introduced them, their shared surname made their relationship unmistakable. Now, be on guard, Zhao Wuji declared, invoking his 6th soul skill, Mighty Diamond Roar. A wave of sound erupted, surging toward Gu Yue Na, who, having just utilized her spatial abilities, would require a minimum of 5 seconds to transition again. while releasing her fourth layer of the seal would reduce her spatial transfer interval to a mere second. At present, she evidently could not evade before the sound wave struck. Seeing this, Gu Chen's pupils constricted. He could not bear to witness Gu Yuena come to harm. He stomped the ground fiercely, propelling himself forward, positioning himself in front of Gu Yuena just before the sound wave could reach her. Undoubtedly, Gu Chen was sent hurtling away by the full force of a soul sage's strike, even spitting blood midair. Gu Chen, Gu Yuena cried out in alarm. But in the next moment, her violet eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Witnessing Gu Chen's bloodshed ignited her fury. First soul skill, Elemental Tide. Second soul skill, Elemental Control. Third soul skill, Elemental Fusion. In her hands, one red and one blue orb of energy manifested, gradually merging together. The duality of ice and fire. Chapter 17. The brutal assault on Zhao Wujia. The mingling of ice and fire unleashed a terrifying force. Zhao Wujia felt a prickling sense of danger creeping into his heart. Without hesitation, he lunged to the right. The dual forces of ice and fire erupted at his former position, the combined might engulfing him in an instant. 10 seconds later, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Zhao Wujia emerged, his body marred with charred marks from the flames, yet encased within a block of ice. Crack! Crack! The 76th level Zhao Wujia could effortlessly shatter the ice, but before he could utter a word, the fluctuations of spatial elements stirred behind him, and Gu Yuena's figure materialized. In the realm of Douluo, the concept of evil soul masters did not exist, allowing Gu Yuena to unleash the dark elements without restraint. A soul-devouring black hole appeared behind Zhao Wujia, the dark energy relentlessly eroding his being. Zhao Wujia's pupils widened as he let out a pained roar, activating his immovable king body once more. Just then, Gu Chen's figure emerged beside Gu Yuena. In truth, Gu Chen had not sustained significant damage. Zhao Wujia's sudden attack had caught him unprepared. With determination, Gu Chen invoked his first soul skill, Golden Dragon's Roar. The deep purple soul ring behind him glowed brightly as he resolved to emulate the 9 golden dragon forms of Tang Wulin from the original narrative. His imitation of Tang Wulin was merely due to the skill's compatibility with him. Honestly, Gu Chen held Tang Wulin in disdain. In the original story, Gu Yuena sacrificed everything for Tang Wulin, relinquishing the entire world, abandoning the fight for the interests of soul beasts, and even committing suicide through Tang Wulin's golden dragon spear. What had Tang Wulin done? He had slain his woman for the sake of 2 strangers. Even in the end, their tragic fate did not absolve him of his betrayal toward Gu Yuena, rendering him unworthy of her. Resolved to alter this fate upon entering the Douluo continent, Gu Chen steeled his determination. At that moment, as he released his first soul skill, the illusory form of the golden dragon coiled around Zhao Wujia, unleashing boundless power that sent him hurtling away for dozens of meters. With the third soul skill, Golden Dragon Soars, Gu Chen unfurled a pair of golden dragon wings behind him, soaring into the air. The sound of explosive energy erupted beneath his feet, and in an instant, he positioned himself before the still airborne Zhao Wujia. The second soul skill, Golden Dragon Quake. Gu Chen executed the Golden Dragon Quake directly upon Zhao Wujia, shattering the rib of a soul sage with a powerful kick. Zhao Wujia crashed violently to the ground, embedding himself within the earth, immobile. As the incense burned out, Gu Chen approached Gu Yuena. Upon seeing that Gu Chen was unharmed, a smile unconsciously graced Gu Yuena's lips. Gu Chen could not resist the urge to ruffle her hair, and amidst her discontented gaze, he took her hand directly. Not far away, Zhao Wujia, drenched in blood, was unable to muster a smile. He hastily called out, Oscar, come here quickly. You have business to attend to. Amplifying his voice with soul power, he ensured that no one within the academy would miss his summons. Where's the business? Where's the business? Oscar's uniquely soft voice, tinged with excitement, approached rapidly. Soon, he appeared before the crowd, perhaps too eager, having abandoned his cart to rush over alone. Little Oscar, come here, Dai Mubai beckoned. Oscar hurriedly approached. Dai boss, did you call for me? Dai Mubai nodded, instructing, quickly, bring out some sausages. Oscar's face lit up with joy, 5 copper soul coins each. And don't forget to settle the bill for me. I have a big sausage. With a flicker of light amidst his peculiar soul incantation, a delicious sausage materialized in his hand. Oscar, come here, I need 2 sausages. Zhao Wujia, despite his injuries, managed to move and struggled to crawl out of the pit. Since the attack came from Gu Chen and not Tang San, he was unaffected by poison and thus did not request the small sausage from Oscar. Zhao Wuji's voice was somewhat muffled. Under Gu Chen's golden dragon pressure, one of the 8 golden dragons formed struck Zhao Wujia squarely on the mouth, shattering a tooth in the process. Oscar blinked his peach blossom eyes and asked, Who are you? How did you end up at our Shrek Academy? And how do you know my name? Brat, do you wish to be punished? I am Zhao Wuji, he retorted, fury rising within him, nearly causing him to sputter blood. Today had been a significant loss for him, and he merely wished to tend to his wounds and threaten the children before him to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, he could forget about maintaining his reputation as the unmoved king. Threaten. Looking at Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, Zhao Wuji promptly abandoned his initial thoughts. Unlike in the original story, where he faced the full force of Tang San, Zhao Wuji did not exert himself against Gu Chen and Gu Yuena's combined might. This indicated that even a fully committed Zhao Wuji could not overpower the duo working in tandem. Oscar was eager to inquire why Zhao Wuji had ended up in such a state, fully aware of his capabilities. However, he soon caught Dai Mubai's significant glance. Being an exceedingly astute individual, Oscar immediately masked his surprise, acting as if nothing had occurred, and cheerfully approached Zhao Wuji, presenting the sausage he had just conjured, while simultaneously chanting another soul incantation to summon yet another large sausage to offer to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji consumed the sausage, and his facial expression softened considerably. However, the pain from his fractured ribs lingered. With a mix of emotions, he glanced at Gu Chen and Gu Yuena and waved his hand, saying, "You have passed." With that, Zhao Wuji left, limping as he departed. At this moment, Tang San and the others behind Gu Chen exchanged glances, unable to find an opportunity to intervene. Aside from Ning Rongrong, who was completely drained of soul power after simultaneously empowering both Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, they had done nothing at all. Gu Chen, you are truly formidable. Even teacher Zhao cannot contend with you, Dai Mubai remarked. Gu Chen merely smiled and inquired, "By the way, where's our dormitory?" Dai Mubai led the 6 of them to their respective rooms. Among them, Oscar and Tang San shared one, while Gu Chen requested a room of his own. Gu Yuena, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong shared another. "Sister Nar, could you tell me how I can become as powerful as you?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was intense as she looked at Gu Yuena upon entering the dormitory. Ning Rongrong's eyes also turned toward Gu Yuena. The strength of the body and the power of the soul are crucial for the longevity of soul rings. Gu Yuena's voice was cool. Only in front of Gu Chen did she reveal such a gentle demeanor. As the Silver Dragon King, her nature was inherently aloof. This was the true essence of Gu Yuena. Zhu Zhuqing intended to ask more questions, but she noticed Gu Yuena coldly closing her eyes and sitting cross-legged on the bed, already beginning her meditation. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing and the inquisitive Ning Rongrong refrained from disturbing her and began to play around with Xiao Wu at the opposite end of the dormitory. As night fell and tranquility enveloped the Shrek Academy, the atmosphere fell silent. The examinations earlier in the day unfolded just as Dai Mubai had anticipated. Aside from Gu Chen and his companions, no other candidates managed to pass the first 3 rounds. Remarkably, this year marked the highest influx of students into Shrek Academy in many years. As the vice principal, Zhao Wuji possessed his own quarters, where he now sat alone, somewhat discontented. He had changed into a clean outfit, his external injuries healed, though the pain from his broken ribs persisted. He could hardly believe that what began as mere playful exercise had resulted in such embarrassment. Moreover, he had exerted all his strength. He never expected that Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, this pair of siblings, would possess such extraordinary power. Their future accomplishments were boundless. Clenching his right fist and striking his left palm, Zhao Wuji sighed in resignation. "What a stroke of bad luck for me. It seems I must train them diligently from now on. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem." As he uttered this last statement, a hint of a mischievous smile crept across Zhao Wuji's face. Although he could not match Gu Chen and Gu Yuena in strength, he was more than capable of using the guise of training to keep them in check. As Zhao Wuji pondered how to train Gu Chen and the others effectively in the future, an unexpected voice abruptly froze the smile on his face. Chapter 18, Confrontation with Tanghao. "Who is it?" Startled, Zhao Wuji arose with a glint of cold light in his eyes. His reputation within the Soul Master community had been far from favorable, and he had amassed numerous enemies. Though he had lived a peaceful life hidden within Shrek Academy for these past years, he never anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable adversary at this moment. "Show yourself." A faint, elusive aura locked onto Zhao Wuji. Without hesitation, he leaped through the window and ventured outside. His soul power surged to its peak as he remained vigilant, carefully scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement. "Come out. I know you are here," Zhao Wuji declared in a deep voice. Simultaneously, he swiftly activated his martial soul. The mighty diamond bear, with 7 soul rings pulsating around him, shimmering with resplendent light, particularly the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings, which appeared astonishingly profound. A dark figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree. The individual was shrouded entirely in black attire, even donning a black hood, revealing only the silhouette of a tall man. "Who are you?" Zhao Wuji demanded coldly, exuding a wild aura that commanded respect without anger after completing the martial soul transformation. The figure in black did not directly respond but spoke languidly. Encountering the immovable king in this humble place, I merely wish to spar with you. It has been a long time since I last exercised my muscles. Meanwhile, in a solitary dormitory, Gu Chen sat upon his bed. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Please collect them promptly. Extracting the secret technique, whispering sound into threads, Gu Chen recited. Ding. Extraction of whispering sound into threads successful. Please choose your mode of acquisition. 1. Imprint in the mind. 2. Convert to book form. Gu Chen paused, pondering. Why was the secret technique for mysterious jade hand directly imprinted in my mind without offering a choice? Ding. The secret technique for mysterious jade hand already exists in this realm, hence the default imprinting. The technique for whispering sound into threads does not exist in this realm, allowing the host to choose its conversion into book form. Gu Chen nodded, opting for direct imprinting into his mind. Knowledge regarding whispering sound into threads instantly flooded his consciousness. A method of communication previously reserved for title Douluos was now devoid of any rank restrictions. Extracting the secret technique, shrink to an inch, Gu Chen stated. In the next moment, a wealth of knowledge surged into his mind once more. Unlike secret techniques, which could be directly possessed by the host without the need for rigorous training from the outset. Oh dear. At that moment, a faint sound reached Gu Chen's ears, and he easily discerned it to be Zhao Wujia's anguished cry. Is this Tanghao arriving? A faint smile graced Gu Chen's face as he swiftly peered out the window, employing the technique of to hasten towards the source of the sound. Soon, Gu Chen arrived at the origin of the noise, concealing himself behind a tree, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. The earlier occurrences could be regarded as compensation for you. From now on, I shall rely on you. The voice of the cloaked figure was no longer cold, yet retained a serene composure. Behind the black mask, a hint of warmth flickered in his profound eyes. Suddenly, the cloaked figure turned his gaze towards Gu Chen's hiding spot. Are you not planning to reveal yourself? Is there someone else present? Zhao Wujia and his companion, Flanders, immediately became vigilant, directing their attention to the tree where Gu Chen stood. Realizing he had been discovered, Gu Chen decided to abandon his concealment and stepped forward. I have met the Haotian Douluo. Gu Chen smiled and performed an elegant bow. It's you? Tanghao furrowed his brow. Being well acquainted with Gu Chen as Tang San's closest companion, he inquired, is there something you wish to discuss? I have come to seek a sparring match with you. Gu Chen grinned. He was certainly not there to be beaten. However, at that moment, he was uncertain of the extent of his own strength. The numerical value provided by the system did little to illuminate his true capabilities. A smile appeared on Tang Hao's face. You are aware that I am a title Douluo and still wish to engage in a duel? Such overconfidence can be detrimental. Nevertheless, since you have proposed it, I shall oblige. Here is the condition. You may unleash your full might upon me, while I shall refrain from using my martial soul or soul power, relying solely on physical strength to combat you. Tanghao stated, for he, as a title Douluo, was unable to discern Gu Chen's true identity as the Golden Dragon King, a being of divine caliber. Gu Chen nodded, embodying the Golden Dragon King. Golden scales instantly enveloping his form. Young man, do not underestimate the difference between a title Douluo and a soul sage. Zhao Wujia interjected. I am aware of that. Gu Chen responded, charging towards Tanghao, his right hand extending with the golden dragon claw, which bore a ripping effect, aimed ferociously at Tanghao. Bang! Tanghao neither avoided nor dodged, instead extending his own right hand and firmly grasping Gu Chen's golden dragon claw. However, Gu Chen's golden dragon claw possessed the penetrating attribute of the Golden Dragon King, prompting Tanghao to retreat several steps to avert injury. The way Tanghao regarded Gu Chen transformed to force back a title Douluo was a testament to your extraordinary talent. You flatter me, Gu Chen replied, as the first soul ring on his back illuminated. Golden Dragon, soaring. A soul power dragon of golden hue entwined towards Tanghao. Tanghao stepped back to evade, simultaneously delivering a punch that shattered Gu Chen's soul power dragon into fragments. Golden Dragon Spear. Swish. A flash of golden light erupted, radiating from the center of his palm and extending into a long spear. The spear, with its sharp ends and a body gleaming in brilliant gold, radiated an intense golden light, and faintly, a subtle sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar seemed to echo. Gu Chen wielded the Golden Dragon Spear. Its tip pointed directly at Tanghao. A twin martial soul, Tanghao exclaimed in astonishment. This is merely a companion weapon, though it should be regarded as a companion artifact. As Gu Chen thrust the Golden Dragon Spear forward, Tanghao grasped the spear's tip with both hands in an attempt to fend it off. Yet, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. The Golden Dragon Spear was actually consuming his soul power. Hastily, Tanghao released his grip and executed a sweeping kick towards the shaft of the golden dragon spear. Gu Chen's combat instincts were sharp. He promptly retracted the golden dragon spear while the black third spirit ring behind him illuminated, unleashing the golden dragon's flight. With golden dragon wings unfurling, Gu Chen's form soared into the air. Thinking of escaping? Tanghao stomped his feet, and his body propelled forward like a sharp arrow towards Gu Chen's direction. However, one must not forget that the air was Gu Chen's domain. Aided by the golden dragon wings, he flew behind Tanghao, thrusting the golden dragon spear once more. Tanghao, deserving of his title as a title Douluo capable of rivaling the Pope, managed to forcibly alter his trajectory midair, delivering a powerful punch against the shaft of the golden dragon spear. The strength of a title Douluo was formidable. Gu Chen was instantly sent flying over 100 meters, crashing to the ground. Yet, thanks to the protection of his golden scales, he remained unscathed. Seeing Tanghao's next punch about to land, Gu Chen quickly implored, "Hao Tian Douluo, this is enough." Hearing this, Tanghao halted his hand. "With your strength, you could easily slay a soul sage. From now on, call me Uncle Tang." Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, a wave of joy washing over him. He had successfully established a connection with this esteemed figure. "Yes, Uncle Tang." Tanghao patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. "You heard my relationship with Xiao San just now. Please look after Xiao San for me. After all, you are his elder brother." Gu Chen replied, "However, I won't be here for long. I have my own matters to attend to. But rest assured, for every day I remain at Shrek Academy, I will look after Xiao San. Though, it shouldn't be many days left, right?" Chapter 19. The Lecherous Ma Hongjun. In the early morning, Gu Chen rose early, preparing to seek out Gu Yuena in the girls' dormitory. Along the way, he encountered Tang San, who was searching for Xiao Wu. As Tang San was about to knock on the door, Gu Chen shook his head and called out to Gu Yuena through bloodline sensing. "What's the matter?" Gu Yuena asked, opening the dormitory door, her large, faintly purple eyes filled with curiosity. "Let us go have breakfast together. By the way, call Xiao Wu," Gu Chen suggested. Gu Yuena agreed and returned to the dormitory to summon Xiao Wu, and the group made their way towards the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Unaware of the location of the academy's cafeteria, they had no choice but to venture outside the village to purchase some food from the villagers. Gu Chen and his companions were in search of a farmhouse to procure some food when they noticed a young couple engaged in a heated argument not far ahead. The youthful pair appeared to be quite young. The girl seemed to be around 14 or 15, possessing an ordinary appearance yet exuding a vibrant essence of youth. Clad in simple, rustic attire, she was likely the child of a villager. The boy arguing with her appeared even younger, his age seemingly akin to that of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Though slightly short and chubby, he emanated a sturdy aura. With short hair and small eyes, his plump cheeks lent him a rather endearing charm, complemented by two tufts of hair resembling whiskers on his lips. This individual was none other than Ma Hongjun, a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. The girl gazed at Ma Hongjun, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. "Ma Hongjun, please do not seek me out anymore. I will not be with you," she declared. Ma Hongjun, in a peculiar tone, retorted, "So what? Have I treated you poorly? Why must you break up with me?" Gu Chen and Gu Yuena exchanged glances, as did Tang San and Xiao Wu, all of them sharing a subtle amusement at the scene. How foolish to engage in matters of love at such a tender age, they mused, yet they seemed oblivious to their own similar folly. Suehua's face suddenly flushed. "You have been quite kind to me, but I truly cannot endure you. We are incompatible. You should find someone else. Besides, I am several years older than you. I beg you, do not pursue me any further." Ma Hongjun, incensed, replied, "What do you mean you cannot endure me? I truly do not understand what you girls think. If you wish to break up, fine, but if you come to me again, I will end it for good. Otherwise, no way." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun reached out to grab Suehua. She recoiled like a startled rabbit, but Ma Hongjun was swift, catching her hand. Suehua pleaded, "No, please let me go." "Are you even human?" Unable to stand by any longer, Xiao Wu leapt forward, commanding, "Stop." Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua turned in surprise to look at her. Ma Hongjun blinked rapidly, his whiskers quivering slightly, and his eyes sparkled with mischief as he exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl. Do you want to take her place as my girlfriend?" "Sure, I accept." At that moment, Ma Hongjun's gaze shifted to Gu Yuena, and he became entranced. "This silver-haired girl is simply stunning. Would you like to be my girlfriend as well?" However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a fist as hard as iron struck his abdomen. Ma Hongjun's features contorted, his eyes bulging, and he flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing through a wooden house before finally coming to a halt. The owner of that formidable fist was Gu Chen, who had initially intended to merely observe the unfolding drama. To his dismay, Ma Hongjun had dared to make advances toward Gu Yuena. "What insolence! Who dares to ruin my plans?" Gu Chen thought. perhaps having been a touch lenient with his strike, as Ma Hongjun, in a fit of fury, emerged to hurl insults. Who is being insulted? You are being insulted. Just as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and erupted in fury. How dare you manipulate my words? Please refrain from using your excremental organs to address me. It is quite impolite. Thank you. Gu Chen retorted. Ding dong. Your friend Gu Chen has come online. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to unleash a torrent of insults, he was interrupted by Gu Chen. If you can't even kick out your own excrement, I suppose you have managed to keep it clean. Who says pigs have the dullest brains? I argue that pigs possess the most astute minds. They eat until satisfied, and then sleep without a care in the world, growing plump and healthy. It merely indicates that pigs are well taken care of, just like your own brain. Gu Chen eloquently expressed. Curse it, die already. Phoenix possession. A surge of amethyst light erupted from within Ma Hongjun, his short hair suddenly lengthening and converging at the center, transforming into a mohawk hairstyle. Although wings did not manifest, the amethyst radiance, once exposed, immediately emitted intense heat. 2 rings of yellow soul rings simultaneously rose beneath him, and long feathers extended from his exposed, robust arms. His hands morphed into claw-like appendages. Observing his transformation, Xiao Wu chuckled. Is there truly such a plump phoenix? To me, he resembles a rustic chicken. Ma Hongjun, seemingly provoked to his core, erupted in anger. Who are you calling a rustic chicken? Raising his hands, the first soul ring on his body suddenly glowed, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of slender amethyst flames toward Xiao Wu. Gu Yue Na shielded Xiao Wu, her violet eyes gleaming with cold light, as her formidable control over fire elements forcibly seized control of the amethyst flames, redirecting them towards Ma Hongjun. What the hell? Ma Hongjun activated his second soul skill, the fiery phoenix, to counter the flames emanating from his own martial spirit. However, in the next moment, he trembled and ceased his resistance. Thousands of wind blades shimmered with sharp brilliance in the air. With a mere command from Gu Yue Na, these thousands of blades could rend Ma Hongjun asunder. Stop, please. Don't fight. Suddenly, Miss Tsawa interjected, rushing towards Ma Hongjun and positioning herself in front of him, pleading, please, don't fight. Actually, Hongjun is a good person. It's just that we are not suited for each other, which is why I must part ways with him. You all can leave. I will clarify things with him. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. Gu Yue Na, fatty, what are you doing? Gu Chen and Ma Hongjun turned simultaneously towards the source of the voice, where Dai Mubai, clad in white with impeccably groomed hair, was approaching them. Xiao Wu huffed, what is going on? You should ask him. This fatty is bullying a girl in broad daylight, and we can't stand by without teaching him a lesson. A rare smile broke through the stern facade of Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, I believe you are mistaken. Miss Tsuehua, have you also reached your limit with him? Tsuehua's face flushed, and she nodded before turning to flee. This time, Ma Hongjun refrained from stopping her, his expression one of despondency. Tang San approached Dai Mubai, inquiring with confusion, what on earth is happening? With a swish, thousands of wind blades dispersed as Gu Yue Na moved to stand beside Gu Chen. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun stumbled, landing squarely on the ground. Dai Mubai turned to the plump fellow, asking, would you prefer to explain yourself, or shall I do the honors? Ma Hongjun shot a glance at Dai Mubai, lowering his head in response. You go ahead. Dai Mubai chuckled heartily. What's this? Even you, the hefty one, are feeling bashful? Very well, I shall speak for you. He then turned to Tang San and the others, saying, do you recall my mention of only 3 students in the academy? Myself included? Understanding dawned on Tang San as he realized, you mean he is the 3rd? Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the hefty one is that 3rd student, the last to join the academy before your arrival. Although I did not witness the recent events firsthand, I could certainly surmise what transpired. However, one cannot entirely blame him. The fault lies with his pitiable martial soul. Ridiculous. Your martial soul is the pitiable one. Mine is a phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial souls were mere chickens, mine is still a phoenix. Haven't you heard? Even in a straw nest, a golden phoenix may arise. Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly. After reconciling with Gu Chen and the others, the 6 resumed their journey back within the confines of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led Gu Chen and the others to the dining hall. The so-called dining hall was merely a result of an agreement between the academy and the village, employing several villagers to manage the meals. Although breakfast was rather simple, there was no shortage of quantity, ensuring no one left hungry. Post-meal, a sudden ringing sound resonated from outside. Dai Mubai quickly stood, proclaiming, that is the bell calling us summoned by the dean. Fatty, escort them directly to the grand playground. I shall fetch Zhu Zhuqing. With that, he hastily exited the dining hall. Upon reaching the playground, they encountered a clean-shaven Oscar, followed shortly by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. A middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. Upon seeing him, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Gu Yuena were visibly taken aback, though Gu Chen remained composed, having already foreseen the development. Last night, during his spar with Tanghao, he had even encountered Flender. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, robustly built, with striking facial features, a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a somewhat hooked nose. If one were to liken his visage to an object, it might be described as reminiscent of a shoe sole. Although his eyes were closed, he emanated a shrewd aura. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, the frames rigidly square. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that the shrewd merchant uncle?" Oscar, equally surprised, responded, "What shrewd merchant uncle?" "This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, Flender, the four-eyed cat eagle, a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than teacher Zhao. He possesses a flying-type beast martial soul, which is quite rare among soul masters. The rotund figure beside him is his direct disciple. Isn't he merely a birdman with feathers?" The original narrative did not portray him as particularly formidable. Aside from being cowardly, he remains cowardly. Gu Chen mused as he picked at his nose. Xiao Wu inquired, "Little San, do you think this unscrupulous merchant uncle will still remember us?" With the formidable presence of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena guarding her, she felt no fear of being discovered in her true form. Tang San replied with a bitter smile, "It has only been 2 days. He should not have forgotten us. However, as the dean, he likely will not hold your offense against him." Oscar chuckled softly. "You could not be more mistaken. Our Dean Flander is notoriously vengeful. Yet, his greatest virtue lies in his protective nature." At that moment, Flander's gaze unexpectedly drifted towards them, landing squarely on Oscar, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Oscar's heart sank. He feared that his words had been overheard, and trouble was brewing. Flander approached the 9 students, halting before them. His voice, with a distinctive raspy timbre, resonated. "This year is promising. We have welcomed 6 more little prodigies. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I extend the Academy's warmest welcome to you all. Shortly, each of you will need to pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is responsible for finances." At this moment, Flander's attention was drawn to Gu Chen. Having witnessed the battle between Gu Chen and Tanghao, even Zhao Wuji had been left battered and bruised, while it was merely a physical confrontation. Gu Chen's ability to hold his ground against a title Douluo was nothing short of remarkable. Flander's gaze towards Gu Chen was filled with astonishment, excitement, and admiration. "Mubai?" Flander called out. Dean Dai Mubai stepped forward, displaying a demeanor of respect, even a hint of reverence towards Flander. Flander continued, "We have 6 new junior students. Mubai, please ensure they are acquainted with the Academy's rules. Afterward, you may all return to rest and endeavor to restore yourselves to peak condition. The first class will commence this evening. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are the exceptions. You will accompany me." Oscar's expression immediately soured, reluctantly stepping forward to salute Flander. His mood lightened slightly upon seeing Ning Rongrong approach his side. Flander waved his hand. "The rest of you may go and rest. Remember, ensure you reach your optimal state before nightfall. Do not blame me for not reminding you. The Academy's teaching differs from others, and you may even face peril." Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun turned without a backward glance, while Gu Chen took Gu Yuena's hand, intending to enjoy a delightful outing in Soto City. Gu Chen was acutely aware that they were destined to confront the formidable battles at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Yet if he could hold his own against Zhao Wuji, what threat could the soul sovereigns of his level possibly pose? He and Nar did not need to conserve their energy like others. Tang San was in no hurry to depart. He wished to observe how the esteemed dean conducted his lessons. Oscar and Ning Rongrong possessed auxiliary martial spirits, which likely accounted for their absence from the evening class. What puzzled Tang San was the rationale behind conducting classes at night. He remained, and naturally, Xiao Wu was not inclined to leave either, standing silently beside him. Gu Chen accompanied Gu Yuena to Soto City. After indulging in a hearty meal, they wandered to a rather secluded corner. Suddenly, an elderly woman collided with Gu Chen, and after he dodged, she fell directly to the ground. Was this a case of scamming? Gu Chen scoffed, recalling how many young lives had been ruined and families shattered by such deceit in his previous life. He harbored a profound disdain for such tricksters, who continued to plague society in their old age. Disregarding the old woman, he intended to depart. However, she persisted, exclaiming, "Oh, my poor back. You collided with me and offered no apology. My back feels shattered. We shall see the city lord about this. You are doomed." Gu Chen turned back and replied, "Are you not aware that a grand city like Soto has surveillance stones? Surveillance stones function similarly to monitoring devices, akin to those in his past life." A lesson he had learned at Notting Academy. The old woman rose, brandishing her cane at Gu Chen, and sneered, "I have seen it. There are no surveillance stones on this street. How audacious for a scammer to be so brazen." Gu Chen promptly kicked her, although he exerted little force. It sent her crashing into the wall across the street, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. How audacious to be so arrogant without surveillance. He left her with a parting remark and strode away with Gu Yuena. The old woman, who had not been severely injured, was so enraged by his words that she spat out blood and fainted. While meandering through Soto City, they encountered Ning Rongrong, who had escaped to feast. However, Gu Chen refrained from commenting. After all, no one would willingly squander their time reprimanding an unrelated individual. As night fell, the dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat-eagle Flender, stood on the grand playground, surveying all 9 students before him. Gu Chen, Gu Yuena, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and the cool yet composed Zhu Zhuqing were all prepared for the evening class, each radiating vitality. Nevertheless, Flender's attention was not directed at them, but rather at the other 2 students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flender's gaze bore a sharp intensity, making it difficult to meet his eyes. Oscar cleared his throat, nodded, and replied, Dean, I have finished. Flender scoffed, I was inquiring about all of you, not just you. Oscar turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him with a pair of beautiful, innocent eyes. With a determined bite of his teeth, Oscar nodded and said, Yes, we have all completed our run. Flender smiled, and if one were to encapsulate his smile in 2 words, insidious would be the most fitting. Excellent. Oscar, I did not expect you to embody such a spirit of camaraderie. Come here. Flender beckoned to the spot in front of him. A hint of a bitter smile crossed Oscar's face, yet he refrained from looking back at Ning Rongrong and strode confidently to stand before Flender. Flender sealed his soul power and demanded that he run an additional 20 laps. His gaze shifted to the seemingly innocent and pitiable Ning Rongrong. Tell me, did you complete the tasks I assigned this morning? Ning Rongrong shook her head honestly and replied, I did not. The distance was too great, and I was hungry, so I couldn't keep going. Flender smiled slightly and said, So, you ventured alone to Soto City, indulged in a hearty meal, and strolled through the commercial street before just returning to find Oscar, correct? Gu Chen, you must have seen Ning Rongrong in Soto City, right? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. You were monitoring me? Flender's expression immediately turned cold. As the dean, I must take responsibility for every student in this academy. If Oscar lied out of compassion to spare you from punishment, that would be understandable. However, the transgression you committed is utterly unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission, disregarding the academy's arrangements, and having a senior lie on your behalf. Each of these is a mistake no exemplary soul master should ever make. If this were a battlefield, the consequence would be 1, military justice, resulting in death. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, the gentle expression on her face gradually fading. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. This is not a battlefield, it is merely an academy. Flender nodded. Indeed, it is merely an academy. But it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with 2 choices. 1, pack your belongings and leave immediately. You are unworthy to be a part of this place. The other option is to prove to me that you deserve to remain here and that you possess the resolve to adhere to the rules in the future. Ning Rongrong smiled. Despite being only 12 years old, one could not deny that her smile was truly charming and beautiful, yet it carried an unsettling aura. Flender, who do you think you are? Merely a lowly soul sage. The true nature of Ning Rongrong, the witch, was on full display as she spoke with ignorant arrogance, dismissing everything around her. In truth, countless individuals on the Douluo continent toil harder than Ning Rongrong, and many possess superior character and morals, yet they fade into obscurity. While this Ning Rongrong manages to attain divinity, Gu Chen was left pondering whether to lament the blindness of fate or to marvel at Tang San's overwhelming protagonist aura. Oh, well, the denizens of the divine realm appear to be woefully blind. Chapter 21, The Golden and Silver Dragon God. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were utterly taken aback. They had never anticipated that such a seemingly gentle young lady would utter such words. Even Gu Yuena gazed at Ning Rongrong with a hint of astonishment. Flender, however, was not incensed by her remarks. Instead, he offered a slight smile and said, Indeed, I am but a humble soul sage, yet you still fall immeasurably short of my standing. Even if you are the most gifted of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's current generation, you remain merely a great soul master. A vast chasm separates us. If you disdain this place, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like yourself. Ning Rongrong scoffed coldly. You wish to expel me? It shall not be so effortless. Now that I am here, I have no intention of departing prematurely. Flender, I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Flender responded with a calm smile. If I were afraid of consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain. I hold the authority here. Mubai, dear director, Dai Mubai stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong, still brimming with disbelief. He vaguely understood that this was the true essence of Ning Rongrong, though she had concealed it remarkably well just the day before. Flender instructed, "Please retrieve Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her away from here. Should she resist, I permit you to employ any means necessary." "Ning Rongrong, you dare?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, exuding an exceedingly fierce aura for a 12-year-old girl. "You are the first person I have encountered who dares to address me in such a manner." Flender, emboldened by the life-preserving letter from Ning's father, retorted, "Your father may be reluctant to discipline you, but I am under no such obligation. You are neither my daughter nor my treasure. In my eyes, every other student here surpasses you." While the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul is indeed one of the most formidable auxiliary martial souls, regrettably, you only bring it shame. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head, unwilling to listen further. What kind of students could a teacher who feared the strong and bullied the weak possibly produce? Were it not for Tang San's presence, they might have already perished at the hands of Shrek Academy in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. It was time to expedite his plans to depart. After Flender had reduced Ning Rongrong to tears, he led the group towards the Grand Soul Arena. Upon seeing the arena, Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and he whispered, "Director, are we truly sending them there on the first day?" In response, Flender merely stated, "Remember, you are all monsters, not ordinary individuals. As such, you must adopt a training regimen befitting monsters." He paused and continued solemnly, "Your martial souls differ, and each possesses its own unique training methods. The Academy imparts knowledge on how to better harness your martial souls, aiding you in acquiring superior soul rings and amassing practical combat experience to fully unleash your potential. The remaining subjects encompass various aspects of martial souls and the circumstances of soul masters across the continent. Among all that you must learn, the most vital is practical combat experience. Given identical levels and strengths, the extent of one's combat experience will ultimately determine the outcome of a confrontation. It is only through relentless practice in real battles that you can enhance your adaptability during combat. Thus, your first lesson is practical engagement, and that venue shall serve as your classroom." Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Ma Hongjun refrained from speaking, while a sense of helplessness flickered in Dai Mubai's mischievous eyes. They were evidently aware of what that place entailed. In contrast, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing exhibited expressions of curiosity. Flender explained, "Such structures can only be found in cities of the main city level. Their grandeur can signify the prosperity or decline of a city or even a nation. These edifices are known as the Great Soul Arena, named after the city in which they reside. Therefore, the one before you is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena is a venue for martial soul duels, the battleground for soul masters. Whether in the Heavendo Empire or the Star Luo Empire, it is said that the fate of a nation hinges upon its soul arena." After introducing the Great Soul Arena and sharing some inspiring words, Flender stated, "Your mission is to secure at least a silver soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? Do not underestimate the challenge of obtaining a silver soul badge." Mubai and Hongjun have participated in practical combat here for over a year. Mubai, please enlighten them regarding the badge level requirements and your achievements. After Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun recounted their accomplishments, the group proceeded to the Soto Great Soul Arena. As they drew nearer, the overwhelming grandeur of the arena left them in awe. When Tang San and Xiao Wu first arrived in Soto City, they had not ventured to this part of the city, thus failing to notice such an impressive structure existed. It was only during Gu Chen and Gu Yuena's stroll through Soto City that they passed by the Great Soul Arena and became aware of its presence. The Soto Great Soul Arena boasts an oval shape, soaring to a height of 120 meters, comprising a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas. It can accommodate an audience of 60,000, including 100 VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for soul masters to hone their skills, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. As they approached the Soto Great Soul Arena, Flender briefly informed Tang San and the others about the remaining particulars of the arena. In this arena, battles are categorized into 3 types. The first is sparring, characterized by mutual practice where lethal force is prohibited. The second is life and death duels, intended to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The final type is wager battles. In the Grand Spirit Arena, refereed by the esteemed officials, both parties in a wager select an equal number of spirit masters to compete, with the ultimate victor claiming all that is stipulated in the bet. Such duels are fundamentally battles of life and death. This method is frequently employed by nobility and clans during times of significant discord. The formats of these contests include 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with the number of participants in group fights typically negotiated to fall between 7 and 10, as per the regulations of the Grand Spirit Arena. Upon entering the arena, one is immediately struck by a colossal stone tablet, intricately inscribed with countless names. Flinder informed Tang San and his companions that these names represent the fallen from the spirit battles. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena completed their registrations. Opting not to use their real names, Gu Chen registered as the Golden Dragon God, while Gu Yuena, under his strong suggestion, registered as the Silver Dragon God. First, let us register for the 2-on-2 category. After the 1-on-1 matches conclude, we shall convene here to participate in the 2-on-2 spirit contest, Gu Chen advised Gu Yuena. She nodded in agreement as they queued for registration. Ahead of them stood Tang San and Xiao Wu. The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and for each victory, you will earn a total of 10 gold coins. The staff member stated matter-of-factly as he collected the fees from Tang San and Xiao Wu. Since they had already registered their levels, they merely needed to present their Iron Spirit Soul badges without further documentation. Please provide a name for your duo, the staff member requested. After a moment's contemplation, Tang San declared, "Let us call ourselves the San Wu Duo." He combined his name with Xiao Wu's, deeming the significance minimal. "Very well, the San Wu Duo has been registered," the staff member replied, etching the name onto their Iron Spirit Soul badges. Though the character for Wu was mistakenly inscribed as the numeral 5. "Hey, that's incorrect. It's Wu, not 5. Xiao Wu protested, dissatisfied. The staff member replied coldly, "You should have been clearer. To alter the duo's name, you must re-register your Iron Spirit Soul badges, resulting in the loss of any accumulated achievements." As Xiao Wu readied herself to express her frustration, Dai Mubai's voice echoed, "Xiao Wu, your 1-on-1 spirit duel is about to commence. Hurry over." Tang San patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, saying, "Let it be. The San Wu Duo is just a name." With a playful grimace at the staff member, Xiao Wu dashed towards the 1-on-1 duel area. The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and for each victory, you will earn a total of 10 gold coins. The staff member informed Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. Gu Chen produced a pouch containing gold spirit coins and counted out 10 for her. "What shall we name our duo?" he asked confidently. "Let it be the Golden and Silver Dragon Gods." Chapter 22, Spirit Duels. Soon, it was time for Gu Chen and Gu Yuena's individual spirit duels, and to their surprise, they found themselves matched against one another. In other words, they are adversaries on the soul battle platform. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena exchanged glances, and Gu Chen suggested, "Shall we refrain from using our martial souls and instead engage in combat solely with the Golden Dragon Spear and the Silver Dragon Spear, merely to hone our skills?" Gu Yuena nodded gently in agreement. "Very well." On the soul battle platform, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center, clearing his throat. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Now, we shall commence the first 1-on-1 duel in our 15th Soul Arena, featuring 2 Soul Masters. They are the Soul Master Golden Dragon God, who wields the Beast Martial Soul, the Golden Dragon, and the Soul Master Silver Dragon God, who possesses the Beast Martial Soul. The Colorful Dragon, who shall emerge victorious, the Golden Dragon God, or the Silver Dragon God. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Now, let us welcome our 2 esteemed Soul Masters to the stage." As Gu Chen and Gu Yuena took their positions, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. The girls in the stands cheered for Gu Chen, whose handsome features were striking and defined. Indeed, it seems that beauty often begets admiration. Meanwhile, the boys, captivated by Gu Yuena's enchanting figure, gazed at her with eyes ablaze, each wishing to transform into a ravenous wolf to approach her. With a swift motion, Gu Chen summoned the Golden Dragon Spear. A brilliant golden light flashed, emanating from his palm and extending outward, transforming into a long spear. The silver long spear, exceeding 12 feet in length, was remarkably slender, adorned with fine silver scales that formed delicate, hexagonal patterns across its surface. The spearhead, tapering to a point, occupied approximately 1/3 of the spear's length and featured 12 grooves along its conical tip. "Come forth," Gu Yuena said calmly. Gu Chen refrained from unleashing his soul power and advanced, thrusting the Golden Dragon Spear. Gu Yuena, with combat instincts equal to Gu Chen's, swiftly sidestepped, her Silver Dragon Spear slicing towards him. Gu Chen transformed his thrust into a sweeping motion, blocking the Silver Dragon Spear's attack with the Golden Dragon Spear. Leveraging his superior physical prowess, he pushed the Silver Dragon Spear aside and leapt high into the air, bringing the Golden Dragon Spear down in a powerful strike. With no time to evade, Gu Yuena knelt on one knee, raising the Silver Dragon Spear overhead to meet the descending blow of the Golden Dragon Spear at its shaft's midpoint, resulting in a resounding clash of metal. The force of Gu Chen's strike was tremendous, causing cracks to appear on the ground beneath Gu Yuena's kneeling form. Sensing the potential for harm, Gu Chen quickly retracted his strength, intending to withdraw the Golden Dragon Spear. However, this action was keenly observed by Gu Yuena. In that fleeting moment when the forces of the 2 spears neutralized, Gu Yuena rose, pivoted, and with a swift flick of her wrist, the silver dragon spear pierced dangerously close to Gu Chen's throat. Goodness! At that moment, the silver dragon spear was a mere millimeter from my throat. Gu Chen swallowed hard. The golden dragon spear dissipating as he conceded, I have lost. Gu Yuena retracted the silver dragon spear and smiled. Boom. Cheers erupted suddenly as a lovely young girl displayed her remarkable prowess, instantly captivating the attention of all present, followed by a thunderous applause. The host, regaining composure, swiftly approached the arena, declaring loudly, Soul Master Silver Dragon God has triumphed, with a record of 1 victory and no defeats. Soul Master Golden Dragon God holds a record of no victories and 1 defeat. Please proceed to the registration area for scoring after you descend the stage. Gu Chen took Gu Yuena's hand and exited the arena, just as Dai Mubai emerged from the audience, having been watching Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's battle. So, you both emerged victorious? Dai Mubai inquired with a grin. She won, I lost, Gu Chen replied calmly. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, Gu Chen's opponent was Gu Yuena, leading him to exclaim in surprise, how is that possible? Your strength could contend with a Soul Emperor. How could you possibly lose? I was matched against Nar, Gu Chen explained. A look of realization dawned on Dai Mubai's face. Ah, with your protective nature. You surely wouldn't allow her to come to harm. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat as he masked his feelings, saying, what nonsense are you spouting? We are siblings. The 6th match of the 2-on-2, the Golden and Silver Dragon Gods versus the Dragon and Snake duo. It is our turn. Let us converse later, Gu Chen remarked, leading Gu Yuena towards the arena for the 2-on-2 battle. At the opposite end of the arena stood a young man with blue hair and a visage like white jade, accompanied by a girl with dark green hair. Yu Tianheng, Wuhuan Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, level 39 Assault System Soul Master. Du Guyen, Wuhuan Green Scale Snake, level 38 Control System Soul Master. To Gu Chen's astonishment, the duo introduced themselves as members of the Imperial Fighting Team. However, since the Shrek 7 Devils later encountered them in Soto City, it was not surprising to find them here as well. The original text mentioned that the Imperial Fighting Team had only recently arrived in Soto City. Though it did not specify how recent that was, even if it was 6 months prior, it could still be considered recent. Gu Chen, Wuhuan Golden Dragon, level 39 Assault System Soul Master. Gu Yuena, Wuhuan Colorful Dragon, level 39 Control System Soul Master. Although Gu Chen and Gu Yuena found the act of announcing their Wuhuan rather foolish, they understood the importance of adhering to local customs. At that moment, Yu Tianheng activated his Wuhuan. A dazzling blue light suddenly emanated from his forehead, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Blue and purple arcs of electricity erupted around him, slithering like small serpents. Externally, Yu Tianheng's transformation appeared minimal. Aside from a blue lightning symbol on his forehead, only his right arm had changed, morphing into a dragon claw covered in blue scales. Yet, even this singular transformation surpassed that of most beast Wuhuan possessors. However, the individual opposite him was no ordinary soul master. Golden and silver scales adorned Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, transforming their entire forms. Simultaneously, soul rings of extraordinary hue, purple, black, and variations thereof, materialized behind the two, leaving onlookers in awe. In a private box within the soul arena, an elderly man could no longer contain his excitement. He slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet, and mused aloud, how can such talent exist in this world? No. These two must be harnessed for the spirit hall. Within the arena, Gu Yuena had also completed her martial spirit manifestation. With her emerald eyes, she appeared to be extraordinarily supple. She gently swayed her upper body, pressing against Yu Tianheng's back, her green gaze turning piercingly sharp, exuding a chilling aura devoid of human emotion, as if she had truly transformed into a cold-blooded serpent. A diamond-shaped green scale emerged on her forehead, and her legs fused into a robust serpentine tail, reminiscent of a giant eel. Her first soul skill, Azure Scale Red Poison. The second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. As the battle commenced, Gu Yuena unleashed her initial 2 skills, aiming to enhance Yu Tianheng's attributes. However, Gu Chen, well-versed in the original narrative, would not allow her to succeed. He immediately communicated telepathically to Gu Yuena, stating, this poisonous mist carries attribute enhancement effects. Do not let it touch Yu Tianheng. Although Gu Yuena was unaware of how Gu Chen transmitted his thoughts, she nodded in agreement. Her first soul skill, Elemental Tide, gaining heightened control over the elements. Gu Yuena commanded the wind particles surrounding Gu Yuena from several dozen meters away, conjuring a tempest that blew the poisonous mist away, expelling it from the arena. Gu Yuena, incensed, unleashed her third soul skill, Azure Scale Purple Poison, yet still could not escape the fate of her toxins being dispersed. Tianheng, with that girl present, my martial spirit is nearly incapacitated. You must deal with her first. Gu Yuena instructed Yu Tianheng. Understood, he replied. charging towards Gu Yuena and releasing his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Chapter 23, Betrayal and Isolation. Although Gu Chen could easily dispel Yu Tianheng's martial spirit manifestation with a mere show of dragon might, his purpose in the soul arena was not simply to make an appearance, but to hone his combat prowess. His second soul skill, Golden Dragon Quake. Gu Chen positioned himself before Yu Tianheng, obstructing his assault on Gu Yuena, while simultaneously unleashing his soul skill with a powerful stomp on the ground. 8 soul power golden dragons materialized, crashing fiercely towards Yu Tianheng. Even with only a third of the power behind Golden Dragon Quake, the soul power dragon sent Yu Tianheng careening towards the edge of the arena, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His third soul skill, Golden Dragon Flight. After sending Yu Tianheng flying, Gu Chen unfurled a pair of golden dragon wings from his back and soared towards Gu Yuena. Although Yu Tianheng was not knocked off the stage, he could not possibly reach Gu Yuena's position before Gu Chen. To protect Gu Yuena from harm, he bitterly declared, "Referee, we concede." Gu Chen pursed his lips, feeling unsatisfied. He had hoped to hone his combat skills, yet his opponent could not withstand even a single blow. Having completed the match, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena exited the 2-on-2 arena together, while the other members of Shrek Academy had also concluded their battles. Flinder had long since departed, and Ma Hongjun went off in search of Flinder after uttering a few words. As the 7 emerged from the arena, the sounds of cheers continued to resonate. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena followed Dai Mubai and the others back to the academy. During the walk, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing engaged in a quarrel. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Ning Rongrong sat on a large stone, swinging her legs with a pensive expression. Oscar's face appeared somewhat gloomy, his brow furrowed as he occasionally cast furtive glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly oblivious to the two, walked straight into the academy, heading towards her dormitory without looking back. Dai Mubai frowned, the chill in his gaze intensifying. "What are you doing here?" he asked coldly, his eyes flashing. Ning Rongrong leapt down from the stone, replying, "Of course, I'm waiting for you. Why are you so late?" "Where are the dean and Fatty?" Dai Mubai coldly retorted. "They have matters to attend to. Have you made up your mind? Will you stay or leave?" Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong declared, "I will definitely stay. How could I leave such a fun place?" "What kind of expression is that? Are you a zombie? Did you suffer a setback with Zhuqing?" "Haha, it's amusing that Oscar claims you are a master of romance, yet you can't even handle a little girl." Unrestrained by her nature, Ning Rongrong showed no signs of concealment. Being exceptionally intelligent from a young age, she perceived much from Dai Mubai's countenance and candidly mocked him. The cold light in Dai Mubai's eyes intensified. "Ning Rongrong, do not test my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. While others may fear your 7-treasure glazed tile school, I, Dai Mubai, do not. Anger me, and be wary. I might just take advantage of you before disposing of you." Ning Rongrong giggled. "Oh, I'm so scared." She deliberately puffed out her chest, taunting. "What can you do to me?" Dai Mubai could no longer suppress his fury, declaring, "If the white tiger does not roar, do you truly see me as a sick cat?" A powerful aura surged forth, and in an instant, Ning Rongrong was knocked back. Oscar hurriedly stepped forward to catch Ning Rongrong, only to be sent tumbling to the ground by the force. Observing this, Gu Chen chose not to intervene. Although Dai Mubai's words were utterly distasteful, Ning Rongrong had also brought this upon herself. Tang San stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Rongrong, his arms extending outward as he unleashed the controlling crane catching dragon technique, redirecting Dai Mubai's released soul power to either side. Despite Dai Mubai's display of soul power being non-aggressive, it still caused a surge of blood energy within the already injured Tang San. Ning Rongrong, having never before encountered such humiliation, was taken aback by Dai Mubai's audacity to act against her. Though she had not sustained any real injuries, the pain radiating through her body served as a stark reminder of the reality of the situation, prompting tears to well in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai. Rendered speechless, Dai Mubai regarded the obstructive Tang San with a slow exhale, his soul power retracting. "Fine, little San, I shall grant you this favor." He cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, warning her to remember that this place was not her home and to refrain from provoking him further, lest he disregard her status. With that, he strode away into the academy. "Gu Chen." Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly called out his name. Gu Chen turned to her, his gaze indifferent. "Help me eliminate him," she implored fiercely. "Use your power, which can rival that of a soul sage, to take him down. If you succeed, you shall be a valued guest of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I will reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you say? Moreover, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will offer you unconditional support in the future. To any ordinary soul master present, The prospect of support from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be immensely enticing. As one of the 7 great sects of the present age, the influence wielded by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is beyond imagination. Any soul master backed by them could rise to prominence in the Douluo continent. However, Gu Chen was different. He lacked nothing in terms of wealth, and with his strength, every faction would seek to recruit him. What skincare products do you use? Your skin is remarkably resilient. Gu Chen scoffed, not bothering to look back as he entered the academy. Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Nar, are you able to assist me? She called out, unwilling to concede. Gu Yuena turned, her eyes filled with coldness. I cannot. With that, she turned back and followed Gu Chen into the academy. Ning Rongrong's tears flowed once more. As the entrance exam had left her unaware of Tang San's possession of hidden weapons, she then looked at Oscar. Oscar, would you be willing to help me? Oscar's peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. When I first saw you, you took my breath away. I believe that when you grow up, you will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. The gentleness you displayed at that time is precisely what I adore. Thus, I resolve to pursue you relentlessly, regardless of my humble origins and your status as a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But I have come to realize how misguided my aspirations were. Misguided? Why? Ning Rongrong gazed at him, perplexed. Oscar smiled faintly, saying, You are not my type. You are not the tree for which I would forsake an entire forest. I am unworthy of the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even if I wished to assist you, what difference would it make? Do you consider me merely your servant? I apologize, but I find it preferable to be myself. I believe there are many at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School who would be eager to help you. My absence will not be felt. He had come to a realization. Before Gu Chen and the others returned, Oscar had deeply sensed the flaws in Ning Rongrong's character. Though they were still youths, Oscar had experienced more than one romantic relationship. Among all the newcomers, including Tang San, none were aware that aside from his unique martial soul, Oscar's intellect was far more formidable. As a wise individual, how would one choose when faced with an insurmountable challenge? Would one charge forward despite the odds? No, he was not that stubborn. Sometimes, relinquishing one's ambitions is the wisest course of action. As Oscar walked toward the academy, Ning Rongrong called out defiantly, Don't you like me? Are you unwilling to support me as well? Oscar halted but did not turn back. If you continue with such a mindset and character, you should leave. This place truly does not suit you. Furthermore, with your current disposition, the concept of friendship will forever remain beyond your grasp. With everyone departing, the cold, serene moonlight fell upon Ning Rongrong, casting her in an aura of profound loneliness and desolation. Chapter 24. Breaking through level 40 in the early morning. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena arrived at the dining hall for breakfast, coinciding with Tang San's arrival. After they finished their meal, Dai Mubai entered the dining hall with a sullen expression. He merely nodded at Tang San, offering no further words. Following Dai Mubai, the fifth to arrive was Xiao Wu, succeeded by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun appeared invigorated, as if he had shed several pounds. Although he was boisterous, he was perceptive enough to recognize Dai Mubai's dark demeanor and refrained from speaking too much, hastily finishing his breakfast. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, neither made an appearance in the dining hall. Fatty, you won't be going out tonight, will you? Dai Mubai suddenly inquired as breakfast concluded. Very well. You stay in the dormitory tonight. I need to go out, he continued, to find that pair of twins from last time. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up. Boss Dai, will there be meat for you? And will I get any soup? Dai Mubai replied irritably. Such matters require mutual consent to be enjoyable. A forcefully twisted melon is never sweet. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Gu Chen regarded this interaction with disdain. It was clear that Dai Mubai had strayed first, yet he could not tolerate the discontent of others while attempting to inflict further harm. Were it not for the royal engagement with the Star Luo Empire, Gu Chen believed Zhu Zhuqing would have left Dai Mubai without hesitation. With a crack, Gu Yuena snapped her chopsticks in half, observing the arrogant and self-satisfied Dai Mubai. Upon encountering Gu Yuena, Dai Mubai displayed the traditional trait of Shrek Academy, characterized by a fear of the strong and a disdain for the weak. He promptly succumbed to his trepidation and quietly sat down to partake in his meal. Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no reaction, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, as she merely sipped the rice soup before her. Soon, the bell signaling the commencement of class rang, prompting everyone to hastily conclude their breakfast and gather on the grand playground. Neither Flinder nor any other instructors had arrived yet, but one person was already present, Ning Rongrong. However, Oscar was still conspicuously absent. Her delicate, fair face appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes reddened, and her spirit seemed notably low. Yet, having brought this upon herself, such consequences were to be expected. Flinder was again the instructor for today's lesson. Tang San and his companions waited for a full 15 minutes before the esteemed dean sauntered in, exuding an air of arrogance. What a display of pretentiousness! Does he think himself a titled Douluo? Gu Chen thought with irritation. Flinder's gaze first fell upon Ning Rongrong, yet he refrained from addressing her. Today is the second lesson. Where's Oscar? Is he still in bed? Tang San quickly interjected. When I left this morning, he was still cultivating. Perhaps he fell into a deep meditation and could not awaken in time. Flinder frowned, stating that today's class could not proceed without Oscar. Tang San, go fetch him. Just as Tang San was about to return to the dormitory, he spotted Oscar hastily approaching from the direction of the dorms. However, rather than displaying the panic of a tardy student, Oscar's face radiated excitement. Oscar, are you eager to go for a jog again? Flinder glared at him. Oscar quickly shook his head. No. Dean, please allow me to explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached level 30. Flinder's eyes visibly brightened. Excellent. Excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the fourth student to attain level 30 among the current cohort. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my congratulations to you. At that moment, even Dai Mubai's demeanor lightened as he approached Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 slightly after me, as a food system soul master, you are the most outstanding talent I have ever encountered. Could it be that heartbreak aids a soul master's martial soul breakthrough? Little Oscar shot a somewhat awkward glare at Dai Mubai, then glanced at the red-eyed Ning Rongrong, forcing a bitter smile. I have never been in love, so how could I speak of heartbreak? Please, spare me your mockery. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun promptly joined in to express their congratulations. Ning Rongrong stood in place, her gaze complex as she looked at Oscar, while Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, lost in thought. Only Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na remained indifferent, appearing out of sync with the others. Enough. Today's lesson is about to commence. Flinder's voice drew everyone back from their well wishes for little Oscar. Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you are the protagonist. Today's lesson requires each of you, aside from Oscar, to consume at least one sausage crafted from Oscar's soul power. Flinder boldly proclaimed, this is a form of adaptive training. I pose to you the question, what holds greater significance, life or reputation? When faced with the necessity of choosing between the two, which would you select? Though Oscar's soul incantations may seem somewhat crude, I previously stated that he is a food-type soul master endowed with innate full soul power and exceptional talent. The martial soul sausages he produces are unparalleled in the realm of food-type martial souls. During your time at the Academy, he is one of you. You will undergo trials together, and failing to establish synergy with him would squander the opportunity to partner with an invaluable ally. Furthermore, this serves as a test of your mentality. If you cannot accomplish this minor task, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? To endure, one must be willing to resort to any means necessary. Do not underestimate the act of consuming a mere sausage. When faced with life-threatening circumstances, even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms may serve as sustenance. Gu Chen remained silent, approaching Oscar and waiting for him to unleash his soul abilities before placing the restorative sausage and detoxifying sausage into his mouth. Following Gu Chen's earlier remarks, Gu Yue Na and Tang San did not object, merely lifting the sausages to their lips. After some hesitation, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, encouraged by Gu Yue Na's actions. At that moment, only Ning Rongrong remained. Bring it here, she commanded, striding confidently towards Oscar, extending her hands to grasp both his large sausage and the smaller one. Her expression was calm, yet her eyes, filled with reluctance, betrayed her true feelings. After all, she was still a young girl, unable to completely mask her emotions. Indeed, after a night of contemplation, she resolved to stay. This was not a capitulation, but rather a determination to prove herself to everyone at Shrek Academy. How would she demonstrate this? By surpassing all her peers, becoming stronger than them in soul power. Oh, such foolish confidence. As Oscar met Ning Rongrong's gaze, an unsettling chill coursed through him. She took a hearty bite of the large sausage, her demeanor almost ferocious. In mere moments, she devoured both Oscar's large sausage and the small one. Flinder, taken aback, had anticipated he would need to guide them through the acceptance of Oscar's sausages. Yet the process unfolded with unexpected ease. Satisfied, Flinder nodded and remarked, excellent. All of you have passed today's lesson. Remember, henceforth, when you are together, Oscar is your logistical support. Disregard those trivial soul incantations. Preserving your lives and becoming stronger, unleashing your full potential, even exceeding expectations, is of utmost importance. Now, each of you prepare. You have one day for adjustment and rest. Tomorrow morning, you will embark on a journey led by teacher Zhao Wujie to the Star Dough Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third spirit ring. This matter transcends the personal affairs of Oscar. It is a collective journey for all of you. Before encountering the Millennium Soul Beast, Master Zhao would not act lightly. Everything depends on your own efforts. Now, you may disperse. Are we returning to the Stardow Forest? Then the consolidation of your fourth soul ring is about to commence. Let us return to the dormitory and elevate our suppressed soul power to level 40 after half a year's restraint. This return to the Stardow Forest is an opportune moment to solidify our soul rings. As Gu Chen transformed his voice into a line, he spoke to Gu Yuena. Chapter 25, Command. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena returned to their dormitories, successfully breaking through to level 40 of their suppressed soul power. However, they did not make a spectacle of their achievement. The following day, they were set to venture into the Stardow Forest, which felt akin to returning home for Gu Chen, Gu Yuena, and Xiao Wu, as the forest was filled with spirited beasts that spoke with charm. Thus, no preparations were necessary for their journey. At that moment, Gu Yuena seemed to have developed a penchant for shopping, dragging Gu Chen back into Soto City. Those are the ones. Eliminate them. Upon entering Soto City, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena were met with a familiar voice. Turning around, they recognized the old woman from their previous encounter. You dare to harm my mother. You shall meet your demise today. Beside the old woman stood a middle-aged man with gray hair and a hooked nose. Seeking trouble, are we? Gu Chen retorted. An old fool clinging to life is but a thief. If you cannot manage your own mother dog, do not expect others to refrain from doing so. You. The old woman, incensed, spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Mother. The middle-aged man hurriedly supported the old woman, placing her aside before casting a menacing glare at Gu Chen. A dark purple spear materialized in his hand, and simultaneously, 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, appeared behind him. Though this middle-aged man possessed the cultivation of a soul emperor, his soul ring configuration was exceedingly mediocre. Prepare to die. First soul skill, gutting shot. The purple-black spear conjured 3 spear shadows that lunged toward Gu Chen's head, chest, and abdomen. A master of weaponry? Gu Chen's eyes sparkled as the golden dragon spear instantly appeared in his grasp. He emulated the middle-aged man's soul skill, conjuring 3 golden spear shadows to counter the initial soul skill. The golden spear shadows collided with the middle-aged man's technique, mutually annihilating each other. Although the quality of the golden dragon spear far surpassed that of the middle-aged man's martial soul, the 3 spear shadows were still his first soul skill. How do you know my soul skill? The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. What? You call that a soul skill? It merely requires a hand. Gu Chen scoffed. You've provoked me. Today, you shall perish here. As the middle-aged man prepared to unleash his 5th soul skill, Gu Chen vanished from his position, appearing behind him, having already completed his martial soul manifestation. In the next moment, the golden dragon claw pierced through the chest of the middle-aged man, grasping his beating heart within its grasp. With a gentle squeeze, the heart erupted into a mist of crimson. With the penetrating power of his golden dragon claw, he could easily pierce the chest of a soul emperor. Though Gu Chen harbored no desire to take a life, he showed no mercy in the face of an adversary filled with murderous intent. My child. At that moment, the elderly woman stirred from her stupor, witnessing the death of the middle-aged man. Instantly, she became deranged, charging towards Gu Chen with reckless abandon. He delivered a swift kick, and she was reduced to a cloud of blood. I spared your life, yet you dared to seek trouble with me. Do not blame me for ushering you into your grave prematurely. Having just slain 2 individuals, Gu Chen felt no guilt. Rather, he experienced a sense of ridding the world of harm. The memories of countless families shattered and fortunes lost due to extortionists filled him with extreme disdain for such behavior. After the killings, neither he nor Gu Yuena felt inclined to continue their shopping and returned to the academy instead. Upon reaching his dormitory, Gu Chen washed away the bloodstains, remnants of the middle-aged man's life that had splattered on him. Ding. System Character Panel. Character, Gu Chen. Age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,006 years. Strength, 501. 000. Normal 39th level Soul Master. 1000. Mental Power, 5030. Normal 39th level Soul Master. 900. Bloodline. Golden Dragon King Bloodline 99. Dragon God Bloodline 1 level. 40th level Soul Master. 3 seals released. Soul rings. Purple, black comprehensive evaluation. A cunning figure masquerading as a fool, now beginning to reveal his brilliance. System Backpack, 99, 980 gold soul coins. Soul Power Amplification Cards, X2. After breaking through to the 40th level, both his strength and mental power had seen notable increases. The following day, after breakfast, as the crowd gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujia awaited them. Upon seeing him, the students were momentarily taken aback, suppressing laughter that threatened to escape. Zhao Wujia indeed appeared somewhat disheveled, with at least 3 bruises on his face that had yet to fade, especially the panda-like eyes surrounding his left eye, a sight that was hard to stifle laughter at. "What are you staring at, you bunch of little rascals? Are you itching for trouble?" Upon hearing the term little rascals, Xiao Wu visibly bristled, muttering, "Why not call us little bears?" Zhao Wujia glared fiercely. "Xiao Wu, what are you saying?" Tang San instinctively stepped forward, gesturing behind him to shield Xiao Wu. His protective instincts evident. Not far away, Gu Chen cast a cold glance in their direction. Zhao Wuji had yet to witness the formidable prowess of Tang San. Despite Tanghao being his father, Zhao Wuji held a certain disdain for him. However, upon catching a glance from Gu Chen, an unmistakable hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhao Wuji's countenance, prompting him to refrain from further pursuing the matter regarding Xiao Wu's jibe. With a huff, he declared, "Very well. Let us embark. Mubai, you shall lead the way." It is worth noting that Gu Chen had previously engaged in a sparring match with Tanghao, enduring a defeat, yet showcasing evident strength. Dai Mubai nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness as he addressed the group. The Stardow Forest is no trifling matter. It is teeming with soul beasts, all possessing formidable aggression and harboring little fondness for humanity. Vigilance is paramount. He continued, "Tang San, you shall take the lead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong remain behind him. Fatty and Xiao Wu, position yourselves on either flank. Zhu Zhuqing and I will bring up the rear, while Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na will flank Tang San." He emphasized the necessity of maintaining this formation and staying alert once they entered the forest. Gu Chen interjected with a mocking tone, "A control type at the front, with damage dealers on the sides? Are we jesting? Do you even comprehend the art of command? Furthermore, placing a powerful attacker and a swift attacker in the same position? Surely, this is merely to afford you and Zhu Zhuqing an advantage." In response, Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, her eyes filled with disdain. "Gu Chen, your strength surpasses all among us, and given your recent remarks, it seems you possess a sense of strategy. Shall we appoint you as our commander?" Ignoring Dai Mubai's discomfort, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Gu Chen. Nodding in agreement, Gu Chen readily accepted the mantle of leadership. "We shall form 4 rows. I will lead the first row alone, while the second will comprise the control types, Nar and Tang San. The third will include the support types, Oscar and Ning Rongrong. And the fourth will consist of the strong attackers, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu at the rear. Ma Hongjun, with his offensive capabilities yet weak defenses, shall take position on the left side of the third row, while Zhu Zhuqing, as a swift attacker, will be positioned on the right. Zhu Zhuqing, you may adjust your position at will, and you shall also be responsible for reconnaissance. Venturing into the Stardow Forest is not akin to a mere game. The rear must indeed have 2 strong attackers to guard us. As for why the front row consists solely of Gu Chen, it seems that Dai Mubai would be no match for even one Gu Chen." Chapter 26. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Zhao Wuji merely observed with a detached demeanor, refraining from joining their ranks as he exited the academy alongside the 9 students. True to the frugal nature of Shrek Academy, there were no carriages. Upon leaving the academy, the group commenced their run. As they pressed on, even Dai Mubai and Tang San felt their stamina depleting. It was only Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, with their dragon lineage, who managed to run for an extended period with merely a light sheen of sweat. Unlike the visibly exhausted Tang San and the others. This explains why Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na's first soul rings could be of a millennium's worth, while Tang San and the others were limited to a century. It must be said that due to the words of Gu Chen, Tang San placed greater emphasis on physical training during his subsequent cultivation, with his second soul ring already having a lifespan of 1,080 years. With Oscar's sausages as sustenance, they were astonished to discover that the energy expended during their running was negligible. By consuming 1 sausage conjured by Oscar's martial spirit every hour, their vigor remained remarkably high, allowing even Ning Rongrong to barely keep pace with the group. Until one truly applies it, one will never comprehend the significance of auxiliary martial spirits. Oscar, due to the miraculous effects of his sausages, garnered the admiration of his companions and received the utmost care. As they had yet to enter the forest, Dai Mubai and Tang San took turns supporting Oscar's arm, alleviating some of his weight so that he could more easily restore his soul power and continue his supportive role. Naturally, Ning Rongrong did not receive such treatment. She appeared quite silent and refrained from using her 7-treasure glaze tile to assist the others, isolating herself from the group. The Stardow Forest is situated to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it, while Soto City lies to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom. Not far from the Stardow Forest, less than 500 kilometers away. Hence, it is undoubtedly the optimal location for the Shrek Academy students to acquire soul rings. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, they traveled over 400 kilometers within a single day, and as night fell, they were nearing the Stardow Forest. Realizing they could not reach their destination that day, Zhao Wujia issued a command to rest, coincidentally arriving at a small town. Continuing onward without supplies would pose a risk. Upon entering the town, they found it to be far more lively than anticipated. The town appeared to be approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy is located. Lacking city walls, it resembled a small city, with bustling streets lined with various shops. Upon closer examination, they discovered that most of the shops catered to soul masters, selling weapons, armor, antidotes, restorative potions, and even specialized clothing with numerous pockets, suitable for the adventurous lifestyle of soul masters. Oscar remarked, the saying, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, and rely on the water to eat from the water, seems to embody this principle. This small town evidently thrived on the resources of the Stardew Forest, and such towns likely abound around its periphery. Rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, and rely on the water to eat from the water? The weak must adapt to survive, while the strong can change their environment, Gu Chen remarked coolly. Hey, aren't you being a bit arrogant? You think the environment will change for you? Ning Rongrong finally spoke up. Gu Chen scoffed. When did I ever claim that the strong one is me? Speaking of arrogance, you, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, truly puts me to shame. You, Ning Rongrong retorted furiously. At that moment, Zhao Wujie gestured towards an unassuming hotel ahead, stating, let us stay here. We shall rest for the night and depart at dawn. Accommodation and meals will be at your own expense. The hotel was a modest 2-story building, with a simple dining area on the first floor and rooms for lodging on the second. Zhao Wujie ascended directly to his single room after arranging for himself. After a brief discussion, Dai Mubai booked a 4-person room along with a single room for the 5 boys and another 4-person room for the 4 girls. Let us eat first before heading up. After a day of sausages, I'm feeling queasy. Ma Hongjun voiced the collective sentiment, and even Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. The 9 of them found a table in a corner to sit down. Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai, should we invite teacher Zhao to join us? Dai Mubai shook his head, saying, no need. Although the teacher joins us, he won't cover any of our expenses, nor will he accept any favor from us. This is a rule set by Dean Flander. The fatty chuckled, isn't that quite nice? Everything is clear-cut. I absolutely adore the unpretentious atmosphere of the academy. Unpretentious? Gu Chen thought to himself, this was already a given in his previous life. Dai Mubai replied irritably, stop yakking, fatty, just order. You are the best at eating. Ma Hongjun readily responded. So does that mean you're treating today? You're the wealthiest among us. Dai Mubai smiled slightly, treating is fine. It's a fate that we can study together at Shrek. Being the eldest, I'll treat this meal as a welcome for Gu Chen and the others. The fatty burst into laughter, his chubby cheeks wobbling. Good, splendid. Don't worry, Boss Dai, I won't hold back. Soon. The fatty showcased Dai Mubai's assessment of his eating prowess by summoning the waiter and swiftly ordering over a dozen dishes, many of which Tang San had never even heard of, while the fatty appeared exuberantly pleased. Not bad, not bad. Although this place isn't large, it has a good variety. Let us hope the flavors meet a decent standard. Dai Mubai remarked helplessly. This fatty, his allowances are spent either on women or food. I truly suspect that if you weren't a soul master, you would have made a great chef. Although the 9 were seated together, the atmosphere was less than harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing wore a cold expression, Ning Rongrong bowed her head lost in thought, and Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na sat quietly awaiting their meal. Fortunately, with the fatty's antics, the mood was not overly tense. At this moment, the dining hall was already filled to about 70% capacity when a group suddenly walked in from outside. At the forefront stands a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a handsome countenance. His hair is impeccably slicked back, and he dons an exquisitely tailored robe of moonlight white, intricately embroidered with silver thread patterns that shimmer with his every movement. Following closely behind him are 7 young individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, all seemingly in their 20s, clad in similar moonlight white robes, albeit devoid of the embroidered silver embellishments that adorn the front man's attire. Yet, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bear a cerulean circular emblem on their left shoulders, within which are embroidered the characters in matching hue. Their garments unmistakably label them as spirit masters. In stark contrast, Tang San and his companions are dressed casually, indistinguishable from ordinary townsfolk, while the newcomers exude an air of ostentation. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurriedly approaches, bowing and scraping, overflowing with courtesy. As Oscar aptly noted, this small town thrives on the bounty of the Stardew Forest, which essentially means it relies on the patronage of spirit masters. The profession of a spirit master is not only noble but also lucrative, prompting the owner to exercise utmost caution. As in the original tale, Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, initiates a provocation. Hearing his words, Dai Mubai scoffs, dismissing the significance of the mere Songhui Academy. Neither Ma Hongjun nor Dai Mubai makes any effort to lower their voices. Although the restaurant is somewhat noisy, the middle-aged man among the 8 casts a glance their way, his brow furrowing. Upon realizing that the table occupied by Shrek Academy consists solely of children, his expression darkens further. Creating trouble for no reason, how tiresome. Gu Chen remarks nonchalantly, picking up his chopsticks as the food arrives. Oscar whispers to him, "This is part of our cultivation. Dean Flander has said that a spirit master who does not dare to stir trouble is not a true spirit master. After all, to avoid conflict is to be mediocre. Moreover, provoking those from a spirit master academy is the safest course of action. It typically results in nothing more than a brawl." "Ah, so you only bully the weak?" Gu Chen retorts with a hint of sarcasm. "If a spirit master from the spirit hall were to come here, would you still dare to provoke them?" Oscar falters, struggling to defend his position. "Ah, the old Kong Yiji." Gu Chen chuckles softly and communicates telepathically with Gu Yue Na and the nearby Xiao Wu. "Let us refrain from participating in this matter." Meanwhile, the 8 individuals from Tsanghui Academy have taken their seats, positioned 2 tables away from Shrek. Tang San, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, observes the middle-aged man, who appears to be a teacher, whispering to one of the youths. Promptly, the youth rises from his seat and strides towards Tang San's table, specifically approaching Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's eyes gleam with disdain, and although Tang San notices, he deliberately avoids acknowledging the newcomer. At that moment, the waiter was serving the second dish to their table. A youth from Tsanghui Academy suddenly quickened his pace, and, amidst the waiter's startled exclamations, collided directly with him, causing the dish to teeter dangerously towards Dai Mubai's head. "Let us not waste food," Tang San remarked calmly, his left hand darting out with lightning speed to steady the waiter's body, while his right hand extended just in time to catch the plate. Employing his skill to ensure not a single morsel was spilled, gently placing it back on the table. Simultaneously, he had already pulled the waiter aside. The youth from Tsanghui Academy paused momentarily, obscured by the waiter's body. He had failed to discern Tang San's swift actions. Yet a sly smile soon crept across his face. "My apologies," he said, feigning politeness as he continued forward, seemingly intending to pass by Dai Mubai. However, with a subtle motion, he stealthily kicked one of the legs of a chair beneath Dai Mubai. It was merely an ordinary wooden chair, and should one leg be broken, it would be impossible for Dai Mubai to maintain his balance. The youth's action was remarkably discreet. His upper body remained still, making it nearly imperceptible unless one was particularly observant. Naturally, for those with extraordinary mental acuity like Gu Chen, Gu Yuena, and Tang San, the youth's speed appeared sluggish. Just as he executed the kick, Dai Mubai sprang into action. With a resounding thud, the youth felt as though he had kicked a solid iron plate. His calf was jolted, sending a wave of numbness through it. Almost immediately, Dai Mubai delivered a powerful strike. The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hands to block Dai Mubai's blow. But he was taken aback when the soul power infused in Dai Mubai's palm forcefully repelled his hands, landing squarely on his chest. Despite his tall stature, the impact caused him to arch backward, akin to a weightless scarecrow, as he was hurled backward, crashing into 2 tables before careening towards the rest of the Tsanghui Academy group. A middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy rushed to his feet, grasping the youth's shoulders just in time to steady him. The youth's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his demeanor visibly weakened. Dai Mubai straightened his posture and, stretching from the force of his earlier action, remarked nonchalantly, "My sincerest apologies. It seems I miscalculated." His eyes, revealing the essence of the evil white tiger, bore a scornful and disdainful look, exuding an air of arrogance so intense that even his allies found him somewhat infuriating. Chapter 27, Yijiqiu. At this moment, the restaurant erupted into chaos. Patrons seated near the tables of Shrek Academy and Tsanghui Academy hastily moved aside to avoid getting caught in the fray. However, the majority did not immediately leave the establishment. Instead, they watched the unfolding scene with excitement. After all, witnessing a duel between soul masters typically required a visit to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at a considerable cost. The opportunity to witness such a spectacle for free naturally thrilled the ordinary individuals present, who also possessed martial spirits. Moreover, in this locale, soul masters frequently made appearances. The group from Tsanghui Academy could hardly contain their agitation, with the remaining 6 students standing in unison, glaring furiously at the table of Shrek Academy. They attempted to charge forward, but were intercepted by a middle-aged man. This man helped the injured youth back into his seat, and, with a stern expression, shouted at Dai Mubai, "Which academy do you children belong to?" Dai Mubai, his eyes glinting with mischief, retorted, "Panda, you are not worthy." With that, he returned to his seat. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy turned an ashen shade of anger as he exclaimed, "What a group of arrogant youngsters. Teach them a lesson." The students from Tsanghui Academy eagerly awaited his command. Excluding the one injured by Dai Mubai and the sole female student, the other 5 rushed towards Tang San and his companions. Thanks to Gu Chen's warning, Xiaowu refrained from engaging in combat as she had in the original narrative. She quietly continued her meal. Although she longed to fight, she dared not disobey Gu Chen's words. At that moment, however, Tang San took action. He executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, rapidly closing the distance to the 5 assailants. With a swift motion, he unleashed the control crane catching dragon technique, pulling one of them closer before delivering a powerful palm strike, sending the struck student hurtling several meters to the ground. After dispatching one adversary, Tang San quickly unleashed a flurry of kicks, creating a storm of leg shadows that struck the chests of 3 others, forcing them to stumble back and unceremoniously sit on the floor. Before the last assailant could react, Tang San gathered chilling energy in his left hand and released the Xianyu hand, striking the final opponent in the abdomen. The unfortunate individual contorted his features and vomited blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The teacher from Tsanghua Academy was taken aback by Tang San's method of attack, a mix of astonishment and fury washing over him as he bellowed, "Fool, use your martial spirits." Yet, Yi Zhiqiu could not fathom how these ordinary students could possibly react to Tang San's lightning-fast strikes. Ma Hongjun reluctantly stepped forward, chewing his food while standing beside Dai Mubai, his chubby hands cracking with anticipation. Since Gu Chen had no intention of intervening, only 3 individuals from Shrek Academy emerged to confront the situation. As the 5 students from Tsanghua Academy regrouped, their fury reached its zenith, and without hesitation, they summoned their martial spirits. They simply could not fathom that as esteemed students of a prestigious Soul Master Academy, they would be unable to triumph over these youths before them. In an instant, a myriad of radiant hues erupted, revealing that the 5 young men bore identical soul ring colors, one white and one yellow, signifying a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Undoubtedly, all 5 were battle soul masters, including 2 possessing weapon soul forms and 3 embodying beast soul forms. The weapon souls were represented by a spear and a trident, while the beast souls were that of a deer, a goat, and a horse. In terms of their soul forms, they were hardly formidable. Observing the opposing side unleash their soul forms, Dai Mubai's disdainful gaze grew even more pronounced. Is this what one refers to as disciples of a prestigious Soul Master Academy? And they possess a 10-year soul ring? Brothers, let us showcase our soul rings to them. Dai Mubai, the eldest among the Shrek Academy students, had never been one for reasoned discourse. Unless one could earn his respect through strength, his lofty demeanor would remain unchanged. White Tiger, manifest. A surge of intense pale light erupted from him as he extended his arms outward, his chest thrust forward, and his bones crackled as they expanded, muscles bulging and stretching his garments. Phoenix, manifest. A purplish-red brilliance surged forth from Ma Hongjun, his short hair suddenly elongating and converging into a mohawk style. 2 rings of yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and long feathers unfurled along his exposed, robust arms, transforming his hands into claw-like appendages. Only Tang San's soul form remained relatively tranquil. 1 yellow and 1 purple ring ascended from his feet as dense blue-silver grass quietly unfurled, encircling his form and gradually extending outward. Calm. Hardly. Tang San's second soul ring was a 1,000-year ring, which alone astounded the members of Tsanghua Academy. The 5 students of Tsanghua Academy rubbed their eyes in disbelief at Tang San's second soul ring. There was no need for confrontation. Merely the revelation of soul rings by Dai Mubai and Tang San had thoroughly dispirited the 5 Tsanghua Academy students. They were acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength that a single soul ring could signify, especially when considering that Dai Mubai's third soul ring was also of the 1,000-year caliber, and Tang San's second soul ring had already reached the millennium mark. Such prowess was beyond their capacity to contend with. What left the students of Tsanghua Academy feeling particularly unsettled was that these youths appeared to be significantly younger than them, yet the power they exhibited surpassed their own. Cease at once. The teacher from Tsanghua Academy could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, waving his hand to his students. You all retreat. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghua Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? We are from Shrek Academy. Before Dai Mubai could respond, Ma Hongjun declared proudly, casting a brazen glance at the only female student from Tsanghua Academy as he spoke. One cannot fathom the source of this corpulent individual's confidence. After all, it is merely a modest academy nestled within a small mountain village, and at this juncture, Tang San and his companions have yet to achieve any renown. It is truly perplexing where the rotund fellow derives his bravado. Upon learning that the opposing party does not hail from any prominent sect, Yi Zhiqiu felt a momentary relief, albeit accompanied by a sense of futility. However, He remained oblivious to the formidable backgrounds of some individuals present, including the Haotian sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Star Luo royal family, and the Stardo forest. The students may be lacking, yet he felt a responsibility to restore some dignity to Shanghai Academy. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhiqiu hesitated no longer. A glimmer ignited in his eyes as he summoned his martial soul, the Black Tortoise, manifest. A ripple of dark energy emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, forcefully suppressing the aura of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the corpulent youth. His limbs contracted by a third, while a massive shell protruded from his back. His entire form shimmered with a black luminescence, and 5 soul rings ascended from his feet, swirling around his body. The 5 rings comprised 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, revealing that this director of external affairs from Shanghai Academy was indeed a formidable soul king, boasting a soul power exceeding level 50. Although Yi Zhiqiu's soul rings may not have been the strongest among his peers, his considerable soul power instantly subdued the presence of Shrek Academy. Of course, this suppression was contingent upon the absence of intervention from Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. Chapter 28. The Misfortunes of Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu spoke eloquently. You young children are ignorant. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Summon your academy's instructor. The corpulent youth shrieked. With your old, turtle-like demeanor, do you really think you can meet our teacher? We are more than capable of handling you ourselves. To be frank, Ma Hongjuan's words were quite insufferable. Dear esteemed soul masters, I implore you, do not engage in a brawl within my humble establishment. It is a modest enterprise. The shopkeeper interjected, compelled to emerge from behind the counter. If he failed to intervene, it seemed inevitable that the entire establishment would soon be engulfed in chaos. Yi Zhiqiu, possessing the Black Tortoise martial soul, held a deep aversion to being likened to a turtle. Originally, he intended only to intimidate the handful of youths before him, as he had no desire to be accused of bullying the weak, especially since he was not well versed in the strength of the academies backing these children. However, the corpulent youth had struck a nerve, igniting a fury within Yi Zhiqiu that turned his wrath into a sardonic smile. Very well. I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, the sight of his swaying black tortoise shell eliciting a comical image, yet the soul power radiating from him was undeniably formidable. The students of Shanghai Academy followed Yi Zhiqiu out of the hotel. Dai Mubai leaned toward Tang San and whispered, this old fellow exceeds level 50, and his martial soul, the Black Tortoise, is quite a remarkable beast martial soul. Exercise caution. I will absorb his attacks at the forefront, but you must act swiftly. I fear I cannot endure for long. Tang San remarked, we may not necessarily be defeated. Although his soul power surpasses ours, there are flaws in his martial spirit. At that moment, others gathered around, except for Gu Chen, Gu Yuena, and Xiao Wu, who remained seated. Brother Chen, Sister Na, aren't you joining us? Tang San inquired. If Gu Chen were to intervene, it would likely take little effort to subdue Yi Zhiqiu. Gu Chen rose, his expression impassive, and stated, is it not a waste of time to seek trouble? I shall refrain from intervening, but should you be in peril, I will step in to assist. Tang San hesitated briefly before nodding. Gu Chen's assurance of safeguarding their side was sufficient. However, he seemed to overlook that Gu Chen had only promised to protect him and not the others, such as Dai Mubai. Tang San continued, his martial spirit is the Xian Gui. I can assure you he is a defense-type soul master, possessing an array of active and passive skills primarily for protection. Thus, while his martial spirit is significantly more powerful than ours, the threat he poses in terms of offense is rather minimal. High soul power without suitable offensive means, what threat can he truly present? Therefore, I propose 2 strategies to deal with him. As a disciple of the master, Tang San possessed a deeper understanding of martial spirits than Dai Mubai and the others. Merely by observing Yi Zhiqiu's martial spirit, he had already drawn numerous conclusions. Once he laid out his plans, the group could not help but applaud, yet one individual was displeased. Tang San, what about me? Ning Rong furrowed her brows, glaring at Tang San. He had elaborated on the strategy, yet failed to include her. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. His omission stemmed from having witnessed her fiery temperament and fearing it might backfire. After contemplating, he replied, your martial spirit is unique. Adapt as you see fit. Ning Rong gritted her teeth, feeling the peculiar gazes of the others upon her, and resolved to prove herself. She sensed she had been sidelined from the group, a sentiment that did not sit well with her. Unbeknownst to her, 2 individuals had not fully integrated into this small collective. In truth, the true camaraderie of the Shrek's 7 monsters emerged only after the master's rigorous training. Prior to that, both Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing harbored their own concerns. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the outskirts of the town, perhaps due to Yi Zhiqiu's conspicuous 5 soul rings. Their group attracted quite an audience as they departed the small town. As they exited, Yi Zhiqiu's mind steadied, and observing the 7 youths before him, he spoke solemnly. I offer you another chance. It is not too late to admit your mistake. Yi Zhiqiu had extended a gracious opportunity for Dai Mubai and the others. Yet they remained ungrateful. Dai Mubai grinned wickedly, saying, mistake? What is right and what is wrong? Strength defines right. Defeat us first, then we shall see. At this juncture, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer refrain from intervening. With an indignant snort, he declared, come at me together. I shall impart to you the lessons of humanity that your academy has failed to teach. Ma Hongjun chuckled, responding, remember, we are not mere humans, we are monsters. Before Yi Zhiqiu could make his move, Dai Mubai had already surged forth, his second soul ring radiating a brilliant light. A sphere of intense, white luminescence coalesced, and a round light bullet erupted from his mouth, manifesting the second soul ring skill of the White Tiger, the White Tiger's radiant wave. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing darted to the side, accelerating swiftly to flank Yi Zhiqiu, while Tang San charged from another direction toward him. The stout figure sported a Mohican hairstyle that quivered as his first soul ring blazed forth, unleashing a stream of purplish-red phoenix flames. The 4 of them struck almost simultaneously, displaying no fear despite their opponent being a soul king of over level 50. In the face of their combined assault, Yi Zhiqiu's body was enveloped in a dark glow. He let out a low growl as both his first and second soul rings illuminated in tandem, his body spinning rapidly to reveal the tortoise shell on his back. Concurrently, a stream of black light, imbued with an icy chill, was released. At the onset of the battle, Yi Zhiqiu activated his 2 soul ring skills, the Mystic Tortoise's Aegis and the Mystic Water's Freeze. His objective was straightforward, to swiftly subdue these youths, imparting upon them a profound lesson that would not only vent his frustration, but also showcase the prowess of Shanghai Academy. Although the Shrek Academy students were formidable, their youth and lesser soul power created a significant disparity. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that with his level 53 soul power, the Mystic Water's Freeze would be sufficient to encase them all in ice. The White Tiger's radiant wave detonated against Yi Zhiqiu's back, as Tang San had surmised. The defensive capabilities of the Mystic Tortoise were among the highest within beast martial souls, and Yi Zhiqiu's soul power surpassed Dai Mubai's by a considerable margin. Thus, the attack yielded no effect, and Yi Zhiqiu's body remained immobile. At this moment, Tang San had closed in, the closest to his opponent, acutely sensing an overwhelming chill that threatened to freeze his very blood. With a sense of urgency, he activated his Xiantian skill to counter the frigid air, abruptly halting his advance. Yet, the blue-silver grass martial soul rapidly unfurled, winding toward Yi Zhiqiu from all directions. At that instant, the stout figure's phoenix flame stream reached the shell on Yi Zhiqiu's back. Although the heat of the phoenix fire was significantly diminished by the Mystic Water's Freeze, the arrival of the flame also lessened the chill of the freezing technique. The purplish-red flames clung to the tortoise shell, unable to penetrate but refusing to extinguish. As if adhering with a sticky tenacity, after deftly evading another wave of attacks, Yi Zhiqiu unveiled the offensive capabilities of his mystic tortoise martial soul. A chilling aura enveloped Dai Mubai and the others. At that moment, Gu Chen, who was observing from a distance, spotted Zhao Wujia and remarked nonchalantly, Teacher Zhao, do you not think they are excessively arrogant? Perhaps we should allow Yi Zhiqiu to teach them a lesson. Zhao Wujia, having noticed Gu Chen, retorted, what do you mean? Your classmates are being bullied, and instead of aiding them, you speak on behalf of the adversary? Gu Chen smirked, as a soul sage. You must be aware of the events that led to this. Yi Zhiqiu had no intention of intervening, yet now, are you resorting to bullying the weak? With a cold scoff, Zhao Wujia dismissed Gu Chen and strode towards the center of the battlefield, questioning why they were out so late instead of resting. Return to your lodgings, he commanded, waving his hand to order all Shrek Academy students back to the hotel, without even glancing at the side of Shanghai Academy. This interruption provoked Yi Zhiqiu. Wait a moment. Zhao Wujia turned back, somewhat impatiently asking, what is it? Yi Zhiqiu replied coldly, you are a teacher from Shrek Academy. Are you not? Your students just insulted our Shanghai Academy. Should you not provide us with an explanation? An explanation? What is there to explain? Isn't Shanghai Academy merely a trash academy? Their words hardly constitute an insult, Zhao Wujia scoffed. Renowned in the Soul Master community as a formidable figure, he certainly did not regard a level 50 Soul Master with any seriousness. As it appeared Yi Zhiqiu was on the verge of being attacked, Gu Chen silently mourned for him. Enraged, Yi Zhiqiu ceased his arguments and advanced aggressively towards Zhao Wujia, clearly not intending to back down. Zhao Wujia turned to the 7 youths who had gathered around him, chastising them. You are truly useless, incapable of dealing with even a mere tortoise. I will deal with you when we return to the academy. A chubby boy kindly reminded him, Teacher Zhao, that tortoise is approaching. Zhao Wujie coldly dismissed him. Go back to sleep. With that, he turned, just as the formidable Yi Zhiqiu approached, radiating a chilling aura. Let us allow our strength to speak for itself. Zhao Wujie declared arrogantly, opting not to summon his martial spirit. He raised his hand and struck towards Yi Zhiqiu. In the next instant, Yi Zhiqiu was sent flying as if riding the clouds, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away, leaving a large crack on his tortoise shell. The sensation of striking without using his martial spirit was indeed gratifying. It was no wonder Zhao Wujie murmured to himself. How timid he had been in the presence of the Haotian Douluo, and now he was so audacious. Gu Chen, observing the spectacle, shook his head and returned to the hotel. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, had already retreated to their rooms to rest. Chapter 29, Long Nights and Many Dreams. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujie raised his resonant voice to rouse everyone. Upon leaving the small town, the group quickened their pace, for they were now in close proximity to the Stardow Forest. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation, particularly Oscar, who was on the verge of acquiring his third spirit ring. Nestled to the south of the Heaven Dough Empire, the Stardow Forest sprawls across the borders of two empires, a region where spirit beasts abound, rendering the national boundaries particularly indistinct. A glance at the map reveals that most of the forest lies within the territory of the Luo Empire, though the Heaven Dough Empire has never acknowledged this fact. As one of the three primary habitats for wild spirit beasts, this forest is a coveted destination for spirit masters. For a visit here invariably signifies an impending advancement in their abilities. The exact age of the Stardow Forest within the Douluo continent remains a mystery. Yet stepping into its depths, one is enveloped by its dense canopy, a testament to its ancient existence. In the distance, a refreshing breeze wafts toward them, carrying the invigorating scent of vegetation that is both soothing and delightful. Inhaling the crisp air deeply, it feels as though every pore in their bodies expands, a sensation of indescribable rejuvenation. Although Gu Chen and Gu Yuena had only spent a few days in the Stardow Forest, far less than the lifetime of Xiao Wu, they found a profound sense of comfort upon their arrival, a comfort rooted in their very bloodline. At last, they stood before the Stardow Forest, where towering trees soared over 20 meters high. This was merely the outer edge. The forest's lushness created a labyrinthine expanse devoid of paths, casting shadows that obscured the true landscape within. Approaching the forest, the air grew even more inviting. As if the temperature had dropped a few degrees, the refreshing scent of damp earth invigorating their senses. Let us halt, Zhao Wujie announced. The group paused. Their bodies warmed from the arduous journey of over 100 miles. Particularly affected were Oscar and Ning Rongrong. As support-type spirit masters, their physical conditioning, though respectable, could not quite measure up to Gu Chen and his companions. After a brief respite to recover, they resumed their journey. Along the way, Xiao Wu frolicked joyfully. Her spirits high, for this was her home. The terrain within the Stardow Forest was exceedingly intricate, devoid of any clear paths. Thus the task of forging ahead fell to Dai Mubai. Channeling his martial spirit, he summoned the power of his tiger claws, effortlessly slicing through the thorns that obstructed their path without hindering their progress. Before long, they encountered a group of spirit beasts. With Zhao Wujie lowering his voice intentionally, they halted. It was Tang San who first spotted the creatures, a pack of weasel-like spirit beasts, small in stature and moderate in strength. Yet their teeth possessed formidable power capable of piercing through metal. Gu Chen furrowed his brow and discreetly unleashed a hint of his dragon might, successfully driving away the pesky weasels. Although in the original text Tang San and his companions did not harm them, it is prudent to be cautious. The Stardow Forest is exceedingly dense, and the phrase aptly describes its overwhelming canopy. It is indeed challenging to catch a glimpse of sunlight within. After traversing for approximately an hour, they found themselves at midday. During this hour, they encountered numerous soul beasts, primarily those of 10 and 100 years, which they generally evaded, avoiding direct conflict. Occasionally, some foolish creatures approached, only to be driven away by Gu Chen's discreet display of dragon might. All right, let us rest for a while. Zhao Wujie's voice prompted the tension-stricken group to relax. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns, creating a clearing of nearly 100 square meters. The group leaned against the trees, taking a moment to recuperate. Naturally, Oscar contributed his sausages, and at this juncture, they were too preoccupied to discern flavors, simply consuming his sausages and sipping on their carried water to regain their strength. About half an hour into their rest, suddenly, Tang San and Zhao Wujie's gazes shifted simultaneously towards a particular direction. Zhao Wujie shouted, "Everyone rise. Something approaches." The rustling sound grew from faint to pronounced, and even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support soul masters, could distinctly sense the rapid approach of the unknown creature. It is a 1700-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Gu Yue Na murmured. With her mental acuity, she could perceive its essence in a mere glance, were it not for her human identity at this moment. And the principle of survival of the fittest that Gu Chen had imparted to her, Gu Yue Na would certainly have intervened to prevent them from hunting the soul beast. Zhao Wujia's eyes gleamed with excitement. A phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Such a soul beast is exceedingly rare. Its fleshy crown possesses numerous wondrous properties. Oscar, you are in for a treat. Alas, we do not know the age of this particular serpent. Gu Yue Na, keep your gaze fixed on its trajectory. Report any changes immediately. Just then, from a short distance away, Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out, and with a low cry, she leaped from the air. Undeterred by the fact that it was a 1,000-year soul beast, her sharp claws and first soul ring ignited simultaneously as she executed the phantom strike. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake reacted swiftly. Despite its rapid advance, it managed to slightly shift its head in haste, causing Zhu Zhuqing's claw to miss the crown and instead strike its body, producing a dull thud and momentarily slowing the beast's momentum. Following this, with Ning Rongrong's support, Tang San and Ma Hongjun endeavored to control the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhao Wujia also took action, unleashing his fourth and fifth soul techniques, successfully subduing the serpent. Zhao Wujia retrieved a dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar. In the long night, dreams abound. Act swiftly. Piercing just beneath its fleshy crown will penetrate its brain, and this soul ring shall be yours. Oscar eagerly seized the short blade, and at that moment, the 1,000-year-old spirit beast before him appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. His third soul skill was on the verge of manifestation, causing his hands to tremble with excitement. Just as Oscar was about to plunge the blade forward, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Immediately, two figures emerged from the direction where the phoenix-tailed cox-crowned serpent had flown in, appearing before everyone. The newcomers were none other than the snake matriarch, Chaotian Xiang, and Meng Iran. Their arrival startled the crowd, but upon noticing the 6 soul rings adorning the elder, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zhao Wujia's 7 soul rings were not to be trifled with, especially those deep black 10,000-year rings that brazenly showcased their intimidating presence. At that moment, Gu Chen furrowed his brow. He had read the original work of Douluo countless times and found this part particularly irksome. In the next instant, Gu Chen appeared behind Oscar, gripping his hand and driving it downward. The dagger plunged fiercely into the head of the phoenix-tailed cox-crowned serpent, resulting in its immediate demise. As a ring of purple soul rings ascended, "You dare to steal my soul ring?" Meng Iran bellowed in fury. "Huh? On what grounds do you claim it as yours? Soul rings belong to the capable. Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? How audacious. When your mother takes you shopping, and others ask, 'Sister, how much did you pay for that monkey?'" Gu Chen retorted. Chapter 30, The Awakening of the Dragon God. Gu Chen of Zuan makes his return. "Young man, do not speak so insolently," Chaotian Xiang exclaimed, striking the ground with her serpent staff. Unleashing her soul power in all directions, one beam aimed directly at Gu Chen, attempting to subdue him. However, Gu Chen had slain a soul emperor before. Under the pressure of that level, he remained utterly unfazed. "What? Do you intend to pressure me with your soul power? Your teeth are akin to the stars in the sky, vibrant in hue, yet distantly scattered. Listening to you, I am overcome by a sense of intellectual superiority. Looking for a fight?" Meng Iran shouted angrily, summoning her martial soul, the serpent staff, and swinging it down upon Gu Chen. Seeing Gu Chen's youth, the snake matriarch regarded him with disdain, believing his soul power inferior to that of her granddaughter, and thus did not intervene. Simultaneously, she kept a watchful eye on Zhao Wujia, wary of any potential threats to her granddaughter. After all, despite Zhao Wujia's notoriety, it was of a nefarious kind. If Zhao Wujia were to learn of Chaotian Xiang's thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter. "What? Whether I can defeat that monster Gu Chen at full strength is uncertain. How could I possibly lose to a mere second-ring brat?" Unfazed, Gu Chen slightly tilted his head to the left, evading Meng Iran's attack, while his right hand gently struck her abdomen. Wah! Meng Iran's body was sent flying, caught by Chaotian Xiang, who watched as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You wretched boy, how could you be so ruthless?" Chaotian Xiang exclaimed, unable to contain herself. The black fifth soul ring on her back illuminated, and the serpent eyes on her staff emitted a burst of purple light, shooting toward Gu Chen's head. Upon witnessing this, Gu Chen immediately merged with his golden dragon king martial soul, golden scales enveloping his entire body, while leaving only his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth exposed. However, the purple light represented a mental assault, penetrating Gu Chen's scales and invading his consciousness. Although Gu Chen's spiritual power far surpassed that of his peers in the same realm, he had yet to reach the level of a soul emperor. Even if he did, it would not guarantee his defense against the mental attacks of a Soul Emperor's soul skills. After all, self-created techniques of equivalent rank could not rival the potency of soul skills, which not only harnessed the Soul Master's spiritual energy, but also the abilities bestowed by their soul rings. Though Gu Chen sustained no significant injury, blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Boom. Not far away, Gu Yuena, upon witnessing this, erupted once more. Her silver dragon, King Martial Soul manifested, vibrant elements swirling around her. Countless spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, catching Ko Xiangxiang off guard, who, despite her quick reflexes, could not evade entirely and suffered several abrasions. In the next moment, Gu Yuena appeared behind Ko Xiangxiang, conjuring a luminous sword aimed at her vulnerable back. How could the girl be so malicious? At that moment, a furious roar resonated, piercing through the very essence of the mind. Gu Yuena, possessing formidable spiritual power, felt little from it. Yet her body was forced back by an overwhelming force of soul power, while Gu Chen, similarly targeted, coughed up another trace of blood. Suddenly, an elder soared into the fray, 8 soul rings hovering behind him, revealing him to be a formidable soul Douluo. Old man, had you not arrived in time, both I and Iran would have been slain by these 2 malevolent youngsters. Ko Xiangxiang glared at Gu Yuena, directing her resentment towards the approaching dragon lord, Meng Shu. Hearing this, Meng Shu was filled with rage, his dragon martial soul manifesting as he cast a cold gaze upon Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. At this juncture, Tang San tugged at Zhao Wujin, saying, Teacher Zhao, Brother Chen, and Sister Na are in peril. You must assist them. Zhao Wujin hesitated momentarily, recognizing that Meng Shu was a soul Douluo, not someone he could contend with as a mere soul sage. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujin stepped forward, stating, I am Zhao Wujin. These 2 are my students. Should they have offended you in any way, I implore you to show some leniency for my sake. Meng Shu shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, These 2 nearly killed my beloved and my granddaughter. Tell me, do you think they deserve to live? However, Zhao Wujin thought, this predicament is difficult for me to explain. Yet, he was compelled to maintain a faade of composure. Let us dispense with idle talk. They must perish today. If it is to come to blows, then let it be, Meng Shu declared, releasing his second soul skill and striking towards Zhao Wujin with a claw. Damn it! Zhao Wujin cursed vehemently, his great strength King Kong bear martial soul manifesting, the unmoving king of wisdom emerging as he countered with a powerful strike aimed at Meng Shu. Meanwhile, Gu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and advanced towards Meng Iran and Ko Xiangxiang, intending to capture them as leverage against Meng Shu. Meng Shu detected the stirrings of Gu Chen, yet he could not fathom that a mere 12-year-old boy would dare to confront him directly. Assuming instead that the youth intended to flee, with a chilling tone, he remarked, What are you in such a hurry for, boy? Off to your mother's funeral? Gu Chen, insulted and irate over his thwarted plans, retorted with scorn. Witnessing the insult directed at him, Meng Shu's anger flared, prompting him to disregard Zhao Wujin entirely. He unleashed his third soul skill, sending forth a white dragon of soul power hurtling towards Gu Chen. Dragon Might. Gu Chen, aware of Meng Shu's dragon-type martial soul, smiled faintly as the pressure emanating from his lineage of the Golden Dragon King surged forth, causing the white dragon of soul power to dissipate into nothingness. While Meng Shu too felt the weight of suppression. Despite possessing soul power exceeding level 80, Meng Shu found his strength diminished to that of a soul sage under the influence of dragon might. With Gu Chen and Gu Yuena ahead and the immovable Zhao Wujin behind, Meng Shu turned to the snake lady, Chao Tianxiang, and declared, Old woman, that boy is rather uncanny. My power has been suppressed to that of a soul sage. Let us use our martial soul fusion technique. Eliminate these youngsters. Chao Tianxiang nodded in agreement, and the 2 joined hands, their soul powers intertwining. Moments later, a colossal white dragon materialized before Gu Chen and his companions. Gu Chen remained cautious, for the fusion technique of the Dragon King and Snake Lady was renowned, rivaling that of a title Douluo. Zhao Wujin, witnessing Meng Shu resorting to a martial soul fusion technique against mere juniors, exclaimed in anxiety. Gu Chen nodded, and alongside Gu Yuena, they activated their soul rings. Purple, black, and purple, along with purple and black soul rings appeared behind them, astonishing the fused form of Meng Shu. However, the situation had reached a point of no return. Even with Gu Chen's formidable background, Meng Shu felt compelled to eliminate him, deeming it preferable to facing certain death despite the inevitable consequences. The strength of a title Douluo? Nar, Gu Chen called to Gu Yuena. She responded with a gentle acknowledgement, embracing Gu Chen. To enhance the compatibility of their martial soul fusion technique, Gu Yuena tenderly pressed her lips against his. Gu Chen was taken aback. The moment he had longed for had materialized under such dire circumstances. Yet, he did not forget the looming threat and swiftly released the soul power of the Golden Dragon King. While Gu Yuena summoned the soul power of the Silver Dragon King, their two soul powers converged, giving rise to the ethereal form of a seven-colored giant dragon. This is a martial soul fusion technique. Zhao Wuji marveled. Dragon God's 9 transformations. First transformation. The Dragon God awakens. The 100% fusion of martial souls transcended the abilities of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's technique. Streams of 9-colored energy coalesced, expanding and extracting the soul power of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. The two remained locked in their embrace, kissing, standing resolutely at the center of the 9-colored tempest. Not far away, the white dragon conjured by Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang appeared visibly fearful and anxious, attempting to disrupt the fusion technique of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena under Meng Shu's command. Yet, it was already too late. The radiant 9-colored beams erupted forth, slicing through the heavens with a fierce energy that violently struck the heart of the white dragon, piercing through completely. The beams traversed thousands of miles without losing their potency, leaving countless soul beasts awestruck as they prostrated in reverence towards the ethereal visage of the 9-colored giant dragon. The martial spirit fusion technique of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang was shattered, causing their bodies to separate, bloodied and battered, collapsing onto the ground, struggling for breath. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, having exhausted their soul power, also dispelled their fusion technique. Gu Chen, feeble and drained, swayed unsteadily before toppling backward. Gu Yuena, equally enervated, lunged forward as he fell, both maintaining their original poses as they descended to the earth. She above, he below. Chapter 31, Mushroom Sausage. Observing this, Tang San hurried over, assisting both Gu Chen and Gu Yuena to their feet alongside Xiao Wu. Ignoring the fiery gaze of Gu Chen, Tang San inquired, "Are you all right, Brother Chen?" At that moment, Gu Chen's thoughts were solely on Gu Yuena. He licked his lips, a faint smile emerging. "I'm fine, just a bit drained in soul power. A moment's rest will suffice. Grandfather, grandmother." At this moment, Meng Yiran exclaimed, rushing towards the fallen Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. They still possessed a flicker of life, and if you could carry them away from the Star Dough Forest now, there might still be hope, provided you survive the journey, Gu Chen coldly remarked. His gaze fixed on Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran felt a deep trepidation towards Gu Chen as she lifted the bodies of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, stepping away with each heavy stride towards the forest's edge. "Damn it! If I acquire sufficient strength in the future, I shall ensure their demise." Meng Yiran seethed inwardly. Gu Chen rubbed his temples, initially intending for Oscar to eliminate the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to avoid complications, yet it seemed to have multiplied his troubles manifold. After requesting several sausages from Oscar, he distributed a few to Gu Yuena and consumed the remaining recovery sausages himself. After an hour of cultivation, both had regained a substantial portion of their soul power. As they restored their strength, Oscar absorbed the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the purple ring slowly melding into his being. Exhaling deeply, Oscar gradually opened his eyes, and in an instant, the faint pink glow enveloping him transformed into a vibrant pink hue, bathing him in its luminescence. "Congratulations, little Oscar," Zhao Wuji smiled at him. Upon acquiring his third soul ring, Oscar underwent subtle changes. He appeared slightly taller and more vibrant. Most notably, his peach blossom eyes sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy released by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake when it had intimidated those present. Dai Mubai's cheerful laughter echoed, "Little Oscar, you are the second among us to break through the 30th level. Congratulations. Let us unveil the nature of your third soul ring skill." Oscar, upon acquiring his third soul ring, was undeniably elated. However, upon hearing Dai Mubai mention his third soul ring skill, a shadow of embarrassment crossed his face as he awkwardly suggested, "Perhaps we should discuss this later." Ma Hongjun, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, "What are you afraid of? Little Oscar? Are you concerned that we might mock you? Surely, your third soul skill cannot be more ridiculous than the first two. Your brothers have exerted considerable effort for you. Do show us the fruits of your labor." With a resigned nod, Oscar acquiesced. "However, you must promise not to laugh upon hearing my soul skill." The group nodded in unison, though traces of amusement danced upon their faces. Raising his right hand, Oscar finally uttered his third soul skill, "I possess a mushroom sausage." The moment the words left his lips, a wave of laughter erupted from everyone. Even Zhao Wuji succumbed to hearty chuckles. Even Gu Chen, who was aware of the plot, found it impossible to suppress his mirth upon truly hearing the soul skill. Oscar stared wide-eyed at his companions. Did we not agree to refrain from laughter? Ironically, his statement only intensified their amusement. Zhao Wuji, being the teacher, was the first to regain his composure, glancing at Oscar's crestfallen expression. "Little Oscar, do enlighten us about the utility of your mushroom sausage." A soul skill born from a millennium-old soul ring must possess some merit. Oscar huffed in irritation. Laugh all you want. No one shall partake in my mushroom sausage henceforth. Humph. Oh, has our dear Oscar turned sulky? Gu Chen found the situation amusing. Holding the mushroom sausage aloft, Oscar's expression grew peculiar as he proclaimed with pride, mushroom sausage. Third soul ring skill. Effect, flight. The laughter abruptly ceased, and apart from Gu Chen, all eyes widened in astonishment, all due to the simplicity of those two words, flight. Ahem. Observing the astonished faces around him, Oscar felt a surge of satisfaction, cleared his throat, and continued. Moreover, I have yet to conclude. My third soul ring skill allows for 1 minute of flight. Indeed, your sausage mirrors you, short and lacking in power. Although Gu Chen was aware that the mushroom sausage could soar at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, he could not help but jest. Dai Mubai scoffed. Is this not a rather superfluous skill? What purpose does flying for a minute serve? You would struggle to cross a wide river or a cliff. The colorful gleam in Oscar's eyes seemed to intensify. Is that truly the case? What if that minute of flight were at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake? What? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that consuming your mushroom sausage would allow one to fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for a minute? Is that feasible? Oscar declared with pride. What is impossible about it? My third soul ring is derived from the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, and naturally, the soul skill associated with it is pertinent. I am confident in my perception. If you wish to partake in my mushroom sausages in the future, you must earnestly plead with me. Speaking with such exertion, you will inevitably exhaust yourself. Tang San quipped with a sharp tongue. Gu Yue Na nodded in satisfaction and remarked. At last, the effort has not been in vain. Xiao Ao, this third soul ring of yours is quite impressive. With your current soul power, how many of these mushroom sausages can you produce? Oscar pondered and replied. The soul power consumed by this mushroom sausage is considerably greater than that of the previous 2 types of sausages. Given my current condition, I can produce a maximum of 10 at once before my soul power is entirely depleted, requiring a full recovery before I can create more. Observing the other students, Zhao Wujia expressed his contentment. 10 is indeed sufficient. As your soul power increases, this number will also rise. Among food-type auxiliary martial spirits, your sausages can now be classified as exceptional. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We shall depart from here immediately and return to the academy. Zhao Laosher. I fear we cannot leave just yet. At that moment, Tang San suddenly addressed Zhao Wujia. True to his role as the protagonist of this world, even without battling Meng Iran, Tang San had managed to break through to the 30th level threshold during his brief period of cultivation. Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Cannot leave? Why not? Xiao San, the Stardow Forest is not a place for frivolity. I am the teacher here, and my word is final. Our objective has been achieved, and we must return to the academy promptly. Otherwise, if any of you encounter difficulties, how will I explain it to Flinder upon our return? However, Tang San, feeling somewhat anxious, attempted to interject, but was cut off by Zhao Wujia. There is no however. Since you are awake, no one should rest any longer. We will discuss matters once we have exited the Stardow Forest. While the daylight still lingers, we shall set off at once. Zhao Laosher, could you please wait until I finish speaking? Tang San looked at Zhao Wujia with a hint of helplessness. Zhao Wujia's eyes glinted coldly for a moment. But then he seemed to recall something, and the coldness flickered before fading. In times past, anyone who dared to defy him would have felt the sting of his paw long before this. Yet, upon thinking of Tanghao, Zhao Wujia hesitated once more. Without waiting for Zhao Wujia to respond, Tang San swiftly stated, I also require a soul ring. Why not seek a soul beast directly this time? It will save us from making another trip soon. No, Zhao Wujia replied without a moment's thought, but suddenly, his body stiffened, and his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San, saying, What did you just say? Tang San earnestly repeated, I said I also need a soul ring. I observed the battle between Brother Chun and Sister Nar and gained significant insights. I have just broken through to the 30th level. Therefore, I also require a soul ring. What do you think? Is it possible? Zhao Wujia stared intently at Tang San. Meanwhile, Oscar, who was delightfully demonstrating his mushroom sausages, accidentally dropped one to the ground. Dai Mubai's peculiar eyes merged into one. The stout figure of Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment, while Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor transformed into sheer surprise. Ning Rongrong's gentle visage bore 2 newly formed dimples, and Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, embraced Tang San's arm. Although Tang San's talent paled in comparison to that of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, becoming a soul master at the tender age of 12 was indeed a feat achieved only by prodigies. Chapter 32. My lord, Ming has come to rescue you. The crowd encircled Tang San, showering him with congratulatory remarks, including Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, who both offered faint smiles and chimed in unison. Congratulations, little San. Teacher Zhao, might we linger a while longer to find a suitable soul beast for me? Tang San inquired tentatively. Zhao Wujin smiled gently. Of course, that is your right. We shall not only seek a soul beast to serve as your third soul ring, but we will endeavor to find one that is most suited to you. It seems our time in the Douluo forest will need to be extended. After a night of rest, the group's energy had fully restored to its prime condition. The following morning, they resumed their quest for soul beasts, albeit this time the responsibility of acquiring a soul beast fell upon Tang San rather than Oscar. The master had already devised a plan for the type of soul beast Tang San should seek, leading him to believe that his search would be far simpler than Oscar's. After all, several of the soul beasts outlined in the master's plan were relatively common. As long as the years of cultivation were appropriate, they could become his third soul ring. However, contrary to expectations, 2 full days elapsed without a suitable soul beast in sight, despite Zhao Wujin's diligent guidance. Although they encountered several millennium soul beasts along the way, none proved fitting for Tang San. The remaining options were predominantly century-old soul beasts. As 2 days passed, while sustenance was not a concern for the group, living in the perilous depths of the forest took a toll on their spirits, heightening their sense of alertness and fatigue. Yet, when discussing danger, it was not entirely unfounded. Most soul beasts would be sensed by Gu Chen once they approached within 100 meters of him. Any unsuitable creatures were often repelled by Gu Chen's dragon aura, leaving only a few to approach the group, thereby avoiding suspicion. As night fell, it was time to rest once more. In the Douluo forest, lighting a fire was prohibited, while the majority of soul beasts feared flames. A small fraction thrived in their presence, and among these were often lethal beings. Without needing Zhao Wujin's direction, the male students set about erecting temporary tents while the female students gathered provisions. Naturally, Oscar was an exception, as he was promptly categorized among the female students by Dai Mubai and Tang San. Little San, are you feeling anxious? Zhao Wujin suddenly asked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the young boy before him. Tang San shook his head, responding, the search for a soul beast is inherently a matter of chance. There is no use in haste. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I possess patience. The two took their seats and began an engaging conversation. Suddenly, the mirth in Zhao Wujia's eyes vanished in an instant. He seized Tang San's shoulder with a firm grip, drawing him close, an aura of icy ferocity emanating from him, accompanied by a low growl as he summoned his martial spirit. The formidable Titan giant bear materialized instantly. Everyone, leave the tent at once. Zhao Wujia bellowed, his resonant voice echoing within. After days of collaboration, the students had forged a certain level of understanding. Swiftly emerging from the tent, Teacher Zhao, what is the matter? Dai Mubai inquired, hastening to Zhao Wujia's side with a look of confusion. Zhao Wujia did not respond to his question. Everyone, gather behind me. If anything arises, do not concern yourselves with me. Leave this place immediately and exit the Douluo forest first. Mubai, I entrust the responsibility of protecting everyone to you in my absence. In the direction Zhao Wujia was fixated upon, 2 towering trees gradually parted, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently. It resembled a mountain, its body cloaked in dark fur that shimmered faintly under the dim starlight. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders towered above 7 meters. If it were to stand upright, its height would likely exceed 15 meters. Visually, it resembled a creature that was part ape, part gorilla, with only its lantern-like eyes glimmering with a golden hue amid its otherwise pitch-black form. In the night, one could scarcely discern its presence unless it moved. The Titan giant ape approached the group, unleashing a thunderous roar. Master, Erming has come to provide assistance. Gu Chen pressed his forehead, channeling his voice through a sound wave to Erming. Do not harm them. Seek an opportunity to take me, Nar, and Xiao Wu along. Erming, displaying a semblance of humanity, lowered its head. Honorable King of the Forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. At this moment, Zhao Wujia spoke in a grave tone. He understood that the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech, especially one as powerful as this. Its cultivation clearly surpassed 10,000 years, and he could not fathom any soul beast more formidable than the one before him. After all, an ordinary human soul master could not grasp the true mysteries of the Douluo forest. Their understanding was confined solely to the Titan giant ape, Erming. The Titan giant ape, however, disregarded Zhao Wujia's words, performing a simple action that sent a wave of trepidation through the hearts of the onlookers. It took a step forward. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Wujia declared, I will hold it off. You must consume Oscar's mushroom sausage and leave this place immediately. I fear I cannot hold on for long. You must act swiftly. Casting aside his words, Zhao Wujin inhaled deeply, his 7 auras radiating brilliance as he charged towards the Titan giant ape. Thus began yet another poignant scene. Go. You must leave. Do not worry about me. No, I cannot abandon you. I wish to remain by your side. Enough. Gu Chen smacked his forehead in exasperation, a frown etched across his face. Pretending to engage in battle with Tang San and the others, Erming swiftly lifted Xiao Wu, extending his other hand. Gu Chen grasped Gu Yuena's hand, and unnoticed by the rest, they leapt up. No. Let go of Brother Chen, Sister Na, Xiao Wu. As Gu Chen and the others fell into the clutches of the Titan giant ape, Tang San's eyes reddened instantly. Without waiting for his body to stabilize on the ground, he kicked off forcefully, propelling himself upwards, using a nearby tree to leap higher. His hands moved with lightning speed, drawing forth a dozen gleaming blades that shot towards the Titan giant ape's eyes. At that moment, Tang San's heart sank to the depths of despair. He understood all too well that with the Titan giant ape's immense strength, a mere flick of its hand would spell doom for Gu Chen and the others. No matter how powerful they were, survival was beyond reach. Zhao Wujin finally landed, witnessing the scene of Gu Chen and the others falling into the Titan giant ape's grasp. He unleashed his martial soul, advancing, only to be struck aside by Erming's arm, blood surging within him. Tang San was similarly hurled against a tree, slowly sliding down. His mouth stained with blood, clearly injured. Erming hastily took Gu Chen and the others away. Did I not tell you not to harm them? What? Now you disregard my words? Gu Chen glared icily at Erming. Ugh. Erming whimpered, lowering his head, his face a picture of innocence. My lord. They attacked me first. I was merely defending myself. Enough. Remember this. There shall be no next time. Gu Chen declared. At that moment, Gu Chen noticed a spider blocking Erming's path, an enormous creature with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters and 8 long, spear-like legs stretching over 3 meters. Its entire body was encased in a glossy black shell, and its slender legs silently pierced the ground with each step, revealing their sharpness. Gu Chen extended his mental power, peering through the spider to observe its abdomen. On the underside of the spider, distinct white patterns contrasted sharply with its black body, forming a grotesque human face. 8 small eyes, flickering with a ghostly purple light, were affixed to its underbelly, though 2 appeared to have been destroyed, a bloody mess remaining. Even the shell at its abdomen bore several cracks. This must be the humanoid-faced demon spider that Xiaoxin spoke of, Gu Chen murmured, directing Erming. Erming. Inflict severe damage upon that spider. In the original narrative, this humanoid-faced demon spider was severely injured by Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang before being hunted down by Tang San. If the face demon spider were in its prime, it would be quite challenging for Tang San to successfully acquire the soul ring. Erming nodded slightly and delivered a powerful punch, causing the unfortunate face demon spider to suffer the blow. Its exoskeleton shattered instantly, releasing a stream of venom. In Chapter 33, the 4th layer of the seal was broken, and the bloodline was refined. Erming led Gu Chen and others to the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, where they were greeted by a man with black hair. This was the transformed form of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Ditian. Master. Gu Chen leapt from Erming's hand to the ground. Ditian knelt reverently. Gu Chen nodded slightly. I have come here today to unlock the 4th layer of the seal and break through to level 40. From the 4th layer onward, our true forms will manifest as we unravel the seal. Your task is to conceal the aura we emit, preventing it from being detected by human powerhouses. Yes. Ditian nodded vigorously, unleashing the power of the beast god to drive away the soul beasts within a 1,000-mile radius. Simultaneously, he instructed Daming and Erming to guard the periphery of the core area, ensuring no intruders approached. Ditian soared into the sky, releasing a faint aura that enveloped a small portion of the heavens, preventing any scent from escaping. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction and addressed Gu Yuena. Nodder. Let us unlock the 4th layer of the seal and condense the 4th soul ring. Gu Yuena nodded and sat cross-legged. Having completed the process of unlocking the seal and condensing the soul ring 3 times before, she was now quite adept at it. Gu Chen also sat down, channeling the soul power within him to break through the 4th layer of the seal. In an instant, Gu Chen's human form expanded, transforming into a colossal dragon. The Golden Dragon King shimmered with golden light, making contact with the ground and creating a deep crater. Behind the Golden Dragon King, Gu Yuena's figure vanished, morphing into the Silver Dragon King, her scales glistening as divine power surged forth. As the 4th layer of the seal shattered, the immense divine power bathed Gu Chen's body. However, as Gu Chen had already cultivated his soul power to level 10, this divine power did not convert into his soul power, enhancing it instead. The divine power split into 2 streams. One circulated throughout Gu Chen's entire being, fortifying his physique and causing his skin to emit a soft golden glow. The other melded with his soul power, elevating the quality of his Golden Dragon King's soul power. This was the reason he sought to cultivate anew. Only by forging his own strength could he achieve a qualitative enhancement of his abilities. Under normal circumstances, divine power would always incur some loss. But Gu Chen seized the opportunity before any dissipated, channeling this divine power alongside his own soul power to condense the soul ring. After breaking the fourth layer of the seal, his physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary soul Douluo. Gu Chen transformed back into human form, the handsome boy reappearing on the ground as he sat cross-legged, a soul ring gradually rising behind him. Before my eyes, the soul ring leapt over the stages of white, yellow, and purple, transforming into a deep black hue that continued to intensify. As the color of the soul ring stabilized, it revealed a fourth soul ring that was a striking black with red undertones. This signified that the age of the soul ring was at least 9,000 years. It is worth noting that, under normal circumstances, one would require the prowess of a soul Douluo to absorb a soul ring of 90,000 years. Ding. System Character Interface. Character, Gu Chen. Age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,000,006 years. Strength, 1,000,000. Normal level 41 Soul Master. 2,000. Spiritual Power, 6,030. Normal level 41 Soul Master. 1,000. Bloodline, Golden Dragon King Bloodline 99, 075. Dragon God Bloodline 0. 925 Level 41 Soul Master. For seals have been unlocked. Soul Rings, Purple, Black, Black, Black. Comprehensive Evaluation. The displayed strength is comparable to that of a soul Douluo. Yet the true power is beyond imagination. System Backpack, 99, 980 Gold Soul Coins. Soul Power Amplification Cards 2. System, what is the state of my bloodline? Gu Chen inquired. Ding. Host, through your recultivation, you have refined your Golden Dragon King bloodline, resulting in an even purer essence. Very well, Gu Chen nodded. Upon breaking through to level 41, Gu Chen's strength had astonishingly doubled, equating to 500 times that of a Soul Master of the same level. It is noteworthy that as a Soul Master's level increases, the disparity in attributes diminishes. Although Gu Chen's strength at level 39 and level 41 is both 500 times that of a level 41 Soul Master, the quality far surpasses the original 500 times. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Gu Chen turned his gaze towards the distance, where Gu Yue Na stood. The beautiful girl had her eyes gently closed, her stunning silver hair cascading around her, and elemental energy swirled around her, casting a radiant spectrum of colors that was enchanting. Behind her, the deep black color of her soul ring gradually stabilized, hinting at an age of approximately 60 to 70,000 years. As the soul ring converged into her body, the girl opened her eyes. How did it go? Gu Chen revealed a faint smile. Gu Yue Na smiled and nodded. My spiritual power has increased. Ding. System Character Interface. Character, Gu Yue Na. Age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,000,006 years. Strength, 40,000. Normal level 41 Soul Master. 2,000. Spiritual Power, 100,000. Normal level 41 Soul Master. 1,000. Bloodline, Silver Dragon King Bloodline 99, 915. Dragon God Bloodline 0. 85 Level 41 Soul Master. For seals have been unlocked. Soul Rings, Purple, Purple, Black, Black. Comprehensive Evaluation. Hidden beneath her exquisite beauty lies an unparalleled power. The system pondered, why is Na's bloodline purity higher than mine after she unsealed the fourth layer? Gu Chen expressed his confusion. Ding. Host, are you not aware? You have set yourself 18 layers of seals, while she has only 9. How can they be comparable? Gu Chen felt a twinge of insult. That's enough. It's time to return and find Xiao San and the others, he declared, surveying the area. Where is Xiao Wu? The head of the sky blue bull python emerged from the distant lake. Xiao Wu is currently condensing her spirit ring. She will finish in no more than 10 minutes. My lord, thank you for your care towards Xiao Wu. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating it was merely a casual act. By the way, I will be entering the spirit hall upon my return. At that time, we shall part ways with Xiao Wu, and I fear I may not be able to look after her. The sky blue bull python quickly replied, no worries, my lord. I am immensely grateful that you have cared for her during this time. I dare not ask for more. Gu Chen remained silent, waiting patiently. When the golden-eyed black dragon king Di Tian observed Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na's breakthrough, he lifted the concealment of their presence from the outside world and approached them. You shall continue your cultivation in the Star Doe Forest. Should you need anything, I will seek you out, Gu Chen instructed. The golden-eyed black dragon king Di Tian nodded in agreement. At that moment, a wave of soul power surged, and a flash of pink light appeared as Xiao Wu manifested before the beasts. She stuck out her tongue, saying, apologies, my lord, I just finished condensing my spirit ring. Seeing Xiao Wu, Gu Chen smiled slightly. It's fine. Just continue to call me Chun Gu, and refer to her as Sister Nar. My lord, that is absolutely unacceptable. Xiao Wu remained silent, but the sky blue bull python exclaimed. It's all right, let it be. This girl, Xiao Wu, is quite adorable, Gu Chen chuckled. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the golden-eyed black dragon king Di Tian as he addressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, the Lord holds you in such high regard. You must not disappoint his expectations. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, and she cheerfully replied, yes. Let's head back, otherwise, your Xiao San will start to worry, Gu Chen remarked. Xiao Wu blushed and nodded. Chapter 34. Burying oneself in work. At this moment, Tang San had slain the severely injured man-faced demon spider and began absorbing its spirit ring. With the unparalleled dragon snake couple heavily wounded by Gu Chen and his companion, they would no longer emerge to contest for the spirit ring. However, due to the exceeding age limit for absorbing the spirit ring, even with years of body refinement, Tang San found it quite challenging to absorb the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. The expressions of the Shrek Academy members grew grave as they surrounded Tang San, who was seated cross-legged in the center, obscured from view. He was enveloped in a layer of faint red mist. The red hue within the mist was not the glow of soul power, but rather the blood of Tang San. Moments earlier, amidst intense fluctuations of soul power, his skin had begun to exude fine droplets of blood, which transformed into this pale red mist as the soul power evaporated into the air. Tang San furrowed his brow, his lips pressed tightly together, his body writhing incessantly in spasms, and with beads of blood emerging from beneath his skin, it was evident how profoundly he was suffering. However, due to the years of physical cultivation, Tang San's absorption of the soul ring from the man-faced demon spider was not as formidable as it might seem. His second soul ring was already a millennium old. Witnessing the soul ring ratios of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, Zhao Wuji and the others instinctively believed that Tang San could also absorb soul rings beyond their typical age limit, especially given that his second soul ring was a millennium ring, which alleviated their concerns compared to the original narrative. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the distant thicket. 3 sets of footsteps approached, 1 heavy and 2 light and agile. Who goes there? Zhao Wuji's icy gaze fixed upon a particular direction, his soul power surging. At that moment, Tang San was at a critical juncture. He could not allow anyone or any soul beast to disturb him. Teacher Zhao. A slender figure dashed out from the woods. Upon seeing her, not only did Zhao Wuji freeze, but the others were equally taken aback. The figure emerging from the thicket was none other than Xiao Wu. Following her were Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothes tattered, and her once neat scorpion braid now in disarray, yet her complexion was flushed, seemingly more mature than before. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena had changed into a fresh set of attire, which happened to be matching outfits. If one were to inquire about the fate of their previous garments, it was evident that when they unlocked the 4th layer of their seals, their forms transformed into the golden silver dragon kings, inevitably shredding their original clothing. Fortunately, Gu Yuena had purchased an abundance of outfits during their earlier shopping spree. Otherwise, they might have returned in a state of undress. Xiao Wu, Gu Chen, Gu Yuena, you're alive? Oscar blurted out, only to realize the insensitivity of his words. Even if you were dead, I would not perish. Gu Chen retorted with irritation. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed the crimson mist surrounding Tang San. Upon seeing him amidst the pale red haze, her heart tightened, and she rushed forward in a flurry. Do not disturb him. He is absorbing his 3rd soul ring. Zhao Wuji quickly intervened. Xiao Wu exclaimed, but how could absorbing the 3rd soul ring cause such a state? Turning her gaze to the corpse of the man-faced demon spider nearby, she began to comprehend. It's the man-faced demon spider. This is bad. Its cultivation exceeds 2,000 years. The master once stated that the upper limit for a soul master's 3rd soul ring is 1,760 years. Tang San. Gu Chen patted Xiao Wu's shoulder reassuringly. His 2nd soul ring was also a millennium ring absorbed beyond its age limit. It is entirely normal for him to exceed that limit once more with the 3rd soul ring. Don't worry, Xiao San is quite resilient. He will be fine. By the way, Gu Chen, how did you manage to escape the Titan giant ape's grasp? Please, enlighten us on what transpired, Zhao Wuji inquired. Gu Chen tilted his head and began to weave a tale, one that bore a striking resemblance to the original narrative involving Xiao Wu, with the singular deviation being that both Gu Chen and Gu Yuena had also acquired soul rings. Could this truly be permissible? The plump figure cast a penetrating gaze at Gu Chen and his companions, donning an expression akin to that of a blind cat stumbling upon a hapless rat. While it might have been acceptable for a single individual to fortuitously gain a soul ring through misfortune, the fact that all 3 had succeeded was astonishing. Let me see your soul rings, Zhao Wuji inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the soul rings of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's ordinary soul ring configuration, Zhao Wujie remained silent. However, he could not help but express awe at Gu Yuena's fourth soul ring, which boasted an age of 60 to 70,000 years. After all, Gu Yuena's fourth soul ring was equivalent to his own seventh soul ring. Yet, when Zhao Wujie beheld Gu Chen's fourth soul ring, he momentarily forgot about Tang San, exclaiming in astonishment, black tinged with red, "This is a 90,000-year soul ring. How is this possible?" Without delving into how you absorbed it, a soul beast of such antiquity would not succumb to a mere roar, regardless of whether its source was a 100,000-year soul beast. Gu Chen sensed that the story was on the verge of unraveling and quickly lowered his voice, stating, "Little San is still absorbing his soul ring. Although that 90,000-year soul beast was merely injured internally, Nar and I unleashed our martial soul fusion technique once more and ultimately vanquished it. It was a close call. Had there been other soul beasts nearby, our exhausted state could have cost us our lives. As for Nar's 60,000-year soul ring, it was acquired after I absorbed my fourth soul ring and we combined our efforts to slay it." After careful consideration, Gu Chen felt that this version of the tale was devoid of flaws. Your martial soul fusion technique with Gu Yuena is remarkably powerful, capable of defeating even a 90,000-year soul beast. Zhao Wujie exclaimed in admiration. Just then, a commotion arose from Tang San's vicinity, capturing the attention of Zhao Wujie and the others. Gu Chen wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, musing that storytelling was indeed exhausting. At this moment, before Tang San's indomitable will, all the energy within him began to relent. A mutual absorption and transformation process commenced. The delicate beads of blood ceased to flow, and Tang San's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. A faint blue luminescence began to emanate quietly from within him. "It's done," Zhao Wujie exclaimed with delight. "The most perilous moment has passed. We are now witnessing the soul power transformation process. This lad, Tang San, truly lives up to the title of Miracle Maker. He has withstood even a 2,000-year soul ring from the humanoid demon spider. What an extraordinary talent he is. Though he may not rival Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, he is impressive nonetheless." Although Tang San kept his eyes shut, he could still hear Zhao Wujie's words, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Teacher Zhao, is it really appropriate for you to praise me so openly in my presence?" Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him, prompting Tang San to let out a cry of anguish as his body convulsed violently. His chest heaved upward, arching his upper body in a terrifying display. At that moment, 8 protrusions emerged from his back. "Brother!" Xiao Wu screamed. Suddenly, 8 protrusions burst forth, and strangely, the skin on Tang San's back did not retract. Deep purple objects, as thick as a fist, emerged from these protrusions and grew at an astonishing rate. As these 8 protrusions ruptured and the deep purple entities sprouted, Tang San appeared to relax, his expression softening considerably, yet the spasms in his body persisted. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the deep purple objects swiftly extended to over a meter in length, still growing at an incredible pace. When their length exceeded 1.5 meters, they paused momentarily before developing joint-like appendages, extending in a different direction from these joints. "What is this?" 8 dark purple objects continued to elongate until they reached over 3 meters, their surfaces gleaming with a vibrant purple hue. The thickest part was near Tang San's back, tapering off to sharp, pointed tips at the ends. "Aren't those the legs of a faceless demon spider?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed. "Not at all," Gu Chen remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the spider legs sprouting from Tang San's back. He was truly fortunate to have acquired an external spirit bone. External spirit bone? The members of Shrek looked puzzled. An external spirit bone is a wondrous entity, a special existence beyond the 6 primary spirit bones. If the chance of a regular spirit bone appearing from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of an external spirit bone manifesting is even less than 1 in 10,000. To absorb an external spirit bone, one must first absorb the soul ring of the corresponding soul beast. "I can assure you, it is indeed an external spirit bone," Gu Chen explained. "What?" The group gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Tang San filled with envy. At that moment, the blue-silver grass curled around him, enveloping Tang San like a giant cocoon. Thus, 12 hours, or 24 in total, passed. Gu Chen almost felt compelled to tear apart the blue-silver grass to extract Tang San. Isn't it just an external spirit bone? Why is it so troublesome? Finally, when Tang San emerged, he appeared before them completely nude, prompting several girls to quickly avert their gazes. "Brother Chun, Sister Na, Xiao Wu," Tang San exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Gu Chen and the others return safely. Just as he attempted to approach them, the spider legs retracted, and he lost his balance, tumbling from the air. "Be careful," Xiao Wu cried out, extending her arms to catch Tang San. Fortunately, her strength was commendable, Despite his fall from over 2 meters, she managed to receive him just in time. The 8 spider legs rose simultaneously behind him, appearing peculiar yet not hindering Tang San's movements. Familiar scents wafted into his nostrils, and Tang San instinctively wrapped his arms around Xiao Wu. Hey, Xiao San, aren't you a bit shameless? What are you doing standing there bare before the young lady? Put something on. Gu Chen said irritably as he rummaged through his system backpack and tossed a formal outfit to Tang San. How dare you flaunt your affection in front of me? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at himself, only to realize that he was completely unclothed. At that moment, Xiao Wu also came to her senses, her charming face flushing crimson. She hastily closed her eyes but was reluctant to leave Tang San's embrace, burying her head against his chest and refusing to lift it. What is this peculiar behavior? Gu Chen was utterly bewildered. Chapter 35, The Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San, feeling quite embarrassed, donned the formal attire handed to him by Gu Chen and said, Brother Chen, I heard what you mentioned about the external soul bone. Thank you for informing me. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. At that moment, Ma Hongjun curiously gazed at the 8 spider lances on Tang San's back and reached out to touch them, but his hand was swiftly swatted away by Gu Chen. What are you doing, Gu Chen? Ma Hongjun complained, feeling aggrieved. Upon seeing his pitiful expression, Gu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine and replied curtly, If you wish to be poisoned by a man-faced demon spider and perish here, go ahead and touch it. Ma Hongjun recoiled in fright, retreating several steps. I won't touch it anymore. Thank you for the warning, Gu Chen. Zhao Wuji smiled as he observed the children before him, feeling a sense of relief. Though we have encountered considerable troubles and faced numerous dangers, we have ultimately prevailed. Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Gu Chen, and Gu Yue Na have successfully advanced their soul rings to a new realm. The rewards are quite satisfactory. It is time for us to return. Let us set off toward Shrek Academy. Despite the passage of time, Zhao Wuji's strength was only at 50% of its optimal state due to the use of his martial soul's true form. Thus, the group remained vigilant as they exited the Stardow Forest. Each member was equipped with one of Oscar's mushroom sausages and recovery sausages, maintaining the best defensive formation. As they departed the forest, Xiao Wu reiterated Gu Chen's earlier remarks to Tang San, sharing the news of her own acquisition of a 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu, Brother Gu, Sister Na, what are your new soul ring abilities? Tang San inquired with curiosity. It's a secret, the 3 responded in unison. Suddenly, Tang San exclaimed, Oh, I almost forgot something. Teacher Zhao, let us pause for a moment. Zhao Wuji halted and looked at Tang San. What is it? Tang San raised his hand and brushed over the mechanism of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, retrieving it from its resting place. He recalled that he had not fired it after properly setting the mechanism on the day prior. If the mechanism remained primed for too long without being discharged, it could damage the crossbow itself. Fortunately, only a little over a day had passed, and there was still time to release the mechanism. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow, once set, must be fired to deactivate the mechanism, which is one of its inherent drawbacks. Upon seeing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in Tang San's hands, Xiao Wu exclaimed, So it was you who felled the faceless spider with this weapon. Its power is indeed formidable. The eyes of the faceless spider could scarcely withstand such force. Though she was aware that the faceless spider was severely injured, she recognized that even a wounded faceless spider was not something an ordinary soul master could easily vanquish. It was only upon seeing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow that Xiao Wu comprehended the means by which Tang San had achieved such a feat. The others, too, overheard her words. In their previous state of tension, they had not paid close attention to how the faceless spider had met its demise. As Tang San began to absorb the soul rings, their primary concern had been his safety. Now, with Xiao Wu's mention, they recalled the terror the faceless spider embodied, their expressions betraying astonishment at the sight of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in Tang San's grip. Tang San's actions conveyed the purpose of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to his companions. Following the events in the Stardow Forest, he had come to accept these allies wholeheartedly. The mechanisms of such concealed weaponry were not a true secret of the Tang sect, and thus he had little to conceal. Raising his hand, he aimed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow at a nearby large tree and activated the mechanism. The sharp clicks of the gears resonated, and the group barely had time to register the fleeting moment before a series of thudding sounds echoed forth. The explosive speed of the projectiles astonished not only the students, but even Zhao Wujin, who changed his expression. Even Gu Yuena's demeanor shifted subtly. Only Gu Chen maintained his composure, having prior knowledge of the original narrative, which was merely one reason for his calm. The true cause lay in the fact that after unsealing the 4th layer of his seal, he had acquired the defensive capabilities of the Golden Dragon King. This defense was not merely physical strength, but an attribute that countered penetration. His skin now acted as a protective exoskeleton for his body. The first 3 layers of his seal had endowed him with the Golden Dragon King's penetrating, tearing, and shattering attributes, while the 4th layer conferred upon him formidable defense. To speak candidly, prior to unsealing the 4th layer, Gu Chen might indeed have been unable to withstand the power of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The expressions of the group shifted, revealing their astonishment. Approaching the tree, they beheld 2 rows of 16 small holes, each the width of a finger. Puncturing the massive tree that required 3 people to encircle, light streamed through the holes, allowing them to see from one side to the other. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Wujin inquired, Tang San, what is this device? How did you accomplish this? Tang San raised the Zhuge Divine Crossbow before them, declaring, I call it the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It is a remarkably potent concealed weapon, usable by anyone. It contains 48 crossbow bolts, and with each mechanism reset, it can instantaneously launch 16 bolts, just as you witnessed moments ago. Once the mechanism is prepared, it must be fired, otherwise, maintaining tension for too long can damage the crossbow itself. The mechanism's force is substantial, and the metal may not withstand it, which is one of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow's drawbacks. Dai Mubai, puzzled, remarked, are you saying that what was just fired were the crossbow bolts? However, where did your crossbow bolts go? Tang San inquired with a slight smile, gesturing towards another large tree behind them. Over there. As he spoke, he approached the second tree. This tree stood 10 meters away from the first, and when the group arrived at its base, they discovered the trajectory of the bolts fired from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. 16 bolts were embedded in 2 neat rows, entirely lodged within the trunk. Zhao Wujie glanced at the first tree before returning his gaze to the one before him. Did your bolts pierce through the previous tree and then embed themselves in this one? Tang San nodded in affirmation, explaining, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow possesses formidable power, specifically designed to penetrate soul force defenses. If the defensive capabilities are not exceptionally robust, the target would be instantly vanquished. Upon hearing Tang San's elucidation, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Such overwhelming penetrative capacity left everyone, with the exception of Zhao Wujie, acutely aware of their inability to withstand it. Dai Mubai murmured to himself, this weapon is excessively domineering. Even if I were to unleash the White Tiger Diamond transformation, I would likely sustain severe injuries. Tang San raised his hand and struck the trunk, employing his Xiantian skill coupled with the dragon catching technique to gradually dislodge the bolts from the tree. The bolts crafted for the Zhuge Divine Crossbow were not easily produced, and those previously lodged in the body of the demon spider were clearly irretrievable. However, he was unwilling to part with those now before him. While tapping against the trunk, Tang San addressed Dai Mubai, saying, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow can be deemed the nightmare of ordinary warriors. Its most distinguishing feature is not its inherent power, but rather the unique stealth and suddenness of hidden weapons. Once properly set, it requires no soul power for firing. Even an ordinary person can wield it effortlessly. According to my calculations, for soul masters below level 40, the chance of survival, when struck directly, is minimal. It has an exceptionally strong countermeasure effect against non-defensive soul masters. Tang San, did you devise all of this? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang San paused momentarily, offering a wry smile. One could say so. He could hardly reveal that these techniques were acquired from another world. Ning Rongrong tentatively asked, Tang San, would you consider selling this to me? You can set whatever price you deem fit. As a support-type soul master, I lack any means of self-defense. When everyone is fighting, I can only assist with a few soul skills and remain a bystander. If I possess this weapon, I could contribute some offensive capability. Tang San chuckled lightly, replying, sell? I shall simply gift you one instead. However, the materials required for its creation are quite expensive. You would need to cover the cost of those materials. At that moment, the bolts had been successfully extracted from the tree, allowing the group to finally behold the appearance of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow's bolts. Chapter 36. Only by mastering the Spirit Hall can the soul beasts have a chance to rise again. After retrieving the bolts, Tang San promised to provide each person with a Zhuge Divine Crossbow, but the group insisted on purchasing them. Tang San relented, saying, very well. Since everyone is interested in mechanized hidden weapons, I will strive to help you all arm yourselves in the future. After all, having an additional weapon equates to an added layer of security. The crowd was evidently captivated by the allure of hidden weapons, a fascination greatly influenced by Tang San's remarkable use of such implements. After all, these were formidable tools capable of vanquishing the fearsome man-faced demon spider. Not only the students, but even Zhao Wujin found himself intrigued. Having finally emerged from the Stardow forest, the group felt a palpable sense of relief as they stepped beyond the forest's boundaries. Despite the absence of its refreshing air, it was as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Following a 2-day respite in a quaint town, Gu Chen and his companions returned to the vicinity of Shrek Academy. However, before any jubilant cheers could erupt, An unsettling surge of soul power resonated from within the academy, transforming the expressions of all present. The group hastily entered Shrek Academy, where they found that, aside from the recently arrived master, who was only at level 29, all the instructors, including Flanders, had ascended in strength. Simultaneously, two elderly figures adorned with the insignia of the Spirit Hall and cloaked in ceremonial robes stood nearby, wielding the spiral dragon staff. The most alarming aspect was the presence of 9 soul rings behind each of these men, boasting optimal soul ring configurations. Behind them hovered dozens of powerful Spirit Hall members, each possessing 6 or 7 soul rings, all formidable soul emperors or soul saints. The inhabitants of Shrek had never encountered such overwhelming might, particularly Ma Hongjun, who found his legs weaken and succumbed to the ground. Zhao Wujin gestured for silence among the group, and then, clad in the might of the great strength diamond bear martial spirit, he soared into the air, joining the ranks of the Academy's instructors. Your presence is an honor we hardly deserve, Flanders managed, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, while others may have been unaware. He understood well the gravity of the situation. The titled Douluo, Qianjun, and Jiangmao were among the most powerful within the Spirit Hall, and they were also twin brothers. In the Douluo continent, many pairs of siblings wielded remarkable strength, such as the evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai, and Dai Weici. Yet it was a rarity for brothers to both attain the esteemed title of titled Douluo. Achieving such a rank requires not only exceptional innate talent and martial spirit quality, but also extraordinary serendipity and diligence, creating a slim chance for brothers to simultaneously reach such heights. Yet, the Qianjun and Jiangma Douluo surpassed these expectations. Both had achieved level 96, and their spiritual energies were so intricately intertwined that they functioned as one. This profound connection stemmed from their shared upbringing and relentless training, akin to conjoined twins rarely separated, allowing them to communicate intuitively. Thus, in battle, their collaboration transcended the simple arithmetic of 1 plus 1. Although his individual strength ranks among the lowest in the Elder Hall's esteemed offerings, at over 120 years of age, he shares an unparalleled rapport cultivated over a century, granting him a prestigious standing within the Spirit Hall. Even Tanghao would find it challenging to overcome them. It seems that your Shrek Academy is home to 2 exceptionally gifted youths. The soul ring configurations of purple, purple, black, and purple, black, black are unprecedented. Are you certain that such a modest academy can nurture their talents? Perhaps it would be wiser to allow them to join our Spirit Hall with our resources. They are destined to become unparalleled powerhouses. The speaker was Qianjun Douluo. Following the last incident where Gu Chen and Gu Yuena caught the eye of an elder from the Spirit Hall during the soul fighting arena, the elder reported their potential up the chain, eventually reaching the Pope, who dispatched Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo. At this moment, the elder hovered behind them, one of the formidable soul saints of the Spirit Hall. Damn it, they have set their sights on Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, Flander cursed inwardly. Yet in the presence of the titled Douluo, he managed a forced smile, saying, Your Excellencies, our students at Shrek Academy are certainly capable of being well trained, so there is no need for your concern. At this juncture, Jiangma Douluo displayed a clear impatience, unleashing a surge of soul power that caused the teachers of Shrek to bleed from their mouths under the immense pressure of the titled Douluo. Do you not comprehend my intent? Bring them forth, and allow our Spirit Hall to cultivate them. Jiangma Douluo commanded. Flander, unaware of Zhao Wujie's addition to their ranks, assumed Gu Chen and the others had yet to return. He replied, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena are currently in the Stardow Forest assisting one of our students in acquiring a soul ring and have not yet returned. Perhaps we could wait a moment? As he realized he could not obstruct them, Flander resorted to delaying tactics to retain his students. Enough with the pleasantries. Jiangma Douluo retorted angrily. If you refuse to present them, I shall slay you today and annihilate this so-called Shrek Academy. Ding. The system detected the host's current predicament and activated the storyline choices. 1. Join Shrek Academy. Assist. Arthur's Legacy, from the level 3 Mythical Plane Honor of Kings. 124 Sniper Rifle, from the level 2 Technological Plane Earth. 1,000 rounds of 24 sniper rifle ammunition and access to the System Mall, along with 1,000 system points. 2. Join the Spirit Hall. Assist. Yuan Ji's Legacy, from the level 3 Mythical Plane Honor of Kings. 1 Scorpion Pistol, from the level 2 Technological Plane Earth. A silencer for the Scorpion Pistol, 1,000 rounds of Scorpion Pistol ammunition, and access to the System Lottery function, along with 1,000 system points. 3. Leave Shrek. Reject the Spirit Hall, and become a chivalrous traveler. Assistance. The Legacy of Li Bai, from the 3rd tier Mythic Realm of Honor of Kings. The Xianyuan Sword, from the 4th tier Mythic Realm of the Heavenly Court, has activated the System Enhancement feature, granting 1,000 system points. Why is the assistance this time so bountiful? Gu Chen expressed his astonishment. Ding. This choice will determine the trajectory of the host's future life. It is a matter of destiny. Hence, the assistance is exceptionally remarkable. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although the options for assistance were indeed enticing, they belonged to a level 4 realm. Nevertheless, he had long since made up his mind. I choose, Gu Chen silently declared. Ding. Selection successful. The legacy of Yuenga. Scorpion-style pistol suppressor, Scorpion-style pistol ammunition. System points have been deposited into the system backpack. Please check. System functionality. Lottery feature has been activated. Gu Chen took Gu Yuena's hand and stepped out. After all, he intended to join the Spirit Hall. It was merely unexpected that the title Douluo came to recruit him. However, given the circumstances, joining the Spirit Hall in this manner might not be so bad. Your Excellencies, we are willing to join the Spirit Hall. Please spare my academy and my teachers. Gu Chen addressed the two titled Douluo in the sky. Your Excellencies, they are Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. The elder soul saint flew forward and whispered to the two titled Douluo. The thousand-gene Douluo nodded, gazing at Gu Chen and Gu Yuena with a hint of eagerness. Revealing a slight smile. You are willing to join the Spirit Hall? Gu Chen nodded and replied. As long as you do not harm my teachers and classmates, I am willing to join. Seeing this, Flinder felt a wave of despair. It was not easy to recruit such prodigious students, only to see them leave. The demon suppression Douluo remarked. I only said that because they were being obstinate. Since you are willing to join, we shall not make things difficult for them. Gu Chen slightly bowed. With his current strength, it was crucial to remain humble in front of the title Douluo. Prudence was of utmost importance. Your Excellencies, before we depart, I still have some words to share with my teachers and companions. What do you think? The thousand-gene Douluo replied. That is no issue. I shall grant you 1 hour. After 1 hour, we will take you to Spirit City. Saying this, the thousand-gene Douluo and the demon suppression Douluo departed with a multitude of Spirit Hall elites. Flinder looked at Gu Chen with concern. Gu Chen, I am sorry. It is our inadequacy that prevents us from keeping you. Gu Chen gently shook his head and said, It is not your fault. We can only say we are temporarily leaving. We will surely meet again in the future. Flinder sighed, shaking his head, as if he had aged decades, and returned to the dean's office. The other teachers glanced at Gu Yuena and Gu Chen, offering a sigh before departing. Brother Chen, are you really leaving? Tang San's gaze was filled with reluctance, surprised that after finally reuniting, they must part once more. A crystalline tear fell to the ground as Tang San wiped his eyes, pondering, have I truly shed tears? With the memories of 2 lifetimes. He felt distinct from those children, yet he questioned why this was so. Gu Yuena regarded Gu Chen with an unusually calm gaze. Employing the sound techniques she had previously learned from him to convey, with our strength, we could easily repel these Spirit Hall formidable beings. We need not align ourselves with them. Gu Chen shook his head, replying, It is not solely due to them. I, too, intended to proceed in this manner. Can you enlighten me as to why you wish to take me away from Shrek? Gu Yuena's crystal-like violet eyes revealed a glimmer of confusion. Gu Chen smiled broadly, observing the reluctant gazes of Tang San and the others, as well as Gu Yuena before responding. Only by seizing control of the Spirit Hall can the soul beasts hope for a brighter future. Seizing control of the Spirit Hall, a flicker of recognition stirred within Gu Yuena's heart, feeling strangely familiar. Gu Chen extended his hand toward her, his radiant smile glistening under the sun's embrace. Nar. Let us strive together. Taken aback momentarily, Gu Yuena unveiled a breathtaking smile, one that could captivate the world. She reached out her left hand, clasping Gu Chen's. Very well. An hour passed, and Gu Chen and Gu Yuena had gathered their belongings as Qianjun Douluo and Zhang Mo Douluo arrived once more. Let us depart, Qianjun Douluo stated. Gu Chen nodded, taking Gu Yuena's hand to follow. Behind them, Tang San and his companions bid him farewell. Wait, Tang San suddenly interjected. As Gu Chen and Gu Yuena gazed at him in confusion, he hastily stepped forward, drawing 2 pristine Zhuge crossbows from his waist. These were the last of his stock. With a serious expression, he handed the crossbows to Gu Chen. Brother Chen, Sister Na, take care. Gu Chen paused momentarily, a smile gracing his features as he accepted the crossbows and stowed them in his system backpack, nodding at Tang San. I hope to see you stronger next time. He then turned to Xiao Wu. Little rabbit, protect yourself. Although he had not anticipated being courted by a titled Douluo, he recalled the incident after the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, when Xiao Wu's identity was exposed. Thus, during her time of absorbing a soul ring in the Stardow Forest, he had crafted a protective talisman utilizing the treasures of the forest, capable of concealing her aura to prevent titled Douluo from discovering her identity as a 10,000-year softbone rabbit. This was why, despite the presence of Qianjun Douluo and Zhang Mo Douluo, Xiao Wu's identity had remained undiscovered. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she nodded vigorously at Gu Chen. Let us go. Gu Chen turned to Qianjun Douluo and Zhang Mo Douluo. Indeed. The two titled Douluos ushered Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na into the Spirit Hall's exclusive carriage before instructing the driver to depart. A bumpy journey unfolded as Gu Chen gazed at the ever-diminishing shadow of Shrek Academy outside the window, silently bidding farewell, farewell, Shrek. To the Spirit Hall, I shall venture. Chapter 37. Qian Xuanji did not perish. The journey from Soto City to the Spirit Hall was long, necessitating a detour around the entire Stardow forest. Along the way, the Titan Douluo cast a glance at Gu Chen. You are Gu Chen, correct? May I have the privilege of viewing your soul rings? Although he trusted that the elder would not deceive him, seeing was believing. Moreover, he held a keen interest in Gu Chen's soul rings. The exclusive carriage of the Spirit Hall was remarkably spacious, featuring an area akin to a living room. Entirely sufficient for Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na to unleash their martial soul manifestations. Gu Chen nodded, rising to his feet and stepping into the center of the carriage's interior. The Golden Dragon King martial soul enveloped him, golden scales cascading over his form. As 4 soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, slowly ascended. The Titan Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. You have already attained the rank of Soul Master? No, wait. That 4th soul ring. Beside him, the demon exorcist Douluo could not contain his astonishment, interjecting. The black tinged with red indicates a soul ring of 90,000 years. Gu Chen, how have you achieved this? Gu Chen had anticipated the shock from the two titled Douluos, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Your Excellencies, my martial soul is the Golden Dragon, possessing formidable physical strength, which enables my body to absorb a soul ring of 90,000 years. Truly, I am a rare prodigy of a century. Gu Yue Na, please show us your soul rings, urged the Titan Douluo, marveling at the revelation. Gu Yue Na complied, manifesting her Silver Dragon King. As 2 purple and 2 black soul rings rose forth. You too are a soul master. Your presence is indeed a boon for the Spirit Hall, praised the demon exorcist Douluo. Suddenly, a violent tremor rocked the carriage, and it was forcefully jolted to the ground. What is happening? The two titled Douluos, sensing a disturbance, swiftly exited the carriage. Before them, the 4 white horses pulling the carriage had collapsed, trembling and filled with dread. My lord, I am unsure why the horses have fallen and remain motionless, the coachman exclaimed, having stumbled in the process but quickly regaining his footing. Your incompetence is inexcusable, fumed the Titan Douluo, prepared to strike down the coachman. Your Excellency, Gu Chen swiftly intervened, explaining. The horses have collapsed due to the pressure of the martial soul aura released by Nanar and myself. Both my golden dragon and her colorful dragon are among the most elite of soul beasts. It is only natural that the horses could not withstand such pressure. Thus the coachman is not to blame. Realization dawned upon the Titan Douluo as he nodded. I see now. Very well, I shall spare his life. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na retracted their martial soul manifestations, returning to the carriage alongside the two titled Douluos under the coachman's odd gaze. As anticipated, once Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na ceased their martial soul manifestations, the 4 white horses gradually recovered, and the carriage resumed its journey. Brother, upon our return, we must petition the Pope for additional cultivation resources. Otherwise, with that inept individual at the helm, it will be impossible to nurture these 2 children effectively, declared the demon slayer Douluo. The Thousand June Douluo shook his head and sighed. Ah, if only the Grand Elder had bestowed the papacy upon the then Holy Maiden. How much better it would have been. She possesses far greater capability than the current Pope. Ancient Chen, who had been listening to the conversation between the two titled Douluos, felt a stirring in his heart. The terms Holy Maiden and incompetent Pope filled him with curiosity. If his memory served him correctly, the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the original narrative should have been Bibi Dong, a highly competent woman, certainly not deserving of such disparagement. Moreover, the Holy Maiden mentioned by the Thousand June Douluo must refer to Bibi Dong if the timeline held true. Could it be that the butterfly effect of my arrival has altered her ascension to the papacy? Excuse me, esteemed sirs. May I inquire as to whom you refer when mentioning the Pope? Ancient Chen could not help but interject. The demon slayer Douluo scoffed. Our Spirit Hall's Pope is none other than Qian Xuanji. If the former Holy Maiden Bibi Dong had been appointed as Pope, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly be more powerful today. Alas, she has been tainted by that scoundrel. The Thousand June Douluo hastily grasped the hand of the demon slayer Douluo, cautioning, Brother, one must not speak of the Pope so carelessly. The past is a taboo subject. To mention it could result in dire consequences from the Pope herself. He turned to warn Ancient Chen and his companion. Ancient Chen nodded in acknowledgement, though tumultuous waves surged within him. He quickly queried the system. System, have I inadvertently traversed a false Douluo continent? Why is Qian Xuanji still alive? Should he not have been gravely wounded by Tanghao and subsequently slain by Bibi Dong years ago? Ding. This is a consequence of the butterfly effect instigated by the host. When the host escaped the divine realm, the gods, seeking to prevent the influence of the golden and silver dragon kings upon their subordinate planes, instructed the deities to guard the inheritance sites. The grand elder of the angel god, Qian Douluo, received a warning from the angel god and thus took greater measures to protect his descendants. Although he suffered severe injuries, he was safeguarded by several titled Douluos, preventing Bibi Dong from achieving her goal. Additionally, while Qian Rinxue is currently undertaking espionage tasks in the Heaven Do Empire, she is accompanied by the 4 sons of the royal banner and 4 titled Douluos for protection. The system elucidated. It was indeed my influence that allowed that wretched scoundrel, Qian Xuanji, to live in peace. Ancient Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Ding. Given the spirit hall's inherent nature of hostility towards those outside their kin, it is exceedingly difficult for you, as a member of the Dragon Clan, to exert control over the spirit hall through conventional means. Seizing power is your only recourse. The current circumstances are not without merit. In the future, eliminating Qian Xuanji will not pose significant challenges. The system reassured him. Ancient Chen could only nod in agreement. After all, given the situation, he could hardly abandon his escape from the divine realm due to Qian Xuanji. Ancient Chen suddenly called the 1,000 Jun Douluo. Ancient Chen looked at him, puzzled. Would you be willing to take me as your disciple? The esteemed Qian Jun Douluo, eager to cultivate talent, intended to accept Gu Chen as his student. If it were an ordinary soul master, being taken in by a titled Douluo, especially one as powerful as Qian Jun Douluo, would undoubtedly elicit ecstatic joy and profound gratitude. However, is Gu Chen merely an ordinary soul master? Leaving aside the fact that his golden dragon king form possesses the strength of a first-level deity, who could possibly hold greater qualifications than the dragon god, who bestowed upon him such formidable power. If Gu Chen were to acknowledge a master, it would unquestionably be the dragon god. The same could be said for Gu Yuena. Apologies, but Nar and I already have a master, Gu Chen graciously declined. Very well, however. Should you encounter any obstacles in your cultivation, feel free to consult us, Qian Jun Douluo replied with a hint of regret. Although unable to take Gu Chen as a disciple, forming a benevolent bond with such an extraordinary prodigy was still quite fortuitous. Thank you, Gu Chen responded. The journey was long, and with little to occupy their time, the 4 travelers began to cultivate within the carriage. Chapter 38. The inheritance of the primordial song. After a period of cultivation, Gu Chen ceased his practice. Turning his back to Qian Jun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo, retrieving a scorpion-style pistol from his system backpack. Is this truly the scorpion-style pistol? I have only encountered it in Peace Elite before. Men have an innate affinity for firearms. Gu Chen caressed the scorpion-style pistol as if it were his own child. This type of pistol belongs to the submachine gun category and can fire continuously once loaded. Its firing rate surpasses that of a typical submachine gun. System. What level of soul master can this scorpion-style pistol eliminate? Gu Chen inquired. Ding. The scorpion-style pistol's power is not exceedingly great. Yet it can eliminate all soul masters below the soul master rank, non-defensive soul masters below the soul emperor rank, as well as agile and support-type soul emperors. The system responded. That seems acceptable. While it may not serve much purpose for self-defense, its efficacy pales in comparison to my golden dragon claw. However, with a silencer attached, it could be effective for assassination, especially since my martial soul creates quite a commotion when manifested, Gu Chen mused. Retrieving a silencer from his system backpack and installing it according to the system's instructions, then loading 20 bullets into the magazine. Having completed these preparations, Gu Chen stored the scorpion-style pistol back into his system backpack, allowing for immediate access when needed. System. During the previous narrative selection, did I not activate the lottery feature? I wish to review the lottery function, Gu Chen stated. Ding. System lottery function. Lottery rules. 1 lottery draw requires 100 system points. A 10 draw set incurs a 10 discount. A 100 draw set incurs a 15 discount. A 1,000 draw set incurs a 20 discount. And a 10,000 draw set incurs a 25 discount. Lottery probabilities. Thank you for your patronage. Probability. 13. Acquire a level 1-dimensional item. Probability. 30. Acquire a level 2-dimensional item. Probability. 30. Acquiring a level 3-dimensional item comes with a probability of 25. The chance of obtaining a level 4-dimensional item is 15, while the likelihood of securing a level 5-dimensional item stands at a mere 5. Gu Chen nodded, acknowledging that this system's lottery was considerably fairer than the writer's assistant's lottery events, where 1,000 attempts yielded nothing but 1,000 thank you for participating. Moreover, it is rare for a lottery to publicly disclose its probabilities. System. Let me try a single draw, Gu Chen stated. Ding. A deduction of 100 system points has been made from the host, leaving a balance of 900 points. Congratulations, host, you have received. Thank you for participating. What a heartless outcome. Gu Chen lamented, feeling despondent. Was he simply unlucky? System. I demand 10 consecutive draws. Gu Chen declared through gritted teeth. Ding. A 10-draw package at a 10 discount has been activated, deducting 900 system points, leaving a balance of 0. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bronze sword from level 1 technological dimension, Blue Star Earth, Shang Dynasty. 10 packages of Wei Long spicy strips from level 2 technological dimension, Blue Star Earth. A Velociraptor egg from level 1 technological dimension, Blue Star Earth, Jurassic Era. A manual, 8 Extremes Collapse from level 3 Fantasy Dimension, Dochi Continent. And 3 thank you for participating cards. Gu Chen's eyes brightened. Although 2 of the results were mere tokens of appreciation and 1 was a worthless bronze sword. The 8 Extremes Collapse from the anti-inflammatory dimension and the 3 soul power enhancement cards were still quite beneficial for him. As for the Velociraptor egg, he could simply deliver it to the Stardow Great Forest and have a soul beast with dragon lineage assist in hatching it. Surely, it was unreasonable to expect Gu Chen to hatch it himself. Having exhausted his 1,000 system points, Gu Chen felt a sense of fulfillment. System. I wish to utilize the Yuan Gu inheritance. Gu Chen directed his gaze toward the most valuable item in his system backpack. Ding. The acquisition of the inheritance will require nearly a week. Please find a tranquil environment to proceed. Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. There were 2 titled Douluos nearby, currently allies. Yet reaching Spirit City would take at least a week. He trusted that Gu Yuena would safeguard her own inheritance while he pursued his. This was his faith in her. It's all right, system. I shall inherit the Yuan Gu legacy, Gu Chen said with a confident smile. Ding. The Yuan Gu inheritance process has commenced. A wave of dizziness engulfed him, an overwhelming and boundless sensation. Although Gu Chen's body remained in place, his soul had transcended to another world, or perhaps another dimension. In the realm of the King's Canyon, a third of the land. When people discovered him, the youth Yuan Gu was rendered speechless by sheer fright and terror. No one could fathom the dreadful misfortune he had witnessed. Child, come with me to Jixia, where you shall acquire profound knowledge. The stranger extended his hand. Yuan Gu, initially at a loss for words, eventually reached out his hand in silence. Under the stranger's guidance, Yuan Gu journeyed to Jixia, a place long coveted by many. Upon arrival, he encountered the erudite and illustrious Zhuge Liang, an idol in the eyes of countless scholars. Mastering the arts of magic, mechanisms, and military strategy, he seemed capable of unraveling every conundrum with effortless ease. Zhuge Liang encouraged the timid youth, who had lost his voice to fear, saying, Junior brother, why not create mechanical puppets to communicate with the world on your behalf? Suddenly, Yuan Gu's previously dim and melancholic world became vibrant and alive. He immersed himself in the craft of puppet making, transforming his past insecurities through the exquisite creations he forged. When the puppets spoke, it felt as if he spoke. When they danced, it was as though he himself was dancing. Through relentless experimentation, he ultimately produced astonishing masterpieces, flawless and lifelike. They embodied a perfect alternative self. As time flew by, the youthful Yuan Gu matured into a young man. He departed from the Abyssal Academy to wander the world. During his travels, he remained acutely aware of the prevailing news, the rise of Wei, the mysterious figures, the fallen war god, and the crisis looming over the turbulent shores of Chibi. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. That night, beneath a storm-lashed bridge, he crafted puppet after puppet, preparing meticulously for what lay ahead. Cao Cao, having seized the ancient secrets from his old friend Kai Yong, had long plotted to annex Jiangdong. The miracle he sought remained elusive until Yuan Gu, once a student of Jixia, chose to ally with him. I am but an ordinary mechanist, devoted to seeking the pinnacle of mechanical artistry. The puppets utter enchanting words, while behind them stands their master, Yuan Gu. What defines the supreme beauty of mechanics? Only through the hand of ultimate authority can ancient marvels be resurrected in the world. Mechanist, you possess such capabilities. Why not join my ranks? One day, you shall achieve renown across the 3 kingdoms. Cao Cao exclaimed with great delight, retaining him as a subordinate. As the warlord led his army eastward, he grew increasingly trusting of Yuan Gu, much to the discontent of the dark-clad confidant at his side. I am merely a humble mechanist, versed in the minutiae of craftsmanship. Your esteemed reputation is what truly commands respect, Yuan Gu replied, his puppets speaking with eloquence. Allow me to offer my counsel. Yuan Gu deftly navigated the intricate dynamics between ruler and subject, and it was universally acknowledged that his words were as sweet as honey. His strategies perfectly attuned to their desires. Unbeknownst to all, he became a trusted confidant, even as the elegant puppets danced gracefully, their strings ever held by Yuan Ji's hands. Life is but a play, reliant on performance. At an indeterminate moment, the figure behind the puppets, Yuan Gu, quietly uttered a profound truth. The fallen scion, in a desperate bid, assembled a legion and forged an alliance with Zhou Yu, harboring the audacious ambition of opposing overwhelming forces. Yet, Zhuge Liang, possessing profound insights into the celestial mysteries, seized the initiative. Despite the formidable armies of tyrants advancing upon him, the lost opportunity incited his fury. The cloaked figure pondered deeply. If only he could amass a sufficient number of lives, perhaps he could wield more potent sorcery to counter the miraculous. But how to obtain these lives? By linking the warships with iron chains, enabling the master to cast spells from the skies? The enemy soldiers, besieged by assaults from aerial vessels, would find themselves merely sacrificing their lives in vain. The puppet discerned his thoughts. Such a strategy, the linkage of warships, would be child's play for a master of mechanisms. The cloaked figure felt a surge of excitement. The following day, he presented his scheme to Cao Cao, who was overjoyed and commanded him to proceed accordingly. At the decisive Battle of Chibi, myriad ships ascended into the sky. The interconnected vessels formed a more formidable armada, casting an imposing shadow across the battlefield. Upon the flagship, the sorcerer bowed before the tyrant, outlining his forthcoming plans. The arcane arts to be unleashed would envelop the entire Chibi, rendering escape impossible for anyone. Is that so? After all, we have dominion over the heavens. What follows is the realization of our deepest desires. My life? Cao Cao inquired. The cloaked figure, caught off guard by the sudden question, felt cold sweat bead upon his brow. No, it is Zhou Yu and Liu Bei's lives. When the lord aboard the warship found himself ensnared within the sorcerer's shroud, it became evident that the targets of his extraction were far beyond just Zhou and Liu. From the shadows behind Cao Cao, the splendid puppet coldly uttered its insidious accusations. In a flash, the cloaked figure comprehended the deception. It was you, the mechanism master, who proposed this plan. You have betrayed me. Was it not this scheme that aligned with your ambitions, thus earning your approval? Alas, my lord, see, I speak the truth. No, my lord. I am the one loyal to you, the one from Jixia. Surely it is for Zhou and Liu. Yes, it is that cunning Zhuge Liang's scheme of discord. Amidst the incessant bickering, the tyrant's sharp gaze wavered in confusion. He could not discern which of his seemingly loyal subordinates spoke the truth. Perhaps both harbored ulterior motives? Imposter. The two syllables lightly drifted into the ears of the cloaked figure. It was not the puppet's ventriloquism, but a strange voice, unfamiliar and newly heard. People are often captivated by the allure of splendid puppets, forgetting the existence of their masters. Poor imitations can never surpass the supreme creation. This statement struck the deepest chords of anguish within the cloaked figure, concerning the source of his power and the wretched past he desperately fled. Enraged, he revealed his true form, intent on vanquishing the scoundrel who had exposed his hidden pain. The original song was forcefully cast aside. Yet, it was the tyrant who displayed a spectrum of astonishment, relief, and fury. The elaborate performance had just begun, portraying a noble sacrifice to save the master. Behold, my lord. His true target is you. The final phrase vanished beneath the ship's railing along with the body of the puppet master. The puppets, which had incessantly chattered above the deck, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Yuan Gu orchestrated this grand performance, playing the role of the loyal minister who sacrifices himself to save his lord. The cloaked figure understood that he had suffered a complete defeat. The assembled retinue surrounded the tyrant, their swords and spears directed at the black-clad man. The tide had turned. Countless black bats frantically swooped towards the soldiers capturing the traitor. When the onlookers regained their senses, the black-clad figure had vanished without a trace. Within a single day, he had lost two trusted confidants. Gritting his teeth, Cao Cao issued the command to attack. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Yuan Ji's downfall served as a signal. The power of the eastern wind altar enveloped all warships in stormy clouds, and a colossal tornado began to form, tightening its grip to mercilessly obliterate the chain-linked giant vessel. Below, the allied forces of Zhou and Liu along the riverbank stood ready with fiery contraptions. Rushing into the sea, a deep whirlpool cradled the young man who had fallen from the sky. Without desires or demands, he smiled broadly. Dazed and bewildered, Gu Chen experienced Yuan Ji's life from a first-person perspective. He was Yuan Gu, and Yuan Gu was him. Happiness instilled fear, while the aesthetic of despair captivated him ever since he accepted Yuan Ji's legacy. His mindset underwent a transformation, becoming less naive and more ruthless. Perhaps such a disposition was better suited for survival within the Spirit Hall. Chapter 39. 1,000 Pursuits in a Rush. When Gu Chen opened his eyes, the figure of Gu Yue Na came into view. At that moment, she held a damp white towel, gently wiping his forehead. Her beautiful large eyes veiled in a light mist. The place he found himself in was no longer the carriage, but rather a room in an inn. Upon seeing Gu Chen awaken, Gu Yue Na exclaimed joyfully, "You're awake." Noticing her appearance, Gu Chen realized he must have been in a deep slumber for quite some time. Nar, where are we? Brother Chen, you have been unconscious for a full 7 days. What happened to you? Why did you fall into a mysterious coma? Gu Yue Na asked anxiously, seeing her concern for him. Gu Chen could not help but caress her cheek. I received a legacy. To inherit it, my spirit journeyed to another realm, hence my body fell into a deep slumber. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na calmed down, saying a legacy? It cannot be a divine legacy. The only possibility is that of a powerful being from another lower realm. I was too worried to investigate your spirit, otherwise, I might have discovered it. In just a few words, Gu Yue Na had surmised the entire situation, leaving Gu Chen secretly astonished. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open, revealing Douluo. Upon noticing that Gu Chen had awoken, he furrowed his brow and said, although I am unaware of the reasons behind your unconsciousness, now that you are awake, let us proceed to meet the Pope. Remember, do not speak ill of the Pope in secret. What? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Where's this place? This is Wuhuan City. And you currently reside in an inn within the city. Gu Yue Na has already met the Pope and has pledged her loyalty to him, Douluo replied. Gu Chen felt a wave of astonishment. In the realm of inheritance, he had lived the life of Yuan Gu, seemingly for countless years. Yet here, merely 7 days had passed, and they had arrived at Wuhuan City. Regarding Gu Yuena's allegiance to the Pope, Gu Chen believed she was truly worthy of inheriting the wisdom of the dragon god, having made a choice beneficial to them. Following Douluo, Gu Chen departed the inn, making their way to the Pope's palace. Outside the Pope's palace, Douluo halted and announced in a loud voice, I, your subordinate Douluo, seek an audience with the Pope, accompanied by Gu Chen. Enter, came a voice, laced with an unsettling quality. The grand doors of the Pope's palace swung open of their own accord. Gu Chen followed Douluo into the palace, which truly was a place of reverence for soul masters, with walls crafted from gold adorned with exquisite patterns. The ceiling was embellished with a colorful glass lamp, radiating a spectrum of hues. The floor was laid with a lengthy crimson carpet, which upon closer inspection was revealed to be woven from the pelts of soul beasts. Inside the assembly hall of the Pope's palace, a chair as splendid as a throne was positioned at the far end. Seated upon it was a man cloaked in a black robe embroidered with golden patterns, donning a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a scepter embedded with countless soul power gemstones. He sat quietly upon this throne-like seat. The man's visage bore a pallid hue, his smile possessing an eerie quality. The purple gold crown did not enhance his grandeur, but instead rendered him reminiscent of a devil. Your Holiness, Douluo gazed upon Douluo, whose sickly complexion was evidently a result of overexertion. Although Douluo's demeanor was one of respect, a profound disdain flickered in the depths of his eyes. Douluo nodded at Douluo. Despite his status as the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, he was obliged to show the necessary respect to Douluo, who possessed the same rank as a title Douluo. It was known that since his battle with Tanghao, Douluo had sustained grave injuries, causing his strength to dwindle to the 91st rank, placing him on par with the much-maligned title Douluo, Douluo. Douluo's continued hold on the papal position was largely due to the influence of his father, the grand offering of the Wuhuan Temple, Douluo, a 99th level limit Douluo. You must be Gu Chen, correct? I have already encountered your sister's soul ring. Truly a prodigious talent. Now, please unleash your soul ring. Douluo addressed Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, and as the Golden Dragon King manifested, for soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, rose slowly, captivating all who beheld them. Truly a prodigy. If I am not mistaken, you are merely 12 years old? To possess the strength of a soul master at such a tender age, and with such an extraordinary configuration of soul rings. Although Douluo had heard of Gu Chen's remarkable soul rings, witnessing them firsthand left him in awe. However, after a brief moment, Douluo's gaze sharpened as he summoned his 6-winged angel martial soul, 9 soul rings ascending around him. An aura of a title Douluo enveloping the surroundings. Will you pledge your loyalty to the Spirit Hall, or rather, to me? Ding. The system has detected the current circumstances of the host and has initiated a storyline choice. 1. Pledge allegiance to Douluo and secretly recruit the powerful entities of the Spirit Hall. Assistance: 5 original puppets from the mythic realm from the game Honor of Kings. System points: 500. 2. Pledge allegiance to BB Dong and gain support from the anti-establishment forces of the Spirit Hall. Assistance: Secret technique. Termination from the mythic realm of Honor of Kings. System points: 500. I choose. Gu Chen silently contemplated. Ding. Choice successful. The original puppets have been stored in the system inventory. Please check. Gu Chen gazed into Douluo's piercing eyes, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head slightly in a gesture of respect. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to your holiness. Seeing this, Qian Xuanji laughed heartily. Haha. I have acquired 2 extraordinary talents in succession. The revival of the Spirit Hall is promising. You have done well, 6th Elder. Please assist him and the previously arrived Gu Yue Na in completing their enrollment procedures at the Spirit Hall Academy and arrange for their training resources. The training resources should be allocated according to 3/4 of the standards for the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. As Qian Xuanji spoke, he instructed the Titan Douluo. The Titan Douluo nodded and led Gu Chen away. Upon exiting the Papal Palace, they encountered an elder waiting for them, the demon-suppressing Douluo. Now, you are also a member of the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to the inn, I shall impart some essential information regarding the Spirit Hall to you. The demon-suppressing Douluo said, leading the way towards the inn. Back at the inn, the demon-suppressing Douluo summoned Gu Yue Na and addressed the two. The Spirit Hall has a complex web of relationships, and I must first enlighten you about the various factions. Represented by Pope Qian Xuanji, the Qian family holds considerable influence. Among them, the First Elder, Second Elder Jean Crocodile Douluo, Third Elder White Armor Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, myself, and the demon-suppressing Douluo all belong to this faction. Since you and Gu Yue Na have pledged your loyalty to Qian Xuanji, they are considered allies. In contrast, the faction led by the former Saintess Bibi Dong, which includes Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Serpent Spear Douluo, Porcupine Douluo, and Demon Bear Douluo, stands in opposition to us. It is imperative that you remember this. Do not grow close to them, lest our suspicious pope begin to doubt you. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, their objective is to seize control of the Spirit Hall. Thus, it is essential to be acquainted with these necessary relations. Chapter 40. Paper Phoenix, the Spirit Blacksmith Shop. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall has confirmed the new Saintess, Gu Yuena, while the position of Saint has yet to be determined. Gu Chen, with your talent, you might vie for the position of Saint. In 3 days, I will escort you to report to the Spirit Academy. You are fortunate to coincide with the enrollment period of the Spirit Academy. Upon your arrival, the Academy's Dean will enlighten you regarding the regulations there. After the demon suppression Douluo finished speaking, the Thousand June Douluo added, Saintess Gu Yuena hails from Bibi Dong's faction, and the Pope, Qian Xuanji, regards her as a thorn in his side. Once you arrive at the Spirit Academy, you must tread carefully in your dealings with her. Gu Chen nodded and, alongside Gu Yue Na, slightly bowed his head. Thank you for your reminder. I shall be cautious. The two titled Douluo, witnessing Gu Chen's humility and politeness, exchanged satisfied smiles and remarked, spend the next 3 days relaxing in Spirit City and familiarizing yourselves with the surroundings. This elder instructs you to keep this token well. Within the Spirit Hall, this token is akin to meeting the branch hall master. With that, the Thousand June Douluo tossed a golden inlaid token to Gu Chen. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Chen of Zuan had a reputation that was well-deserved. After receiving the token, the two titled Douluo departed from the inn. The first step toward joining the Spirit Hall has been accomplished. What should we do next? Gu Yue Na, a girl of considerable opinion, had grown increasingly reliant on Gu Chen over time. Gu Chen smiled gently and slowly articulated 8 words: eliminate rivals, win hearts. This guiding principle would be their primary focus in the years to come. Change your attire, and let us explore Spirit City. Gu Chen glanced at Gu Yue Na, who was clad in adorable bear pajamas, and spoke softly. Gu Yue Na nodded and proceeded to the restroom. System, I wish to draw a lottery once. Ding. 100 system points have been deducted from the host. Remaining points, 400. Congratulations, host, you have received. Thank you for your patronage. Gu Chen felt a wave of disappointment. Let's try again. Gu Chen declared, intending to test the waters this time, leaving 300 points to accumulate for a 10 draw. Ding. 100 system points have been deducted from the host. Remaining points, 300. Congratulations, host, you have obtained low-level enslavement talisman 1. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow and said, check the low-level enslavement talisman. Ding. Low-level enslavement talisman. Usable times, 1. Usage method. Write the name and birth date of the enslaved subject on the talisman paper and ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved individual must possess a loyalty level greater than 60% towards the host, and their cultivation must be below that of a titled Douluo. Additionally, the enslaved individual must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tanghao, Qian Douluo, Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong, Ain, or Gu Yue Na. Indeed, this is a low-level enslavement talisman, but are there also intermediate and advanced versions? May I inquire about their attributes? Although Gu Chen found no higher-level enslavement talismans, his curiosity about their properties persisted. Ding. Intermediate enslavement talisman. Usable times. 1. Usage method. Inscribe the name and birth details of the enslaved on the talisman paper. Then ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved must possess a loyalty to the host exceeding 50%. Their cultivation must be below the divine level, and they must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tanghao, Qian Douluo, Qin Xuanji, Bibidong, Ayin, or Gu Yuena. Advanced Enslavement Talisman. Usable times. 1. Usage method. Inscribe the name and birth details of the enslaved on the talisman paper, then ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved must be below the divine level and must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tanghao, Qian Douluo, Qin Xuanji, Bibidong, Ayin, or Gu Yuena. Supreme Enslavement Talisman. Usable times. 1. Usage method. Inscribe the name and birth details of the enslaved on the talisman paper, then ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tanghao, Qian Douluo, Qin Xuanji, Bibidong, Ayin, or Gu Yuena. Are there truly higher-level enslavement talismans? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then inquired with curiosity, what purpose does this loyalty serve? I did not see such an option when examining others' character panels. Ding. When the host views the character panels of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tanghao, Qian Douluo, Qin Xuanji, Bibidong, Ayin, Gu Yuena, and their own, loyalty cannot be displayed. Host, apart from your own task panel, you have only viewed Gu Yuena's character panel in the past 5 years. You truly are a devoted husband. Cursed system, do not speak nonsense. Who is a devoted husband? Gu Chen retorted, flustered and annoyed. The system fell silent. At that moment, Gu Yuena emerged from the restroom, having stowed away her adorable bear pajamas into the storage soul guide. Now, she donned a pristine white knee-length dress, which, combined with her silvery hair, amethyst-like eyes, and cherry-red lips, exuded a unique beauty. Wait a moment, Gu Chen said, retrieving a parchment scroll. He dipped a brush into ink and began to inscribe upon it. Gu Yuena, curious, watched beside him, only able to discern that it resembled something akin to paper phoenixes. After half an hour, Gu Chen exhaled deeply and carefully stored the parchment scroll in his system backpack. Let us depart. Gu Chen smiled, and together they exited the inn, wandering through the bustling Spirit City. Spirit City, one of the 3 major cities, was indeed vibrant, with streets reminiscent of gourmet food avenues from Gu Chen's previous life, teeming with culinary delights. Gu Yuena seemed to reveal her gluttonous nature, her hands never ceasing their movements along the way. To Gu Chen's surprise, the food street in Soul Master City featured delicacies reminiscent of his past life, such as candied hawthorn and malt sugar. After finishing the malt sugar in her hand, Gu Yuena's gaze fixated on the candied hawthorn held by Gu Chen. With a fond smile, he offered her the treat, which she immediately devoured. Wait, this one seems familiar, Gu Chen suddenly thought. After exploring the food street, they ventured into the commercial district, a 1,000-meter-long expanse that successfully resulted in Gu Yuena acquiring several hundred sets of clothing for her storage ring. Pausing, Gu Chen noticed a blacksmith shop at the nearby corner, its sign seemingly emblazoned with the words Soul Master Blacksmith Shop. What is it? Gu Yuena mumbled, her words muffled by the candied hawthorn in her mouth. I shall visit this blacksmith shop briefly. Wait for me at the entrance, Gu Chen instructed. Gu Yuena nodded obediently and waited outside. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Gu Chen was greeted by a bustling atmosphere. He approached a metal table resembling a front desk. The cost for crafting weapons starts at 10 gold soul coins, with a 10-day advance payment required for reservations. Goods can be collected after 10 days. With a Soul Master Blacksmith Shop card, you receive a 20% discount, and items can be collected within 3 days. A blacksmith nearby remarked as he noticed Gu Chen's arrival. With a smile, Gu Chen replied, I come bearing my own blueprints and wish to commission you to forge several items. The price is of no concern. However, I require the goods within a day. As he spoke, Gu Chen swept his right hand across his waist, retrieving a large bag of gold soul coins from his system's inventory, which clattered onto the metal table. Upon witnessing Gu Chen's seemingly magical act, the blacksmith realized he was no ordinary person, for those possessing a storage soul guide were typically nobles. Yet, the sound of the coins striking the table left the blacksmith astonished. The noise indicated at least 1,000 gold soul coins. I am the head of the Soul Master Blacksmith Shop. Please, share your requirements, the blacksmith said, setting down his forging hammer, his tone shifting markedly. Gu Chen unfolded the earlier parchment, laying it flat on the table before the blacksmith's manager. I am willing to pay 2,000 gold soul coins to commission the forging of 500 paper phoenixes, crafted from mysterious iron. Additionally, I wish to order 5,000 meters of steel wire, with a diameter of 0.01 millimeters, also forged from mysterious iron, for which I am prepared to pay 1,500 gold soul coins. Furthermore, I require the goods within a day and am willing to offer an additional 500 gold soul coins as a reward. The blacksmith manager's expression transformed dramatically. This was a transaction worth 4,000 gold soul coins. Such business was rare even within the entirety of Soul Master City. After carefully assessing the capabilities of the blacksmith shop, the manager nodded, stating, Our Soul Master Blacksmith Shop is the largest in Soul Master City, boasting 10 branches and a workforce of 1,000 blacksmiths. We shall endeavor to craft the item you desire and deliver it within a day. Gu Chen gently acknowledged with a soft hum, handing over a parchment scroll and a pouch of gold soul coins to the person in charge. This is a deposit of 2,000 gold soul coins. Once the item I requested is completed, I shall present the remaining 2,000 gold soul coins. After confirming the amount of gold soul coins, the responsible individual presented a card made of dark iron, stating, "This is our blacksmith shop's card, allowing you a discount of 20%. When you come to collect your goods tomorrow, you need only pay an additional 1,300 gold soul coins." Very well, Gu Chen nodded, accepting the card. If one were to inquire about the purpose of the item he sought to create, it would be evident that the paper phoenix was a requisite for him to unleash the secret technique of the paper phoenix following his acquisition of the Yuan Gu inheritance. The dark iron thread was essential for controlling puppets and executing the secret technique, Cross Flash. Chapter 41, Pu Li Te and his son. After completing his business with the blacksmith, Gu Chen exited the workshop. Not far away, within a luxurious carriage, a brooding noble youth leaned out, unexpectedly catching sight of Gu Yue Na's breathtaking beauty. "Stop the carriage. Stop," he exclaimed. "This girl is so stunning. She must be a divine gift bestowed upon me. I shall make her my wife." The moment he laid eyes on Gu Yue Na, he was entranced, hastily kicking the driver and eagerly leaping from the carriage. "My lady, would you care to join me for a drink at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion?" he said, ostentatiously revealing a token at his waist. "Leave," Gu Yue Na replied coldly. The youth's expression shifted, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of guards descended from the carriage, each possessing the strength of a soul sect. "No one dares to refuse me, Pu Li Te. Do you not know that I am the sole heir of the Pu family? My father is the deputy master of the Soul Hall branch in Suodo City." Pu Li Te threatened, attempting to intimidate Gu Yue Na. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Gu Chen, whose countenance darkened as he slowly uttered 2 words, "Deal with him." Upon hearing Gu Chen's command, Gu Yue Na nodded slightly. A surge of spatial energy enveloped her, and in an instant, she appeared behind Pu Li Te, launching a swift kick toward his lower back. Though Pu Li Te's father was the deputy master of the Soul Hall branch, possessing the strength of a soul emperor, Pu Li Te himself was a mere waste. A young man of 16 with only the cultivation of a great soul master. How could he possibly withstand Gu Yue Na's strike? He was sent hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, scraping along the surface for several meters. Refusing a toast and opting for a punishment drink. "Kill that wretched woman," Pu Li Te roared, feeling the pain radiating from his injured lower back and noticing the injuries marring his face. With his power, it would seem feasible for Pu Li Te to kill an ordinary person in the Soul City without facing consequences. However, were Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na truly mere ordinary individuals? Dozens of Soul Guard sentinels simultaneously unleashed their soul rings, which floated ominously in the air, exuding a terrifying aura. The residents within a radius of hundreds of meters fled in panic, while the blacksmith from the Soul Tool Forge, his face etched with fear, dared not step outside. "Kill," commanded an individual who appeared to be the leader of the guards, brandishing a blade as his martial spirit, attempting to rally their spirits. However, in a swift moment, a pair of vicious claws pierced through the heart of the leader, blood cascading down through the gaps of the claws. Dancing in sync with the fingertips, a puppet crafted from metallic mechanisms emerged behind the leader, its sinister visage adorned with a hint of allure, while its claws ruthlessly penetrated the bodies of multiple guards. "What manner of monster is this? Brothers, surround it and shatter it," roared one of the guards as his first soul ring, depicting a tiger, illuminated, and a pair of tiger claws lunged towards the puppet. "Such beauty in the puppet. How naive you are." The puppet sneered, as a cloud of black mist erupted from its core, causing the encroaching guards to find their speed drastically diminished. Before they could react, countless steel wires burst forth from the puppet, ensnaring the guards' bodies tightly. As the wires constricted, the limbs of the guards were swiftly severed, scattering upon the ground as they writhed in agony, their cries echoing in despair. The controller behind the puppet was none other than Gu Chen. Do not inquire about the origin of the steel wires. When Gu Chen retrieved the puppet from his system's backpack, he discovered it was already equipped with 10 meters of wire, albeit single use. Nevertheless, the puppet itself was not disposable. With a flick of his hand, Gu Chen summoned the puppet back, storing it once more in his system's backpack. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, crashing down upon the remaining guards, engulfing their mutilated forms in flames, which consumed them, turning their remnants to ash. Meanwhile, a few stragglers in the air were met with swift wind blades, bisecting them and staining the ground with blood. Gu Chen focused his gaze and noticed Gu Yue Na nearby, her right hand ablaze while her left swirled with azure winds. Approaching her, he glanced at the distance where Polite stood, his hands clasped together, producing a crackling sound. What do you suggest I do to teach you a lesson? At that moment, Polite realized he had stepped on a landmine, feeling a sudden warmth between his legs. The unmistakable scent of urine wafting through the air. He had indeed frightened himself. Don't come any closer. My father is the vice master of the Spirit Hall branch. How audacious you are, little thief. Daring to slay my subordinates and harm my son. Came a voice, furious and commanding. Following the voice, a middle-aged man appeared, bellowing with rage as 6 soul rings ascended from his back, revealing an optimal soul ring configuration. Polite, initially in Wuhuan City on business with his only son in tow, could hardly fathom that such chaos would ensue in his brief absence. Your son has been causing trouble for no reason, and we merely sought to teach him a lesson. Gu Chen, unperturbed, retorted with disdain. I am Polite, the vice hall master of the Soul Hall branch in Soto City. Boy, do you comprehend your transgressions? The oppressive aura of a soul emperor descended upon Gu Chen as Pu Lang loftily proclaimed. At that moment, nearby residents peeked out in curiosity. Alas, why must this young man offend anyone at all? Yet he has angered the branch master of the Soul Hall. He is doomed. Indeed, who would have thought? Are you a pinbag, so adept at boasting? Gu Chen boldly mocked. This is Soul City. To offend the Soul Hall means your entire family shall face annihilation. Pu Lang, in a fit of rage, laughed ironically. Is that so? Gu Chen taunted, as he forcefully hurled a token into the air, cleaving through the atmosphere and striking Pu Lang squarely in the face, drawing forth a stream of blood from his nose. You insolent brat, Pu Lang cursed, only to be taken aback by the symbol on the token, causing him to immediately kneel. Pu Lang of the Soto City Soul Hall. I humbly pay my respects to the esteemed branch master. The sight of Pu Lang kneeling astonished all the onlookers, who had not heard his words but speculated about the extraordinary identity Gu Chen must possess. Weren't you rather arrogant just now? Gu Chen replied with a cold smirk. I dare not. Pu Lang knelt, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Although possessing this token merely signifies the identity of a branch master, the individual capable of issuing such tokens is undoubtedly a formidable title de law. The young man before Pu Lang clearly had the backing of a title de law, making Gu Chen someone he could not afford to offend. Gu Chen, with an enigmatic smile, remarked, Is that so? I heard you wished to eradicate my entire family. Pu Lang trembled and exclaimed, That is not the case at all. As he spoke, he slapped his own face in desperation. Yet, would Gu Chen allow him to depart so easily? The answer was decidedly no. In a flash of golden light, Pu Lang's right arm fell to the ground, and Gu Chen, retracting his golden dragon claw, stated impassively, Today, I sever one of your limbs. Do you yield? I dare not. I dare not. Thank you, esteemed branch master, for your mercy. Pu Lang endured the searing pain from his severed arm, retrieved it, and after bowing to Gu Chen, he fled in a panic, disregarding the astonished Pu Lite. 3 hastily passing days later, after Pu Lang and his son had vacated Soul City, they seemingly vanished from existence, naturally too intimidated to provoke Gu Chen further. With the presence of the title de law and the demons suppressing de law, Gu Chen's brazen act of violence was no longer deemed a significant affair. On the following evening, Gu Chen, adhering to the protocol, collected the paper chick crafted at the blacksmith's shop along with the black iron wire, and settled the remaining payment in gold soul coins. At that moment, the title Douluo arrived at the inn as promised, escorting Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na to enroll in the Soul Academy. The Soul Master Academy, located on the outskirts of Soul City, spans no less than 1/3 of the city's area. It boasts a simulated training environment and various facilities. In your case, the Dragon Valley is particularly suited for you, spoke the Titan Douluo, guiding the 2 individuals to the entrance of the academy. There, the 4 imposing titanium characters were deeply etched onto a metal wall crafted from dark silver, beneath which lay the emblem of the highest-ranking token of the Spirit Hall. These must be the Ancient Chen and Ancient Yuna you mentioned, correct? At the academy gate, a middle-aged man with reddish-brown hair hastily approached upon spotting the Titan Douluo. Principal Jueshing, I entrust Ancient Chen and Ancient Yuna to you, stated the Titan Douluo. Principal Jueshing bowed respectfully, assuring him, Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Their potential will be maximally developed here at the Soul Master Academy. The Titan Douluo nodded, provided a few words of instruction to Ancient Chen and Ancient Yuna, and then took flight. I have heard of your soul rings, and if what I have heard is true, you are indeed exceptional prodigies, rare among thousands, Principal Jueshing remarked. With your talents, you must not be overlooked. Therefore, I have informed the instructors that you will skip the Ren and D classes and proceed directly to the Tian class. What do the Ren and D classes primarily focus on? Ancient Chen inquired, puzzled. The Ren and D classes mainly emphasize cultivation and knowledge of soul masters. while the Tian class focuses on practical combat, honing the students' battle prowess. Students can form teams to spar with one another or request the academy's instructors as sparring partners. Principal Gu Chen explained, "After you receive your uniforms, please settle into your respective dormitories and then come to see me." Principal Gu Chen led Ancient Chun and Ancient Yu Na to the administrative office, where they collected their uniforms and dormitory keys. Ancient Chun nodded and parted ways with Ancient Yu Na, heading to his dormitory. The dormitories at the Soul Master Academy are shared, and as it was currently the lunch break, Ancient Chin's roommate was resting inside. "Ah, are you my new roommate?" Upon opening the door, Ancient Chun was greeted by a curious young boy, approximately 1.6 meters tall, with a cherubic face. "Yes, I am Ancient Chun," he replied, feeling a fondness for such an endearing roommate. Hello. I am Luo Chun, a student from class 1 of the Tian class. My martial soul is the food type martial soul, fried rice," Luo Chun said with a smile, extending his hand towards Ancient Chun. Inquisitively, Ancient Chun engaged the system. Ding. System character panel. Character, Luo Chun. Age, 12 years. Strength, 200 mental power, 750 bloodline. Human bloodline, 100 level, 29th rank. Soul Master soul rings. Yellow. Loyalty, 20. Overall evaluation, a food type martial soul with considerable potential for development, possessing certain inherent value. However, its overly kind-hearted nature may lead to disadvantages in life. How is this loyalty level determined? Gu Chen inquired of the system. Ding. A loyalty level below 10% indicates animosity towards the host. A loyalty level between 10 to 15% corresponds to a stranger, while 16 to 40% equates to an acquaintance. 41 to 50% signifies a good friend. 51 to 60% denotes a willingness to serve the host. 61 to 90% indicates loyalty to the host. 91 to 99% reflects a readiness to brave any danger for the host, and 100% signifies unwavering allegiance, with the individual opposing any request for harm against the host. The effect of the enslavement symbol forcibly elevates the recipient's loyalty to 100%. Gu Chen nodded. This Luo Chen appears quite promising and is worth cultivating. Gu Chen mused. Gu Chen clenched his fists and declared, "Gu Chen, Martial Soul Golden Dragon, level 41. 4-ring Battle Soul Sect. What? Level 41? You look barely 12. How is that possible? Even I am only at level 29. Luo Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Chen slightly shook his head and replied, "Merely 1% talent coupled with 99% diligence. By the way, may I see your soul skills?" Luo Chen nodded, and 2 rings of yellow soul rings illuminated from behind him. It seemed he was murmuring some soul incantation. Upon closer listening, one could discern phrases like "I would rather starve than jump from here," and "Ah, how delightful." After his incantation, Luo Chen lifted his cherubic face, palm upwards, revealing a golden light sphere in his hand. First soul skill, fragrant fried rice. Before him appeared a bowl of fried rice, rich in color and glistening grains, emanating an enticing aroma. My first soul skill is fragrant fried rice, which allows the user to interrupt the release of half of their soul skills within 10 minutes or forcibly reduce their power without backlash. Additionally, a soul master consuming the fragrant fried rice can recover 1% of their soul power per second for 20 seconds, without regard to level limitations. Luo Chen proclaimed proudly. Gu Chen couldn't help but be astonished. The effect was indeed remarkable. Yet, why was he absent from the ranks of the advanced soul masters at the continental competition? An excellent skill, Gu Chen remarked. Is it? Yet they all say my skill is rather useless. Luo Chen lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with hope. Useless? That is merely their ineptitude. They lack the ability to harness such power. Gu Chen scoffed. Much like how a master in a game can achieve a pentakill with disorienting effects, while a bronze or silver player merely feeds the enemy. Gu Chen silently added in his thoughts. All right, Dean Zhu Sheng is still waiting for me. I must depart. Gu Chen organized his belongings and addressed Luo Chen. MHM. After Gu Chen met with Gu Yue Na outside the girls' dormitory, they quickly found Dean Zhu Sheng, who was engaged in conversation with a balding middle-aged man. Upon noticing Gu Chen's arrival, Dean Zhu Sheng said, Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na, this gentleman is the director of the Martial Soul Academy. You may address him as Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin, the two replied in unison. Teacher Lin offered a slight nod in acknowledgement and remarked, So, you are Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. I have reviewed your cultivation reports. You are indeed rare talents among thousands. You will be assigned to Class T, which comprises all the elite students of the Martial Soul Academy, currently consisting of only 9 individuals. Gu Chen nodded, surprised to discover that both he and Gu Yue Na would be in the same class as Luo Chen. What a delightful coincidence. The classes for Class T will commence this afternoon. It seems your roommates are also from Class T. They will guide you to your lessons, Dean Zhu Sheng informed them. Gu Chen turned to Gu Yue Na. realizing that her roommate was also a student of Class T. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Chen stated directly, Luo Chen. Dean Zhu Sheng mentioned that you should accompany me to class this afternoon. Luo Chen looked at him, puzzled. I have also been placed in Class T, Gu Chen explained. Luo Chen's expression turned to one of surprise. What? You bypass Class H and Class D to enter Class T? It makes sense, given your aptitude. An hour later, during the practical training session in Class T, Luo Chen suggested, since you are so formidable, let us form a team. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Chapter 43, The Grand Stage of Zuan. I will take you to see Class T, Luo Chen said, leading Gu Chen through the Martial Soul Academy for several hundred meters before entering Class T. Although it was merely a class of 9 individuals, the size of the classroom rivaled that of a large conference room from Gu Chen's previous life. Within Class T, there were 5 boys and 2 girls, totaling 7 students. As Luo Chen entered with Gu Chen, a strikingly beautiful girl rose from a rosewood desk and approached the door. Her expression, however, did not match her beauty, displaying an air of disdain. You must be the new arrival, Gu Chen, the wild boy from the corner? She said. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gu Yue Na, 18 years old, with the martial soul of the Celestial Fox, a level 40 control-type battle soul master, loyal to the former Saintess Bibi Dong. My mentor. Gu Yue Na's beauty was extraordinary, yet her haughty demeanor made it difficult to feel any fondness for her. When she mentioned her loyalty to Bibi Dong, she emphasized her words with a distinct tone. I hear you are loyal to the Pope? Heh. Gu Yue Na laughed heartily, looking at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, no wonder you are regarded as the most useless in Class T. You associate with someone who is loyal to the Pope. Luo Chen, feeling indignant, retorted. What is wrong with being friends with him? His talent surpasses yours. At the age of 12, Gu Chen had reached level 40. You are now 18, which means you are at the same level as him. At that moment, a handsome yet sinister-looking young man rose from the back of the classroom. So what if I, Xiaoyu, am 18 and at level 43? At least I am superior to you, a mere soul master. Wouldn't you agree, you underachiever? In Class A of the Tianzi class, Xiaoyu, Gu Yue Na, and the burly man Yan, who stood beside Xiaoyu, were all loyal to the former Saintess Bibi Dong. In another corner of the classroom, a girl of about 13 and 3 boys aged around 16 or 17 remained neutral, not pledging allegiance to either Bibi Dong or Qian Xuanji. Although this kept them out of factional conflicts, it also meant they had significantly fewer cultivation resources than their peers. The 3 boys had only managed to reach levels 37 or 38, while the 13-year-old girl, thanks to her innate talent, had cultivated to level 36. On par with the boys. All of this information had been relayed to Gu Chen by Luo Chen, who was also a non-factional individual. Otherwise, he would not only be at level 29. Gu Chen did not respond, merely walking further into the classroom. Gu Yue Na raised an eyebrow at this. What is this? A wild boy from the corners of nowhere, so rude that he won't even reply when someone speaks to him? Gu Chen turned his head. It's not that I look down on you, but rather that I cannot be bothered to engage with you. If it weren't for the teacher's rule against littering, I would have thrown you out long ago. If you're sick, seek treatment elsewhere. I'm not a veterinarian. Ding dong. Your friend Zhuan Gu Chen has come online. You, she exclaimed, clearly infuriated. Kid, are you seeking death? Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Unfazed, Gu Chen retorted nonchalantly. Do you think the whole world revolves around you? Just because you look unique doesn't mean we should treat you like a rare commodity. Before I met you, I had no idea I had a tendency to judge by appearance. Very well, you've successfully captured my attention. In the upcoming practical class, you will have much to endure. Xiaoyu threatened ominously. Having previously defeated even soul emperors and grievously injured soul Douluos, Gu Chen found it laughable to fear a mere soul master before him. Look at you, acting all serious as if you truly understand human speech. There are so many fools in this world, yet you have managed to stand out among them. I only wish to insult, not to waste my words on you. Gu Chen continued to hurl insults. Country bumpkin, just a simpleton spouting nonsense. Gu Yue Na managed to squeeze out a remark. Oh, it's been a while since anyone dared to spar with him. It feels reminiscent of the atmosphere in Zhuan. Suddenly, Gu Chen felt an inexplicable thrill. I just don't understand how a long rope can tangle, yet your tongue cannot. Please refrain from speaking to me. For in the eyes of others, arguing with you is akin to a pig squabbling. Shut up and sit down. Beside the malevolent moon, Yan slammed the table and rose to his feet, exclaiming vehemently. What else with the table slamming? Ah, I see. You must be selecting a coffin for your mother. Gu Chen remarked with a tone of feigned enlightenment, even drawing the ire of Luo Chen, who felt that Gu Chen's demeanor was somewhat deserving of a reprimand. At the grand stage of Zuan, if you have a mother, step forward. Just then, the classroom door swung open once more, and a mysterious girl led Gu Yue Na into the room. The unfamiliar girl, with her ear-length, pale yellow hair, entered in silence. exuding an air of tranquility. This is my roommate, Feng Xiaoyu, 13 years old, with a martial soul of the hurricane bird, a 36th level 3-ringed agility attack spirit master, currently without any faction. Gu Yuena introduced, casting a glance at Luo Chen beside Gu Chen. This is my roommate, Luo Chen, 12 years old, with a martial soul of fried rice. A 29th level food system grand soul master, Gu Chen added. System, check Feng Xiaoyu's character information, Gu Chen commanded. Ding. System character panel. Character, Feng Xiaoyu age, 13 strength, 1000 mental power, 900 bloodline. Human bloodline 100 level, 37th level soul master soul rings. Yellow, yellow. Purple loyalty, 16 overall evaluation. A talented girl, with attributes surpassing those of peers in the same realm, possessing significant potential for development. Not bad, Gu Chen remarked, extending his hand towards Feng Xiaoyu, entirely devoid of the previous arrogance he displayed towards Gu Yue Na. Feng Xiaoyu, she replied, briefly touching Gu Chen's hand before withdrawing it, her voice as frigid as an icy spring. Gu Yue Na, she noted, observing Gu Chen's affability towards Luo Chen. She too emitted a hint of goodwill towards him. Luo Chen, he replied with an endearing smile. Hey, don't ignore us, exclaimed Gu Yue Na and her companions, who felt utterly sidelined, their anger palpable. Silence. Gu Yue Na tilted her head, casting a glance at the trio with eyes as frigid as eternal ice. The coldness emanating from her gaze left Gu Yue Na and her companions utterly dumbstruck. In their eyes, the chilling intensity from Gu Yue Na's eyes conveyed a sense of foreboding, as if any offense would lead them to the depths of despair, a fate from which there would be no return. Class of Tianzi, all of you, come out and assemble at the training ground for practical lessons. A cold female voice echoed from the entrance of the classroom. A teacher with long black hair, holding a book that was not merely an ordinary tome, but her martial soul, stood at the door. You must be the newcomers, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. The teacher addressed them, to which they nodded in acknowledgement. I am Lucy May. You may call me Teacher Lu. I am the homeroom teacher for Class Tianzi, a rank 69 Soul Emperor. During your years here, I shall be your guide, Lucy stated. Minutes later, at the training grounds of the Spirit Soul Academy, 11 individuals, 7 males and 4 females, stood side by side, with Lucy positioned directly in front of them. Today, we have 2 new students. Please introduce yourselves, Lucy announced. I am Douluo, bearer of the Cherry Blossom Spirit, a rank 37 Control System Soul Master, said the boy on the far left. I am Shinemo, wielder of the Shattering Mountain Shield, a rank 36 Defense System Soul Master, the second boy followed. I am Feng Ming, possessor of the Gilded Staff, a rank 36 Support System Soul Master, stated the third boy. Next came the introductions of Yin, Xiaoyu, and Gu Yuena, each presenting themselves with an air of pride, exuding an aura of superiority. I am Shui Yuyu, with the Ice Snow Sword as my soul, a rank 38 Assault System Soul Master, the girl proclaimed, flashing a captivating smile. Following Shui Yuyu were Luo Chen and Feng Xiaoyu, who had already introduced themselves, and finally, it was the turn of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. I am Gu Chen, bearer of the Golden Dragon Spirit, a rank 41 Assault System Soul Sect Master. I am Gu Yuena, wielder of the Rainbow Dragon Spirit, a rank 41 Control System Soul Sect Master. Now, release your spirit rings, Lucy instructed everyone. A total of 37 spirit rings soared into the air. Yet the rings behind Gu Chen and Gu Yuena were astonishing. 10,000-year spirit rings, how is that possible? Gu Yuena exclaimed, although Lucy had heard of such phenomena. Witnessing the spirit rings of the two left her somewhat astonished. Cough, cough, Lucy paused and continued, I will now assign teams. Luo Chen and Gu Chen will face Gu Yuena and Xiaoyu. Shui Yuyu and Feng Xiaoyu will battle against Yin and Xianemo. Feng Ming and Gu Yuena will confront Douluo and myself, with my strength limited to rank 41. Gu Yuena glanced at Gu Chen and his companion in surprise, not expecting to face them in the practical combat class. Nana, Gu Chen's spirit ring is incredibly formidable. We should initiate our spirit fusion technique as soon as the battle begins, Xiaoyu whispered to Gu Yuena. Understood, brother, Gu Yuena nodded, her expression turning serious. With Lucy's command, the 3 matches commenced simultaneously. A pair of blood-red crescent blades appeared in Xiaoyu's hands, manifesting as his spirit. Gu Yuena sprang into action, leaning forward and colliding with Xiaoyu. In that fleeting moment, a crimson aura erupted, expanding and enveloping their bodies as they clashed. Simultaneously, the red light burst forth, covering a quarter of the training grounds area. Due to the actions of Gu Yuena and Xiaoyu, the other 2 battles had to be halted, with the remaining participants retreating to the opposite side of the training grounds. What is happening with Xiaoyu and Yuena? They're already using their spirit fusion technique from the outset? Yin furrowed his brow. Lucy replied, The soul ring configuration of Gu Chen is remarkably powerful. To defeat him, one must seize the initiative. Fusion technique, demon charm, activate, commanded Xiaoyu and Gu Yue in unison. A crimson light flickered as the two merged into a single being. A figure with flowing hair, androgynous in appearance. Ah, is that not a hermaphrodite? Gu Chen mocked. You. Demon charm seethed, the crimson mist thickening, infused with a palpable aura of malevolence and enchantment. At that moment, Gu Chen was already enveloped by the essence of the Golden Dragon King, scales adorning his body. His eyes radiating golden light as he locked onto Demon Charm's silhouette amidst the red haze. Behind him, Luo Chun began to murmur, softly reciting a soul incantation. Secretly crafted fried rice, delicious and filling, he intoned as the words wafted through the air. Second soul skill, secretly crafted fried rice. Luo Chun exclaimed, conjuring a bowl of fried rice drizzled with a golden brown sauce and hurling it towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen, this is my second soul skill, secretly crafted fried rice. Its effects are invigorating and possess some detoxifying properties. Luo Chen called out, preparing another bowl for himself. Understood. Gu Chen extended his claw to catch the secretly crafted fried rice, devouring it whole, even crunching the bowl without harm, for it was forged from condensed soul energy. A gentle coolness enveloped him, awakening his senses, while a thin layer of pale blue energy cloaked his skin, warding off the encroaching mist. First soul skill, fragrant fried rice. After the incantation, Luo Chan produced a bowl of fragrant fried rice and tossed it to Gu Chen, who caught it and consumed it eagerly. Just then, a sudden shift in the atmosphere heralded the arrival of a moon blade slicing towards his back. Without turning, Gu Chen unleashed his golden dragon claw, grasping the moon blade with a fierce grip. Crack, crack, crack. With a forceful motion, the moon blade shattered, disintegrating under Gu Chen's might. As the weapon of their soul was severely damaged, Xiaoyu felt the repercussions. Yet, Gu Chen, fueled by his advantage, aimed his golden dragon claw at Demon Charm's face. While his first soul ring illuminated, the image of the golden dragon surging towards her. Sensing danger, Gu Yue quickly maneuvered Demon Charm downwards, skimming close to the ground in a desperate bid to escape through Gu Chen's legs. However, Gu Chen abruptly halted his motion midair, unaffected by any backlash. And with a powerful stomp of his right foot, his second soul ring flared to life. Golden Dragon quakes the earth. 8 dragon apparitions erupted, crashing down onto Demon Charm's back as she slid on the ground, sending her hurtling into the air, a spurt of blood escaping her lips. Both Xiaoyu and Gu Yue were similarly wounded. Unrelenting, Gu Chen activated his fourth soul ring, the black and red aura emanating a terrifying presence. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon's Claw. The Golden Dragon Claw, imbued with a terrifying energy, slowly extended forth. Gu Yue and Xiaoyu felt as though they were suffocating, utterly unable to emit a sound under the oppressive pressure, their spirits devoid of any thought of resistance. The Golden Dragon Claw advanced at a deliberate pace, akin to a tortoise's crawl, yet the dreadful aura it exuded ensnared the alluring figure, rendering her motionless, as if the Buddha himself were subduing Sun Wukong. The claw reached the alluring figure's throat, yet it halted abruptly, undoubtedly influenced by the effect of the exquisite fried rice. Ultimately, the Golden Dragon Claw lightly tapped her throat, dispelling the state of their martial soul fusion technique, causing them to separate and collapse onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Their breath labored. The gazes exchanged between them and Gu Chen were filled with dread. Gu Chen and Luo Chun emerged victorious. Lucy announced the triumph. Her first soul skill from her grimoire being clairvoyance, she pierced through the crimson mist, perceiving the entirety of the battle just as clearly as the mentally formidable Gu Yue Na. Lucy praised, Gu Chen, your combat prowess is commendable, and your soul skill is formidable. What you require now is to hone your skills through battles with higher-ranked soul masters. I will arrange for several Soul King instructors to train with you in one-on-one combat shortly. Teacher, Gu Chen interjected, given your soul ring configuration, the soul sect cannot accurately assess your abilities. Your opponent will be a Soul King, and that is non-negotiable. Lucy interrupted. May I request a mentor of Soul Emperor or Soul Sage rank for my training? Gu Chen ventured to ask. Absolutely not. What? Did you just say Soul Emperor or Soul Sage? Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Chen nodded. Before I became a Soul Sect member, I once defeated a Soul Emperor, albeit one with a poor soul ring configuration. I seek a formidable Soul Emperor or Soul Sage as my training partner. Upon hearing Gu Chen's claim of having slain a Soul Emperor, everyone, including Lucy, was left in shock. After all, a Soul Master defeating a Soul Emperor signifies a leap across 3 major realms. What formidable strength must he possess to have achieved such a feat before even becoming a Soul Sect member? What? Very well then, I shall consult the head instructor. Teacher Lin, a level 73 soul sage, will personally serve as your training partner, Lucy contemplated before nodding in agreement. Teacher, I hope you will exert your full strength during our duel, Gu Yuena stated. What? Lucy was taken aback. Gu Chen was already astonishing enough. And now this Gu Yuena teacher, Natara's strength is not inferior to mine, Gu Chen asserted. Lucy's expression turned serious as she nodded. All right, I will give it my all. However, this is merely a spar. We shall stop at a certain point. 3, 2, 1, begin. As Lucy's words fell, a fluctuation of spatial elements surged forth, and Gu Yuena's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Lucy the next moment. A luminous sword coalesced and lunged toward the nape of Lucy's neck. Chapter 45, A Duel. It is evident that Lucy possesses genuine talent and skill, for she has ascended to the esteemed position of head instructor for the A-class. Suddenly, the second soul ring behind her illuminated, manifesting a similar fluctuation of spatial elements. And in the blink of an eye, her form materialized 10 meters away, expertly evading Gu Yuena's thrust. This was the second soul skill of Lucy's magical tome martial spirit, Blink. As she landed gracefully, the third 1,000-year soul ring glimmered into existence, and a searing energy erupted from the tome in her hands. The third soul skill, Scorching Ray. A fiery beam surged forth from the magical book, hurtling towards Gu Yuena. However, Gu Yuena, the Silver Dragon King, who commanded the 7 elemental forces, was hardly intimidated by such a fiery assault. Her first soul ring glowed, unleashing elemental tide, and a flame shield materialized before her, not merely dissipating, but rather consuming the energy of the scorching ray, converting it into her own soul power. Yet, as Gu Yuena absorbed the flames, a subtle smirk graced Lucy's lips. The fourth soul ring behind her quietly illuminated, and the ground beneath Gu Yuena began to coalesce with frigid power. In the next instant, ice surged from the earth, sweeping upwards toward Gu Yuena. Nevertheless, with her soul engineer-level mental prowess, Gu Yuena easily detected Lucy's maneuver. A triumphant smile spread across her face, for she realized that Lucy's 6 soul skills were likely all related to elemental control. As the water element unfurled, the frost at Gu Yuena's feet transformed into droplets, seeping into the ground. Spatial confinement. Gu Yuena exerted her mastery over spatial elements, forcibly ensnaring Lucy within a spatial bind, effectively nullifying her second soul skill. In a surge of spatial energy, Gu Yuena appeared before Lucy, conjuring the silver dragon lance, its sharp tip poised menacingly against Lucy's throat, halting a mere millimeter from her skin. Teacher Lucy, you have lost, Gu Yuena declared with a playful smile, lifting the spatial confinement and retracting the lance. Lucy merely nodded, devoid of the despondency one might expect after defeat. Gu Yuena, your combat skills are formidable, and your soul power is unparalleled among your peers. I have 2 suggestions for your training. First, consider participating in the battles at the Soul Arena in Wuhuan City daily, honing your combat abilities through experience. I recommend you refrain from using elemental control and instead engage solely with your lance, or limit yourself to a single element. Only in this manner can your prowess be comprehensively enhanced. Second, I advise you to dedicate over 5 hours each day to training in the Dragon Valley Simulation Arena. Your martial spirit, the colorful dragon, finds its most suitable environment there. Gu Yuena nodded appreciatively, responding, Thank you, teacher. I shall abide by your guidance. Lucy gazed at the untested Snow Yuyu and her companions, as well as the support Wen Ming and controls specialist Hua Boyuo, who had been of no assistance moments ago. I shall now assist Gu Chen in locating Teacher Lin, she declared. Hua Boyuo will join Group Xian Mo, while Wen Ming will accompany Snow Yuyu's team. You 3 may engage in a sparring match. The group nodded in agreement, and Gu Chen and the others found a bench outside the training area to observe the combat, leaving 6 participants to duel within the arena. As minutes passed, with Wen Ming providing support, Feng Xiaoyu striking from the rear, and Snow Yu launching fierce assaults with her ice snow sword, Snow Yuyu's team emerged victorious. Shortly thereafter, Lucy arrived with Teacher Lin. This is your instructor, Teacher Lin, whose martial soul is the Radiant Oblivion Sword, a level 73 7-ring soul sage. She continued, Gu Chen, Teacher Lin will be your sparring partner shortly. The bald Teacher Lin smiled and nodded at Gu Chen. We meet again, Gu Chen. Gu Chen returned the gesture. I am ready. Let the battle commence. Oh, the youth is quite eager, Teacher Lin remarked as he stepped into the combat arena. Upon Gu Chen's entrance, he summoned his martial soul, the Radiant Oblivion Sword, a magnificent golden blade adorned with sinister black patterns that seemed to ensnare the mind. With no further hesitation, Gu Chen activated his Golden Dragon King martial soul, its golden scales enveloping him entirely, even his eyes shielded by a faint energy membrane. It was his first solo duel against a soul sage, and he understood the necessity of caution. With a flick of his wrist, The golden dragon spear materialized in his grasp, and the third soul ring on his back shimmered, its 10,000-year essence glowing ominously. The golden dragon wings unfurled behind him. With a powerful leap, Gu Chen soared towards Teacher Lin, thrusting the golden dragon spear forward. The spear surged forth like a thunderclap, its golden radiance extending impressively. Imbued with a razor-sharp edge, Teacher Lin swiftly countered with his radiant Oblivion sword, activating his second soul ring to unleash a wave of golden sword energy that clashed with Gu Chen's spear. However, the sword energy dissipated instantaneously, while the spear's tip collided with the blade's body, drawing an unending stream of soul power through the radiant Oblivion sword. Soul power absorption? This Teacher Lin was taken aback. Yet, Gu Chen provided him no opportunity for contemplation. Propelled by the golden dragon's flight, he closed the distance to Teacher Lin, whose 9,000-year soul ring glowed ominously behind him. Gu Chen extended his right hand, transforming it into a golden dragon claw. Golden dragon pounce. The three attributes of penetration, tearing, and shattering converged within that claw, augmented by the terrifying energy of the 9,000-year soul ring. Despite being a soul sage, Teacher Lin's expression shifted dramatically in response to this strike. Foregoing any consideration of the golden dragon spear, he activated his fifth soul ring. A formidable golden halo radiated from Teacher Lin, expanding outward and forcefully repelling the golden dragon spear, delaying the advance of the dragon claw by a precious second. This was Teacher Lin's fifth soul skill, the repelling halo. Teacher Lin, having proven himself capable of holding the position of Director of Education, undoubtedly possesses formidable combat skills. Almost simultaneously with the release of his resistance aura, his sixth soul ring illuminated. From the tip of his sword, a line as dark as ink erupted, shooting towards Gu Chen with great velocity. This was the sixth soul skill of the Holy Sword of Light, the Annihilation Ray. Due to the inertia of the golden dragon's flight, Gu Chen, who was not in the best condition, found himself unable to change direction in time before the Annihilation Ray struck. He had no choice but to cross his arms, enduring the devastating impact of the ray. The Annihilation Ray was incredibly destructive. Even the formidable golden scales of the Golden Dragon King began to corrode, revealing the powerful muscles beneath. However, the defensive capabilities of the Golden Dragon King were not to be underestimated. Gu Chen, with his immense physical strength and resilience, managed to withstand the assault of the Annihilation Ray. Nevertheless, his skin was charred and blackened, exposing the vibrant red flesh underneath. Your defensive capabilities are remarkable, already comparable to that of a defensive Soul Emperor, Teacher Lin conservatively assessed. Even my sixth soul skill cannot inflict damage upon you. The testing concludes here. Lucy, please escort him to the training room to assess his maximum speed and strength. Chapter 46, A Crisis Looming. Lucy nodded and said, Gu Chen, in light of this, my advice mirrors that of Gu Yuena. First, you must engage in one-on-one battles at the Grand Soul Arena of the Martial Soul City daily. You are prohibited from utilizing your martial soul or that gun. You must rely solely on your physical prowess, or alternatively, use the gun without any other means of combat to hone your skills. Secondly, I recommend you dedicate no less than 5 hours each day to practice in the Dragon Valley Simulation Training Ground, as your martial soul is the Golden Dragon, making this place ideally suited for you. I understand, Gu Chen replied with a nod. Subsequently, Lucy led Gu Chen to test his maximum speed and strength, yielding astonishing results. Both his speed and strength were alarmingly close to that of a Soul Douluo. If he had a singular flaw, it would be his insufficient mental power. Nonetheless, his mental strength was still capable of overwhelming those of equal rank. After the afternoon's practical training concluded, the students of Class Tian were dismissed on the spot. Gu Chen and Gu Yuena strolled through the Martial Soul Academy for a while before returning to their respective dormitories. Most of the others also returned to their quarters. With the exception of Hu Liena, Xieyu, and Yen, the three of them gathered in the tranquil simulation training ground of the Martial Soul Academy. We are all loyal to the former Saintus Bibidong, yet Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, being from the Qinshuan family, undoubtedly pose our greatest obstacle, Xieyu stated calmly. However, with their exceptional talents and strength, we have no means to defeat them. Hu Liena lamented despondently. Yen, feeling somewhat irritable, remarked, Nana, isn't your teacher a peerless level 98 Douluo? Why not ask her to eliminate Gu Chen and Gu Yuena? Otherwise, the future Martial Soul Hall will surely become their domain. Will the teacher agree? Hu Liena inquired with concern, fully aware that, as rivals, if Gu Chen and Gu Yuena were present, they would undoubtedly be marginalized within the Spirit Hall. After all, those not of their kind are bound to harbor differing intentions. The exclusion of dissenters has always been their modus operandi. Sister, this is our only opportunity. You have seen that even Teacher Lin, a soul sage, cannot harm Gu Chen. It is likely that only a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse could eliminate him, said Xiaoyu. Gu Yuena's gaze grew resolute as she softly replied, yes, I will speak to the teacher. The former Saintess Bibi Dong harbored a deep disdain for Pope Qian Xuanji, and thus would never reside in the Pope's palace. She instead inhabited a branch hall of the Spirit Hall, conveniently located not far from the Spirit Academy. Upon reaching the branch hall, Xiaoyu and Yin instinctively took their positions on either side, while Gu Yuena, as Bibidong's disciple, confidently entered the Spirit Hall branch. What is it, my disciple? Came a voice. The speaker was a woman clad in purple, adorned with a purple crystal crown, none other than Bibi Dong herself. Master, Qian Xuanji has somehow recruited two 12-year-old children of exceptional talent, who may threaten our future influence within the Spirit Hall. I earnestly request that you eliminate them. Gu Yuena articulated her chilling request in a gentle tone, devoid of the respect typically afforded to the Pope, showing no fear of the many eyes within the branch hall. Given that Qian Xuanji had ordered a discreet concealment of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena's powers, Bibi Dong was entirely unaware of their existence. She merely scoffed. What sort of genius can such a wretched creature recruit? Surely, they must be born fools. Seeing Bibi Dong's indifference, Gu Yuena grew anxious. Master, Gu Chen is merely 12 years old, yet possesses the strength of a level 41 soul master, with an astonishing soul ring configuration. His first soul ring is 1,000-year-old. And starting from the second, they are 10,000-year rings, with his fourth ring exhibiting a striking red hue, clearly indicating a 9,000-year age. Furthermore, Gu Yuena matches Gu Chen's level, boasting 2,000-year rings and two 10,000-year rings. With their presence, our standing in the Spirit Hall will be utterly jeopardized. Yuena implored her master to act against them. What? Bibi Dong exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of gravity. If such a powerhouse is allowed to grow, the consequences are unimaginable. Nana, find an opportunity tomorrow to bring them both out of the Spirit Academy. I shall take matters into my own hands to eliminate them. Bibi Dong commanded coldly. Gu Yuena nodded vigorously. The following day, the door to Gu Chen's dormitory was knocked upon, and he rubbed his bleary eyes as he turned to face the door. Gu Yuena hung her head, her delicate hands clasped before her, fingers timidly touching each other, and her exquisite visage bore an expression of poignant vulnerability. Gu Chen, I apologize for mocking you yesterday. Can you ever forgive me? In an effort to entice Gu Chen, Gu Yuena endeavored to present herself as a remorseful child, her beautiful eyes brimming with a plea for compassion. Gu Chen's expression remained impassive. I am not angry. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. He was frustrated. His peaceful slumber had been disrupted by Gu Yuena's presence. Well, my brother and Yin have arranged a dinner for you and sister Gu Yuena at a luxurious hotel outside the Spirit City, as a gesture of apology. Gu Yuena said, her demeanor still pitiful. That one tea be necessary, Gu Chen replied, somewhat taken aback, gazing at Gu Yuena with suspicion, attempting to discern her true intentions. Yet, whether it was due to Gu Yuena's skillful pretense or Gu Chen's inadequate spiritual strength, he could not glean anything from her surface demeanor. We will all be classmates from now on. Let this meal be a welcome feast for you. You cannot decline, Gu Yuena insisted. Gu Chen was uncertain of her motives. But resigned to the situation, he nodded in agreement and called for Gu Yuena. Flattery without reason often harbors ulterior motives, Gu Yuena remarked. Frowning as they departed the Spirit Academy, she communicated with Gu Chen telepathically, something is amiss. Gu Chen shrugged, replying through thought, I have no idea what they intend. Let us observe for now. Before long, Gu Yuena, Xiaoyu, Yin, Gu Chen, and Gu Yuena exited the gates of Spirit City. Shortly after leaving, Gu Yuena's formidable spiritual sense detected anomalies. Her amethyst-like eyes sharpened with vigilance as she conveyed to Gu Chen, there's an issue. I sense 4 individuals trailing us. Their auras are exceedingly powerful, and even with 4 seals lifted, I cannot ascertain their precise cultivation levels. However, I can confirm that all 4 have reached the rank of title Douluo. What? Gu Chen gasped, alarmed. The identities of these 4 title Douluos remained uncertain, whether allies or foes. If they were enemies, it would suggest a hostile faction had dispatched such formidable beings to eliminate both him and Gu Yuena. What an extravagant show of force. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened as he regarded Gu Yuena and the others. Should he be compelled to unseal all his powers, thus jeopardizing their plans? Both Gu Yuena and the title Douluos would inevitably pay the price. Feeling the intensity of Gu Chen's gaze, Gu Yuena broke into a cold sweat. Realizing she had been discovered, panic surged within her as she covertly unleashed a soul power, a signal she had reserved for Bibi Dong. Boom. A terrifying pressure locked onto Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, the chilling aura of death encroaching upon them, a perilous threat looming. Behind Gu Chen, a shadow emerged, its formidable soul power ensnaring his body, leaving him with no avenue of escape. A jet-black claw surged towards the back of his heart. Chapter 47. The Guardian. A chill coursed through Gu Chen's spine, and instinctively, he cast forth the paper avatar from his system backpack, substituting it for his own corporeal form. In an instant, Gu Chen's true self seemed to slip into the void, vanishing only to reappear several meters away. The paper avatar, left in its original position, was touched by the claw, which corroded the metal, transforming it into a pool of black liquid. Still shaken, Gu Chen glanced back at his previous location. There, a slender woman stood, clad in an opulent deep purple robe with a crown of amethyst upon her head. Her porcelain skin and nearly flawless beauty set her apart. Yet Gu Chen had no inclination to admire her allure. She was, after all, there to take his life. 9 soul rings floated around her, the last of which was a 100,000-year soul ring, as the spectral image of a black spider gradually materialized behind her. Upon witnessing this apparition and the 100,000-year soul ring, Gu Chen recognized her identity, former Saintess Bibi Dong. Now, Bibi Dong unleashed her first martial spirit, the Death Spider King. Her third soul skill, Death Spider Web Entanglement, was activated, and the web imbued with a lethal aura surged through the air, hurtling towards Gu Chen. Beware! A familiar voice echoed as an elder appeared, grasping Gu Chen by the collar. In a dizzying flash, he found himself dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na was similarly escorted to Gu Chen's side by another elder. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chen realized the newcomers were the titled Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangma Douluo. A sigh of relief escaped him. With 2 titled Douluo present, he need not reveal his true capabilities. Qianjun Douluo, Jiangma Douluo. How dare you interfere with my affairs? Bibi Dong seethed, her fury palpable as the opportunity slipped from her grasp. Former Saintess. They are the future hope of the Spirit Hall. You lack the qualifications to lay a hand on them. Jiangma Douluo retorted with a mocking smile. Bibi Dong's aura radiated outward, chilling the air as she coldly declared, I am a titled Douluo of level 98, while you are merely at level 96. Do remember, the ranks of titled Douluo are akin to layers of heaven. As a 98 level, I can easily eliminate you both. Then what about me? Before Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo could respond, an elder emerged slowly from the nearby thicket. The elder, with his martial spirit manifested, was surrounded by 9 soul rings. His body cloaked in white scales. 3 elders, Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo, clasped their fists in greeting. White armor Douluo. Bibi Dong ground her teeth, fully aware that her plans had crumbled. I shall remember this day. Should an opportunity arise in the future, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. As her words fell, Bibi Dong unleashed her second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's power, causing a ripple in space, and she vanished instantaneously. What is the meaning of this? Third priest, both the Titan Douluo and the Demon Suppression Douluo inquired, puzzled by the arrival of the white-armored Douluo. The Pope has commanded me to escort Gu Chen to him, replied the white-armored Douluo. Your Majesty, what is this all about? Gu Chen asked, casting a bewildered glance at the Titan Douluo and the Demon Suppression Douluo. Given your talents, you are destined to become a significant asset to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, your safety must be ensured. The Demon Suppression Douluo and I shall serve as guardians for you and Gu Yue Na, explained the Titan Douluo. Gu Chen clasped Gu Yue Na's hand and nodded in understanding. Very well, Gu Chen, let us proceed. The Pope wishes to see you, stated the white-armored Douluo. With a slight acknowledgement, Gu Chen assented. Your Majesty, why does the Pope seek my brother Chen? May I accompany him? Gu Yue Na interjected, her concern for Gu Chen's safety evident. The Pope has a task for Gu Chen. Do not worry. You two shall have your own tasks in due time. The white-armored Douluo said with a gentle smile. Thus, Gu Yue Na was escorted back to the academy by the Demon Suppression Douluo, while Gu Yuena and her companions seemingly fled back to the academy as the battle commenced, eluding the Demon Suppression Douluo's search. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, under the guidance of the white-armored Douluo and the Titan Douluo, made his way to the Pope's palace to meet Qian Sunji. Your Holiness. Gu Chen knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in respect. Gu Chen, I have a task for you, intended to assess your abilities, Qian Sunji announced. Please, Your Holiness, proceed, Gu Chen replied. Qian Sunji's tone turned ominous. Regarding matters within the Spirit Hall, the Titan Douluo should have briefed you. The former Holy Maiden Bibi Dong's faction has grown increasingly audacious, daring to openly entice soul masters into the Spirit Hall. I have decided to quell their arrogance. The current Holy Maiden Gu Yuena, her brother Xieyu, and another named Yin, should be at the Spirit Academy, in your class, if I am not mistaken. Your mission is to assassinate them without revealing your identity. Your sister is named Gu Yuena, correct? Once Gu Yuena is eliminated, she will be eligible to compete for the position of Holy Maiden. Gu Chen was taken aback by Qian Sunji's request for him to assassinate Gu Yuena and the others. However, even without such an order, he would have pursued their deaths. After all, those who sought his life must perish. Ding. The system detected the host's current predicament and activated a plot choice. Accept Qian Sunji's task to assassinate Gu Yuena and her companions. Assistance. Night Cloak, a system-crafted item that reduces the host's presence by 50 and conceals their aura, making them undetectable to beings below the divine level. Refusing the task, he sought to persuade Gu Yuena and her companions. Assistance. 3 low-level enslavement talismans. I choose, Gu Chen declared without hesitation. Ding. The reward, the Cloak of the Dark Night, has been issued. Please check your system backpack. Your Holiness, I am willing to accept the task. Gu Chen raised his head, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, paired with his pitch-black eyes, exuding an indescribable allure. Ding. The host's current situation has been detected. A task selection has been initiated. 1. Task. Assassinate Gu Yuena and Xieyu. Reward. Infinite supply of original paper Huan for Yuan Go. 2. Task. Assassinate Yen. Reward. Infinite supply of original steel wire for Yuan Go. 3. Task. Assassinate Gu Yuena, Xieyu, and Yen. Reward. Infinite supply of both paper Huan and steel wire for Yuan Go. Has a task selection truly been triggered? Extracting the mission, Gu Chen mused. Since the rewards were offered freely, there was no reason to decline. Hearing Gu Chen's unwavering acceptance of the assassination task, Qian Xuanji felt a twinge of confusion. After all, Gu Yuena was Gu Chen's classmate. Could it be that he would not hesitate to eliminate someone familiar to him? Your Holiness. Today Gu Yuena and her companions incited the former Saintess Bibi Dong to attempt the assassination of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. Had we not intervened, they would likely have met with misfortune, Qian Jun Douluo hurriedly explained. What? A strange glimmer crossed Qian Xuanji's eyes. Haha, I haven't yet moved against her people, and she dares to act against mine. 3 offerings, I have a task for you. Doesn't she have an old acquaintance named Yu Xiaojing, the master? Haha, go and eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a cold sweat break out. He hadn't anticipated Qian Xuanji wanting to kill the master. Surely, after the incident, Tang San would come seeking vengeance against the Spirit Hall. However, the master's death would indeed be advantageous for the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent. Yes, Your Holiness, Bai Jia Douluo replied respectfully. All right, Gu Chen, you may withdraw for now. You have 30 days to complete your task, Qian Xuanji instructed. Gu Chen gazed intently at Qian Xuanji, his eyes filled with an enchanting glint. Why 30 days? 1 day is sufficient. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and departed before Qian Xuanji could respond. 1 day? Watching Gu Chen leave, Qian Xuanji's lips curled into a smile. If he truly could accomplish it within that time frame, I shall reward you handsomely. But should it prove otherwise, the consequences of deceiving the Pope are not to be taken lightly. Chapter 48. Born small, die magnificently. Returning to the dormitory, it was already evening. Inside, not only was Luo Chen present, but also an unexpected visitor, Gu Yuena. Nana, what brings you to the boys' dormitory? Gu Chen inquired, somewhat surprised. Brother Chen, they dare to assassinate us. We cannot let this matter rest. Shall I assist you in eliminating them? Gu Yuena conveyed her thoughts, her gaze icy, directed solely towards Gu Yuena and her companions. Rest assured, they shall not survive the day, Gu Chen coldly remarked in response. Since you have a plan, I shall be at ease, Gu Yuena replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. It is indeed my fault. Had I not been so gullible towards Gu Yuena and her ilk, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. Forgive me, Nar, Gu Chen expressed, a hint of remorse in his voice. In response, Gu Yuena said nothing, merely drawing closer to Gu Chen, who was startled and instinctively retreated until his back collided with the wall with a thud. Gu Yuena continued to approach, their bodies nearly touching, and Gu Chen could feel her breath. The distance between their eyes was less than 5 centimeters. Could it be? Gu Chen's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, Gu Yuena chuckled softly, stepping back and playfully saying, Do we still need to say sorry to one another? With that, she exited the boys' dormitory, humming a cheerful tune, radiating joy. It appeared she had been teasing him. Gu Chen opened his eyes and touched his nose, feeling the droplets formed from Gu Yuena's exhaled breath. Brother Gu Chen, you do realize you are siblings, right? Luo Chen remarked, glancing at Gu Chen. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. Too bad we are not blood siblings. Wow. Luo Chen seemed to have an epiphany, his expression filled with admiration. All right, I must step out for a moment, Gu Chen said, leaving the dormitory. He did not venture far. Instead, he leapt up to the rooftop of the 5-story dormitory. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, he retrieved a dark night cloak from his system backpack and donned it. In the distance, Douluo furrowed his brow. This cloak is quite peculiar. I cannot sense his presence at all. Wait, have I lost track of him? Suddenly, Gu Chen's form shifted and vanished from sight, leaving Douluo astonished. Gu Chen was aware that Douluo was trailing him, yet he was reluctant to divulge the secrets of the system. At the Martial Soul Academy, on the mountainside, Gu Chen swiftly ascended to the summit and settled cross-legged within a naturally formed cave. Despite the exertion, his formidable physique did not break a sweat. After calming his breath, Gu Chen extended his right hand and cast forth a puppet, which transformed into the likeness of Gu Yue Na. The puppet hastily exited the cave, making its way back to the dormitory area of the Martial Soul Academy. Brother, Gu Yue Na called out to Xiaoyu, who was just about to return to his dormitory not far away. Nah, weren't you heading back to the dormitory? Xiaoyu questioned, perplexed at seeing Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na giggled. It is not yet the witching hour. I am not ready to sleep. Besides, I find it astonishing that the attempt to assassinate Gu Chen and the others has failed. Xiaoyu nodded solemnly and remarked, indeed. I did not anticipate that Gu Chen would have a guardian accompanying him. Even the former holy maiden could not vanquish him. Brother, I have heard whispers that there exists an assassin organization in the commercial district of Wuhan City. Their martial souls endow them with the ability to move without a trace, allowing them to strike before Gu Chen's guardian can detect them. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Gu Yue Na spoke mysteriously. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. Is that true? Where is it? Gu Yue Na replied. It is located in the commercial district of Wuhan City. Wait for me in an alley at the street corner. I shall summon Yan. Xiaoyu nodded, advising Gu Yue Na to exercise caution, and then rose to depart towards the Wuhan Academy. He had unwavering faith in Gu Yue Na's words. Surely, his sister would not wish him harm, would she? After watching Xiaoyu leave with a smile, Gu Yue Na made her way to Xiaoyu's dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Yan, frustrated by the failure of his plans earlier in the day, had just shattered his desk in a fit of rage. Who is it? Yan opened the door to find Gu Yue Na outside. Nana? Yan was somewhat taken aback, quickly tempering his emotions, for he was Gu Yue Na's most devoted follower. Or to put it more bluntly, her sycophant. Yan, I wish to speak with you about something. Do you have a moment to chat privately? Gu Yue Na said, her head slightly bowed, a blush gracing her cheeks as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Nana, are you asking me out on a date? Yan's face flushed instantly, his mind momentarily blank. Yes, indeed. He blurted out reflexively. Gu Yue Na appeared overjoyed, her voice sweetly chiming. Then it is settled. At the third watch, I shall await you in the small grove behind Wuhan Academy. Before Yan could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Yue Na had already departed. He plopped down onto the ground, smacking his face in disbelief, murmuring, that hurts. This isn't a dream, is it? Nana truly wishes to accept me. Suddenly, Gu Yue Na reappeared, though she should not be referred to as Gu Yue Na at this moment, but rather Xiaoyu. For at the entrance of the girls' dormitory stood a figure bearing Xiaoyu's visage. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyu gently rapped on the door, which was opened by Gu Yue Na. Nana, I have a matter to discuss with you. May I come in? Upon seeing Gu Yue Na, Xiaoyu began. Gu Yue Na glanced inside the dormitory and replied, Brother, my roommate is not here. She will return tomorrow. Please, feel free to speak. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled, a rather enigmatic smile, as if conversing with Gu Yue Na while also musing to himself. Is that so? Then this simplifies matters. Nana, will you not invite me in? Oh, brother, please come in. Gu Yue Na promptly stepped aside, allowing Xiaoyu to enter the dormitory. Approaching the window, Xiaoyu gazed at the moon outside, exclaiming, the moon tonight is truly beautiful. Nana, do you not agree? Gu Yue Na, uncertain of Xiaoyu's intentions, nonetheless complied and stood before him, her back turned, admiring the view outside. Indeed, the crescent moon is lovely tonight, she replied. Xiaoyu smiled, pondering aloud. I wonder if your blood will be equally exquisite, possessing a dance as graceful? What? Gu Yue Na spun around, only to find Xiaoyu's figure vanished, replaced by a sinister and eerie metallic puppet. A cacophony erupted. The puppet emitted an unnerving, genderless voice as its metallic claws fiercely gripped Gu Yue Na's throat, devoid of any compassion. Countless threads erupted, ensnaring her from head to toe, binding her limbs, with steel wires connecting the puppet to every piece of furniture in the dormitory. Who are you? Gu Yue Na struggled violently, but remained immobile. Her eyes filled with terror as despairing tears streamed down her cheeks. The vividness of death. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Gu Yue Na attempted to turn and look, but found her body unresponsive. A paper phoenix had pierced her heart, brutally pinned against the wall, embedding several centimeters deep into the metallic structure. Life's essence ebbed away. Gu Yue Na could no longer fight, her gaze becoming hollow, her head drooping weakly. blood gushed from her chest, trickling down her collar and pooling into a vibrant crimson stain on the floor. Behind her, Gu Chen, cloaked in the shadows of the night, had removed his hood, revealing his otherworldly eyes. He withdrew the paper phoenix, recalled the puppet, discarded the threads, and exited the dormitory through the front door without a backward glance. In life, one is insignificant. In death, one becomes extraordinary. Chapter 49, The Assassination Completed. After departing Gu Yuena's dormitory, Gu Chen did not return to the previous cave, but instead made his way out of the Spirit Soul Academy. Unimpeded, he arrived at the commercial street of Spirit Soul City, at a seldom visited corner. Perhaps due to his dark cloak, few paid attention to his peculiar appearance. Crack, crack. Venturing into an alley, beneath the black robe, his slender fingers toyed with a pistol-shaped object. Deep within the alley, Xiaoyu stood alone, a white mask covering his face, awaiting his sister, Gu Yuena. Why hasn't Nana arrived yet? It's rather odd, he remarked candidly, when suddenly, a wave of danger swept over him. Instantly alert, Xiaoyu unleashed his spirit soul, Moonblade, directing his gaze towards the alley's entrance. A figure clad in black robes appeared, his face obscured by the shadow of a dark cloak. The man raised his right hand, revealing a sinister dark aperture beneath the fabric. Just as Xiaoyu was about to utter a word, the ominous hole erupted with bursts of fire. Uft, uft, uft. The silencer perfectly masked the sound of bullets being discharged. 20 rounds whirled through the air at high velocity, searing through Xiaoyu's heart. With great difficulty, Xiaoyu extended his hand to clutch his chest, his eyes widening in shock. Such weaponry was utterly beyond his comprehension. Thud. Life ebbed away as he collapsed onto the ground, yet the instinct to survive compelled him to crawl away from the black-robed figure. Click, click, click. Bullets were being chambered into the magazine, a countdown to Xiaoyu's demise echoing in each sound. After 20 clicks, the magazine was inserted into the scorpion-style pistol. Uft, uft, uft. Another volley of 20 bullets found their mark, leaving 20 neat punctures in Xiaoyu's brow. He could muster no further strength, unable even to move a finger. And as his lifeless body slumped, silence enveloped him. Gu Chen exhaled the smoke rising from the overheated scorpion-style pistol, reloaded the magazine, and stowed the weapon into his system backpack without a backward glance. Now, only Yen remained. Gu Chen made his way to a small forest behind the Martial Spirit Academy. Although referred to as a small forest, it was indeed one of the simulated training grounds belonging to the academy. Within this woodland resided soul beasts such as the nether wolf, blood-sucking bat, and ghost vine. Upon entering the small forest, Gu Chen quickly spotted Yen in the distance. However, rather than approach, he extended his mental prowess to perceive the surroundings. Within his range of perception, the number of soul beasts was not insignificant: 4,900-year nether wolves, 123 blood-sucking bats, and 19 ghost vines. Silently, Gu Chen unleashed his dragon might, subduing all the soul beasts within his awareness, engaging each in dialogue. His status as the sovereign of soul beasts rendered them utterly compliant. The spectacle was about to commence. 100 meters away, Gu Chen sat astride the back of a 900-year-old nether wolf leader, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The hour was late and dark. Where was Nana? Surely, she would not deceive me. No, that was not in her nature. Yen, already irascible, paced restlessly, exuding impatience. Grr, a soul beast? At the sound of the beast's growl, Yen became alert, his flame lord martial spirit manifesting. However, he felt little concern. After all, a mere handful of century-old soul beasts were trivial to his capabilities. Yet, from all directions within the pitch-black forest, an eerie green glow flickered, revealing at least 80 such lights. Damn it, the nether wolves. There are at least 40 of them. How could this happen? Yan's complexion darkened. Could it be that Nana seeks to harm me? Or perhaps, due to Gu Chen and the others, Nana does not trust me and intends to silence me? How? 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 The pack of nether wolves surged forward, leaping towards Yen. Bang! The Flame Lord unleashed his first soul skill, his fist ignited with flames, striking the jaw of one nether wolf with tremendous force, deforming it. The creature was sent hurtling back, crashing into a nearby ancient tree, whimpering, its breath shallow and labored, clearly on the brink of death. At this moment, Yan's only chance lay in carving a bloody path through the horde of nether wolves. If he could escape this forest, he could seek the aid of the teachers at the Martial Soul Academy. However, the shrill cries that pierced the air shattered Yen's hopes. As he beheld hundreds of blood-red eyes materializing in the sky, over 100 blood-sucking bats dove towards him, their sharp claws sinking into his flesh, while their beaks viciously lunged at him. Simultaneously, thick vines ensnared Yan's feet, barbed thorns emerging to trip him. The ghost vines had brought him crashing to the ground. At this point, Yen had utterly lost any hope of escape. With over 40 nether wolves, more than 100 blood-sucking bats, and a ghost vine overwhelming him. They savored their feast. The forest echoed with cries of despair, and moments later, silence reclaimed the small woodland. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been deposited into the system backpack. Please check. System, infinite supply. What does that entail? Gu Chen inquired. Ding. The system backpack will always contain 5 sets of paper phoenixes and steel wires. Once the host withdraws any portion, the system will automatically replenish the missing parts. Gu Chen nodded, his gaze shifting to the leaders of the netherwolves and the blood-sucking bats. Well done, Gu Chen remarked, patting the head of the netherwolf leader and stroking the petite head of the bat leader. Howl. Squeak. The 2 beasts quickly expressed their humility, kneeling before Gu Chen with reverence. I shall take my leave now. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet again. Gu Chen smiled and turned to exit the forest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Gu Chen first washed away the blood before collapsing onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. His snoring drew a frown from Luo Chun, who was still awake. The following day, at the break of dawn, Gu Chen rose early. After a brief wash, he donned his Martial Soul Academy uniform and made his way to the papal hall. Gu Chen, seeking an audience with the Pope, he stated to the guard at the entrance. The guard, having seen Gu Chen several times over the past few days, said little and went to announce his arrival. Gu Chen, the Pope has summoned you, the guard informed, opening the grand doors of the papal hall for him. In the hallowed halls of the Pope's chamber, only Qinshuanji remained, though he was covertly safeguarded by several titled Douluo powerhouses. How does it feel? Is a single day insufficient, prompting a desire for an extension? The Pope is not easily deceived. Upon encountering Gu Chen, Qinshuanji remarked with a half-smile. Unfazed, Gu Chen replied with a calm demeanor, Your Holiness, Hulina, Xieyu, and Yin have all perished. What? Qinshuanji exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? In less than a day, you have slain Hulina and the others? He inquired, incredulous. Gu Chen responded with nonchalance. Indeed, is it not merely the act of killing 3 individuals? Qinshuanji had to concede that this young man exuded an air of arrogance. Come forth, he commanded, summoning a figure from the shadows behind him. A person with the cultivation of a soul Douluo. Addressing this individual, Qinshuanji instructed, Go ascertain whether Hulina and the others are truly dead. Do not disturb the scene. Understood. The figure knelt in deference before swiftly departing the Pope's chamber. After a quarter of an hour, the soul Douluo returned. Your Holiness, Hulina has succumbed in her dormitory. Her roommate has reported to the Wuhuan Academy that she died from a piercing wound. Xieyu has perished in the commercial district of Wuhuan City, also from a penetrating injury, with her skull shattered. Yin has met his demise in the illusory forest training ground of the Wuhuan Academy, where only his bones remain, along with a token confirming his identity. He was devoured by soul beasts. The soul Douluo's report left Qinshuanji somewhat astonished at the manner of each death, particularly Yan's, prompting him to narrow his eyes and gaze at Gu Chen. Do you possess a soul skill to control soul beasts? Gu Chen smiled serenely. It is merely a powder that attracts soul beasts. He would not reveal his true capabilities to Qinshuanji, who was known for his suspicion. A smile finally graced Qinshuanji's face as he spoke. You have performed admirably. Now, tell me, what reward do you seek? Ding. The system detected the host's current circumstances and activated a daily selection. Request the position of the Holy Son and seek the Holy Maiden position for Gu Yuena. Entirely at the discretion of Pope Qinshuanji. I choose, Gu Chen declared. Knowing that direct demands for the positions of Holy Son and Holy Maiden would not be well received by Qinshuanji, Gu Chen understood that such a bold approach would severely tarnish his reputation in Qinshuanji's eyes, proving detrimental to his future within the Wuhuan Hall. All at the discretion of your Holiness, he said, kneeling with a fist clasped over his heart. Very well. I shall grant you the qualification to compete for the position of Holy Son, as well as the qualification for your sister Gu Yuena to vie for the Holy Maiden position. Furthermore, from this moment until your status as Holy Son is confirmed, your training resources will be equivalent to those of the Holy Son, and your monthly stipend shall increase to 10,000 gold soul coins, Qinshuanji proclaimed. Thank you, Your Holiness, Gu Chen replied. Your Holiness, Gu Chen inquired, what avenues are available for me to attain the qualification for selection to the position of the Holy Son? If not through your grace, the position of the Holy Son can only be contested by children nurtured from a young age within the Spirit Hall, Qinshuanji replied. Given your status, it is evidently unsuitable for you. Had it been anyone else, Qinshuanji would have firmly dismissed the inquiry. However, due to Gu Chen's commendable completion of his task, Qinshuanji exhibited a notable patience today. By the way, following the demise of Hulina, the selection for the new Holy Maiden and Holy Son is expected to commence next month. You should prepare yourself, Qinshuanji remarked. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and took his leave. Upon returning to the Spirit Academy, he found himself in time for class. The curriculum for Class 1 of the Heavenly Division was quite elementary. From Monday to Wednesday, theoretical lessons were held in the morning, followed by practical combat sessions in the afternoon. Thursday through Saturday was dedicated to training, with Sunday designated as a day of rest. Today happened to be Thursday. After receiving his token from Class 1 of the Heavenly Division, Gu Chen entered the Dragon Valley Simulation Training Ground. The Dragon Valley was an environment designed to mimic a mountainous terrain, populated by hundreds of century-old spirit beasts possessing either dragon or true dragon bloodlines, intended for training dragon-type spirit masters. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect eyed the Dragon Valley of the Spirit Academy with great envy, often dispatching individuals to apply for training qualifications within the Spirit Hall. Of course, there was also a Dragon Valley within the third fighting arena, but that was a small world within the Blessed Realm, a sacred ground for dragonkind, rendering the imitation here utterly incomparable. At this moment, the only ones training in the Dragon Valley were Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, listening to the familiar sound of dragon roars. Gu Chen turned to Gu Yuena with a smile. I believe this Spirit Academy is truly a splendid place. Gu Yuena agreed, indeed. Let us strive to subjugate the dragon spirit beasts here by the end of today. Ding. The system detected the current circumstances of the host and activated a plot selection. 1. Elevate the bloodlines of the Dragon Valley spirit beasts for personal gain. Assistance. Purity of the Golden Dragon King bloodline increases by 0. 05. Strength of the Golden Dragon King bloodline increases by 0. 1. 3 low-level enslavement symbols awarded. 2. Leave it be. Assistance. 5 low-level enslavement symbols awarded. I choose the first option, Gu Chen declared. Ding. Selection successful. Rewards have been distributed. Please check the system backpack for the low-level enslavement symbols. In the next instant, Gu Chen instinctively unleashed the Golden Dragon King spirit, causing the skies to darken ominously. With the embodiment of the Golden Dragon King, his golden scales became even more formidable and resilient. System. Has my Golden Dragon King bloodline surpassed that of the Dragon God in strength? Gu Chen exclaimed, sensing the surge of power within him. Ding. The system remarked. It appears the host is somewhat naive, an increase of merely 0. 1 in the Golden Dragon King bloodline does not equate to surpassing the Dragon God. The strength of your Golden Dragon King bloodline must be at least 300 to exceed that of the Dragon God. Alright, system, display the character panel. Ding. System character panel. Character, Gu Chen age, 12 years, actual age, 200, 006 years, strength, 1, 050, 000, compared to 2. 000 for soul masters of the same realm, mental power, 6, 130, compared to 1, 000 for soul masters of the same realm, bloodline, Golden Dragon King bloodline 99, 125. Dragon God bloodline 0, 875 level 41 soul master, for layers of seal have been unlocked, soul rings, purple, black comprehensive evaluation. The apparent strength rivals that of a soul Douluo, yet the true power is unfathomable. System backpack, gold soul coins, 81, 980, soul power enhancement cards, 8. Low-level enslavement talismans, 4. Night cloak, original puppet of Yuan Gu, 5. Original paper phoenix of Yuan Gu, original steel wire of Yuan Gu, scorpion-style handgun, 1. Scorpion-style handgun bullets, 960, bronze sword, 1. Way long spicy strips, 10 packs, raptor egg, 1. Secret manual, 8 extremes collapse, system points, 300. Brother Chen, what is this? Gu Yuena inquired, looking at Gu Chen with curiosity. My bloodline has undergone a transformation, perhaps due to the Dragon Valley's mimicry training ground, Gu Chen replied. Gu Yuena genuinely congratulated him. That is truly remarkable. This mere mimicry training ground has enabled your bloodline to ascend. The elevation of a bloodline does not always necessitate rare treasures. Sometimes, merely a fortuitous opportunity suffices. It was evident that Gu Yuena believed Gu Chen's bloodline elevation stemmed from this very chance. Roar. Gu Chen emitted a dragon's roar, summoning all dragon-type soul beasts within Dragon Valley. Within the valley, there were remarkably 113 dragon soul beasts. Upon seeing Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, these dragon soul beasts regarded them as deities, their eyes shining with reverence as they bowed in submission. Chapter 51, Selection Tournament of the Saints. Gu Chen unleashed his right hand's golden dragon claw and made a decisive slash across his left arm, golden blood cascading down like glimmering droplets, which he deftly caught. Upon witnessing Gu Chen's blood, the dragon soul beasts erupted in excitement, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Gu Chen cast the blood into the air. Upon bursting, it divided into over 100 droplets, each falling into the mouths of the dragon soul beasts. Having absorbed the blood of the Golden Dragon King, The aura of these dragon soul beasts surged, their bloodlines undergoing a transformation and their soul power improving. A few of the soul beasts, unable to contain their burgeoning power, were on the verge of entering the ranks of thousand-year soul beasts, but Gu Chen released a formidable dragon might, forcibly suppressing their ascension. Grateful gazes were directed towards Gu Chen from these soul beasts, as the suppression of their realms not only enriched their soul power, but also allowed them to potentially break through to become thousand-year soul beasts at any moment. Most importantly, this Dragon Valley simulation training ground permits only 100-year soul beasts to inhabit it. Should any thousand-year soul beasts appear, they will undoubtedly be eradicated by the faculty of the Martial Soul Academy to ensure the safety of the students. Thus, Gu Chen's suppression of their powers is tantamount to safeguarding their lives. Was Gu Chen's elevation of their bloodlines merely an act of goodwill? How could that be? Once Gu Chen's blood intermingled with that of the soul beasts, he could, at any moment, establish a connection through their bloodline resonance, and their fates would rest within his thoughts. After accomplishing this, amidst the reverence of the myriad beasts, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena trained in Dragon Valley for an entire day before returning to their dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, Gu Chen requested several bowls of fragrant fried rice from Luo Chen to serve as their dinner. After handing over the fried rice, Luo Chen remarked, "Gu Chen, have you heard? Gu Yue Na and the others died yesterday." Indeed, Gu Chen nodded while savoring the fried rice. "Do you think it could be a hostile force from the Martial Soul Hall targeting our academy? Are we in danger?" Luo Chen voiced his fears. "Do not worry. I shall protect you," Gu Chen reassured him, patting his chest. Yet, Luo Chen continued to express his concerns. "But I heard that Gu Yue Na and the others were killed in a single blow. Their opponent might possess strength beyond that of a soul sage." Finishing the last bite of his meal, Gu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing that he was perceived as a soul sage. Although he lacked the formal title, he certainly possessed the strength of one. What is there to fear? I could easily contend with a soul sage. From now on, you can call me Chen Gu. Just like Na Air, Gu Chen chuckled, finding Luo Chen's earnestness quite endearing. It was no great burden to look after him until he fully grasped control of the Martial Soul Hall. "Yes, Chen Gu," Luo Chen replied obediently. Gu Chen extended a hand. "I'm still hungry. Please bring me 2 more bowls of that fragrant fried rice." After receiving the fried rice, Gu Chen suddenly remembered something. He grabbed a package of Wei Long spicy strips, tore it open, and took one to accompany his meal. Honestly, Wei Long spicy strips pair exceptionally well with rice. Back in his previous life, they were a staple when there were no vegetables at home. Chen Gu, what is this?" Luo Chen inquired, catching a whiff of the spicy strips' enticing aroma. "Wei Long spicy strips. Here, have one," Gu Chen offered, pulling one out for Luo Chen. "Thank you, Chen Gu," Luo Chen exclaimed, taking the strip and placing it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up with delight. "Look at how eager the child is." Gu Chen chuckled, watching Luo Chen, and offered him the entire package of spicy strips. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Is that you, Gu Chen? Here are your training resources and stipend for the month." Upon opening the door, Gu Chen was met by an instructor from the Martial Soul Academy, who handed him a storage ring, saying, "Please manage the resources within. The storage soul guide will be returned to the Academic Affairs office tomorrow." "Thank you." Gu Chen accepted the ring, expressing his gratitude. After closing the door, he poured out the cultivation resources from the soul guide device in one go. Among these resources were herbs that aided in cultivation, treasures from soul beasts such as the century-old whale glue, and a sum of 10,000 gold soul coins. Such an abundance of rare treasures. "This is over 10 times what I possess," Luo Chen exclaimed enviously. Gu Chen smiled and shared some of the cultivation resources with Luo Chen before placing the remainder into his system backpack. He then checked Luo Chen's character panel within the system. Ding. Character panel. Name, Luo Chen. Age, 12 strength, 200 mental power, 750 bloodline. Human bloodline 100 level. Level 29 Great Soul Master Soul Rings. Yellow. Yellow loyalty, 59 overall evaluation. A being with considerable potential in the food system martial soul, possessing certain value. However, his excessively kind nature makes him prone to being taken advantage of in life. Gu Chen was taken aback. It was merely a small favor. Yet Luo Chen expressed such profound gratitude, with his loyalty already reaching 59%. Indeed, Luo Chen was worthy of nurturing. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Luo Chen successfully advanced to level 30, and under the guidance of the Martial Soul Academy's instructors, ventured into the Sunset Forest to acquire his 3rd soul ring. Meanwhile, both Gu Chen and Gu Yuena had ascended to level 42. On this day, the selections for the Saint Son and Saint Daughter commenced. Among those vying for the title of Saint Son were the only son of the Serpent Spear Douluo, Yu Jiu, the children of the Porcupine Douluo, Ci He and Ciu, the only son of the Demon Bear Douluo, Lu Da, the only son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Jinzi, and Gu Chen, who had received the Pope's granted quota. Competing for the title of Saint Daughter were the daughter of the ghost leopard Douluo, Yin Shaoli, the flower-like sisters of the white armor Douluo, Miao La and Miao Yu, the daughter of an unknown elder, Ling Xiaojiu, and Gu Yuena, who also obtained a quota from the Pope. The selections for the Saint Son and Saint Daughter were conducted separately, commencing first with the Saint Daughter selection. Only after confirming the Saint Daughter would the selection for the Saint Son begin. The Saint Daughter's selection comprised both team strength and individual prowess contests. The individual competition, as expected, was an elimination format of 11 battles. For the team strength aspect, each candidate for the Saint Daughter would form their own team to compete against others, with rankings determining their results. A team was permitted to include multiple candidates and Saint Son candidates. On the eve of the team competition for the Saint Daughter selection, Gu Yuena had already teamed up with Gu Chen, Luo Chen, Feng Xiaoyu, and the esteemed class members of the Tianzi class, Shui Yao Yao, Huabu Luo, and Xian Mo. The practical combat lessons over the past month had already familiarized everyone with one another's strengths. Once, after Luo Chen acquired his third soul ring, Lucy requested everyone to reintroduce their soul skills. My third soul skill is talent fried rice, Luo Chen proclaimed as he began to unleash his ability. His incantation was rather peculiar, stating, "Working is an impossibility. In this lifetime, I shall never toil." Each individual here is talented, and their speech is quite melodious. The effect of Luo Chen's third soul skill, talent fried rice, was a 20% enhancement across all attributes, astonishing all members of Class Tian. Chapter 52, Preliminary Competition. Following Luo Chen's introduction of his soul skill, it was Feng Xiaoyu's turn. My martial spirit is the hurricane bird. My first soul skill is wind escape, which allows me to blend into the wind, reducing my presence by 50% while doubling my speed. My second soul skill is hurricane feather rain, a range damage ability that, upon striking the enemy, decreases their speed by 5%. My third soul skill is hurricane charge, summoning a whirlwind that allows me to appear within 100 meters and launch an attack within 2 seconds. Feng Xiaoyu's voice remained cool and detached. Very impressive. How about you, Huabuliao? Gu Chen praised, turning his gaze to Huabuliao. My martial spirit is the cherry blossom. My first soul skill is 1,000 cherry blossoms, which allows me to summon cherry blossoms that transform into blades for attack. My second soul skill is cherry blossom storm, which surrounds the enemy with blossoms, restricting their movement. When combined with Feng Xiaoyu's hurricane, the effect can be multiplied several times, Huabuliao explained. My third soul skill is cherry blossom drifting, summoning a rain of cherry blossoms within a 100-meter radius. Each blossom that touches an ally restores 1% of their soul power, while those that touch an enemy can devour 1% of their soul power, provided the opponent's strength does not exceed one major realm above mine. Quite remarkable. Capable of control, healing, and even output when necessary. Gu Chen nodded, turning his attention to Xian Mo, a simple and honest individual, scratched his head and said, My martial spirit is the mountain shield. My first soul skill is stone shield, which summons a square shield with 3-meter sides that deflects all energy attacks and ranged assaults from soul masters within 2 major realms below me, lasting for 1 minute. My second soul skill is wild charge, which allows me to lift the mountain shield and charge in a specific direction, stunning the target for at least 0.5 seconds. The duration of the stun depends on the target's mental strength. I once charged an enemy soul master and left them stunned for an entire day. My third soul skill is barrier shield, which summons a massive iron shield measuring 15 meters long, 5 meters high, and 1 meter thick. Impressive. Capable of both defense and offense. Gu Chen lauded, though he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Despite the undeniable strength of his teammates, it seemed that, apart from Feng Ming, none of the characters from the original story appeared in the Martial Spirit Academy's combat team. However, Gu Chen overlooked the fact that the Martial Spirit Hall had a notorious tendency to exclude outsiders, leaving neutral students like Xian Mo completely marginalized. Even Feng Ming was granted permission to join the Spirit Hall's battle team solely due to his later allegiance to a certain elder of the Spirit Hall. My spirit is the Ice Snow Sword, and my first soul skill is Snowflake Dance, which enables the Ice Snow Sword to inflict a freezing effect on wounds it causes. However, if I fail to inflict any wounds, then my first soul skill becomes merely ornamental. Shui Yu candidly expressed the limitations of her own soul skills. She continued to elaborate. My second soul skill is Ice God Spirit, which increases the sharpness of the Ice Snow Sword by 200% and enhances my strength and mastery of ice elements by 50%. My third soul skill is Frost Star, which summons a frost star beneath the feet of my opponent, dealing continuous damage while possessing a freezing effect. Thus, every member of Gu Yuena's team possesses remarkably exceptional soul skills. Gu Yue Na stepped forward to draw her opponent. On the arena, an elder from the Spirit Hall proclaimed loudly, I shall go first. Gu Yuena flashed a smile at Gu Chen and proceeded. She drew a lot, glanced at it, and discovered it was number 3. According to the selection rules, numbers 1 and 2 would battle, while numbers 3 and 4 would face off. Gu Yuena returned to her team, gently announcing, I am number 3. Upon seeing the lot in Gu Yuena's hand, Gu Chen remarked, I just saw that number 4 is the daughter of an elder, Ling Xiaojiu, who is arguably the one with the least background aside from Sister Nar. Her spirit is the 9-leaf sword grass, a hybrid of support and control types. Do you have any further intelligence? Duuluo inquired. Gu Chen shook his head. In Ling Xiaojiu's team, there are 5 powerful assault-type soul masters, 3 of whom are male, wielding spirits known as Swift Wind Sword, Blood Cry Blade, and Soul Snatching Gun. Additionally, there is a pair of sisters, both possessing the spirit of the Sperm Whale Blade, which is a type of dual sword. The remaining soul master, a male with the unyielding Bow spirit, specializes in ranged attacks. The male soul master with the unyielding Bow and Ling Xiaojiu are both of the spirit master rank, while the others are spirit ancestors. A cold voice interrupted the conversation. It belonged to Feng Xiaoyu. Her eyes were slightly bruised, indicating she had not rested well the previous night. Although Feng Xiaoyu maintained a rather aloof demeanor, she approached every matter with utmost diligence. It seems they are pursuing an extreme output strategy. Xianmo. As soon as you enter the arena, immediately unleash your 3rd soul skill, Barrier Shield, to protect Gu Chen, Gu Chen instructed. Boss Gu Chen, the form of my 3rd soul skill is variable. It does not solely create a wall. I can form a small barrier to safeguard Gu Chen, Xianmo replied. This way, Gu Chen will not require protection from others. If someone attempts to ambush him, the time taken to break through the barrier will be ample for us to provide support. Gu Chen exclaimed delightedly, that's excellent. We can then unleash all our combat power for offense. Then, Feng Xiaoyu, your task is to cut through the backline and eliminate the ranged attacker, Gu Chen stated. Cut through the backline? Eliminate the ranged attacker? What does that mean? Feng Xiaoyu was bewildered. Ahem. It means to eliminate the soul master wielding the Sun Bao from the opposing team. If it is feasible, then attempt to eliminate Ling Xiaojiu, Gu Chen stated. Having forgotten that the individuals present were unfamiliar with the specialized terminology from a previous life. Understood, Feng Xiaoyu nodded. Shuiyu. Your task is to eliminate the soul master on the opposing side, who possesses the Gale Sword. Duuluo. You and Na Air will join forces to subdue the soul master wielding the blood-weeping blade and the soul-snatching gun. If possible, eliminate him. Xianmo. Your duty is to protect Na Air, Duuluo, and Gu Chen. As for me, I shall confront the sisters bearing the Sperm Whale Blade martial spirit. Gu Chen organized. The remaining individuals expressed no objections. Team 3, Gu Yuena, and Team 4, Ling Xiaojiu, take the stage. The elder on the competition platform announced. First, the match between Team 3 and Team 4. Subsequently, Teams 1 and 2 will compete. Let us proceed, Gu Chen remarked. Since Gu Yuena was the focal point of this selection for the Holy Maiden, Gu Chen intentionally stepped back to allow her to lead. After performing the customary formalities preceding the competition, the referee declared the match to commence. As the contest began, Xianmo unleashed his 3rd soul skill, conjuring a barrier to safeguard Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, with unprecedented swiftness, recited his soul incantations, creating fragrant fried rice, secret fried rice, and talent fried rice. The bowl for the talent fried rice was peculiar, resembling the battery of Gu Chen's electric bike from his previous life. Chapter 53, Overwhelming Advance. After tossing the 3 varieties of fried rice to Gu Chen began preparing fried rice for the others. Gu Chen consumed all the fried rice in one gulp, fully replenishing his state. With the Dragon King of Gold manifesting, Gu Chen, adorned in golden scales, summoned the Golden Dragon Spear and charged towards the sisters with the Sperm Whale Blade martial spirit. Feng Xiaoyu also employed Wind Escape to diminish his presence. Stop him. The Gale Sword's Soul Master exclaimed, activating his 1st soul skill, enhancing his speed as he advanced towards Gu Chen. The Blood-Weeping Blade's Soul Master grunted in agreement, also rushing towards Gu Chen. However, the Blood-Weeping Blade Soul Master's right foot suddenly sank, as beneath him, the ground transformed into muck, pulling him downward. Once his foot had descended sufficiently, the ground solidified once more. To extricate himself, the Blood-Weeping Blade Soul Master had no choice but to raise his blade and strike at the solid ground beneath him. This transformation of solid earth into muck was the handiwork of Gu Yuena, who, upon restraining the Blood-Weeping Blade Soul Master with her earth elemental control, sent a massive fireball hurtling towards him. Simultaneously, Duuluo unleashed the Cherry Blossom Storm, ensnaring the Gale Sword Soul Master, while Feng Xiaoyu augmented the storm with a tempest. Countless cherry blossoms swirled around the Gale Sword Soul Master, leaving numerous lacerations upon his body. Ice Star Spiral. Shui Yu also took action, striking the Gale Sword Soul Master with a chilling attack, followed by an Ice Snow Sword that, augmented by the second soul skill, Ice God Sword Spirit, left a deep crimson gash across the Gale Sword Soul Master's back. As the first soul skill, Snowflake Drifting, was unleashed, the wound of the Swift Wind Sword Master was instantly encased in ice, and with a swift kick, Shui Yu sent the Swift Wind Sword Master tumbling off the stage. Unwavering, Shui Yu advanced, joining forces with Douluo to confront the soul-reaping Gun Master. However, a blinding beam of golden light struck her face, leaving her dazed and disoriented. The attack came from the opposing unyielding Bao Master, utilizing his first soul skill, Shockwave Light. Before Shui Yu could regain her composure, 2 more shockwave lights struck her face, causing her to collapse to the ground in a stupor. Haha. The unyielding Bao Master laughed boisterously, but his mirth was short-lived. Behind him, Feng Xiaoyu appeared, unleashing her third soul skill, Hurricane Stab. A sharp feather pierced through the back of the unyielding Bao Master, emerging from his lower abdomen. He immediately lost his capacity to fight and was kicked off the stage by Feng Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was engaged in battle with the Sisters of the Sperm Whale Blade. Though Gu Chen's prowess vastly exceeded theirs, their soul skills proved to be quite troublesome. Shadow Strike. The purple-haired girl, resembling the elder sister, wielded the Sperm Whale Blade, darting past Gu Chen and appearing behind him, leaving several cuts across his body. Had it not been for Gu Chen's golden scales, which perfectly absorbed the damage, he would have certainly been injured. Death Waltz. The younger sister, also with purple hair, swiftly approached, her Sperm Whale Blade spinning in a 360-degree arc, creating hundreds of gashes on Gu Chen's golden scales within a mere second. Alas, you cannot breach my defenses. Gu Chen grinned. Assassination. This was the elder sister's third soul skill, allowing her to instantly appear behind her foe and launch a dual blade assault. Dark elements accompanied the assassination, striking fiercely against Gu Chen's back. The elder sister's full-force attack managed to penetrate Gu Chen's golden scales, but in doing so, she exhausted herself. The Sperm Whale Blade did not pierce Gu Chen's skin. Golden Dragon Quake. Gu Chen released his second soul ring, summoning 8 golden dragons that struck the elder sister with ferocity. In an instant, she was left battered and bruised, and as Gu Chen retracted his strength, a mighty golden dragon sent her soaring out of the arena. The younger sister's expression changed dramatically. Her second soul ring shimmered as dark elemental waves surged forth. Her second soul skill, Invisibility, allowed her to dispatch a clone for a shadow strike before vanishing, rendering her own form invisible for 5 minutes. Seeing this, Gu Chen had no choice but to temporarily spare her and turned his attention toward the soul-reaping Gun Master. 9-leaf Cool Breeze Grass. Ling Xiaojiu's sweet voice rang out as she summoned the 9-turn sword grass in her hand, unleashing her first soul skill, Cool Sword Grass. 2 beams of green light shot forth, embedding themselves within the bodies of the Weeping Bloodblade and the soul-reaping Gun Master. The function of Ling Xiaojiu's first soul skill was to unconditionally dispel control. The Blood-Weeping Blade Master immediately broke free from Gu Yuena's control, while the Soul Master of the Soul-Seizing Spear, who had just been subdued by Douluo, also extricated himself from his confinement. Tiger Slash. The Blood-Weeping Blade Master bellowed, fiercely brandishing his blade. A crimson cross-shaped blade of energy shot forth, aimed directly at Douluo, who stood not far away. First soul skill, Stone Shield. Xian Emo shouted, positioning himself in front of Douluo. Having recently consumed a delectable fried rice dish from Luo Chen, he was brimming with energy and quickly summoned a protective shield. The Blood-Weeping Blade Master's energy attack was instantly repelled by Xian Mo's first soul skill. In an instant, Gu Yue Na vanished from her position, reappearing behind the Blood-Weeping Blade Master. Having just unleashed his soul skill, he was still gasping for breath and remained oblivious to the impending danger until he felt a radiant sword piercing through his abdomen. With a thud, Gu Yue Na delivered a decisive kick, sending the incapacitated Blood-Weeping Blade Master flying off the arena, and then swiftly turned her attention towards Ling Xiaojiu. Ling Xiaojiu's face turned pale as she activated her third soul skill, enveloping herself in a sword grass cage designed to restrain others. This cage, originally intended to control foes, had now become her means of self-protection. At this moment, only she and the Soul-Seizing Spear Master remained on her side. No, something was amiss. Where was the sister of the Spermaceti Blade? Suddenly, a flash of black light appeared as the sister materialized behind Douluo, unleashing her own third soul skill of Assassination, severely wounding Douluo and rendering her incapable of fighting. Concurrently, Gu Chen unleashed his Golden Dragon Claw, sending the Soul-Seizing Spear Master from Ling Xiaojiu's side reeling, causing him to spit blood profusely. only to be further thrust out of the arena by Xian Mo's charge. Witnessing Douluo's dire situation, Gu Chen exclaimed in alarm, "Quick! Defend!" The spermaceti blade sister swiftly made her way towards Luo Chen. At that moment, a white figure emerged. Feng Xiaoyu appeared behind the spermaceti blade sister in the same manner as before, executing a whirlwind thrust that critically injured her, kicking her out of the arena. Now, on Gu Yuena's side, only Douluo was incapacitated, while the previously unconscious Shui Yu began to stir back to consciousness. However, on Ling Xiaojiu's side, she was left utterly alone. Despite Ling Xiaojiu's remarkable abilities, she was ultimately just a support-type soul master, unable to stir any significant upheaval. "Will you descend of your own accord, or shall we assist you?" Gu Yue Na inquired. Slowly, Ling Xiaojiu crouched down, cradling her head with her hands, her large, kawaii eyes blinking nervously as she trembled. I will go down myself." Chapter 54. Farewell, Pulite. After Ling Xiaojiu leapt off the arena, the referee announced Gu Yue Na's victory in this match. Following the conclusion of the battle between the third and fourth numbers, it was time for the first and second numbers to face off. Surprisingly, within Team 1, the candidates Miao La and Miao Yu found themselves united in a single team, signifying that their fortunes were intertwined. Their triumphs and failures would be shared alike. Nonetheless, this team, boasting 2 contenders, effortlessly vanquished Team 2, led by Yin Xiaoli. The day's team competition concluded, and the following day would herald the final match between Gu Yue Na's team and that of Miao La and Miao Yu. After the competition, the 7 gathered at a tavern in Wuhuan City for a celebratory meal. "Have you familiarized yourselves with Miao La and Miao Yu's team for tomorrow?" Gu Chen inquired. Although he had been at the Wuhuan Academy for a month, his understanding of the other colleges remained limited. "I am aware," replied Luo Chen. "Both Miao La and Miao Yu have inherited the Wuhuan of the third offering, the white armored earth dragon. They are both level 42 control system soul masters. Miao La has chosen the defensive path, yet her capabilities extend beyond mere defense. Her combat prowess is formidable. Miao Yu, on the other hand, has opted for a strong offensive role, serving as the primary attacker in the recent match." "And what of the other 5? Huabu Luo asked. Luo Chen continued. "One is named Tan Shi, a Wuhuan soul-devouring snake, a level 39 control system soul master, and Miao Yu's roommate. Another is called Chao Yu Jiao, with a Wuhuan of the Bright Moon Plate, a level 37 support system soul master, who is Miao La's roommate. As for the remaining 3, I am unaware of their identities." Gu Yue Na interjected. "One of them is a 7-treasure glazed tile soul master, who has defected from the 7-treasure glazed sect to join the Wuhuan Hall, currently possessing a strength of level 42. The other 2 boys are both support system soul masters, with Wuhans of food type, namely chicken leg, and plant type, namely bellflower." It was evident that Gu Yue Na had conducted her research thoroughly. However, it is quite notable that Miao La and Miao Yu's team comprises 5 females. Indeed, it seems that the feminine presence outweighs the masculine. "Is this a case of pig-raising strategy?" Gu Chen remarked, momentarily taken aback. "What is the pig-raising strategy?" The others inquired with curiosity. The pig-raising strategy involves having only 1 or 2 individuals focused on damage output, while the rest serve as support, enabling the damage dealers to unleash their maximum potential. Gu Chen elucidated. "So what should we do this time, boss?" Xian Mo asked. "Considering this situation, Shui Yao Yao, your opponents have a significant number of support and control types, and you lack any control clearing skills," Gu Chen said, casting a hesitant glance toward Shui Yao Yao. Shui Yao Yao, recalling her performance in the day's match, felt a wave of guilt wash over her, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I let everyone down. I was stunned at the outset, leaving Huabu Luo vulnerable and resulting in her serious injury." "Wait, I'm not blaming you. Please don't cry," Gu Chen exclaimed, clearly flustered. "It's all right. Just do better next time," Gu Yue Na said, stepping forward to wipe the tears from Shui Yao Yao's eyes. She crouched down to speak with her, as only by doing so could the petite girl, standing at a mere 1.6 meters, engage in a proper conversation. "Thank you, Sister Na Air." Shui Yao Yao nodded appreciatively. As the wind whistled, "You devised a strategy to eliminate the opponent's food system soul master. Nar at the onset, swiftly maneuvered behind the opposing 7 treasures glazed tile soul master, sending her careening off the battlefield. Consequently, the enemy was deprived of 2 supporting members, effectively nullifying their pig farming tactic. I withstood the assault from Miura while Xuanma and Wabiluo engaged to delay Miaoyu. Shui Yushue was tasked with vanquishing the opposing Windbell Grass soul master. Following that, Yu and Nader would confront Chao Yuejiao, while Shui Yushue held off Tan Shi. After Yu and Nader dealt with Chao Yuejiao, they would assist Shui Yushue in eliminating Tan Shi. Finally, Yu would aid Wabiluo and his team in defeating Miaoyu. While I would face Miura alone, Gu Chen asserted. It was prudent to confront Miura at the outset, for he could contend even with a Soul Emperor. Though this match restricted him from unleashing his full potential, defeating a Soul Sovereign was no trifling matter. Despite Luo and Xuanma being somewhat weaker with Luo Chen's assistance, they could manage to restrain a defense-oriented Miaoyu. Shui Yuxue raised her hand, expressing concern. However, Tan Shi is a control-type Soul Master. As a power-type Soul Master, I fear I might be subdued rather than able to restrain her. Perhaps I was hasty. Let me reconsider, Gu Chen mused thoughtfully. What if, after Shui Yuxue eliminates the Windbell Grass Soul Master, and I defeat the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Soul Master, Shui Yuxue, and you tackle Chao Yuejiao, while I focus on vanquishing Tan Shi? Once Shui Yuxue and you have dealt with Chao Yuejiao, they need not assist me, but rather join Luo in defeating Miaoyu. That sounds feasible. Shui Yuxue nodded in agreement. At that moment, the dishes were served, and the waiter brought plates of delicacies to the table. The 7 of them were gathered in a spacious private room, which was surprisingly quiet. As the meal commenced, they also began to strategize for the details of the upcoming match. To be frank, were Gu Chen and Gu Yuena to exert their full strength, even a titled Douluo would struggle to impede them, let alone a few Soul Sovereigns. Unfortunately, in such internal contests, Gu Chen and his companions could not afford to unleash their full prowess, for a single, unrestrained blow could easily extinguish a Soul King's life. Thus, throughout this month's practical lessons, Gu Chen had meticulously controlled his power to remain beneath that of a Soul King, honing his combat awareness through battle. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from outside the private room, the sound of a table collapsing. What did I say? This room must always be reserved for me. Are you deaf? Came a familiar, yet irate voice. Why yes, my apologies, young Master Pu, but this room is already occupied. Would you mind sitting in the hall? Today's expenses will be on us, stammered the tavern manager. A sharp slap echoed, accompanied by young Master Pu's furious exclamations. How dare you? My noble status does not permit me to sit among the commoners in the hall. I do not care what identities those in the private room hold. Even if they are deities, they must vacate for me. Gu Chen and his companions could not help but furrow their brows. In the next moment, the door to the private room was kicked open, revealing a familiar face. Heh, Pu Li Te, how dare you show yourself before me? Gu Chen's expression darkened as he regarded the individual at the doorway. Upon seeing Gu Chen within the room, Pu Li Te inwardly cursed his misfortune. After having to disappear from the Spirit City for a month, he had only just returned, only to encounter this calamity once again. What a luck had befallen him. And master, I had no idea you were here. Pu Li Te was on the verge of tears. Slap. Gu Chen delivered a resounding slap to Pu Li Te, sending him spinning 3 times on the spot, his face swelling visibly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Gu Chen then struck Pu Li Te in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, his features contorted. If I see you in Spirit City again, I will ensure your demise here. Understand? Gu Chen declared. Understood, understood. Pu Li Te managed to respond through the agony, and after Gu Chen closed the door to the private room, he fled without a second thought. Ah, Brother Chen. Do you know him? Luo Chen inquired in surprise. I do not. Merely the son of a vice master from the Spirit Hall, a worthless one at that. Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Chapter 55, Turning the Tide. The following day, Gu Yue Na and her companions arrived at the arena, facing off against Miao La and Miao Yu's team on the opposite end. Under the referee's guidance, both teams ascended the stage, observing the necessary formalities. With a renowned 7 treasures, one proclaimed, Strength. The 7 treasures Glazed Tower Spirit Master immediately cast a support spell for her allies. However, before the power of the 7 treasures Linglong Tower could be unleashed, a silver light flickered behind her as Gu Yue Na appeared, delivering a swift kick. The 7 treasures Glazed Tower Spirit Master, being merely a support type, was frail, and Gu Yue Na's single kick sent her flying off the stage. Damn it! Miao Yu exclaimed in shock, attempting to counterattack, but the cherry blossom storm unleashed by Huabu Luo had already ensnared him. Simultaneously, Xian Mo unleashed his second spirit skill, Mountain Charge, landing a heavy blow on Miao Yu, who clutched his head, feeling dizzy. Third spirit skill, Talent Fried Rice. Luo Chen bellowed after reciting the incantation, tossing the Talent Fried Rice to Huabu Luo. He then proceeded to create Fragrant Fried Rice and Secret Fried Rice, tossing them to Gu Chen. Gu Chen consumed them in one bite, having instructed Luo Chen the day prior that since he was suppressing his strength in battle, the full attribute enhancement from the Talent Fried Rice would be of no use to him, hence he was not given any. Summoning the Golden Dragon Spear, Gu Chen advanced towards Miola. First spirit skill, Fragrant Wind Chime. The Wind Chime Grass Spirit Master unleashed her first spirit skill, and a gentle breeze swept through, instantly dispersing Huabu Luo's Cherry Blossom Storm. Delicious ORL ANS Chicken Leg. The opposing food system's Soul Master chanted a soul spell, conjuring a chicken leg that was tossed to the fatigued Miao Yu, who had been drained by the cherry blossom storm unleashed by Douluo. Upon devouring the chicken leg, Miao Yu's wounds vanished instantaneously, and her soul power surged significantly. With a swift motion, the three non-support soul masters could not divert their strength to protect their food system ally. Wen Xiaoyu, having released her first soul skill, Wind Escape, to diminish her presence, successfully approached the food system soul master from behind. With a sudden burst, she unleashed a hurricane thrust, instantly eliminating the opposing soul master wielding the chicken leg spirit. After defeating the chicken leg soul master, Wen Xiaoyu and Gu Yue Na simultaneously advanced towards Qiao Yujiao. Qiao Yujiao's expression shifted dramatically as she cast the bright moon jade plate high into the air. Third soul skill, Night of the Full Moon. The jade plate released 4 strands of golden silk in the air, binding Miao Yu, Miao La, the Bellflower Soul Master, and Tan Qi. The 4 were drawn to Qiao Yujiao's side in an instant. Miao La, who was on the verge of being eliminated by Gu Chen's golden dragon spear, was miraculously saved by this sudden pull. Miao Yu, previously immobilized by Douluo and Xian Mo, was similarly freed and found herself beside Qiao Yujiao. Gu Yue Na and her companions, having only a basic understanding of her spirit, were unaware that Qiao Yujiao possessed a summoning soul skill. Thus their expressions changed as their plans were abruptly disrupted. Adapt and improvise, Gu Chen declared, activating his third soul skill, summoning a pair of golden dragon wings that propelled him into the air, diving towards Qiao Yujiao. Second soul skill, White Dragon Armor. Miao Yu manifested white armor, positioning herself before Qiao Yujiao and delivering a powerful punch towards Gu Chen. First soul skill, Golden Dragon's Roar. Gu Chen retaliated with a punch of his own, accompanied by a golden dragon silhouette and a resounding roar. With a forceful impact, Miao Yu was struck, spewing blood as she was sent flying several meters back. Second soul skill, Injury Reversal. Qiao Yujiao's bright moon jade plate illuminated once more, casting a beam of light that rapidly healed Miao Yu's wounds. Third soul skill, Storm Rhapsody. The Bellflower Soul Master swayed her instrument, enveloping all her teammates in a series of green rings. Storm Rhapsody is a soul skill that cannot be self-terminated. Once unleashed, it continues until the caster's soul power is exhausted. The effect of Storm Rhapsody is to amplify all allies' attack and movement speed by 150%. Third soul skill, Soul Serpent Tide. Tan Qi unleashed her third soul skill, summoning hundreds of serpents formed of soul power that surged towards Douluo and the others at her command. Second soul skill, Hurricane Feather Rain. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyu unleashed her second spirit ability, causing countless feathers of hurricane birds to cascade down like a torrential downpour, striking the energy snakes on the ground with devastating force. Scatter 1,000 cherry blossoms. Douluo also activated her first spirit ability, unleashing a multitude of cherry blossoms that, in conjunction with Feng Xiaoyu's hurricane feathers, obliterated Tan Qi's energy snakes before hurtling toward her. The first spirit ability, Serpent Transformation. Tan Qi's form appeared to morph into that of a sleek serpent, deftly evading the onslaught of cherry blossoms. Yet Douluo's petals failed to land a single hit. However, the tides shifted dramatically. Gu Yuena materialized before Tan Qi, her expressionless yet breathtakingly beautiful visage sending a chill down Tan Qi's spine. 2 light swords manifested in Gu Yuena's hands, relentlessly slashing at Tan Qi. With Gu Yuena's formidable mental prowess, Tan Qi's subtle evasive maneuvers were laid bare before her. Just 4 strikes were all it took to render Tan Qi incapable of fighting back. As Gu Yuena eliminated Tan Qi, Shui Yuyu engaged in a fierce battle with Miao Yu, employing her first spirit ability, North Wind Whispers. Thanks to the freezing effect of her ability, Shui Yuyu gradually depleted Miao Yu's stamina. Nonetheless, Miao Yu's martial spirit, the white armored earth dragon, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Seizing upon an opening that Shui Yu inadvertently exposed in her moment of triumph, Miao Yu struck out, landing a blow squarely on Shui Yu's chest, sending her hurtling backward to the ground. Bang! Another collision echoed as Xian Mo arrived to assist, stunning Miao Yu once more, only to be countered by the first spirit ability of the Windbell Grass Spirit Master. Shui Yu picked up her ice and snow sword, rising to her feet, rubbing her aching chest, and charged back in fury. The third spirit ability, Cherry Blossoms in the Wind. Douluo unleashed her third spirit ability, causing innumerable cherry blossoms to rain down indiscriminately, striking both Miao Yu and Shui Yu, along with Xian Mo. The sole distinction was that Miao Yu's soul power was continually eroded by the blossoms, eventually depleting entirely, forcing her to relinquish her martial spirit's enhancement. Meanwhile, Xian Mo and Shui Yu found their soul power restored, and even the pain in Shui Yu's bruised chest had lessened. Observing that Miao Yu was now incapable of resistance, Shui Yuyu approached and delivered a kick to Miao Yu's rear, sending her tumbling off the stage, avenging the earlier blow. At this juncture, only Miao La, the Windbell Grass Spirit Master, and Xiao Yuejiao remained on the field. Miao La, entangled with Gu Chen, found herself in a defensive stance despite her offensive prowess. Seizing an opportunity, Miao La exchanged a glance with Xiao Yuejiao, yet she was simultaneously spotted by Gu Chen and struck back several steps. Xiao Yuejiao, noticing Miao La's silent plea, unleashed her third spirit ability once more, pulling Miao La back from Gu Chen's grasp. Just as Miao La extricated herself, Feng Xiaoyu's silhouette appeared behind her simultaneously. However, Mura's combat awareness was equally formidable. She instantly sensed the presence of Feng Xiaoyu. With a swift elbow thrust backward, she sent Feng Xiaoyu, a sensitive attack-type soul master with relatively modest physical prowess, staggering 2 steps back, unsteady on her feet. Mura swiftly pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch, activating her first soul skill, which sent Feng Xiaoyu tumbling off the stage. Before the others could react, Mura disregarded the shielded Luo Chun and executed her second soul skill, appearing directly in front of Hua Buluo. Simultaneously, she unleashed her third soul skill, eliminating Hua Buluo from the competition. Meanwhile, Shui Yu was about to launch an attack but was ensnared by the second soul skill of the Bellflower Soul Master, the Bell Leaf, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, where Mura promptly kicked her off the stage. The initial 3 against 7 scenario had swiftly transformed. Even though it was now 3 against 4, the situation had improved considerably compared to before. Chapter 56, Saintess Gu Yuena. Yet, as Mura dispatched Shui Yu, Gu Yuena executed a spatial teleportation to close in on the opposing Bellflower Soul Master, unleashing a massive fireball that propelled him out of the arena. Concurrently, Gu Chen soared like a golden dragon, delivering a thunderous stomp on Tan Shi's chest, sending her crashing off the stage. Mura, undeterred by her teammates, charged directly at Xianimo, determined to finish her off. Upon noticing Mura's gaze fixed upon him, Luo Chun hastily tossed 2 servings of prepared fried rice to Gu Chen and Gu Yuena before climbing out from behind the barrier and leaping down from the stage. Consuming the fried rice, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena displayed remarkable synergy. Gu Chen spearheaded the assault with a golden dragon's roar aimed at Mura, who instinctively attempted to evade. But the solid ground beneath her transformed into mud, dragging her down. This was a tactic previously employed by Gu Yuena. Mura's expression tightened, realizing her Bellflower Soul Master had already been eliminated and could not free her from this predicament. Reluctantly, Mura braced herself to withstand the golden dragon's roar. In that fleeting moment when Mura blocked the attack, Gu Yuena seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that descended from above, relentlessly draining Mura's soul power. With her soul energy depleted and her stamina faltering, Mura collapsed to the ground. Gu Yuena's team emerged victorious. The referee announced while inscribing Gu Yuena's score on the parchment in hand. In the team competition, 2 matches were held in total, with each victory yielding 5 points. Gu Yuena, 10 points, Yan Xiaoli, 0 points, Ling Xiaojiu, 0 points, Miao Yu, 5 points, Mura, 5 points. These were the current scores for all the Saintess candidates. The following day was reserved for the individual matches of the Saintess selection, to be concluded within a day, allowing for a maximum of 4 battles, with each victory earning 3 points. On the next day, the individual matches commenced. Through a draw, Gu Yuena was pitted against Miao Yu, Mura faced Yan Xiaoli, while Ling Xiaojiu had a bye. As the battle commenced, Gu Yuena unleashed a fierce assault, employing swift movements, light swords, and fireballs to decisively overpower Miao Yu. When Miao Yu's defenses revealed a vulnerability, Gu Yuena swiftly struck with her luminous sword, eliminating Miao Yu from the competition. Astonishingly, Yan Xiaoli unleashed a power not typically seen in team matches, decisively defeating Miao La with overwhelming force. The truth behind Miao La and Miao Yu's previous triumph over Yan Xiaoli in the team competition lay in her lack of camaraderie. Her teammates were not particularly formidable. Ultimately, when her allies were all eliminated, facing an insurmountable odds of 1 against 7, Yan Xiaoli had no chance of victory. As the first individual match concluded, the scores of several candidates shifted. Gu Yuena, 13 points, Yan Xiaoli, 3 points, Ling Xiaojiu, 3 points, Miao Yu, 5 points, Miao La, 5 points. The second round of individual matches commenced, with only 3 participants remaining due to the elimination of Miao Yu and Miao La. Thus, this round comprised 3 contests. The first match pitted Gu Yuena against Ling Xiaojiu, the second matched Yan Xiaoli against Ling Xiaojiu, and the third saw Gu Yuena face Yan Xiaoli. Being a support-type soul master, Ling Xiaojiu conceded in both of her individual matches. Next came the duel between Gu Yuena and Yan Xiaoli. Upon taking the stage, Yan Shaoli revealed a sinister grin. I am Yan Shaoli, wielding the ghost leopard martial soul, a level 48 four-ringed battle soul master. At 21 years of age, she technically should not have qualified for the selection of the Saintess. However, her father, the ghost leopard Douluo, held a significant position within the Spirit Hall, granting her the opportunity to compete. Gu Yue Na, with her 7-colored dragon martial soul, stood as a level 42 four-ringed soul master. As she spoke, she summoned the Silver Dragon King for formidable soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, floating ominously behind her. First soul skill, Ghost Leopard Assault. Yan Shaoli's body moved with remarkable speed, her claws lunging towards Gu Yue Na's face. Consumed by jealousy of Gu Yue Na's breathtaking beauty, she sought to seize this moment to mar it forever. In an instant, a ripple of spatial energy surged, and Gu Yue Na appeared dozens of meters away. Almost simultaneously, all of her soul rings illuminated. First soul skill, Elemental Tide. Second soul skill, Elemental Control. Third soul skill, Elemental Fusion. Fourth soul skill, Elemental Staff. A staff, aglow with elemental radiance, manifested before Gu Yue Na, rising unaided in the air. In that moment, Gu Yue Na wielded ice and fire in her left hand, and light and darkness in her right, launching them toward Yan Shaoli. Meanwhile, the elemental staff unleashed a flurry of wind blades, hurtling toward Yan Shaoli at incredible speed. It is essential to recognize that whether it be the duality of ice and fire wielded in her left hand or the obliteration of light and darkness in her right, or even the tempestuous blades unleashed by the elemental staff, each possesses the formidable power to vanquish a soul emperor. Clearly, Gu Yue Na was incensed by Yan Shaoli's malicious tactics. Upon witnessing this life-threatening onslaught, Yan Shaoli's mind went blank, and moments later, in a state of panic, she exclaimed, I concede. Referee, save me. Yet it was too late. The first to arrive was the tempestuous blade array, which mercilessly ravaged Yan Shaoli's form. Even though she clung to a breath of life, she was grievously injured, and it would take her at least a month to recover enough to rise from her bed. The referee, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly positioned himself in front of Yan Shaoli, unleashing his soul Douluo prowess to forcibly counter the ice-fire duality and the obliteration of light and darkness. However, when Gu Yue Na's obliteration of light and darkness detonated, even the soul Douluo referee let out a groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gu Yue Na emerged victorious, wiping the blood from his lips. The referee announced, Gu Yue Na's score has soared to 19 points, surpassing the previous score of the Holy Maiden Hu Lai Na by 3 points. Undoubtedly, Gu Yue Na rightfully ascended to the esteemed position of Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. When the ghost leopard Douluo learned of his granddaughter's injuries, he was momentarily enraged. However, given that Gu Yue Na was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and favored by his superior, Qian Sunji, he refrained from provoking her further and chose to maintain peace. Gu Yue Na's reputation within the Spirit Academy continued to rise, with all students addressing her as Your Excellency. Holy Maiden. Following the selection of the Holy Maiden, the process for choosing the Holy Son commenced. The candidates for the Holy Son included the only son of the Serpent Spear Douluo, Yu Jiao, the 2 children of the Douluo, Ci, He and Ciu, the only son of the Magic Bear Douluo, Elda, the only son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Jinzi, and Gu Chen, who received a special nomination from the Pope. Among them, aside from Jinzi, whose father, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, belonged to the faction of Qian Sunji. The fathers of the other candidates were all subordinates of Bibi Dong. On the eve of the Holy Son selection event, Jinzi approached Gu Chen, appearing quite anxious. You are Gu Chen, correct? I am Jinzi, son of the second elder of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo. I have come to propose we form a team for the group competition. Jinzi stated directly. However, given your prowess, isn't it quite simple to advance through the group competition without pairing with me? Gu Chen inquired, puzzled. Jinzi was well known within the Spirit Academy. His martial soul, the Golden Crocodile King, was formidable, rivaling that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Upon hearing Gu Chen's confident tone, Jinzi smirked and replied, You should be aware that, aside from us, the fathers of the other candidates are all under Bibi Dong's command. I have received word that the 4 of them have decided to form a single team to eliminate us first. Thus, only by teaming up can we hope to counter them. If that is the case, the preliminary round will essentially transform into the finals. Gu Chen, rendered speechless, pondered the absurdity of the regulations that allowed multiple candidates for the position of Saint Child to enter the same team. If all were to unite in one group, would there be any need for competition? Autumn. In the papal hall, Qian Xuan suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. Who dares to insult me? Chapter 57. The preliminary round is the final round. Very well, let us form a team. However, I have one stipulation. The command of the team must rest in my hands, Gu Chen declared. Jinzi nodded in agreement. First, we shall eliminate all candidates from the Bibidong faction, thereby ensuring the position of Saint Child is contested solely between us. Will you join our team alone, or will you bring along your companions? Gu Chen inquired. I will bring along Ling Xiaojiu, as her mother is my aunt and also my friend. She will join our side for this selection, Jinzi replied. Very well, Gu Chen acknowledged. Recognizing the advantage of having a former candidate for Saintis on their team, then let us replace Xuanma and Yue. Thus, Gu Chen, accompanied by Jinzi and Ling Xiaojiu, met with Gu Yuena and the others. Upon mentioning the replacements, Xuanma simply nodded in acceptance, while Yue appeared somewhat disheartened. After Gu Chen introduced Jinzi and Ling Xiaojiu, as well as their respective abilities, Gu Yuena prompted, please, provide a brief overview of your skills. Lady Saintess, Jinzi began, my martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King. My first soul skill, Golden Crocodile Armor, allows me to summon energy armor that can withstand attacks from Soul Kings and below. My second soul skill, Golden Tear, enables me to strike at foes using the claws of the Golden Crocodile. My third soul skill, Golden Crocodile Descends, enhances my offensive and defensive attributes by 500% for 1 minute. My fourth soul skill, Golden Crocodile Claw, unleashes the sharp claws of the Golden Crocodile upon enemies, and can be used in conjunction with my second soul skill. Impressive, and what about you? Gu Yuena inquired, noting the similarities between Jinzi's abilities and Gu Chen's Golden Dragon King. Though Jinzi's martial soul could not compare in quality, Gu Yuena then turned her gaze to Ling Xiaojiu. With a sweet smile, Ling Xiaojiu said, Dear Saintess, my martial soul is the 9-leaf sword grass. My first soul skill, Cool Sword Grass, allows for unconditional control release. My second soul skill, Fiery Sword Grass, grants a teammate a frenzied state, albeit at the cost of their sanity. However, when combined with Cool Sword Grass, one can maintain their consciousness while in a frenzy. My third soul skill, Binding Snow Sword Grass, summons a sword grass cage that can both restrain enemies and provide protection. My fourth soul skill, Revitalizing Sword Grass, offers healing. Quite commendable. By the way, Jinzi, do you have knowledge of the other candidates? Gu Chen asked. Jinzi nodded, indeed. Yu Jiu has inherited his father's martial soul, the Serpent Spear. He has taken on his father's martial soul, the Spike Porcupine. Yu possesses a mutated martial soul known as the Bomb Porcupine, with soul skills primarily focused on bomb throwing. Luda has inherited his father's Magic Bear martial soul, in addition to the 3 individuals, 2 of whom are the healing staff-wielding sisters, Shun Ling and Shin Jing. There is another, Yi Wuyo, a swift and agile soul master with a shadow-type martial spirit. After Jinzi spoke, he seemed to recollect something and added, by the way, Yi Wuyo is not merely a subordinate of the 4, he is actually a senior from the previous cohort, aged 24, and holds the rank of Soul King at level 58, whom they have invited to take command. During the battle, we must be particularly wary of Yi Wuyo. Gu Chen nodded. However, for him, a level 58 Soul King did not warrant excessive concern. Allow me to devise a strategy. As Yi Wuyo is a swift attack-type Soul King, he will undoubtedly attempt to eliminate us one by one. Our approach should be to draw closer together, forming a battle formation that allows us to support one another at any moment, while also engaging in individual combat. Gu Chen articulated, for the formation, I propose the pentagram formation, with Luo Chun and Ling Xiaojiu positioned at the center, while the rest of us occupy the 5 corners. That seems quite reasonable. Jinzi acquiesced, gesturing for him to proceed. Gu Chen continued, I will take on Yu Jiu. Jinzi will confront Elda, Nader will handle the control-type Soul Master. He, while Huabu Luo will restrain Ciu. Feng Xiao Yu will initially depart from the formation, and during that time, Ling Xiaojiu will temporarily take her position. Feng Xiao Yu, your responsibility will be to eliminate the opposing healer. Afterward, we will combine our efforts to take down Yi Wuyo. Agreed, Jinzi affirmed. Gu Yu Na gently nodded, while Ling Xiaojiu expressed no objections, and Huabu Luo, Luo Chun, and Feng Xiao Yu also concurred. The following day, the Holy Sun Selection Tournament commenced, an event that served as both preliminary and final rounds. Since there were only 2 teams, the referee did not require a draw. Instead, he ordered both teams to ascend to the battle arena. Leading the opposing team was not Elda and his companions. Instead, a composed black-haired man walked ahead of them, clad in a fitted black outfit. His slightly disheveled black hair complemented his striking appearance. Below his prominent brow, which resembled the crescent moon illuminating the night sky, lay a pair of deep, pure black eyes that sparkled with a hint of brilliance. This individual was none other than Yi Wuyo. It was said that Yi Wuyo was an illegitimate son of the Yi family from the Xinghua Empire. After offending a legitimate heir of the family, he was pursued relentlessly. In desperation, Yi Wuyo absconded under the cover of night, stealing nearly 1/10 of the Yi family's cultivation resources, along with the ancestral dagger, the purple-winged angel, thus betraying his family. After joining the Spirit Hall, he became exceedingly aloof. Despite his formidable power, he seldom made friends. The match begins. The referee's command echoed. All members from both sides unleashed their martial spirits, entering a state of heightened alert. Feng Xiaoyu used wind escape to diminish her presence and retreat, while Gu Chen and the other four formed the pentagram formation centered around Luo Chen. In this encounter, Gu Chen and Jin Zi faced the enemy frontally, while Gu Yuena and Huabu Luo occupied the left and right flanks, respectively. Ling Xiaojiu took position at the rear, with each individual maintaining a distance of no more than 10 meters apart. 9-leaf scorching grass, 9-leaf chilling grass. Ling Xiaojiu unleashed the soul skill of the 9-leaf sword grass, her melodious voice accompanying the 2 sword grasses as they wafted towards Gu Chen and Jin Zi, bestowing them with enhanced power. Secretly crafted fried rice. Fragrant fried rice. Luo Chen conjured 2 types of fried rice, tossing one to Gu Chen and another, termed talented fried rice, to Jin Zi. Across the battlefield, Yi Wuyu formed hand seals, and his second soul ring ignited, causing his figure to vanish into thin air. His second soul skill, aptly named Concealment, bore the same title as the previous soul master, the Sperm Whale Blade. However, his concealment allowed him to merge with shadows, enabling him to emerge from anyone's shadow. Gu Chen charged ahead, adjusting the formation to shield Yujio, thrusting his golden dragon spear toward him. Jin Zi intercepted the encroaching Ci He, activating his first soul skill, Golden Crocodile Armor, while simultaneously illuminating his second and fourth soul skills, unleashing a pair of razor-sharp crocodile claws toward Ci He. Ci He's brother, Ciu, displayed a hint of impatience as his first soul ring illuminated, summoning an explosive pig. Ciu hurled the explosive creature toward Jin Zi, which arced through the air before detonating before him. Ahem. Although Jin Zi's golden crocodile armor mitigated the explosion's force, he emerged somewhat disheveled. Suddenly, a myriad of sharp spikes erupted from Ci He's form, targeting Jin Zi directly. Jin Zi promptly steeled himself to confront Ci He. At this moment, Huabu Luo unleashed her first soul skill, 1,000 Cherry Blossoms, scattering petals that constrained the explosive-wielding Ciu. Chapter 58, Eternal Night. As Jin Zi was occupied with Ci He, Luda shifted his focus to Gu Yue Na. Luda's martial soul, the Demon Bear, prompted Gu Yue Na to release a barrage of spikes, leaving Luda battered and bruised. Demon Bear Charge. Luda bellowed, recklessly charging toward Gu Yue Na. Bang! A solid ice barrier manifested before her, and Luda collided with it, unable to shatter the frost, resulting in a grievous injury. Gu Yue Na's third soul ring glowed. Invoking elemental fusion, an icy and fiery tempest surged forth, effortlessly eliminating Luda from the contest. Meanwhile, Gu Chen wielded the golden dragon spear, which far surpassed the capabilities of Yujio's snake spear. In a single clash, Yujio's weapon developed numerous fissures, leading to the injury of his martial soul, prompting him to spit blood. First soul skill, Healing Light. The healing staff-wielding sisters opposite simultaneously activated their first soul skill, mending Yujio's wounds. Concurrently, Feng Xiaoyu appeared behind the seemingly weaker sister of the healing staff, launching a fierce whirlwind thrust that swiftly eliminated her from the fray. However, the long-absent Yi Wuyo has emerged, positioning himself in the blind spot behind Feng Xiaoyu, his presence concealed with remarkable skill, evading detection. Before Gu Chen and the others could alert Feng Xiaoyu to Yi Wuyo's presence, he took the initiative to strike first. With his fourth soul skill, Shadow Kill, multiple shadows appeared behind Yi Wuyo, each launching an assault upon Feng Xiaoyu, who was instantly injured. With a merciless kick, Yi Wuyo eliminated Feng Xiaoyu from the arena. Simultaneously, the fifth soul ring behind Yi Wuyo illuminated. The fifth soul skill, Eternal Night. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet, Yi Wuyo's side appeared as if equipped with night vision goggles, perceiving the scene within the arena with clarity and ease. Damn it, it's a domain-type soul skill. Gu Chen uttered coldly, no longer holding back. The Golden Dragon Spear, imbued with the effect of the Golden Dragon's roar, pierced toward Yujio, shattering his martial soul, causing him to vomit blood and lose consciousness, thus rendering him incapable of further combat. Yet, Yi Wuyo's figure reappeared, this time behind Luo Chen. Not good, support Luo Chen. Although visibility was obscured, Gu Yue Na, utilizing her formidable mental prowess, sensed Yi Wuyo's position. It was already too late. Yi Wuyo unleashed his first soul skill, Shadow Blade, which penetrated Luo Chen's abdomen, inflicting immediate damage. Bang! Yi Wuyo's fist struck the severely injured Luo Chen, propelling him out of the arena. With no time to assist, Gu Yue Na turned her attention to aiding Hua Buluo. A blade of light shot forth, illuminating a 5-meter radius within the domain of eternal night, simultaneously piercing the body of Ciu, who was restrained by Hua Buluo's cherry blossom storm. Hua Buluo executed another 1,000 cherry blossoms, relentlessly bombarding Ciu until he ultimately succumbed, losing the ability to fight. Yi Wuyo's figure appeared once more, this time behind Ling Xiaojiu. 9 leaves floating snow-bind grass. Ling Xiaojiu, possessing considerable mental strength among her peers, promptly summoned a sword grass cage to enclose herself. Third soul skill, Shadow Strike. Yi Wuyo unleashed his third soul skill, though sharing the same name. Its effects diverged from those of the sperm whale blade soul master. Within the sword grass cage, Ling Xiaojiu's shadow gradually rose, delivering a punch to her physical self, rendering her unconscious. As the battle unfolded, it seemed that for every adversary Gu Chen and his companions eliminated, Yi Wuyo would similarly dispatch one of Gu Chen's allies. Crack! Gu Chen's golden dragon claw was unleashed, sending He, who was engaged in combat with Jinzi, flying out of the arena. At this juncture, only Gu Chen, Gu Yuena, Hua Buluo, and Jinzi remained capable of fighting on Gu Chen's side, while the enemy still comprised Yi Wuyo and a healer wielding a staff, who appeared to be his sister. The essence of Yi Wuyo re-emerged, this time targeting Hua Buluo. Fortunately, Gu Yuena was nearby, and with her third spirit ability, Elemental Fusion, still active, she swiftly unleashed a light and dark annihilation. Yi Wuyo sensed the fluctuations of Gu Yuena's spirit power and, gritting his teeth, continued to launch his fourth spirit ability. Shadow Kill, toward Hua Buluo. Hua Buluo hastily activated his third spirit ability in an attempt to deplete Yi Wuyo's energy, but Yi Wuyo's Shadow Kill struck true, interrupting Hua Buluo's ability and eliminating him from the contest. However, the forceful elimination of Hua Buluo resulted in Yi Wuyo enduring Gu Yuena's light and dark annihilation, causing a violent explosion of light and darkness upon him, leaving him grievously wounded. First spirit ability, Healing Light. Second spirit ability, Injury Reversal. Third spirit ability, Healing Power. The Healing Staff Spirit Master promptly cast all 3 abilities, bathing Yi Wuyo in a verdant glow that rapidly mended his injuries. Yi Wuyo continued to retreat, activating his second spirit ring to enter stealth. Yet, his eternal night had lost its efficacy, and the arena once again revealed its form to the onlookers, with several incapacitated students lying unconscious on the ground. As Yi Wuyo vanished anew, Gu Chen activated his third spirit ability, Golden Dragon Source, swiftly reaching the Healing Staff Spirit Master and delivering a punch that eliminated him from the match. Returning to Gu Yuena and Jinzi's side, the trio positioned themselves closely to prevent any ambush from Yi Wuyo. Suddenly, Gu Yuena closed her eyes, and moments later, she gazed towards the air not far away, unleashing several wind blades that sliced through the atmosphere. Yi Wuyo was forced to reveal himself in an attempt to evade, his eyes wide with astonishment. How did you discover my presence? I possess control over dark elements. Before Yi Wuyo could finish his sentence, he realized Gu Yuena had vanished. His expression shifted dramatically. Without even looking, he hurled a night blade behind him, yet Gu Yuena's light sword had already pierced his abdomen. Gu Chen quickly approached Yi Wuyo, and even though Yi Wuyo was a level 58 Spirit King, he could not withstand Gu Chen's Golden Dragon Claw. Yi Wuyo was sent crashing off the stage. Gu Chen's team wins. The referee declared. The scores of all the Holy Sun candidates shifted, as there were only 2 teams, resulting in 2 possible outcomes at the conclusion of the team match. Gu Chen, 5 points. Jinzi, 5 points. Elda, 0 points. Yujio, 0 points. Cihe, 0 points. Ciu, 0 points. The following day marked the commencement of the individual competition for the selection of the Holy Sun. In an unfortunate turn of events, Cihe and Ciu found themselves pitted against one another, but ultimately, victory belonged to Ciu, who possessed the mutated martial soul. Explosive Pig. The second match featured Jinzi against Elda. Jinzi, possessing superior combat awareness and a remarkably high-quality martial soul, won effortlessly. The third match was between Gu Chen and Yujio. Due to Yujio's fractured martial soul, which had yet to fully recover, coupled with his fear of Gu Chen, the match did not proceed. Instead, Yujio conceded, granting victory to Gu Chen. With the conclusion of the first round, the scores of all participants underwent a significant transformation. Gu Chen, 8 points. Jinzi, 8 points. Elda, 0 points. Yujio, 0 points. Ci, 0 points. And Ciu, 3 points. Chapter 59, The Death Training Camp. The second round took place in the afternoon, commencing with a battle between Jinzi and Ciu. Although Jinzi was immensely powerful, Ciu, utilizing the explosive capabilities of his martial soul, incessantly unleashed his third soul skill, the Explosive Porcupine, ultimately exhausting and defeating Jinzi. The second match featured Ciu against Gu Chen. From the outset, Gu Chen provided Ciu no opportunity, swiftly employing the Golden Dragon's dive to close the distance, followed by a devastating Golden Dragon's earthquake that severely injured Ciu. The third match pitted Gu Chen against Jin Zi. Both wielded versatile martial souls. However, Gu Chen's Golden Dragon King martial soul far surpassed Jin Zi's in quality. Under the relentless assault of Gu Chen's Golden Dragon claws, Jin Zi was ultimately vanquished. The scores of all candidates were subsequently revealed. Gu Chen, 14 points. Jin Zi, 8 points. Elda, 0 points. Yujio, 0 points. Cihe, 0 points. And Ciu, 6 points. Ultimately, Gu Chen triumphed over all candidates, earning the esteemed title of Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. With the distinguished identity of the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall, Gu Chen flourished at the Spirit Academy, where every student greeted him with reverence, calling him Lord Saint Son. As Gu Chen and Gu Yuena departed the arena, they encountered Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo waiting in the shade nearby. Upon seeing Gu Chen and Gu Yuena approach, Qianjun Douluo chuckled. While it is only natural for you to triumph over those second-generation heirs, we must extend our congratulations on your ascension as the Saint Son and Saint Daughter of the Spirit Hall. This bracelet not only possesses a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters, but also has a calming effect. Allow me to present it to you as a gift, Qianjun Douluo said, producing a bracelet that shimmered with golden light. Gu Chen smiled in response. One should not accept rewards without merit. Qianjun Douluo patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. Your future achievements will undoubtedly exceed this. Consider this my gesture of goodwill. Then I shall graciously accept. Gu Chen replied, taking the bracelet and adorning his left arm, feeling a refreshing sensation penetrate his heart. Gu Yuena, this pendant amplifies mental power by 15 times. And I present it to you as my gift, Jiang Mo Douluo announced, retrieving a pendant from his spatial soul guide. The two titled Douluos were well aware that Gu Chen and Gu Yuena were inseparable. Thus, befriending either one was tantamount to winning over both. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Yuena expressed her gratitude softly as she accepted the pendant. Next week, the Pope will formally bestow upon you the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter before the elders of the Wuhuan Hall in the Papal Chamber. Be prepared, the Qianjun Douluo advised. Gu Chen nodded, offering another expression of thanks as the two titled Douluos took their leave. Upon returning to Class A of the Tianzi class, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena addressed Huabu Luo and the others. We owe our ascension to the positions of Holy Son and Holy Daughter to your assistance. As a token of our gratitude, let us gather for dinner in Wuhuan City tonight, at the same hotel as before. Huabu Luo and the others nodded in agreement. And Shuiyu smiled once more. Meanwhile, Feng Ming remained silent in his seat, not following the others as they departed. He seemed to have been marginalized. As they approached the school gate, Gu Chen and his companions spotted Jin Zi and Ling Xiaojiu. The duo did not appear disheartened by their exclusion. Instead, they greeted the group with smiles. What's this? Not inviting us to dinner? We certainly lent a hand. They joked. Haha, if you wish to join us, you are most welcome. Gu Chen exclaimed, embracing them warmly. At this point, Gu Chen had established a certain standing within the Wuhuan Hall. After the dinner gathering, Gu Chen and the others returned to their respective dormitories to commence their training. Before long, a week had elapsed, and both Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, who had originally reached the pinnacle of level 42, successfully advanced to level 43. In just over a month, they had broken through 2 levels, a rate that nearly shattered the records of the Wuhuan Academy. This day marked the official conferral of the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter upon Gu Chen and Gu Yuena by the Pope. Except for a few elders and offerings who were on missions outside, all the offerings and elders present in Wuhuan City, including the 99th level title De Qiandaolu, gathered at the Papal Chamber. However, Bibi Dong, who was expected to attend, was notably absent. The reasons were manifold. Not only had she previously attempted to assassinate Gu Chen, but her disciple, Hu Lai Na, had also been killed in an assassination, an act undoubtedly orchestrated by Qian Sunji. Naturally, Bibi Dong would not partake in the ceremony. When the time came, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena entered the Papal Chamber side by side, where Qian Sunji conferred upon them the identities of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Concurrently, they vacated their dormitory. The Pope established separate residences for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter within Wuhuan City. Given the proximity of the 2 estates, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena decided to connect them. Thus, once again, the 2 resided together since their entry into the Wuhuan Academy. However, that night, Gu Chen slept in the 3rd floor bedroom, while Gu Yuena occupied the 4th. The 2nd floor serves as a guest room for visitors. During this time, Luo Chen, Feng Xiaoyu, and Huabu Luo frequently stayed in the guest quarters, as Luo Chen described it. The mansion is grand and the bed spacious, providing a comfortable sleep. 2 months passed in this manner, with Gu Chen and Gu Yuena breaking through 2 levels once more, reaching a cultivation level of 45. Luo Chen also made rapid progress, attaining a level of 34. With the aid of some cultivation resources gifted by Gu Chen, Huabu Luo, Feng Xiaoyu, Xian Mo, and Shui Yao Yao all advanced to level 39. Jin Zi and Ling Xiaojiu, who acknowledged Gu Chen as their leader, also reached a level of 45. At this juncture, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena were summoned again by the Pope, Qian Sunji. Upon entering the Pope's hall, they encountered Qian Sunji. "Greetings, Your Holiness," they both bowed. "As the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, every 50 years. Our Spirit Hall invites all gifted newcomers to a place known as the Death Training Camp, where the mortality rate reaches an astonishing 98%. However, those who emerge are nothing short of prodigies that astonish the Douluo continent. Given your status, entering the Death Training Camp poses significant danger. I now present you with an opportunity to choose. Will you enter?" Qian Sunji gazed at Gu Chen and Gu Yuena. Gu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a training camp within the Spirit Hall. Yet, with a mortality rate of 98%, it was no wonder that so many talents emerged from the Spirit Hall, while only a handful appeared in the Elite Soul Master competition. This death training camp resembled a crucible, casting numerous students into its depths and extracting only the strongest, akin to the way of the king of the crucible. It seemed that characters like Gu Yuena in the original narrative either participated in the death training camp and survived by sheer luck or benefited from the privileges of the Holy Maiden, thus avoiding participation. However, if Gu Chen and his companions entered the death training camp, they might achieve significant gains. Your friends will all participate in the death training camp. But given their abilities, the likelihood of survival is slim, Qian Sunji remarked casually, playing with a gemstone in his hand. Your Holiness, I am willing to participate. Whether for the sake of enhancing his strength or rescuing Luo Chen and the others, Gu Chen felt compelled to undergo this training, albeit with concern for Gu Yuena. Gu Yuena looked at Gu Chen, smiling. Your Holiness, I too wish to participate. Excellent. In a month, individuals from the death training camp will come to escort you, Qian Sunji announced. Chapter 60, The Eye of Ice and Fire. After leaving the Pope's hall, Gu Yuena turned to Gu Chen, Brother Chen. A place with a 98% mortality rate must be exceedingly perilous. Why do you wish to go? Not only must our newly formed group participate, but opportunities often accompany risks. So why do you wish to go? Gu Chen replied. Gu Yuena glanced at Gu Chen, a captivating smile gracing her lips. Because you are going, I shall go as well. Was this a confession of feelings? Gu Chen, momentarily lost in thought, soon realized that Gu Yuena had already walked away. He hastily pursued her, stating, before we head to that deadly training camp, there are certain matters we must attend to. Gu Yuena regarded him with curiosity. In the Sunset Forest, there exists a place known as the Eyes of Ice and Fire, beneath which lie the remains of our subordinates, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Gu Chen explained. Ding. The system detected the current predicament of the host and initiated a narrative choice. 1. Proceed to the Eyes of Ice and Fire to retrieve over 80% of the medicinal herbs. Assistance, Xiantian Treasure Record, Herb Chapter. Proficiency card for Xian Jade Hand, which can instantly elevate the host's Xian Jade Hand to mastery. Map of the Sunset Forest, System Points, 1000. 2. Abandon the journey to the Eyes of Ice and Fire and leave it to Tang San's team. Assistance, Manual of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Proficiency card for Purple Extreme Demon Eye, which can instantly elevate the host's Purple Extreme Demon Eye to mastery. System Points, 1000. I choose, Gu Chen pondered briefly. Understanding the utility of the system's assistance. The Xiantian Treasure Records Herb Chapter would enable him to comprehend the medicinal herbs and their applications. The proficiency card for the Xian Jade Hand would facilitate its mastery, allowing him to harvest the herbs more efficiently. The map of the Sunset Forest would guide him swiftly to the Eyes of Ice and Fire, avoiding unnecessary detours. Let us proceed to the Sunset Forest. Upon returning to the Spirit Soul Academy, Gu Chen exercised his authority as the son of the Holy Spirit, bringing along 100 Soul Master Guards and a number of carriages towards the Sunset Forest. Concurrently, he summoned the title Douluo, Xianjun Douluo, and Jiangma Douluo, esteemed Douluos. There lies a treasure in the Sunset Forest where Nar and I wish to cultivate. However, there is a title Douluo present. I kindly ask for your assistance in diverting their attention, Gu Chen articulated diplomatically, deliberately omitting any mention of the Eyes of Ice and Fire, referring to it merely as a treasure. Xianjun Douluo chuckled, assuming Gu Chen had been swayed by hearsay and was acting on a whim. He could hardly believe that a mere patch of the Sunset Forest could harbor anything of value, let alone the abundance of medicinal herbs. After 2 days of travel, the carriages finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, with the remaining distance requiring Gu Chen and his companions to proceed on foot. Leaving the 100 Soul Master Guards outside the forest, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena under the protection of Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo, ventured into the Sunset Forest, guided by the map in Gu Chen's hand. The map provided by the system was no ordinary one. It meticulously marked the locations of various spirit beasts and their numbers within each area. After another day's journey, Gu Chen arrived at the entrance of a valley, which was the lair of the poisoned Douluo, Dugu system. Can you ascertain whether Dugu is inside? Gu Chen inquired. Ding. Please pay 400 system points. How outrageous. This system is truly a swindler. Gu Chen exclaimed. Ding. Conducting an investigation also requires energy, 400 system points is quite reasonable. Fine, deduct it then. Gu Chen replied. Ding. Investigation complete. Dugu is currently at the Eye of Ice and Fire, suppressing his poison injuries. Gu Chen nodded and said to Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo, there is a tidal Douluo in this treasure land, known for poison. I request your assistance in luring him away. Dugu? Fear not. With us here, he will definitely not return within 7 days. Jiangma Douluo assured, thumping his chest. Following this, Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo unleashed their soul power and took to the skies. Who goes there? Sensing the presence of 2 tidal Douluos outside his lair, Dugu assumed it was an enemy seeking revenge. He ascended and released his blue-lined snake Emperor Martial Spirit, 9 soul rings floating behind him. Qianjun Douluo, Jiangma Douluo. What brings you to this humble place? Dugu trembled at the sight of them. Both were formidable tidal Douluos, while he ranked among the weakest of their kind. Either could easily end his life. Nothing much, just came to catch up. Qianjun Douluo declared, summoning his spiral dragon staff Martial Spirit and activating his 6th soul skill to draw Dugu closer. Dugu had no intention of resisting. After all, he could not contend with any of them. He merely hoped that Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo were indeed just here to reminisce. Watching Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo take Dugu away, Gu Chen smiled at Gu Yuena and said, the opportunity has arrived. First, tell me how you knew the remains of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King were here, and how you discovered the presence of a tidal Douluo. Gu Yuena looked at Gu Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. Gu Chen could not simply admit that he had traversed through time, was familiar with the storyline, and had a system assisting him. Instead, he quietly replied, I acquired the information in Wuhan City. Gu Yuena took his word for it, and followed Gu Chen towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, a thick miasma obstructed their path. This is Dugu's poison formation. We're in trouble. Gu Chen rubbed his forehead, distressed. Hold on to me, Gu Yuena instructed. Gu Chen looked at her in surprise. Seeing that he remained motionless, Gu Yuena took the initiative to grasp his hand. With a ripple of spatial elements, the two vanished from sight. On the other side of the poison formation, Gu Chen felt immense regret, even wishing to slap himself. He could have held her close as they entered, yet he had hesitated and only held her hand. It was all his fault for being so indecisive. Envisioning the enchanting scene within the starry forest, where soft jade embraced him, Gu Chen was filled with longing, only to find that he had squandered a precious opportunity. With no choice left, he turned his gaze toward the valley, where he beheld a hot spring, modest in size yet divided into 2 distinct pools. The elliptical basin shimmered with waters of milky white and scarlet hues. Remarkably, though they occupied the same basin, the waters remained perfectly delineated, each maintaining its own territory in harmonious coexistence. The rising steam wafted gently until it dispersed at the mountain's peak. This was none other than the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, one of the 3 fabled treasure troves described in the Xiantian Balu Treatise on Celestial Herbs. A site where the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had met their demise. Chapter 61, A Bountiful Harvest. Let me first examine these celestial herbs, for they shall greatly aid our cultivation, Gu Chen declared. Before him lay a white herb, its apex resembling a grand white flower, octagonal in shape. With a heart that sparkled like ice crystals, it exuded no fragrance. Positioned precisely at the center of the cold extreme spring, this herb was known as the octagonal profound ice grass, a rare and frigid bloom capable of instilling a chilling dread within the heart, paralyzing the central nervous system. Within a 10-meter radius, its cold aura was overwhelming, and prolonged exposure would lead to an inescapable chill poisoning the heart. Merely being near it was perilous, and harvesting it required a tool of gold or iron. At the opposite end of the hot spring stood a plant resembling a cabbage, yet entirely engulfed in fiery red. In stark contrast to the frigid octagonal profound ice grass, this specimen was a highly toxic celestial herb, the fiery apricot blossom, thriving in searing environments, capable of surviving even in magma. Its properties were the antithesis of those of the octagonal profound ice grass. The fiery apricot blossom could not be harvested with metal. Only jade could preserve its potency during extraction. Nana, consuming these 2 herbs simultaneously will facilitate the tempering of your body with ice and fire. Compared to me, your physique is relatively delicate, I recommend you utilize them for body refinement, Gu Chen advised Gu Yuena. Very well, how should I proceed? Gu Yuena inquired. Nodding obediently, Gu Chen did not respond but swiftly approached the octagonal profound ice grass, his left hand transforming into a golden dragon claw. The herb required a cutting implement of gold or iron, and his dragon claw certainly qualified. With a fierce swipe, he severed the root of the octagonal profound ice grass, releasing a wave of icy air that enveloped the surrounding herbs in a delicate layer of frost. After harvesting the octagonal profound ice grass, he quickly moved to the fiery apricot blossom, his hands transforming into a lustrous white jade as he swiftly excavated it from its base. Due to Gu Chen's formidable physical strength, he did not suffer the burns that had befallen Tang San. Grasping the fiery apricot flower, Gu Chen placed it alongside the 8-pointed ice grass, causing the essence of both celestial herbs to vanish simultaneously. After their energies intertwined, although they would restrain each other, their effects would completely dissipate after 10 breaths. Seizing this brief moment, Gu Chen quickly instructed, Nar, consume these 2 celestial herbs. Once their effects take hold, leap into the confluence of the springs Yin and Yang to absorb their energies. Gu Yuena trusted Gu Chen implicitly, despite the terrifying temperature emanating from the spring. She swallowed the 2 herbs without hesitation and, once the effects manifested, plunged into the water. Upon entering, Gu Yuena felt little, as the pain induced by the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot flower dulled her awareness of the external world. As the power of the herbs erupted, Gu Chen watched intently from the shore. Pain occasionally flickered across Gu Yuena's stunning visage, causing Gu Chen to ache for her, wishing he could bear her suffering in her stead. After a day and a night, Gu Yuena finally regained consciousness, only to find her garments scorched away by the intense heat, revealing her tender skin. Gu Chen instinctively turned away, unaware of her state. Gu Yuena, seeing Gu Chen's back, queried, Chen Gu, why do you keep facing away from me? A wave of discomfort washed over Gu Chen, knowing that should he look, Gu Yuena might harbor resentment towards him. He replied, your clothes. Clothes? Gu Yuena glanced down, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly emerged from the spring, her exquisite figure and flawless skin displayed in full splendor. On the bank, a lovely dress had already been prepared by Gu Chen. After donning the garment, her cheeks still rosy, she announced, I'm dressed. Only then did Gu Chen turn around, taking in the sight of Gu Yuena in her ethereal white gown, truly captivating. How do you feel? He inquired. My physical strength has significantly increased. She replied with a playful smile, glimmers of silver occasionally dancing across her pale skin. Gu Chen nodded in relief and continued walking through the valley. Suddenly, he spotted an 8-petaled orchid wafting a fragrant aroma and exclaimed, Is that the 8-petaled celestial orchid? It should be quite beneficial for Luo Chen. This is the coxcomb phoenix tail palm. Nar, you should refine this. Your mastery of all elements will enhance your control over fire, Gu Chen suggested. No need. I must maintain equal mastery over the 7 elements to unleash their maximum potential, Gu Yuena replied with a gentle smile, following closely behind Gu Chen. Very well then. I shall leave this for Xiao San, Gu Chen mused to himself. This is the enchanting Kira tulip, which suits Xiao Jiu perfectly. Let us keep it. Gu Chen released the Xianyu hand and picked it up. The heartbreak red? Let us save it for Xiao Wu. After all, she is one of us. The narcissus, jade skin bone. Gu Chen spotted a flower that was as pure and immaculate as a blue lotus and white lotus. He unearthed it. Nar, you should take this. It can harmonize your body. Gu Chen presented it like a treasure to Gu Yuena. All right. Gu Yuena replied with a sweet smile as she accepted the narcissus jade skin bone and began to refine it. She truly relished this time spent with Gu Chen. Taking the narcissus jade skin bone posed no danger, so Gu Chen felt at ease to continue searching for herbs within the valley. The 9 purple Ji? It strengthens the foundation and enhances energy. It significantly benefits my mental acuity, Gu Chen contemplated as he dug it up and consumed it. After taking the 9 purple Ji, Gu Chen's mental prowess improved once more. Since he had previously consumed the Wangchuan Xiushui Du, he could not take it again. So he decided to leave the Wangchuan Xiushui Du in this place for Tang San. Having finished consuming the herbs, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena continued to explore the valley. Gu Chen gradually discovered various medicinal herbs such as snow silkworm and vermilion lotus, as well as the detoxifying Yuxiang Kira celestial product, all of which he stored in his system backpack. Suddenly, a small green snake sprang out from the nearby grass. Hissing at Gu Chen, this little serpent was almost transparent, about 5 inches long, with a swirling green light within and a pair of adorable crimson eyes. Its green body bore 9 bamboo-like stripes. This was the exquisite 9-section emerald among the bamboo leaf green. Wasn't this the pet of Dugabo? How could he have left it behind? Gu Chen pondered, and seeing this little creature hissing at him, he unleashed his dragon might. The overwhelming dragon pressure subdued the 9-section emerald, causing it to tremble on the ground. Gu Chen picked up the 9-section emerald, intending to crush it. Wait, Gu Yuena called out to Gu Chen. What is it? Gu Chen asked, puzzled as he looked at Gu Yuena. Gu Yuena snatched the trembling 9-section emerald from Gu Chen's hand, affectionately stroking its head, and softly said, "This little one is so adorable. May I keep it?" Chapter 62, The Ice and Fire Mortar. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Of course you can. Gu Yuena then gazed at the little creature in her palm, gently slicing her finger to draw a drop of silver blood, which she fed to the 9-section emerald. Upon consuming the blood of the Silver Dragon King, the 9-section emerald instantly fainted in Gu Yuena's palm, its bloodline continuously elevating, not only rendering it immune to most toxins, but also granting it a trace of dragon blood. Gu Yuena placed the unconscious 9-section emerald into her waist pocket and continued to search for medicinal herbs alongside Gu Chen in the valley. In the realm of celestial herbs, Gu Chen encountered a few rare specimens, yet few were suitable for himself or his companions. Ultimately, he merely unearthed some ordinary treasures of heaven and earth alongside 2 or 3 celestial herbs. Upon returning to the hot spring, a solemn expression graced their faces. The remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King lay beneath this very spring, and the question of how to descend was of paramount importance. "Allow me to assist you," Gu Yuena suggested, glancing at Gu Chen. Understanding her intent, Gu Chen embraced her from behind, as he felt the warmth of her presence. Her cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to deftly manipulate the elements of space. With a series of 5 swift flashes, they arrived in a small chamber beneath the spring. Although it was termed a small space, Blessed Land would be a more fitting description. Reluctantly, Gu Chen released her, the lingering scent of the maiden intoxicating his senses. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the surroundings, he was struck with awe. The chamber was suffused with divine powers of ice and fire, a testament to the fallen Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King from the battle of the Dragon Gods. In truth, had Gu Chen not fled with Gu Yuena, their fate would have mirrored that of the Dragon Kings. Within this space, not only resided the divine forces of the 2 Dragon Kings, but also their consciousness. "Master, you have arrived?" The Ice Dragon King exclaimed, his spirit rushing forward in excitement. Gu Chen succinctly conveyed the current circumstances of himself and Gu Yuena, along with his plans. As matters concerning the resurgence of the Beast tribe unfolded, the Ice Dragon King's tone shifted to one of gravity. "Master, should you discover any promising candidates in the human realm, bring them to us. I shall bestow my secondary divine position upon them. Once the successor accepts my divinity, their subconscious will remain eternally loyal to you." System, is this inheritance akin to the effects of a slavery talisman? Gu Chen pondered inwardly. Ding. The slavery talisman does not compel the subject to submit to the host. Rather, it instills unwavering loyalty, preserving their consciousness, similar to the inheritance from the Ice Dragon King. Subtly altering their perception of the host, the system responded. Furthermore, should the subject harbor any dissatisfaction towards the host, the talisman would again modify their subconscious, convincing them that all actions of the host are justifiable. Nodding, Gu Chen addressed the Ice Dragon King. "Understood. Master, I too am willing. Since I am already deceased, my divine position shall be inherited by the candidate you select," the spirit of the Fire Dragon King declared. With this, Gu Chen saw no need to carry them away, and he stated, "In that case, we shall take our leave." "Master, wait." The voices of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings echoed in unison. Gu Chen looked on, puzzled, at the spirits of the 2 Dragon Kings. "Your Majesty, we shall transform the remains into a weapon, a gift for you, with the hope that you can fulfill the dream of unifying the Dragon Clan across the Douluo continent," spoke the Ice Dragon King. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings simultaneously levitated the remains of their true forms, merging them continuously. A prototype of a divine artifact emerged, and thus, 2 full days passed. Ultimately, a weapon shimmering with icy blue and fiery red appeared before Gu Chen, resembling a handheld mortar from his previous life. "Your Majesty, this weapon can launch energy projectiles infused with ice and fire attributes, capable of reaching distances of 1,000 meters, resulting in explosions that span several dozen meters. Furthermore, it can be wielded with merely a touch of soul power or divine energy." The Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King seemed to have exhausted their strength, their souls wavering and weak as they presented the mortar-shaped weapon. Gu Chen grasped the mortar. It was forged from the bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, having attained the level of a quasi-divine artifact. "Thank you. Should you require any assistance, I shall not hesitate to risk my life," Gu Chen declared solemnly. "That is out of the question, Your Majesty. You are our sovereign soul beast. How could we allow such a thing?" The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings quickly replied. The Fire Dragon King added, "By the way, Your Majesty, please bestow a name upon this divine artifact." Gu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Let it be named the Ice Fire Mortar." The Ice Dragon King flattered, "Truly worthy of your majesty. That name is splendid. All right, Nar, we must take our leave." Gu Chen said to the silent Gu Yue Na beside him. Gu Yue Na nodded gently, linking her arm with Gu Chen's. "Your majesty, I wish you success." With the blessings of the two Dragon Kings, Gu Yue Na and Gu Chen transformed into a beam of silver light and vanished, reappearing outside the original hot spring after several flickers. Due to the Ice and Fire Dragon King's bones being transformed into a weapon, the energy sustaining the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes had dwindled significantly. In just a few decades, the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes would revert to a mere hot spring. In total, the time they had spent here was 6 days. Entering the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes was considered the first day. Gu Yuena's Ice-Fire body refinement took a day and a half. Gu Chen's search for divine herbs consumed another day. And locating the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings and acquiring the weapon took 2 days. It is time to depart. Xianjun Douluo and Jianma Douluo are still with Douluo. Gu Chen remarked, hugging Gu Yuena once more, taking the opportunity. Gu Yuena shot him a disapproving glance and again utilized her spatial control, guiding them through the poison formation to the valley's outskirts. After spending over a day exiting the setting sun forest, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena reunited with the spirit hall guards outside, where Xianjun Douluo and Jianma Douluo had returned Douluo to join them. The Celestial Douluo and the Demon Suppression Douluo did not truly impose any harm upon Douluo. They merely took him to a tavern, indulging in revelry for 7 consecutive days and nights. However, given their status as titled Douluo, metabolizing alcohol was a trivial endeavor. "How is it?" inquired the Celestial Douluo. "Excellent," replied Gu Chen. "Nana has utilized the resources within the treasure land to break through 3 levels, now possessing a strength of level 48. I, too, have broken through 2 levels, reaching level 47. "What?" exclaimed the Demon Suppression Douluo. "What treasures does that fellow Douluo harbor within? It has enabled you both to achieve continuous breakthroughs. But surely, that old poisoner must be distraught for quite some time, no?" At that moment, Douluo returned to his lair. Upon entering the valley, he discovered that it had been nearly stripped bare, leaving fewer than 10 strains of celestial herbs in his medicinal garden. Overcome with grief, he wept bitterly, pounding his chest in anguish, his voice echoing throughout the valley. "Cursed little thieves, I shall never rest until I am avenged upon you." Chapter 63, Dividing the Spoils. After spending another 2 days, Gu Chen and Gu Yuena returned to the Wuhuan Academy. The pair entered Class A of the Heavenly Class, where they found Luo Chen, Huabu Luo, Feng Xiaoyu, Shui Yao Yao, Xian Mo, Jin Zi, and Ling Xiaojiu present. The former student of Class A, Feng Ming, had defected to an elder of the Wuhuan Palace after Gu Chen and Gu Yuena attained the titles of Saint Sun and Saintess, subsequently transferring to Class B of the Heavenly Class. Meanwhile, Jin Zi and Ling Xiaojiu, originally from Class B, had moved to Class A. Now, Class A of the Heavenly Class could be considered Gu Chen's stronghold. "You've been away from the academy for 2 weeks. What have you both been up to?" Luo Chen inquired upon seeing them. "We visited a remarkable place and brought back some treasures for you," Gu Chen replied with a mysterious smile. "What treasures?" asked Ling Xiaojiu and Shui Yao Yao, their curiosity piqued. Gu Chen responded, "Items to assist in cultivation. I am now at level 47, while Nana has reached level 48. "Wow," the others exclaimed in astonishment. "What could possibly be so extraordinary that it enabled both of you to break through multiple levels?" Gu Chen retrieved several boxes from his system bag. One of them was a white jade box, appearing to be quite valuable, though it could be procured for merely 2 gold soul coins. "Luo Chen, this is for you," Gu Chen said, handing over the white jade box. Luo Chen received the box with delight. "Thank you, Brother Chen." He opened the jade box to reveal an exquisite 8-petal celestial orchid. This herb, known as the 8-petal celestial orchid, is a celestial-grade medicinal plant that must be contained within a jade vessel, as long as it is stored in such a container. It remains fresh for a millennium and never wilts over 100 generations. Among all the celestial herbs I have brought back, it is the most gentle yet potent in medicinal properties. Its absorption is effortless, although it requires a considerable amount of time. Its effects will solidify your foundation, enhance your vitality, and purge impurities from within, sufficiently compensating for the slow cultivation speed typical of food-type soul masters. Its efficacy can even extend until you reach level 70 in your cultivation, Gu Chen elaborated. "Is it truly this remarkable?" "Thank you, Brother Chen." Excited, Luo Chen's hands trembled as he carefully accepted the jade box containing the 8 petals of the celestial orchid. Ling Xiaojiu, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Will using these substances to enhance our strength have any side effects?" There have been soul masters who attempted similar methods in the past, but their outcomes were rather unfortunate. "We are inherently gifted and do not need to resort to such shortcuts. Rest assured, Gu Chen reassured. The rare herbs I have selected for you are tailored to the characteristics of your martial souls, ensuring that there will be no adverse effects. Ling Xiaojiu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Brother Chen. Jinzi, this is for you, Gu Chen said, retrieving a magnificent chrysanthemum from his system backpack. The flower boasted an exquisite purple hue, and curiously, each petal appeared to be delightfully fuzzy. The entire chrysanthemum was harmonious in form, yet emitted no fragrance. The central pistil rose a full half-foot above the petals, shimmering with a faint golden glow. What is this? Jinzi asked. Gu Chen replied, this is the rare furry celestial chrysanthemum, a neutral celestial grade herb. Consuming it will enhance your vitality and invigorate your blood flow, allowing you to cultivate an indestructible body. An indestructible body? Jinzi exclaimed with excitement. Although the notion was slightly exaggerated, this herb harmonized perfectly with your martial soul, which is neutral yet robust. The essence of your power resides in your limbs. With this, your cultivation will yield remarkable results. The effects will persist, leading to even greater enhancements, Gu Chen elaborated. This rare furry celestial chrysanthemum is suitable not only for Dai Mubai, who possesses the evil eye white tiger martial soul, but also for Jinzi, who has the golden crocodile king martial soul. While Dai Mubai could be considered a friend, Gu Chen deemed a loyal and powerful subordinate far more valuable than a companion prone to betrayal. Thus, he resolved to present the rare furry celestial chrysanthemum to Jinzi. Thank you, Brother Chen. Jinzi accepted the chrysanthemum with utmost seriousness. Xiaojiu, Gu Chen called. Yes, Brother Chen, do you have a suitable herb for me? Ling Xiaojiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, retrieving a Chihuahua tulip from his system backpack. This is the Chihuahua tulip. Resplendent and majestic. Consuming it will allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. Your 9-leaf sword grass already belongs to the celestial grade martial soul category. With the aid of this Chihuahua tulip, you will achieve a synergistic effect. This flower should not be swallowed whole. Instead, gently inhale from the pistil to gradually draw its essence into your body. Then proceed to cultivate your soul power at a measured pace, allowing the effects to permeate throughout your being. Thank you, Brother Chen. Ling Xiaojiu's eyes sparkled as she accepted the Chihuahua tulip. Brother Chen, how should we utilize our herbs? Luo Chen inquired. There are no special methods for consumption. Simply chew and swallow. The flavor is sweet and fragrant. You and Jinzi should concentrate your soul power to assist the effects in merging with your bodies. Gradually absorb it over time, Gu Chen explained. Luo Chen nodded in understanding. The celestial grade herbs are limited to these. But I have also brought many earthly treasures suitable for you, Ancient Chen remarked. Although Feng Xiaoyu, Shui Yuyu, Hua Buluo, and Xianmo did not receive any celestial grade items and felt a tinge of disappointment, they still looked at Ancient Chen with eager anticipation. He presented a white, lustrous herb that resembled a pristine Qinglian flower and handed it to Feng Xiaoyu with a smile, saying, Xiaoyu, this flower is called water immortal jade skin bone. It nourishes tendons and replenishes bones, harmonizing the 7 channels and 8 meridians. Though it is not celestial grade, it is exceptionally suitable for you. The celestial grade water immortal jade skin bone had already been refined by Gu Yue Na, leaving only an earthly version for Feng Xiaoyu. Yet, despite its earthly status, it possessed effects on par with celestial grade herbs. Thank you, Brother Chen, Feng Xiaoyu replied, her voice still cold but tinged with gratitude. Ancient Chen continued, consume only the petals, and finally suck the stamen to absorb its essence. You will also need to channel your soul power. Remember, Xiaoyu, one must remain calm to truly absorb its quintessence. Hua Buluo, this is a 9th grade spirit cherry. Your martial soul is cherry blossom, and it can cleanse and enhance your martial spirit. Ancient Chen stated as he presented a cherry blossom to Hua Buluo. Thanks, Brother Chen, Hua Buluo said, accepting the 9th grade spirit cherry. Release your martial soul and absorb its energy through your cherry blossom spirit, Ancient Chen instructed. Hua Buluo responded. Shui Yuyu, this is a millennium snow mushroom. It will enhance your martial soul's strength and amplify your ice elemental power, Ancient Chen said as he handed a snow mushroom to Shui Yuyu. Thank you, Brother Chen. Her ice blue eyes sparkled as she accepted the millennium snow mushroom. Like Hua Buluo, you will absorb its energy through your martial soul, Ancient Chen added. Xianmo, this is for you, jade clay crystal. While it is not a celestial herb, it is still a significant earthly treasure. Use your shattered mountain shield martial soul to absorb it, which will comprehensively enhance your martial soul strength, Ancient Chen declared, offering a clay-covered jade stone to Xianmo. Thank you, Brother Chen. The honest and straightforward Xianmo said as he accepted the jade clay crystal. Please absorb your treasures in the classroom. Nar and I will provide protection for you, Ancient Chen said, gently tapping the table with his long fingers. Chapter 64, Basketball. The first to complete their absorption were the 4 who received earthly treasures. Having already possessed a strength of level 39, they reached the level 40 threshold after absorbing the treasures. Observing their progress, it seemed possible that they could advance another level or 2 after acquiring their 4th spirit ring. After absorbing the 9th grade spirit cherry, Huabuoluo's cherry blossom martial soul underwent a transformation, summoning blossoms that sparkled like crystal and became exceptionally sharp. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyu's physical prowess significantly enhanced after absorbing the earthly water immortal jade skin bone. After absorbing the 1,000-year-old snow fungus, Shui Yuyu's ice sword, originally an iron blade enveloped in frost, underwent a sublime transformation into a crystalline ice sword. Her mastery over the ice element significantly enhanced. Following this, Xianemo, having absorbed the jade mud crystal, saw his shattered mountain shield metamorphose into a gem-like barrier, while his 3 soul techniques transitioned from an earthy shield to energy shields resembling precious stones. Next in line was Luo Chun, who had initially begun absorbing the 8-petal fairy orchid. Upon standing, his expression morphed into an odd mixture of delight and disbelief, and a broad smile gradually graced his face. Were it not for the others around him still absorbed in their cultivation, he would have burst into laughter. I can't believe it. I've ascended a whole 6 levels. Brother Chen, I adore you. Luo Chen exclaimed excitedly. Gu Chen took a step back, responding, please, refrain from such enthusiasm. My affections lie solely with Nar. Luo Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. His exhilaration was understandable. He had broken through 6 levels consecutively, reaching the level 40 threshold. It is noteworthy that he had spent a full 3 years advancing from level 24 to 30. In stark contrast, he had soared from 34 to 40 in merely 2 hours. Following Luo Chen, Jin Zi completed the absorption of the wondrous mushroom, Tong Tianju. The sharp cries of an alligator rang out, prompting Jin Zi to instinctively channel the golden alligator's essence, donning a formidable golden armor. Brother Chen, I've also broken through 2 levels. I'm now at level 47. Jin Zi exclaimed with joy. The effects of the Tong Tianju primarily enhanced his physical constitution and innate talents, with only a fraction contributing to the elevation of his soul power. Now, Jin Zi's martial soul strength rivaled that of the Haotian hammer. Lastly, Ling Xiaoju absorbed her 9-leaf sword grass, which had grown to a meter in height, radiating a sharp sword aura. Brother Chen, I'm at level 47, she said with a sweet smile. Let us continue our cultivation. In a month's time, the Spirit Hall will send someone to escort us to a place known as the Death Training Camp, Gu Chen stated gravely. Luo Chen, unfazed, replied, a training camp? No worries, with our talents, passing through will be a mere formality. The mortality rate there has reached 98%. Gu Chen warned. What do you mean, 98%? A 98% mortality rate. Brother Chen, you must protect us. Luo Chen exclaimed in shock. After absorbing the celestial herbs, the group departed from the classroom, reuniting a month later on the carriage sent by the Spirit Hall to retrieve them for the Death Training Camp. During this month, Luo Chen, Huabuoluo, Feng Xiaoyu, Xianemo, and Shui Yuyu, under their mentor's guidance, acquired their 4th soul rings. Luo Chen, what is your 4th soul technique? Gu Chen inquired on the carriage. Luo Chen replied, my 4th soul ring grants me the ability to summon an energy sphere that autonomously attacks enemies within a 10-meter radius for a duration of 10 minutes. The quality of the energy spheres summoned by each individual varies significantly. Let us give it a try, Gu Chen suggested. Luo Chen nodded, reciting a peculiar soul incantation that resembled a melody. Moments later, a rice ball materialized before them, infused with diced chicken, filling the carriage with an enticing aroma. Luo Chen took a bite, and, with arms outstretched, a milky white energy sphere floated before him, approximately half a meter in diameter. Create one for me as well. Gu Chen expressed his curiosity. Luo Chen conjured another chicken fried rice, offering it to Gu Chen, who swallowed it whole. Mimicking Luo Chen, Gu Chen opened his arms. But to his dismay, he felt as if he had misallocated his skill points. Following Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na and Ling Xiaojiu requested their own chicken fried rice. Exhausted, Luo Chen managed to produce 7 more servings. Gu Yue Na summoned an energy sphere that gathered 7 elemental forces, while Ling Xiaojiu manifested a spherical floral wreath. Huabuoluo conjured a pale pink energy sphere, and Xianemo created a technologically advanced metallic sphere. Jin Zi summoned a golden orb. Feng Xiaoyu's energy sphere was transparent, seemingly composed of wind, and Shui Yao called forth an ice sphere. Why do I have a basketball? Gu Chen lamented, feeling utterly despondent. What about your 4th soul skills? Ignoring Gu Chen, who was squatting on the ground drawing circles, Luo Chen inquired of the 4 from Huabuoluo. My 4th soul skill is the timed cherry blossom bomb, capable of manifesting a flurry of cherry blossoms set to explode within a maximum of 1 day. causing severe damage within a 10-meter radius. Huabu Luo elaborated. My fourth soul skill is the wind barrier, which can create a wall of wind to protect myself or a teammate, Feng Xiaoyu explained. My fourth soul skill is forced repair, which allows me to restore defensive structures that are less than 70% damaged, Xian Mo revealed. My fourth soul skill is a domain-type ability called Extreme Cold Storm, which can generate temperatures of -40 degrees within a 50-meter radius, without affecting my teammates. I can also control the blizzard within this domain, Shui Yaoyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she recognized her newfound strength. The group congratulated one another, particularly impressed by Shui Yaoyao's fourth soul skill. A short while later, the carriage came to a halt, and Gu Chen, along with the other 9 and several other students from the Martial Soul Academy, were ordered to disembark. The age limit for this death training camp appeared to be under 25, and Gu Chen thought he spotted Yi Wu among the Martial Soul Academy team. Dismounting from the carriage, Gu Chen and his companions found themselves in a location reminiscent of a concentration camp, where elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall had gathered from various regions of the Douluo continent. As everyone disembarked, a figure resembling a commander, holding a soul guide device akin to a trumpet that amplified his voice, proclaimed loudly, "Next, we shall ride the sky-devouring rock to our destination." The sky-devouring rock, a millennium-old soul beast raised by the Spirit Hall, possessed an immense stature, its back spanning several hundred meters, serving as a means of transport for long journeys. Chapter 65, The Abyssal Plane. The assembled students boarded the sky-devouring rock in succession. Gu Chen surveyed the creature, noting that nearly 1,000 students were on board. What does a 98% mortality rate signify? It implies that out of these 1,000 individuals, merely 20 would return alive, including those who might return disabled. I am Rost, a level 91 titled Douluo, and my martial soul is the battle flag. I am the one in charge here, to prevent you from meeting an untimely demise upon arrival. I shall now introduce you to that place. A middle-aged man, bearing the appearance of a soldier, stood atop the rock's head, gazing down at the crowd below. Rost's voice commanded the attention of all. The destination lies at the northern end of the Douluo continent, where it meets the ocean. A century ago, our ancestors ventured there and discovered a terrifying spatial tunnel. Yes, you heard correctly, a spatial tunnel. This tunnel connects to another plane beyond the Douluo continent, which our forebears named the Abyss. Rost's expression turned grave. Initially, Gu Chen paid little heed, but upon hearing the term Abyss, he was struck dumb and quickly inquired of the system. System, ISNT. The Abyssal Plane formed due to the collision between the Douluo and Sun Moon continents, resulting in an endless valley at their junction, which led to the emergence of the spatial tunnel. How could the Abyssal Plane exist when the Douluo continent has yet to collide with the Sun Moon continent? Ding. Please pay 500 system points. Damn, a profiteer. Gu Chen reluctantly made the payment. Ding. The spatial tunnel connecting the Abyssal Plane to the Douluo continent has always existed, albeit in a minuscule form. Following the collision between the Douluo and Sun Moon continents, the tunnel was widened 100-fold. Currently, only small, low-level abyssal creatures can traverse this spatial tunnel. Beings of the Emperor and Holy Monarch ranks cannot pass through to the Douluo continent. In that realm known as the Abyss, numerous abyssal creatures frequently emerge through the spatial tunnel to slay the local populace, feeding on human lives and souls, symbolizing malevolence. These abyssal beings once ravaged the soil of the Douluo continent within a 1,000-mile radius of the spatial tunnel. And it was only through the concerted efforts of our Spirit Hall that we succeeded in driving the abyssal creatures back into the mountains surrounding the tunnel. Ross continued with his exposition. The abyssal creatures are nearly indestructible, for whenever we vanquish them, they dissolve into gray mist and return to the spatial tunnel. We surmise that upon their return to the abyssal realm, these gray wisps facilitate the resurrection of the slain beings. Indeed, one of our soul saints once encountered 2 identical abyssal entities. Currently, the known abyssal creatures comprise the 4-clawed bat, 6-clawed bat, Bon, Mok, Devourer Lizard, Black Emperor, Abyss Bomb Bee, and the most terrifying of all, the Possessing Demon. We conjecture that the abyssal dimension harbors more than just these entities. Some remain inaccessible through the spatial tunnel for reasons unknown. The 4-clawed and 6-clawed bats resemble bat-like creatures, while Bon takes the form of a dragon-like monster. Mok manifests as a humanoid creature, typically appearing in the guise of a human woman. The Devourer Lizard is a lizard-shaped abyssal being, and the Black Emperor stands as the most formidable of the abyssal entities, each possessing the strength of a titled Douluo. Should you encounter a Black Emperor, your only means of survival is to flee. The Abyss Bomb Bee is a gregarious abyssal creature that appears in swarms, each capable of attacking through self-detonation. However, while they can resurrect post-explosion, you cannot. Thus, upon encountering an Abyss Bomb Bee, retreat is imperative. The most fearsome of all is the Possessing Demon. which typically manifests as a spiritual entity. Once possessed, the victim is wholly under its control, leaving those below the rank of titled Douluo utterly defenseless. Even the mental fortitude of a titled Douluo faces significant strain, necessitating all their strength to resist, while movement becomes exceedingly difficult during this struggle. Our spirit hall has witnessed 4 titled Douluo fall prey to a possessing demon, turning against us and resulting in the demise of 6 of our titled Douluo. However, we have discovered that a possessing demon can only inhabit a being thrice in its lifetime, prompting it to select its targets with great caution. Rost, with a grave expression, elucidated the circumstances of the abyssal realm, casting a deep gaze upon the 1,000 students below, and declared, "Your task is to venture into that valley devoid of any beings from the Douluo continent, inhabited solely by abyssal creatures, armed with merely a month's provisions of food and water, striving to eliminate the abyssal entities. Upon your arrival, I shall provide each of you with a counting soul guide. For every abyssal creature you slay, it will automatically award points based on the creature's strength. These points can be exchanged for food, water, and weapons. Should you fail to accumulate any points, even after a month, you shall receive no new supplies. Furthermore, even if you acquire sufficient points, you are permitted to leave the valley for resupply only once during the month." Rost proclaimed the rules of the death training camp. What is presented as a training camp resembles a veritable hellscape. They are not merely training these newcomers. Rather, they are honing their skills against the abyssal creatures, seeking to extract the most exceptional warriors from among them. Each month, one may only leave the valley once, which implies that during the 30 days spent within, restful slumber eludes them. They remain in a state of trepidation, perpetually vigilant against the assaults of abyssal creatures and the predatory grasp of fellow humans vying for sustenance, water, and points. "I must remind you," Rochester said with a sardonic smile, "that the most terrifying presence in this valley is not the abyssal beings, but the human heart itself." Following his statement, Rochester leapt down from beneath the colossal head of the devouring rock to rest in the area designated for the leaders. Meanwhile, the students below erupted into fervent discussion, their conversations swirling around the abyssal realms and the death training camp, with the more astute among them already seeking allies for their teams. This contest transcends mere rivalry among students. It is a clash between the Douluo continent and the Abyssal Plains. Gu Yue Na remarked gravely, "The dragon god has ruled the Douluo continent for countless years without ever discovering the existence of other realms. It appears this spatial tunnel was formed after the dragon god ascended to the divine realm." Gu Chen nodded, turning to Gu Yue Na and the other 8 individuals, expressing soberly, "Henceforth, we can trust only one another." Chapter 66, Entering the Nameless Mountains. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the extreme northern reaches of the Douluo continent required 7 days of travel, even aboard the devouring rock, to reach. Descending from the rock's perch, they stood just outside the Nameless Mountains. A towering wall, hundreds of meters high, encircled the mountain range, constructed of concrete and measuring 10 meters in thickness, specifically erected to thwart the invasion of abyssal creatures. Essentially, all abyssal beings are confined within the mountains, unable to escape. Guard posts are stationed every 100 meters along the wall, each manned by soldiers of considerable stature, all possessing at least the cultivation of soul respect. This is undoubtedly an army of soul masters. These soldiers fight for humanity, remaining steadfast even as the spirit hall neared annihilation in the original narrative. They still guard this mountain range, unwilling to abandon their post. Line up to receive your counting soul guidance device and identification number, along with provisions for the upcoming month, Rochester instructed. Consequently, over 1,000 individuals formed a lengthy queue. However, the numbering was random and not in accordance with the order of arrival. The provisions were contained within the counting soul guidance device, which possesses a total space of 5 cubic meters, ample to accommodate the food and water. Gu Chen collected his counting soul guidance device, a metallic ring shaped like a bracelet, inscribed with the digits 0413, his identification number. At the center of the ring, a white screen displayed a glaring crimson 0, evidently representing his score. Gu Yue Na and her companions received metallic wristbands, with Gu Yue Na's code being 0726, Ling Xiaojiu's 0806, Jin Zi's 0123, Huabo Luo's 0115, Luo Chen's 0908, Feng Xiaoyu 0803, Xian Mo's 0034, and Shui Yao Yao's 1222. At the base of each wristband, the number 1329 was displayed, indicating the total number of students present. If memory serves, the 9 of them were destined to spend a year here, for a year later would be the prestigious elite competition for high-level soul masters across the continent. These codes would serve as their identifiers throughout the year. "You have 1 day to recuperate," Ross said coldly. "I expect you to appear here the day after tomorrow, full of vigor." Do not let yourselves be slaughtered by the abyssal creatures upon entering the mountains. Gu Chen and the others nodded in agreement, aware that the mountains were home to unknown abyssal beings. While they could manage the soul beasts of the Stardew forest, the abyssal creatures presented an entirely different level of uncertainty. Although Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na could easily survive if they were to lift their seals, doing so would shatter their plans, leading to the demise of Luo Chun and the others, a scenario Gu Chen wished to avoid. The following day, Gu Chen chose to relax, indulging in a full day of rest. He understood that once they entered the nameless mountains, opportunities for proper sleep would be scarce. Gu Yue Na, Luo Chun, and the others shared this sentiment. Over 1,000 students gathered at the various entrances to the nameless mountains, each forming teams to avoid immediate confrontations and chaos. Upon entering the nameless mountains, Gu Chen became vigilant. I will lead the way, Nar will stand beside me. Luo Chun and Xiao Jio will be in the center, Xian Mo and Bu Luo will flank us, Jin Zi will bring up the rear, while Shui Yao Yao and Xiao Yu will also position themselves on the sides. Stay alert and report any findings immediately. As they ventured deeper, an unsettling darkness enveloped them. There were no signs of life, no people, no beasts, and no vitality. All flora had succumbed to the life force absorption of the abyssal beings, leaving behind only desiccated wood and withered branches. Even the rivers had run dry. Initially, Gu Chen wondered why they needed to carry food, as water could easily be sourced from the mountains. Now he understood. There was no water to be found, and they were akin to sheep entering a lion's den, awaiting the harvest by the abyssal creatures. After traversing several miles into the mountains, perhaps due to their fortune, they had yet to encounter a single abyssal creature. Gu Chen retrieved a packet of compressed biscuits from his metal wristband. The sustenance from the wristbands was bland, consisting solely of tasteless compressed biscuits, with each meal limited to a single packet and a small bag containing less than 200 milliliters of fresh water. Hasten to finish your meal and maintain your mental acuity, Gu Chen urged, swiftly consuming the compressed biscuit in his hand. Once he had completed his snack, the 9 of them resumed their trek towards the heart of the mountain range. Although remaining at the periphery of the nameless mountains would allow them to pass through this month unscathed, they were acutely aware that free provisions and water were only available during this period. Should they fail to accumulate sufficient points, they would find themselves bereft of sustenance in the coming month. Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance. Gu Chen leaped forward twice, landing atop a gnarled branch of a withered tree. His expression shifted as he discerned the source of the sound. 3 Bon. Before him loomed 3 dragon-like creatures, their dark green scales shimmering with an eerie luminescence. The trio of Bon seemed to have detected the commotion, charging towards Gu Chen and his companions with a ferocious growl. Chicken fried rice. Luo Chen intoned the incantation once more, casting the dish towards Gu Chen. Upon consuming it, a basketball materialized before him. One of the Bon had already closed in on Gu Chen, and without requiring his command, the basketball spun forth, striking the creature's head repeatedly. The Bon shook its head and renewed its assault. Gu Chen summoned the golden dragon spear, recalling its ability from the original text to absorb the life energy of abyssal creatures. With a powerful thrust, he pierced the Bon, which dissolved into a swirling mass of gray energy, attempting to flee but was ensnared by the golden dragon spear's 5-foot golden radiance, forcibly devoured. Nara, my golden dragon spear and your silver dragon spear can absorb the energy of these abyssal beings for our own use, simultaneously preventing their resurrection. Gu Chen cautioned. Nara's eyes sparkled with realization as she summoned the silver dragon spear. Employing spatial teleportation, she positioned herself before one of the Bon, unleashing 3 rapid thrusts that penetrated its eyes and heart. The silver dragon spear erupted with silvery brilliance, consuming the life energy generated by the Bon. Simultaneously, Gu Chen dispatched the last Bon. He glanced at the metallic ring on his hand. The once prominent crimson numeral of 0 now gleamed with a 10. Nara's wristband displayed a 5. According to the regulations of the death training camp, every 10 points could be exchanged for 3 portions of food and water, equivalent to 1 day's supply. This implied that to secure a month's worth of provisions, Gu Chen needed to amass 300 points. However, this task posed no significant challenge for him. The real difficulty lay in ensuring his teammates also acquired sufficient sustenance. After all, they were a team. It seemed that 1 Bon was worth 5 points. There are 9 of us in total, and to secure an adequate supply of food and water, we require a score of 2,700 points. This implies that we must eliminate 540 Bons or other more formidable abyssal creatures. With a solemn expression, Gu Chen conveyed this information. Chapter 67, Survivors. Ding. The system has detected the host's current predicament and has initiated a task selection. Eliminate 100 abyssal creatures of any type. Reward: 1 revolver, 1,000 revolver bullets. Eliminate 1,000 abyssal creatures of any type. Reward: 1 revolver, 1,000 revolver bullets, 3 low-level enslavement tokens. Eliminate 10,000 abyssal creatures of any type. Reward: 1 revolver, 1,000 revolver bullets, 3 low-level enslavement tokens, 1 intermediate enslavement token. I choose. Gu Chen decisively made his selection. Gu Chen and his companions continued their journey towards the heart of the Nameless Mountains, encountering numerous disturbances from four-clawed bats along the way. However, there was no need for Gu Chen and Gu Yuena to intervene, as Douluo effectively dispatched these bats. Buzz. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from a short distance away. Upon investigation, Gu Chen and his companions were taken aback to find more than 100 abyssal bomb wasps in the vicinity. Let us go. The swarm of abyssal bomb wasps had detected their presence and was flying towards them. Gu Chen hastily commanded a retreat in the original direction. Yet, despite Gu Chen's speed surpassing that of the abyssal bomb wasps, Luo Chun and the others would still be pursued by these relentless creatures. Barrier shield. Realizing there was no way to evade, Xianmo took a step forward, activating his third soul ring. After the elevation of his martial soul through the jade mud crystal, his third soul skill summoned a massive energy shield. The abyssal bomb wasps launched suicidal attacks against the energy shield. Each collision resulted in an explosive detonation, chipping away at the shield, while the remnants of the exploded wasps dissipated into a gray mist as they fled towards the spatial tunnel. Fourth soul skill, emergency repair. Xianmo quickly advanced to restore the energy shield with his fourth soul skill. However, despite his high soul power, it was insufficient to withstand the relentless onslaught of so many abyssal bomb wasps, and ultimately, the energy shield shattered. Gu Chen's expression changed dramatically as he summoned the golden dragon spear and began to stab at the approaching abyssal bomb wasps, while Gu Yuena summoned her silver dragon spear to eliminate them as well. Yet, as these bomb wasps drew near, they activated their self-destruct mechanisms, leaving Gu Chen and Gu Yuena in a disheveled state. Meanwhile, Douluo and Luo Chun were struck by several bomb wasps, leaving their bodies mangled and unconscious. Nevertheless, after their self-detonations, the number of bomb wasps dwindled significantly, and with a powerful strike from Gu Chun's golden dragon, many fell to the ground and were subsequently dispatched. Chen Gu, Luo Chun, and Douluo have sustained grave injuries. In this lifeless expanse, if they do not receive timely medical attention, they shall perish. Feng Xiaoyu knelt before Luo Chun and Douluo, her countenance fraught with urgency. I shall take charge, declared Ling Xiaojio, stepping forward. 9-leaf spring warmth resuscitation grass. As Ling Xiaojio intoned, the 9-leaf sword grass in her grasp grew wildly, extending toward the bodies of Luo Chun and Douluo. Yet, at that moment, several shadowy figures darted past, heralding the arrival of uninvited guests. Humph. We witnessed your encounter with the abyss bomb wasps. Hand over your score wristbands. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here. The leader, a man appearing to be in his early 20s, wore a black mask and grinned cunningly. Behind him stood 9 men and 1 woman, totaling 10 individuals, each adorned with a black mask. Rather than confronting those abyss creatures, you choose to rob your own kind. What is the meaning of this? Gu Chen's expression darkened. Brother Chen, you must stop them. Do not let them interrupt my treatment. Ling Xiaojio's eyes brimmed with anxiety. The masked man smirked, releasing 5 soul rings, while the 10 behind him did the same. The weakest among them was at the soul master level, and 3 shared the same rank as the masked leader, the Soul King. From an initial count of over 1,300, only about 800 remained, and in less than a day, 500 students had perished in the Endless Mountains. Those present were no longer mere students. They had assumed the title of survivors. The masked man sneered. We too are merely striving for survival, albeit through means that differ from yours. Surrender your score wristbands, or we shall not be merciful. Xianmo Jinzi. Protect Ling Xiaojio and the others. The rest follow me. Gu Chen commanded, the golden dragon spear reappearing in his grasp. A glint of malice flashed across the masked man's eyes as a large blade manifested in his hand, clearly his martial soul. The masked man activated his third soul ring, his figure surging forward to stand before Gu Chen in an instant, aiming a throat slash. Gu Chen retaliated with the golden dragon spear, deflecting the masked man's blade and seizing the opportunity to thrust the spear toward the man's throat. Simultaneously, a masked woman made her move, her figure flickering like a wraith, ultimately stopping behind Gu Chen. Her dagger, a manifestation of her martial soul, lunged towards his heart. Had Gu Chen persisted in his intent to kill the masked man, the woman's dagger would have pierced his heart. Unbeknownst to her, her strength was insufficient to breach his defenses. Feng Xiaoyu sprang into action, her first, third, and fourth soul rings illuminating simultaneously, bestowing the protective barrier of wind upon Gu Chen while unleashing a fierce gale toward the masked woman. From Feng Xiaoyu's perspective at this moment, she could have easily eliminated the masked woman, yet a flicker of mercy glimmered in her eyes, ultimately leading her to merely inflict grievous harm. However, with Feng Xiaoyu refraining from delivering the fatal blow, Gu Yuena took action. In an instant, she teleported above the masked woman and plunged her silver dragon spear downwards, piercing directly through the masked woman's throat. The masked woman's eyes widened, refusing to close in death. Simultaneously, the masked man's throat met a similar fate, pierced by Gu Chen's golden dragon spear. The faction of 11, clad in black masks, suffered an immediate loss of 2 members. "Boss," a distraught masked man cried out, his prominent hooked nose trembling with rage. "Kill them. Avenge our leader." Another bespectacled adversary summoned twin sword spirits, wordlessly charging towards Gu Chen. The remaining 6 swiftly unleashed their martial spirits, converging upon Gu Chen's position. In the theater of war, mercy towards enemies equates to the utmost cruelty towards oneself. Gu Yuena cast a glance at Feng Xiaoyu, though her voice was but a whisper. Even the recently awakened Luo Chen and Hua Buluo could hear her clearly. "Time cherry blossom bomb." A cherry blossom swiftly floated before one of the masked men. Its timer set for 1 second. Bang! The explosion reverberated, instantly reducing the masked man to ashes, while another nearby had his right arm blown off, blood gushing from the resulting wound. Luo Chen rose, tossing a fragrant fried rice dish to Gu Chen. Gu Chen swallowed it whole, then thrust his golden dragon spear toward the advancing bespectacled foe. The 4th spirit ring of the bespectacled man illuminated, causing his figure to flicker rapidly, simultaneously conjuring a doppelganger to attack Gu Chen. The bespectacled man and his clone exchanged positions in a dizzying display. "The one on the right is the real body," Gu Yuena remarked unexpectedly. Completely trusting her, Gu Chen unleashed his 4th soul technique, Golden Dragon's Claw. The terrifying golden claws piercing straight into the bespectacled man's chest and emerging from his back. Chapter 68, Heavy Losses. At that moment, the hooked-nosed man's spear spirit struck Gu Chen's back, yet Gu Chen was enveloped from head to toe in golden scales. Even enhanced by the hooked-nosed man's 3rd soul technique to increase its penetrative power, the inferior spear could not breach Gu Chen's defenses. "How is this possible?" the hooked-nosed man exclaimed in shock, preparing to retreat. But Gu Yuena, having freed her hands, would not grant him such an opportunity. A spike of earth erupted from the ground, piercing between his legs while simultaneously creating an opening in his skull, impaling him like a shish kebab. With a swift flick of her right hand, Gu Yuena launched an ice spear, which accurately struck the heart of another masked man. Following Gu Yuena's lead, Feng Xiaoyu, now devoid of mercy, glided across the battlefield like a gentle breeze, successfully piercing the hearts of 3 masked men with her hurricane thrusts. Snow Yo-Yo brandished her icy sword, severing the head of the masked man whose arm had been broken. At this moment, only one of the 11 black masked men remained. He knelt upon the ground, gazing at Gu Chen, yet his heart remained unperturbed. He raised his head and proclaimed, "My father is an elder of the Spirit Hall, and my family possesses a great wealth of gold soul coins. I can offer you 1 million gold soul coins for my life. Conversely, should I perish, my father will pursue you relentlessly. Does that sound enticing?" Gu Chen replied, a hint of a smile teasing his lips. The masked man, believing he had swayed Gu Chen, displayed a grin and inquired, "So what is your choice?" Gu Chen's smile faded, and he lifted his right hand, revealing a scorpion-style pistol. "My choice is..." Bang! The silencer removed. The scorpion-style pistol erupted with a thunderous roar. A blazing bullet spiraled forth at high speed, piercing the masked man's forehead. "What? Have we killed someone?" As all the masked men fell silent, Snow Yo-Yo belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing the head roll onto the ground, she could not help but double over in retch. Hua Buluo and Feng Xiaoyu also succumbed to nausea, their faces paling in unison. They were our enemies. After all, they deserved to meet their end, Gu Chen stated calmly. "If they cannot even surpass the threshold of taking a life, they are unworthy to be my subordinates." However, it appeared that Snow Yo-Yo and the others had indeed met his expectations. "Brother Chen, if we encounter enemies again in the future, what shall we do?" Luo Chen asked, his expression unsettled as he turned to Gu Chen. "1 strike, 1 kill. No chances given," Gu Chen replied coldly, then bent down to retrieve the score rings from the bodies, storing them within his own ring space. "Luo Chen, come here," Gu Chen called, raising his gaze. Luo Chen, perplexed but obedient, stepped forward. "Open your hand," Gu Chen instructed. Luo Chen complied, extending his right hand. Gu Chen lifted his own hand, and within a heartbeat, a scorpion-style pistol, gleaming with metallic luster, was gently placed in the palm of Luo Chen. "This is for you. Protect yourself well," Gu Chen's tone softened. Luo Chen had just witnessed Gu Chen wield the scorpion-style pistol with deadly precision, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Chen, thank you. Gu Chen chuckled, patting Luo Chen on the shoulder. Must we still express gratitude between us? Having examined Luo Chen's attributes, Gu Chen noted his loyalty was an impressive 90%. This alone justified Gu Chen's unreserved decision to entrust him with the scorpion-style pistol. However, the weapon lacked a silencer and contained only 19 rounds. Xianmo, your future task is to protect Ling Xiaojiu. Jinzi, you shall accompany us in hunting abyssal creatures, Gu Chen declared. Both nodded in agreement. 2 days had passed since Gu Chen and his team entered the inner perimeter of the unnamed mountains, where they decided to halt their advance. The emergence of abyssal creatures had become increasingly frequent in this region. Over the past 2 days, Gu Chen and his companions encountered 4 waves of abyssal bomb bees, over 300 four-clawed bats, and even a magical enchantress. Wen Xiaoyu was gravely injured during a sudden attack by the enchantress yesterday, despite Ling Xiaojiu's healing efforts. She remained unconscious. Lo Chun took it upon himself to carry Wen Xiaoyu on his back. Ahead, a flickering light could be seen. There's fire ahead, Gu Chen remarked. 100 meters away stood a wooden cabin constructed from dead trees, its interior illuminated by the dancing flames. And I will go take a look. The rest of you stay here, Gu Chen instructed as he approached the cabin. He knocked on the door, but received no response, so he pushed it open. Upon witnessing the scene inside, Gu Chen's eyes brightened. A plethora of compressed biscuits and water bags, food for 3 days. Let us take them with us. He wondered which individual had so carelessly left food and water in the cabin. But he was grateful for the fortune it brought him. The two swiftly gathered the provisions. Who are you? A startled voice exclaimed as a figure leaped through the window, intent on stopping Gu Chen. Gu Chen shouted, delivering a punch that sent the intruder tumbling backwards. Gu Yue Na steadied Gu Chen's shoulder and utilized spatial teleportation, instantly transporting them 100 meters away to the location of Lo Chun and the others. There's someone there. We must retreat, Gu Chen stated. I sense that individual's soul energy. They should be at the Soul Emperor level, likely a 25-year-old survivor, Gu Yue Na informed him. The 9 of them quickly retreated. On their escape route, Gu Chen and his companions inadvertently stumbled upon a massive swarm of abyssal bomb bees. This group numbered over 1,000, the largest they had ever encountered. Remarkably, the abyssal bomb bees relentlessly pursued them. Used Dragon God Transformation to eliminate the abyssal bomb bees. This was their only option. Gu Yue Na embraced Gu Chen, her soft presence momentarily distracting him. However, he focused on channeling his soul energy to merge with her. A colossal dragon god apparition materialized, an overwhelming energy brewing within. A radiant 9-colored beam erupted, streaking across the sky, incinerating countless abyssal bomb bees, leaving not even a trace of gray mist behind. In the face of the dragon god's awakening and full-force strike, fewer than 200 of the 1,000-plus abyssal bomb bees survived. Upon witnessing the fallen forms of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, their soul power utterly depleted. The abyss bomb bee swarm surged forth with frenzied intensity. Xianmo, who had stood valiantly in their defense, fought off dozens of the abyss bomb bees. Yet both he and Jinzi were soon gravely injured and collapsed. Meanwhile, the remaining swarm relentlessly advanced towards Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, who, bereft of soul power to mount any defense, suffered similarly devastating blows. Although Huabu Luo and her comrades fought desperately and managed to eradicate the swarm, they paid a heavy price. Shui Yu fell into unconsciousness from her severe injuries, and the only one capable of healing them, Ling Xiaojiu, was also incapacitated. Huabu Luo succumbed to unconsciousness, and Feng Xiao, who had previously been in a state of stupor, remained unresponsive. At that moment, the only one still standing was Luo Chen, having expended all the ammunition from his scorpion-style pistol. Chapter 69, The Survivor Base. When Gu Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, with a ceiling constructed of withered wood above him and a bed of the same material beneath him. Struggling to sit up, he called out, Nar. Once upright, he noticed that Gu Yue Na lay beside him, and Jinzi, Ling Xiaojiu, along with 4 others were also present in this wooden chamber. Apart from Gu Chen, who had just regained consciousness, and Luo Chen, there was an unfamiliar woman present. She had waist-length hair and striking azure eyes, though her face bore traces of mud, likely from their battle against the abyss creatures. Greetings, I am Zhang Yishuan, wielder of the Blue Lotus Martial Spirit, 24 years old, and a level 53 support-type weapon soul master. She introduced herself. Where are we? Gu Chen inquired, a touch of confusion evident in his voice, although he remained remarkably composed. Zhang Yishuan replied, This is our survivor base. We lost several companions while being pursued by a swarm of abyss bomb bees and ended up here. This base was established by the previous group of survivors. who arrived 50 years ago, and we are utilizing it to ward off the abyss beings. Nodding in understanding, Gu Chen surveyed the room. Although Gu Yue Na and the others still bore some injuries, their complexion had evidently improved. Chenggu, you have been unconscious for a day. Zhang Jie has treated your internal injuries. Only some superficial wounds remain, Luo Chen informed him. Descending from the bed, Gu Chen retrieved the scorpion-style pistol from beside Luo Chen, reloaded it with 20 bullets, and placed it back beside him. After completing these tasks, he turned to Zhang Yishuan and expressed sincerely, "Thank you for your help during this day." "Not at all. Now that you are awake, I shall show you around our survivor base and introduce you to its features." Zhang Yishuan replied warmly. Gu Chen nodded and accompanied Luo Chen as Zhang Yishuan opened the wooden door, leading the two of them outside. The three individuals found themselves on the first floor of a 3-story decrepit wooden building. Opposite them stood another 2-story structure of similar disrepair. In the open space between the two dilapidated edifices lay an assortment of weapons, evidently brought in by the survivors of this desolate place. The survivors' base was modest. Apart from these two wooden buildings, it was enclosed by a crude wooden fence and a row of barricades. Upon exiting the wooden structure, they soon encountered 2 young men in their 20s and a boy just over 10 years old. "Ah, Yixian, are these the fellows you brought back from outside?" inquired the more robust young man, whose name was Yuan Yi, a soul king of level 54, his eyes gleaming with a hint of ulterior motives. "I am Subai, wielding the soul of the solitary sword, level 52 soul king," said the more slender youth, gesturing towards the boy beside him. "This is Mo Yun, a soul master of level 34 with the soul of the green scorpion. His sister tragically perished 3 days ago while hunting abyssal creatures outside the survivor base. I am Gu Chen, a soul master of level 48. Is this all there is to the survivor base?" he queried. Yuan Yi replied, "Not at all. Dongfang Pe and his team are still out hunting abyssal creatures and have yet to return. Boss Yuan, by now they should have arrived. But there is no sign of them. I hope nothing has befallen them." Zhang Yixian expressed her concern. Yuan Yi's expression darkened. "There is indeed that possibility. Come, let us investigate," he urged, prompting Gu Chen and Luo Chen to follow closely. The group hurriedly made their way out of the survivor base, tracing the footprints left by Dongfang Pe and his companions. In a matter of mere hundreds of meters, they spotted the silhouettes of Dongfang Pe and his group. Accompanying him were 2 men and a woman, totaling 4 individuals, and their predicament appeared dire. At that moment, a dozen ba and surrounded the 4, with several in the front row brandishing their dark green claws. Dongfang Pe, wielding a blue-hued spear adorned with 4 soul rings, deftly maneuvered among the ba, leaving traces of his agility and precision upon their forms as the 2nd and 3rd soul rings illuminated, casting a blue glow from the spear tip. The woman, named Lu Yan, a control-type soul master, also bore 4 soul rings. A chessboard materialized in her hands as she deftly manipulated the pieces, her fingers dancing across the board. Simultaneously, her 1st soul ring activated, summoning a number of pieces equivalent to those on the board, with a larger piece crashing down upon a ba's head, resulting in an explosive impact. Gu Chen, ensure Zhang Yixian's safety. "Subai, we shall advance," Yuan Yi commanded, conjuring a massive iron pillar as he charged towards the ba. As Yuan Yi unleashed his 1st soul skill, the already colossal iron pillar transformed into an even grander pillar of heaven, crashing down upon the head of a ba with tremendous force, ultimately resulting in its demise. The other 2 boys accompanying Dongfang Pe sprang into action. One, named Wan Tianyu, possessed the martial soul of the military flag. Upon activating his 4th soul skill, several beams of crimson light enveloped everyone, accelerating the pace at which Dongfang Pe, Yuan Yi, and Subai vanquished the ba, swiftly dispatching numerous of them in mere moments. The other boy, known as Sima Da, wielded the soul-cutting blade, capable of assaulting the very essence of the soul. During this fray, a few ba, foolishly mistaking the nearby Gu Chen and his companions for easy prey, rushed over only to meet their end, pierced through the heart by Gu Chen's golden dragon spear, ensuring they would never reincarnate. Gripping the golden dragon spear, Gu Chen, having suffered severe injuries from exhausting his soul power, found himself in a precarious state. Despite the might of his golden dragon king lineage, he could only manifest the strength of a soul king at that moment. After eliminating the remaining ba, Yuan Yi led the group back to the survivor base. "Allow me to introduce this newcomer, Gu Chen. By the way, what is your name?" Yuan Yi inquired, turning his gaze towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen, a level 41 food-type soul master with a martial soul of fried rice, replied, "In that room are my companions. They are all 4-ring soul zone." At that moment, the door of the withered wooden room creaked open, revealing a somewhat pale Gu Yue Na. Seeing her condition, Gu Chen approached her with a pained expression, expressing remorse. "I'm sorry, Na-er. I failed to protect you. Gu Yuena merely smiled at him. And in that fleeting moment of her radiant smile, silence enveloped the surroundings. She reassured him, I do not blame you. Indeed. Encountering over 1,000 abyss bomb bees was overwhelmingly terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. Chapter 70. Enchantment of Demons. What? You encountered over 1,000 abyss bomb bees? Dongfang Po exclaimed incredulously, for he believed that facing such a multitude would inevitably lead to death. After all, this was not the technologically advanced world of Douluo San. Here, the strongest defenses were akin to the Great Wall of Gu Chen's previous life. Indeed, we narrowly managed to eradicate that swarm of abyss bomb bees, albeit at the cost of sustaining serious injuries, Gu Chen acknowledged with a nod. A glimmer of wariness flickered in Dongfang Po's gaze as he regarded Gu Chen. Nar, how is your condition? Gu Chen inquired through a mental transmission. Gu Yuena responded telepathically, I am all right, though I sustained injuries when my soul power was depleted. Had it not been for the previous enhancement from the ice and fire body refinement, I might still be unconscious. Currently, the extent of my abilities is limited to that of a soul king. Gu Chen nodded, finding her situation to be quite similar to his own. And the others? He asked further. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Yu have awakened. The others remain unconscious, Gu Yuena informed him. Ah, so this is your sister-in-law. Dongfang Po remarked with a smile. This is my sister, Gu Yuena, Gu Chen said. By the way, how are your companions? May we have a glimpse? Yuan Yi inquired. Gu Chen nodded and pushed open the withered wooden door. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu was tending to others, while Ling Xiaozhou unleashed the 9-leaf sword-grass spirit to heal the wounded. Brother Chen, who are they? Ling Xiaozhou asked warily upon noticing Yuan Yi and the others behind Gu Chen. Sister Xiaozhou, this is Yuan Yi, whose spirit is an iron pillar. He is the leader of this survivor base. This is Zhang Yishuan. Her spirit is the green lotus, and she is the one who assisted in your rescue. This is Dongfang Po, with the spirit of the dragon wing spear. This is Wan Tianyu, whose spirit is the military standard. This is Su Bai, with the spirit of the solitary heart sword. This is Lu Yan, whose spirit is the square chessboard. And lastly, this is Sima Da, with the spirit of the soul-cutting blade. They are all members of this survivor base, Luo Chen introduced. Clearly aware that Yuan Yi had previously briefed him on Dongfang Po and the others. Ling Xiaozhou nodded and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, all of you, for saving us. No need for thanks. It is our duty, Yuan Yi replied, though his eyes flickered, evidently lost in thought. At that moment, Jinzi, Hua Buluo, and Xian Imo simultaneously regained consciousness, prompting Ling Xiaozhou to hastily assist the three in sitting up. Shortly after, Shui Yu also awoke. Since everyone is awake, let us share a meal together, Yuan Yi suggested. Su Bai exited first, igniting a pile of dry wood to serve as a bonfire, then retrieved a hefty piece of wild boar meat from his spatial ring. Wow, where did you get this wild boar meat? Jinzi exclaimed, saliva dripping from his mouth. Hee, we smuggled it in from outside, Dongfang Po chuckled. Impressive, Gu Chen praised, raising his thumb. Tonight, consider this our welcoming feast for you. Henceforth, you shall be members of this survivor base. Starting tomorrow, we will venture out in groups to hunt abyss creatures. Since you are all injured, I will accompany you. Su Bai declared. The following day, Ling Xiaozhou, Feng Xiaoyu, and Luo Chen remained in the withered wooden room, caring for the still recovering Hua Buluo and others, while Gu Chen and Gu Yuena set out with Su Bai from the survivor base to hunt abyss creatures. Initially, the hunt for the abyss creatures proceeded smoothly, but just as the three were exhausted and preparing to return, the situation took a drastic turn. A lurking demon charm, sensing their momentary lapse in vigilance, boldly struck with a lethal blow. This demon charm, attuned to the potent bloodline aura of Gu Chen and Gu Yuena, targeted the weakest among them, Su Bai, and its sharp claws pierced through Su Bai's abdomen, exposing his bloodied entrails. Gu Yuena was the first to react, teleporting beside Su Bai to grasp his collar and then teleporting him out of the demon charm's grasp. Gu Chen hurled his golden dragon spear, its 5-foot-long brilliance aimed directly at the demon charm's brow. Yet, the demon charm was not easily vanquished. With a chilling smile, the enchanting figure tilted to the right, narrowly evading the attack of the golden dragon spear. However, a premeditated thrust from a silver dragon spear pierced through the head of this enchantress, propelling her several dozen meters before she transformed into a gray mist, consumed by the silver dragon spear. Despite the demise of the enchantress, Su Bai found himself in a dire state. His intestines spilled onto the ground, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. It was evident that without immediate medical intervention, Su Bai would perish in this place. Ancient Chun hurried forward, roughly stuffing Su Bai's intestines back into his body, and urged Gu Yuena, quick, use spatial teleportation to return immediately. Gu Yuena nodded, placing her hand on Ancient Chen's shoulder. After 5 consecutive teleports, the trio returned to the previous survivor base. Upon seeing the unconscious Su Bai, Yuan Yi and the others at the survivor base rushed over in a flurry of anxiety. Dongfang Pe, nearly losing his sanity, bellowed. What happened? What is wrong with Su Bai? How could he end up like this after being with you for less than a day? Ancient Chen replied calmly. We encountered an enchantress. Su Bai was severely injured by her ambush. After we eliminated the enchantress, we returned at the fastest pace. The mention of the enchantress fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, chilling them to the core. An enchantress? Dongfang Pe exclaimed in disbelief. You actually managed to kill an enchantress? Step aside, there is still hope for Su Bai. Zhang Yixuan approached, pushing past Yuan Yi and Dongfang Pe. Accompanied by Ling Xiaojiao, Dongfang Pe quickly moved aside, fearing he would hinder Zhang Yixuan's treatment. Yuan Yi also stepped back, though a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Zhang Yixuan summoned her green lotus martial spirit, her fourth soul ring illuminating as a verdant light gradually infused Su Bai's body. The gaping wound in his abdomen began to heal at a visibly slow pace. Yet, the healing was hindered not only by the severity of the enchantress's inflicted injury, but also by a malevolent aura that obstructed recovery. 9-leaf spring resurgence grass. Ling Xiaojiao also unleashed her soul skill to assist Su Bai's healing, even with their combined efforts. It took an entire night for Su Bai's wounds to heal completely, and for his complexion to regain its rosy hue. Nevertheless, he remained in a deep slumber, yet to awaken. Su Bai cannot join today as hunt, Yuan Yi declared. Today, I will go with Hua Buluo and Xianmo Jinzi interjected. I will accompany them. I will ensure their protection, Ancient Chen stated. Thus, the 4 departed the survivor base to hunt abyssal creatures, while the others remained behind. To be honest, within the survivor base, only 2 individuals were required to keep watch each night, allowing the others to sleep soundly, free from worry and fear. Indeed, encountering the enchanting demons is not a trivial matter. After a day's endeavor, Gu Chen and his companions had only managed to vanquish a few Bon and several 6-clawed bats before returning to the survivor base. Another bonfire gathering commenced, celebrating the safe return of Su Bai, Su Xing, and Gu Chen. I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for your assistance, I might have perished there. Su Bai expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 71, The Underground Tunnel. It is nothing. It is my duty, Gu Chen replied modestly. The meat is ready. Dongfang Po announced as he removed the roasted pork from the grill, tearing it in two, releasing an aromatic scent that filled the air. He handed a generous piece to Gu Chen, who graciously accepted it, acknowledging that the taste of wild boar far surpassed that of the compressed biscuits. By the way, do you wish to try this? After finishing the wild boar, Gu Chen retrieved a pack of Wei-long spicy strips from his system backpack and inquired, What is this? Dongfang Pai asked curiously, noticing the exquisite packaging of the Wei-long strips. Spicy strips, they are quite delectable, Gu Chen replied, distributing one to each person until the entire pack was shared. Gu Yue Na and the others, without hesitation, tasted them, their eyes lighting up in delight. Yuan Yi, however, cast a discerning glance at Gu Chen, choosing not to partake, but instead handed his to Zhang Yixuan. She swiftly accepted it and devoured it, fearful that someone might snatch it away, for the strips were simply irresistible. Brother Chen, do you have any more? Gu Yue Na licked her fingers, her big eyes pleadingly gazing at Gu Chen, feeling his youthful heart melting. Gu Chen promptly retrieved another pack of Wei-long spicy strips from his system backpack and handed it to her. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest moon as she eagerly tore open the package and savored the contents. Brother, may I have a pack as well? Dongfang Po looked at Gu Chen with longing eyes. Gu Chen rolled his eyes in response. It's all gone. No, I've only had one. Dongfang Po lamented. System. Display the attributes. Ding. System character panel. Character, Gu Chen age, 12 years strength. 1, 150, 000 mental power. 8, 130 bloodline. Golden Dragon King's bloodline 99, 125. Dragon God bloodline 875 level. Soul Master level 48. For seals have been unlocked. Soul rings. Purple, black, black. Black comprehensive evaluation. The manifested strength is comparable to a soul Douluo, yet the true power remains unfathomable. System backpack. 61, 980 gold soul coins. 8 soul power enhancement cards. 4 low-level enslavement talismans. Cloak of the Night. 5 original puppets of Yuenga. Yuenga's original paper Huolwan. Yuenga's original steel wire. 920 rounds of scorpion handgun ammunition. 1 bronze sword. 7 packs of Wei-long spicy strips. 1 raptor egg. Secret techniques. 8 extremes collapse. Xiantian treasure record. Herbalist edition. 500 system points. System. Display the attributes of Dongfang Po. Ding. System character panel. Character. Dongfang Po age. 18 years strength. 6, 970 mental power. 1, 200 bloodline. 100 human bloodline level. Level 52 Soul King soul rings. Yellow, yellow. Purple, purple, black loyalty. 50 comprehensive evaluation. A youth of average strength, straightforward in nature, easily duped. Not bad. Once I obtain the intermediate enslavement talisman, I might attempt to enslave him. Gu Chen speculated that the Dongfang family, to which Dongfang Po belonged, had produced 2 elders of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, Dongfang Po was the only son of these 2 elders, who, while not necessarily compliant, at least supported him. System, display the task panel. Gu Chen instructed. Ding. System task panel, accepted task, eliminate 10,000 abyssal creatures of any kind. Task reward, 1 revolver, 1,000 revolver bullets, 3 low-level enslavement talismans, 1 intermediate enslavement talisman. Completion progress, 382, 110,000. Still quite a distance to go. Gu Chen sighed. Had it not been for the previous swarm of over 1,000 abyssal bomb bees, his task progress would not have reached such heights. As night fell, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep, leaving Zhang Yishuan and Yuan Yi to keep watch. Due to the limited number of withered wood rooms, the 9 of them had to share a single room, making it rather cramped. With only 2 withered wood beds available, Jin Zi, Hua Buluo, Xin Mo, and Luo Chen voluntarily chose to sleep on the floor. Ling Xiaojiu, Feng Xiaoyu, and Shui Yaoyao squeezed onto one bed. Gu Chen intended for Gu Yuena to sleep alone on the bed while he took the floor, but Gu Yuena insisted on pulling him onto the bed. Nevertheless, the 2 withered wood beds were sufficiently spacious that they need not be cramped together. Suddenly, Gu Chen felt the urge to relieve himself and decided to rise quietly. To avoid waking Gu Yuena, he gently lifted her small hand that had inadvertently rested on him and stealthily got out of bed. Fortunately, Gu Yuena merely frowned and did not awaken. Phew. Gu Chen exhaled softly, carefully opened the withered wood door, stepped outside, and gently closed it behind him. He walked to another building where a toilet made of withered wood was located. After finishing his brief respite, Gu Chen intended to return to his chamber for a night's rest. However, along the way, he faintly discerned the sound of a quarrel. The source of this commotion was surprisingly located beneath a gnarled piece of timber not far from him. Lifting the decayed wood, he discovered an unmarked metallic door, unseen within the nameless mountain range. Summoning a puppet, its formidable claws effortlessly carved open the door, and after retracting the puppet, Gu Chen leaped through the metallic portal. As for why Gu Chen chose not to use the golden dragon claws to breach the door, the reason was simple. The aura emanating from the unleashed claws was far too potent, easily attracting unwanted attention. Only the puppet could accomplish many tasks quietly that the golden dragon claws could not. Having inherited the legacy of Yuenga, Gu Chen had excelled at controlling sound, remaining undetected until he reached the source of the noise. Beneath the iron door lay a rather narrow subterranean tunnel. Gu Chen had been here for several days, yet he had not realized that beneath the survivor base, there existed a hidden chamber. Cautiously peering out, he saw that the arguing individuals were Yuan Yi and Zhang Yishuan. Those damned creatures. You knew they would come after us long ago, Zhang Yishuan exclaimed, her gentle demeanor replaced by a fierce roar. Calm down. I have confirmed that aside from the 9 newcomers, there are no suspicious figures near the survivor base, replied Yuan Yi. Confirmed? You said the same thing last time. Speaking with such conviction, Zhang Yishuan retorted. Enough. Be quiet. Yuan Yi thundered in response. What on earth is happening? Gu Chen pondered, wanting to inch closer for a better look, but accidentally brushed against a withered branch beside the tunnel. Who is there? Step out. Yuan Yi, being a soul king, immediately detected the sound emanating from Gu Chen's location with his keen ears. Raising his makeshift lantern, Yuan Yi directed the light towards Gu Chen. It's me, Gu Chen said, realizing there was no avoiding the situation and stepping into view. I was just taking a stroll and having a chat with Zhang Yishuan. It's getting late. You should head back and rest. Yuan Yi forced a disconcerting smile as he spoke. You two aren't merely chatting, Gu Chen thought to himself. Remaining still, silently observing the pair. You're overthinking it, brother. We truly were just conversing. It's time for you to return and rest. Yuan Yi replied with a chuckle. I know the person you encountered by the withered wood. We are acquainted. Zhang Yishuan mustered her courage to state, referring to the incident where Gu Chen had secured food for 3 days. This was something Gu Chen had mentioned during dinner earlier. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Yuan Yi shot a menacing glare at Zhang Yishuan, his expression fierce. Gu Chen stood between the two, his voice cold as he commanded, let her finish speaking. Yuan Yi intended to offer Ling Xiaojiu to them. Zhang Yishuan began to explain, only to be interrupted by Yuan Yi. He laughed heartily. Haha, she's jesting. It's time for bed, Zhang Yishuan. Gu Chen increasingly suspected something amiss, particularly when Zhang Yishuan mentioned Ling Xiaojiu. Ignore him, continue, she urged. They are a formidable group of students, fully aware of our presence here. To curry favor with them, Yuan Yi periodically sends young girls their way. Zhang Yishuan lamented, tears streaming down her face. Enough, Zhang Yishuan, enough. Yuan Yi shouted. Mo Yun's sister was also sent to them. Zhang Yishuan spoke through her fear of Yuan Yi. I told you to be silent. Yuan Yi erupted, striking Zhang Yishuan's forehead with a steel column. Blood gushed forth from her head. Yet, at that moment, a surge of energy flowed through Zhang Yishuan, revitalizing her. As she stood, her eyes opened to reveal an eerie, complete blackness. The Azure Lotus martial spirit was unleashed, accompanied by several powers that Zhang Yishuan had never possessed before. By heavens, it's a possessing demon. The anger on Yuan Ye's face vanished, replaced by profound terror. He dashed toward the exit of the basement, with Gu Chen momentarily stunned before pursuing him. Yuan Yi burst out of the basement, and simultaneously, his fifth soul ring illuminated, manifesting a colossal metal pillar that forcefully wedged itself into the door, sealing it completely. The metal pillar created by his fifth soul skill was no longer an energy construct, but a tangible metal. Open the door, you wretched cur, Gu Chen bellowed, his golden dragon claw fiercely slashing at the metal pillar, yet its 5-meter thickness proved impenetrable with a single strike. Yuan Yi sneered, I'm afraid I must do this. With that, he fled. Gu Chen struck again, nearly severing the pillar in two, revealing the moonlight outside. However, time was not on his side. The possessing demon inhabiting Zhang Yishuan now wielded the strength of a soul emperor. Zhang Yishuan had reached Gu Chen's rear, while he could only muster the power of a soul king. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Gu Chen cursed inwardly, summoning the Golden Dragon King. Utilizing his fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon's Claw, he swung fiercely at the possessed Zhang Yishuan. She let out a sinister laugh, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards Gu Chen, evidently a manifestation of the demon's own abilities. Gu Chen summoned the Golden Dragon Spear, thrusting it toward the approaching darkness. As the spear showcased its formidable devouring capabilities, forcibly transforming the dark energy into pure soul power. Zhang Yishuan was momentarily stunned, and Gu Chen seized the opportunity to thrust the Golden Dragon Spear into her chest, activating its devouring effect. Her vitality was incessantly absorbed by the spear, prompting a piercing scream from Zhang Yishuan that echoed painfully in Gu Chen's mind. She hastily distanced herself, casting wary glances at the Golden Dragon Spear in Gu Chen's grasp. However, Gu Chen, having gained an advantage, was not about to let this chance slip away. He unleashed his third soul skill, Golden Dragon Soaring, swiftly closing in on Zhang Yishuan, while the Golden Dragon Spear struck out dozens of times within a single second. Countless life forces were consumed, and Zhang Yishuan's energy began to wane, her aura reduced to that of a soul king. Breathing heavily, Gu Chen was aware that, although he typically possessed ample stamina, his injuries hindered him significantly, making each exertion a trial. In a desperate gamble, he steadied himself and hurled the Golden Dragon Spear at Zhang Yishuan with all his might before collapsing to the ground. As the spear hurtled towards her, Zhang Yishuan emitted a series of terrified shrieks, retreating frantically. Yet, her speed could not match that of the spear, and in an instant, it pierced her skull, draining every ounce of her life force, including the spiritual essence of the possessing demon. Having vanquished the possessing demon, Gu Chen gasped for breath and struggled to rise, lifting the Golden Dragon Spear with each laborious step toward the ground. Meanwhile, on the floor, Luo Chen squinted slightly, exuding a menacing aura, his scorpion-style pistol aimed squarely at Yuan Yi's head. Yes, it's that Gu Chen. He killed Zhang Yishuan, and her body is in the basement. Don't believe me? Go see for yourselves. Yuan Yi retreated step by step, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had witnessed how Luo Chen used the pistol to eliminate abyssal creatures. If something happens to Brother Chen, you will all pay the price. Gu Yuena's stunning visage radiated an icy glare, her tone chilling to the bone. P.S. right there in the basement. You can check for yourselves. Yuan Yi insisted. Silence, you deceitful wretch. A deep voice came from behind him. Gu Chen advanced with deliberate steps, his path marked by bloody footprints, wielding the Golden Dragon Spear and exuding an aura of danger. Brother Chen, Luo Chen, Gu Yuena, Jin Zi, and the others exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with surprise. Why not share with everyone how you sent Mo Yun's sister to curry favor with other students? Gu Chen's voice turned icy, brimming with lethal intent. Mo Yun stepped forward, astonished, and looked incredulously at Yuan Yi. What? My sister wasn't he killed by an abyssal creature? Luo Chen also shifted his focus toward Mo Yun, inadvertently lowering his guard. Yuan Yi seized the opportunity, taking 3 steps forward in 2 strides, snatching the scorpion-style pistol from Luo Chen's grasp and aiming it at the others. Listen carefully. I do this for everyone's safety. If we do not deliver that girl to those students, do you think we can survive? He had done so much for them. Could they truly prefer to trust this sudden emergence of Gu Chen? Yuan Ye's gaze swept over Su Bai, Dongfang Pe, and the others, who averted their eyes in response. Gu Chen stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Yuan Ye's abdomen, followed by a swift slap that sent the pistol tumbling from his grasp, only for Luo Chun to retrieve it from nearby. Yuan Yi collapsed to the ground, enduring the pain in his stomach before eventually rising to his feet. All right, no more fighting. Gu Chen, I realize my mistake. He pleaded as Gu Chen prepared to strike again. Everything I've done has been for everyone. Yuan Yi murmured, his eyes vacant. Ding. The system detected the host's current predicament and initiated a plot choice. 1. Spare Yuan Yi. An additional person translates to added strength. Auxiliary. Intermediate enslavement talisman 3. 2. Those who seek my death must be prepared to die. Eliminate Yuan Yi. Auxiliary. Intermediate enslavement talisman 1. As Gu Chen contemplated these options, a sudden gunshot rang out. The scorpion-style pistol in Luo Chen's hand erupted with fierce flames, the glimmering bullet tearing through the air, creating a gaping wound in Yuan Ye's forehead. Blood sprayed forth, splattering Gu Chen nearby. With a massive hole now in his head, Yuan Yi could no longer stand and collapsed. Gu Chen stared at Luo Chen in shock. Luo Chen's hand trembled slightly around the pistol, revealing a face that should have been innocent but now bore an expression of sheer terror. Chen, brother Chen. It's what you taught me. A single strike, no opportunities given. Chapter 73, Cleansing. Ding. An automatic choice has been made. The intermediate enslavement talisman has been added to the system's inventory. Please check. Gu Chen seemed momentarily stunned, pondering what had transformed the once timid and kind-hearted Luo Chen into such a formidable presence. System, display Luo Chen's attributes. Ding. System character interface. Name, Luo Chen. Age, 12 years. Strength, 600. Mental power, 950. Bloodline, human bloodline 100. Level 41 Soul Master. Soul rings, yellow, purple. Loyalty, 100. Comprehensive evaluation. A being with significant potential within the food system martial soul, possessing high potential value. Completely loyal to the host, willing to alter himself for the host. Without utilizing a slavery talisman, Luo Chen's loyalty unexpectedly soared to a full 100%. Gu Chen gazed at Luo Chen with a mixture of emotions. Brother Chen, have I erred? Luo Chen inquired, lowering his head in response to Gu Chen's penetrating gaze. No, you acted rightly. He truly deserved his fate. Gu Chen declared. Dongfang Pe could no longer contain himself. You have slain Yuan Yi? Gu Chen cast him a fleeting glance and retorted. What? Should we keep him alive for the new year? System, employ the intermediate slavery talisman on Dongfang Pe, Gu Chen silently commanded. Though there exists a specific method for utilizing the slavery talisman that applies to others who possess it, Gu Chen can directly invoke it through the system at will. Ding. The intermediate slavery talisman has been consumed, and Dongfang Pe's loyalty has reached 100%. Initially inclined to voice his thoughts, Dongfang Pe appeared momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he bowed and stated, Elder Gu, you are indeed correct. And Zhang Yishuan? Su Bai inquired. After being grievously wounded by Yuan Yi, Zhang Yishuan was possessed by a spirit, Gu Chen explained. Before he could elaborate further, Su Bai exclaimed, What? A possessing spirit? We must leave at once, as such entities are beyond our capacity to confront. Do not fret. That spirit has already been vanquished by me, Gu Chen replied with a smile. Impossible. You killed the possessing spirit. Su Bai and the others regarded Gu Chen with awe. Thank you, Brother Gu. Had it not been for you, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my sister was taken by that despicable creature. Mo Yun expressed his gratitude towards Gu Chen. Checking Mo Yun's attribute panel. Ding. System character panel. Name, Mo Yun. Age, 11 years. Strength, 800. Mental power, 650. Bloodline, human bloodline 100. Level, 34 Soul Master. Soul rings, yellow. Purple. Loyalty, 73. Overall evaluation, a Soul Master with God-level developmental talent. Mo Yun's loyalty has surprisingly reached 73%, Gu Chen remarked with unexpected interest. Moreover, the system's evaluation indicated that his developmental potential is divine, suggesting that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Mo Yun possesses the potential to become a formidable being. Of course, according to the original narrative, Mo Yun was originally fated to perish in these nameless mountains. System, utilize the primary slavery talisman, Gu Chen commanded. Ding. The primary slavery talisman has been consumed, and Mo Yun's loyalty has reached 100%. Mo Yun seemed momentarily taken aback. However, he did not reject the subconscious influence granted by the system, avoiding the evident stupor displayed by Dongfang Pe earlier. Please allow me to follow you in the future. Brother Gu, Mo Yun implored. And I as well, Dongfang Pe added. Gu Chen nodded and proclaimed, from now on, You two shall also be under my command. At that moment, Gu Yuena leaned closer to him, whispering in his ear, Brother Chun, can they be trusted? A smile graced Gu Chen's lips as he replied telepathically. Their mental seas are already under my control. They will not betray us. Gu Yuena nodded, choosing to say no more, seemingly due to the loss of Yuan Yi. The cornerstone of the survivor base, Su Bai's loyalty had reached 61%, meeting the threshold for employing a basic enslavement talisman. Consequently, Gu Chen utilized a basic enslavement talisman on Su Bai, converting him to his own. Both Su Bai and Mo Yun hailed from distinguished lineages, an elder from Su Bai's family. The Su clan was also a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, possessing the strength of a title de law. Similarly, Mo Yun's Mo clan boasted its own title de law elder affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Thus, by subjugating Mo Yun, Su Bai, and Dongfang Pe, Gu Chen could command a total of 4 titled Douluos, including 2 elders from the Dongfang Pe family. As for the other 3 individuals in the survivor base, Lu Yin was willing to follow Gu Chen's commands, yet her loyalty lingered at a mere 51%. Having exhausted his intermediate enslavement talismans, Gu Chen could not fully dominate her at that moment, so he opted to keep her within his ranks while cautioning Luo Chun and others to remain wary of Lu Yin. Meanwhile, Wan Tianyu and Sima De appeared to be loyal to Yuan Yi, resolute in their defiance. Observing this, Gu Chen merely chuckled and retreated to his chamber, leaving behind a light remark, eliminate them quietly. With a firm thud, Gu Chen entered the desolate wooden room and shut the door. In a swift motion, Gu Yuena struck first, teleporting behind Sima De. Her beautiful amethyst eyes glinted with coldness as a luminous sword materialized in her delicate hand, which unhesitatingly pierced Sima De's heart. Concurrently, Luo Chun raised his firearm, unleashing a volley of 20 bullets that whistled towards Wan Tianyu. As merely a support-type Soul Master, how could Wan Tianyu hope to survive without the protection of a powerful attack-type Soul Master? Though Luo Chen's marksmanship did not rival that of Gu Chen, the 20 bloodied holes that marred Wan Tianyu's head were sufficient to claim his life. Witnessing the demise of her former companion, Lu Yin covered her eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. A hint of resentment flickered in her gaze as she looked towards Luo Chun and Gu Yuena. Moments later, Gu Chen emerged once more. Tomorrow's hunt will include you, Nar, Luo Chun, and Mo Yun. The rest shall remain at the survivor base. After issuing his command, Gu Chen returned to his room to continue his slumber. At this hour, dawn had broken. It was meant to be a time of restful dreams. And had it not been for these events, Gu Chen and the others would have been blissfully asleep. Upon hearing the words, a wave of drowsiness washed over Luo Chun and the others, prompting them to retreat to their chambers for rest, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, along with the mummified corpse in the basement. The following day, when Gu Chen awoke, Lu Yin had already buried the bodies of Yuan Yi, Wan Tianyu, and Sima De. Meanwhile, Zhang Yishuan's corpse in the basement had been interred by Dongfang Pe, who also cleared out the basement. Quite well. Henceforth, this basement shall serve as our temporary refuge. Xian, Gu Chen called out, a satisfied glance cast upon the basement. Xian Mo hastily approached. Utilize your 3rd soul skill to transform the walls of this basement into metal, Gu Chen instructed. Ever since Yuan Yi had blocked the door, Gu Chen had envisioned employing this metallization ability for a defensive structure. Xian Mo complied, descending into the basement and repeatedly unleashing his 3rd soul skill. As per Gu Chen's requirements, the manifestation was not an energy shield, but rather the former metallic shield. The metal shield, shaped by Xian Mo's intent, quickly enveloped the basement, transforming it into a metallic haven, with walls and even a metal ceiling overhead. Chapter 74, The Stalwart, Gu Chen. Excellent, now we are left with the door. Ordinary metal will certainly not suffice, Gu Chen pondered, while the others stood silently behind him. Gu Yuena leaned slightly against him. System, show me my system backpack. Gu Chen internally commanded. Ding. System backpack, 61, 980 gold soul coins, 8 soul power amplification cards, 2 low-level enslavement talismans, night cloak, 5 Yuan Gu original puppets, Yuan Gu original paper phoenix, Yuan Gu original steel wire, 900 scorpion pistol bullets, 1 bronze sword, 7 packs of way long spicy strips, 1 raptor egg. Manuals, 8 extremes collapse, Xiantian treasure record, herbalist edition, 500 system points. System, I wish to draw lots. Assist me in drawing 5 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 meteorite alloy door, removable, from a level 3 technological plane, Earth of the 24th century. 5 bottles of chilled cola, from a level 2 technological plane, Earth, a complete seasoning set, including 3 canisters each of 39 spices such as salt, monosodium glutamate, sugar, and pepper, from a level 2 technological plane, Earth, 1 soul power amplification card. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled, This was akin to finding a pillow when one was drowsy. He retrieved the meteorite alloy door from the system backpack and forcibly installed it into the original door frame. Just as Gu Chen intended to push the meteorite alloy door open, he found it immovable. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be equipped with a fingerprint recognition system. Gu Chen recorded the fingerprints of himself, Gu Yuena, Luo Chen, Dongfang Pe, Su Bai, and Mo Yun. Others would need to accompany one of these 6 individuals to gain entry into the underground refuge. As for why these 6 were chosen, Gu Yuena was self-evident. While Luo Chen and the others had all achieved a loyalty level of 100%, who else could be entrusted if not them? However, the loyalty of Ling Xiaojiu and the other 6 had already exceeded 90%. Gu Chen first glanced at Gu Yuena beside him and said, "Nana, come with me." Without waiting for a response, Gu Chen took Gu Yuena by the hand and led her into the newly constructed basement, leaving the others in the dim light above. Exchanging puzzled looks. What's wrong? The basement was poorly lit, and Gu Chen failed to notice the blush on Gu Yuena's face. In his hand appeared 2 cards as he approached her. Gu Yuena, unaware that Gu Chen intended to use the soul power amplification card to assist her in leveling up, assumed otherwise. Consequently, her cheeks flushed, and she closed her eyes, anticipating warmth. However, instead of the expected sensation, a cool hand rested against her forehead. Accompanied by Gu Chen's puzzled inquiry, "Nana, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena, embarrassed and irritated, opened her eyes and aimed a knee towards Gu Chen. Startled, he shielded himself and stumbled back, gazing at her in bewilderment. "Speak, what is it?" Gu Yuena demanded. "Oh," Gu Chen exclaimed, tossing the card towards her. Instinctively, she attempted to defend herself, only to find the card merging into her body, enhancing her soul power. Surprised to discover she had reached level 50, Gu Yuena looked at Gu Chen with astonishment. "What is happening?" Gu Chen grinned smugly. "Hee, it's a secret." He suddenly remembered that the soul power amplification card was exclusively for soul masters below the rank of Soul King. If he didn't use it now, he might never have another opportunity. What the? Gu Yuena shot him a glare. It dawned on Gu Chen that she had misconstrued his intentions. Yet, he wondered if it was still possible to mend the misunderstanding. He leaned closer, but Gu Yuena raised her knee again, causing him to retreat hastily. "Humph," Gu Yuena huffed, turning on her heel with her hands clasped behind her back as she exited the basement. Gu Chen slapped his own forehead in realization of his foolishness. He chased after her, only to find she had already entered the withered wood room, leaving him in despair. As snowflakes danced in the air and the north wind howled. Following Gu Yuena, Luo Chen was called into the basement. "Ah, could it be that Brother Chen is?" Jin Zi shrank back, uncertain. "Don't be ridiculous. Brother Chen must have a reason for calling Luo Chen." Ling Xiaojiu shot him a disapproving look. In the basement, Gu Chen handed the remaining 7 soul power amplification cards to Luo Chen. The rationale behind this decision was not solely that Luo Chen was his first friend at the Soul Master Academy, but also because he was the only one who had achieved 100% loyalty without the need for a slavery symbol, making him worthy of Gu Chen's assistance in enhancing his cultivation. "Brother Chen, what is this?" Luo Chen was astonished to find his cultivation level had surged to 48. Casting a surprised glance at Gu Chen, "This is my secret, but now it is also yours. Do you understand my meaning?" Gu Chen looked at him. But what was with that paternal gaze? Luo Chen nodded emphatically. The two emerged from the basement, where Jin Zi was casting furtive glances at them. Gu Chen shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you staring at?" "Nar, Luo Chen, Mo Yun, follow me. The rest will remain at the base." With that directive, Gu Chen led the way out of the survivor's base. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet Gu Yuena in the room heard him clearly. In an instant, she appeared beside Gu Chen, her small face slightly flushed. Luo Chen and Mo Yun hastened to catch up, with Luo Chen grasping Mo Yun's hand while wielding a scorpion-style pistol in the other. Along their journey, the 4 eliminated over 100 abyssal creatures, including a swarm of over 40 abyssal bomb bees, while the rest consisted of scattered bond and 4-clawed bats. The most perilous encounter occurred when they faced 2 6-clawed demons. One of the demons charged directly at Luo Chen, while Gu Chen and his companion were engaged with the other. Fortunately, Mo Yun valiantly blocked the assault from the 6-clawed demon, narrowly avoiding a slash to his throat. In that fleeting moment, Luo Chen raised his scorpion-style pistol, unleashing 20 bullets that pierced through the demon's skull in succession. Meanwhile, Gu Yuena had already dispatched the other 6-clawed demon with her silver dragon spear. Gu Chen then freed his hand, plunging the golden dragon spear into the demon attacking Luo Chen, siphoning its life force and ensuring it would not be reborn. "Mo Yun, are you alright?" Gu Chen inquired, observing the youngest member of their group. His face was etched with determination, despite the gruesome wounds marring his chest. Mo Yun shook his head, his second soul ring illuminated, and his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. His second soul skill was a self-healing ability, proving invaluable even at higher levels. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby, indicating someone was approaching the four at an alarming speed. Conceal yourselves, Gu Chen signaled telepathically, prompting the four to hide behind a corroded boulder. As they waited, the newcomer appeared like a shadowy specter, his entire form shrouded in darkness. He swiftly maneuvered to the opposite side of the rock where Gu Chen and the others were, collapsing and gasping for breath. Blood stained his arms and feet, clearly indicating he was injured. Yiwuyo? Gu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Who goes there? Yiwuyo immediately tensed, flipping his palm to reveal a dagger, his weapon. The purple-winged angel. It is I, Gu Chen, came the response. Oh, it is you all. As Yiwuyo relaxed his body, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps nearby, causing his body to tense once more. He swiftly activated his second soul skill and vanished into the shadows. Soon, dozens of individuals rushed past them, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Quick, that brat went this way. Kill. One person shouted furiously. Gu Chen recognized him as the individual who had previously robbed him of 3 days' worth of food. Yiwuyo, what is happening? Gu Chen inquired, perplexed. As he glanced at Yiwuyo, they are a group of students. Upon discovering my presence, they intend to forcibly recruit me, slaying anyone who refuses to join. Yiwuyo whispered. It is precisely because I refuse to join that they have pursued me here. Fortunately, they are unaware of my martial soul's characteristics. Otherwise, I would truly be in peril. Gu Chen, they are the ones who previously sought to annex our survivor base. My sister, the one Yuan Yi gave to them. Mo Yun gazed at the retreating figures of the group, her eyes filled with animosity. Gu Chen suggested to Yiwuyo, why not join us for now? You can rest at our survivor base before we devise a plan. Yiwuyo pondered for a moment, then sighed and replied, very well, I shall join you. After all, we are from the same Martial Soul Academy. Welcome to our team. Luo Chun extended a hand, shaking Yiwuyo's in greeting. By the way, Yiwuyo, would you kindly introduce us to your soul skills? Gu Chen proposed. Yiwuyo nodded and began, my first soul skill is Nightblade, which allows me to summon sharp blades to swiftly strike at my enemies. My second soul skill is Shadow Escape, enabling me to meld into shadows and materialize from any person's shadow. My third soul skill is Shadow Strike, which permits me to summon an enemy's shadow to attack their physical form. My fourth soul skill is Night Shadow Kill, allowing me to conjure multiple shadows for a lethal assault on a single target. My fifth soul skill, Eternal Night, is a domain-type skill that envelopes a radius of 100 meters in endless darkness, sparing allies while enhancing my attack and movement speed by 10%. Gu Chen nodded and introduced his own soul skills, as well as those of Gu Yuena and Luo Chun, before turning to Mo Yun and pausing to ask. By the way, Mo Yun, we seem to have yet to inquire about your soul skills. Gu Chen, my martial soul is the Green Scorpion King. My first soul skill is Green Scorpion Pincer, which allows me to extend scorpion pincers for a crushing grip. If a wound is inflicted, it carries potent venom capable of killing a soul king. My second soul skill is Venomous Tail Spike, enabling me to launch spikes that are similarly laced with venom, capable of slaying even soul emperor-level foes. My third soul skill is Healing Light, which restores my own injuries. Mo Yun elaborated. Gu Chen nodded and turned to Luo Chun, stating, although your fragrant fried rice does not have healing properties, it can replenish soul power. Please prepare a serving for Yiwuyo. Luo Chun nodded and recited the soul incantation. Even if I were to starve to death outside, I would not consume a morsel from you. Ah, truly fragrant. First soul skill, Fragrant Fried Rice. This time, Luo Chen's voice seemed to resonate with greater intensity. Yiwuyo smirked, accepting the fragrant fried rice, and remarked, what kind of soul curse is this? It feels rather peculiar. Gu Chen chuckled softly. He had clearly heard the words this time. He recalled a certain philosopher from his past life and responded, it's not bad. I know another soul master with a sausage martial spirit, and that soul curse is truly bizarre. Yiwuyo shook his head and consumed the fragrant fried rice. Let us return to the survivor base first, so that Xiao Jiao can tend to your wounds, Gu Chen suggested, rising and heading in the direction of the survivor base. Yiwuyo stood up, revealing his injuries to the group. A deep gash ran from the nape of his neck to his abdomen. Had the assailant exerted a bit more force, Yiwuyo might have perished right there. Nevertheless, blood continued to pour from the wound in torrents. The five hastened back, but as they approached within 100 meters of the survivor base, Yiwuyo succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss. With no other options, Gu Chen had to summon Gu Yuena to wield her spatial elemental control, forcibly transporting all five of them back to the survivor base. Xiaojiao, come here for a moment, Gu Chen called upon their arrival. Ling Xiaojiao dashed over from her post. Xiaojiao, please attend to Yiwuyo's injuries, Gu Chen instructed, gesturing at the unconscious figure of Yiwuyo. Ling Xiaojio asked no further questions. She simply nodded and summoned her martial spirit. The 9-leaf sword grass. 9-leaf spring revival grass. The 9-leaf sword grass began to flourish wildly, extending towards Yi Wuyo's body. Upon contact with his wound, it transformed into a green energy that merged with him, healing his injuries. Once Yi Wuyo regained consciousness, all the inhabitants of the survivor base had gathered around. Allow me to introduce our new companion, Yi Wuyo, a rank 58 Soul King, Gu Chen announced. Welcome, esteemed one. Clapped Dongfang Pe and the others. Actually, I'm at rank 59, Yi Wuyo scratched his head modestly. Even better, Gu Chen replied with a smile. Yi Wuyo reintroduced his soul abilities, while Ling Xiaojio and the others also shared their introductions, leaving only Dongfang Pe, Su Bai, and Lu Yan. My martial spirit is the solitary heart sword. My first soul skill is heart-piercing joy, which allows me to stab an enemy, inducing uncontrollable ecstasy that distorts their judgment while inflicting both mental and physical damage. My second soul skill is heart-piercing rage, enabling me to stab an enemy, causing uncontrollable fury that affects their judgment and inflicts harm on both their mind and body. My third soul skill is heart-piercing worry, which allows me to stab an enemy, rendering them unable to control their feelings of concern, thus impacting their judgment and causing injury to their mental and physical state. The fourth soul skill is heart-piercing thought, which enables the user to thrust a sword at the enemy, causing them to uncontrollably experience longing, thereby impairing their judgment, while simultaneously inflicting damage upon both their mind and body. The fifth soul skill is heart-piercing sorrow, which similarly allows the user to strike at the enemy with a blade, inducing uncontrollable feelings of sadness that distort their perception of reality, while also wreaking havoc on their mental and physical state. Su Bai proceeded to expeditiously elucidate his soul skills, akin to a rapid-fire barrage. Oh, these 5 soul skills seem remarkably similar in effect. Can't you summarize them? Gu Chen remarked, somewhat exasperated. He had never before realized how loquacious Su Bai could be. My apologies, it's just a habit, Su Bai chuckled heartily.